Chapter 1, Emerald Highlands Province, the Eagle Grant family. From great joy to great sorrow, and then from great sorrow back to great joy. Xiaohe experienced it all in a mere decade. Seeing the bronze treasure tome in his hands finally solidify completely, Xiaohe's heart, which had been in suspense, finally relaxed. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up within his chest. He almost couldn't resist howling to the sky, venting the pressure that had built up inside him for 6 years. The treasure looked as if cast in bronze, with an ancient hue, heavy and thick, its entire body engraved with abstruse ancient texts. Most marvelously, this tome could instantly merge into his body at the command of his will. That old Taoist. He really didn't deceive me. Xiaohe muttered to himself. Still, these past few years have truly been too bitter. Xiaohe wasn't originally from this world. More accurately, his soul was not native to this place. This was the spirit abyss continent. Everything began 18 years ago. Xiaohe, a veteran traveler, sought to emulate the sages of old by visiting every famous river and mountain. However, at an unnamed snow peak in the northern mountains of Kunlun, he happened upon an old Taoist seated cross-legged on the edge of the mountain. Xiaohe swore he had never seen such a sight before. It felt like a dream. He rubbed his eyes over and over again. Before him, the old Taoist faced the cliff, his legs crossed, with 3 feet of accumulated snow behind him. Yet, within a 10-foot radius around the old man, the snow and ice had melted away, revealing green grass, as if spring had returned to the earth. Damn, there really are immortals. It makes sense. In our vast and illustrious China, where people are gifted and the land is blessed, finding an immortal atop the Kunlun summit would indeed be normal. Xiaohe immediately stepped forward, fell to his knees, and bowed deeply, wanting to take the man as a master. Oh immortal, I've wandered through life without ever meeting a celestial being. Now that we've met today, I wish to become your sworn disciple. The meditating Taoist opened his eyes and almost spat blood upon hearing those words. Younger brother immortal, I've already reached marriageable age but haven't found a partner yet. Do you have any granddaughters? Older sisters or younger girls? It doesn't matter to me. Interesting, come closer. The old Taoist stood up. Shit, could this really happen? Is the divine master actually willing to take me as a disciple? Xiaohe's heart pounded nervously as he moved closer. Unexpectedly, the old Taoist suddenly kicked Xiaohe right in the ass and roared, "Roll off, you fool." In no time, poor Xiaohe was kicked straight off the cliff. A vague voice came from behind. You seem to have some luck. Just coincidentally, I found something earlier. Try it out. But your fate seems to demand trials, without which you can't achieve greatness. When Xiaohe woke up again, he found himself lying on a bed. Aya. Xiaohe looked at himself. How did he become so small? What the hell? Reincarnation? Madam, young master is fine. Young master has awakened. By the grace of the goddess of life. Thank the goddess of life. Xiaohe heard an excited voice beside him. Then he saw a beautiful woman approaching, her face still streaked with tears. Her beauty was moon-like, with eyebrows as graceful as brushstrokes and eyes clear as springs. Her tear-streaked face, tinged with red, carried an aura of serene gentleness laced with 3 parts of concern and 7 parts of sorrow. It stirred pity within one's heart. My Stryling, may our ancestors protect you. You've finally awakened. Then Xiaohe was embraced by the beautiful woman. How could you have fallen into the pool just like that? Have we figured out the reason? It seems you were playing with Master Henry, and both ended up falling in. My poor child, it's my fault for not protecting you well enough. Stryling? Is that my name? Who's Henry? Xiaohe pieced together some information from their fragmented conversation and quickly understood. Aya. Shit, did I traverse worlds? Aya. What's going on? Why am I unable to speak? It seemed his soul had transmigrated into the body of a 1-year-old child. After hearing just a few sentences exchanged between the two, Xiaohe had roughly grasped the situation. How dare anyone try to harm me? Am I the lead role in this script? Fame and fortune await me. As Xiaohe grew older, he became even more convinced that he was living the life of the protagonist. One of the top 10 noble families of Ares Empire's Emerald Highlands province, the young son of the Eagle Grant family, was himself, Stryling, the returned dead. Alaric, the grandfather of the previous head of house, once known as the Battle Eagle of the Emerald Highlands, slayer of the 8th rank undead lord, and Sky Knight, was now mentally unstable. Leonardo, Stryling's father, a prodigy who achieved fame early in life and was known as the youngest Sky Knight of the Emerald Highlands, had disappeared and not returned. Definitely the protagonist storyline, the chosen one by heaven. Just thinking about the day he'd stand shoulder to shoulder with the Wild Emperor and the famous Do Emperor filled Stryling with immense excitement. Yin Shi, Qing Yi, Shao Suner, Medusa. Yes, I'll take them all. To increase his chances and gain more resources, young Stryling revealed his talent cautiously. Demons roamed the wilderness, their blades gleaming with frost. Silver saddles adorned white horses, galloping like meteors. One sword strike to slay a demon, 1,000 miles of no stopping. Tasks done, robes brushed off, merits and fame hidden deep. The phrase, one sword strike to slay a demon, 1,000 miles of no stopping, shocked all who heard it. The Grandel family is about to produce its 3rd Sky Knight. Sterling? That genius, his father was fierce in his day. For those 10 years, he was at the peak, outshining all others. His intellect is truly formidable, well-read, knowledgeable, a rare talent seen once in 100 years. A household producing 3 knights. No wonder they are called the Eagle family. In a courtyard of the Grandel family, the atmosphere was tense. Why should Sterling receive double resources? A beautifully dressed noblewoman demanded angrily. Because he's Leonardo's son. The man responded coldly. Will, my eyes must have been blind. You've never measured up to Leonardo, and now your son lags behind too. You're just pathetic. Leonardo? Humph, don't mention him to me. And you'd better abandon those foolish tricks of yours or don't drag me down into your messes. Will's face turned grim. The woman smirked contemptuously. You don't care for your own son, do you? Very well, indeed you shouldn't. Ha ha, you really think Henry and Roland are your sons? Ha ha ha. Her laughter was filled with mockery, as if uncovering an embarrassing secret. Slap. A sharp slap cut through her laughter. Shut up, you wicked woman. A red palm mark was left on the woman's face. She held her cheek, turned away, and walked off, her retreating figure exuding an air of uncaring indifference. In a secluded room, the clan patriarch Victor sat quietly before dim candlelight, meditating with a spirit-gathering formation surrounding him. The hidden door suddenly opened, but Victor did not seem surprised at all as he opened his eyes abruptly. What's wrong? Why is there blood at the corner of your mouth? Your son struck me. Victor's eyes flashed with immediate gloom. That rebellious brat dared to lay hands on you. Having said that, Victor stood up and revealed a rare, tender look, pulling Ano into his embrace. Ever since arriving on the Spirit Abyss continent, Sterling had things going smoothly, playmates when needed, training resources available when wanted. His life was extremely comfortable. However, everything came to an abrupt halt on Sterling's 12th birthday. The pride of the heavens, son of the youngest Sky Knight, renowned poet, and admired by countless young ladies, Sterling awakened with a talent glow pillar less than 1 meter high. He received this evaluation: spiritual strength unusual among humans, sensitivity to spirit power extremely weak, difficult cultivation, unable to become a spirit warrior or magician, destined to never awaken true talent. Sterling himself was dumbfounded. This made no sense. The younger generation of the Eagle family should, at the very least, have light pillars 5 meters tall. Had he shattered the family record? With such strong spiritual force, how could he be naturally born without enough sensitivity? My child, it's fine to be ordinary. Your mother doesn't want you to be like your father, making me worry every single day. Being a great poet is also good. At the very least, it ensures you can sustain yourself. Seeing Sterling's bitter expression, the beautiful woman Isabella consoled him gently. Sterling looked at his foster mother, feeling deep remorse. For 11 years, this beautiful woman had genuinely let him feel the warmth of a mother. He considered her as his biological mother. Sterling's monthly allocation of spirit stones will be reduced to 1 low-grade stone per month. Sterling's monthly silver coin allowance will be reduced to 10 coins per month. Sterling's access to the training hall will be reduced to once per month. A series of family regulations completely floored Sterling. This wasn't reduction. It was practically cutting him off entirely. The current clan head Victor Grandel was Sterling's second grandfather. Thinking about how it was because of this man's grandson that his predecessor drowned accidentally, giving him the opportunity to possess this body. This is political persecution. I refuse to accept it. Fortunately, he'd accumulated enough resources over the past 12 years. Otherwise, he would have completely bid farewell to cultivation. However, subsequent news brought new hope to Sterling. Miss Yuyer of the Durand family chooses to dissolve the engagement. Dissolve the engagement? Good, wonderful. It seemed there might still be a chance. Being disengaged from marriage by the Durand family, one of the top 10 families in the Emerald Highlands province, gave Sterling a glimmer of hope. Not possible. Young Master Sterling seems to have gone mad. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let the mistress hear. It's rumored that Miss Yuyer awakened an upper-class talent, which explains why she looks down upon young Master Sterling. Sterling couldn't blame the family patriarch for reducing his allowance either. This was due to historical reasons on the Spirit Abyss continent, something almost all families adhered to. Cultivation resources are extremely precious. Only those with talent, who are capable of fighting undead monsters, have the chance to obtain them. Other families may be even more ruthless. Those without combat talent are doomed to become cannon fodder, facing endless dangers and hardships. Chapter 2. Lingyuan Continent. Upon arriving at the Lingyuan continent, Sterling, with his 20 years of accumulated soul energy, first thoroughly examined the history of the Lingyuan continent. In ancient times on the Lingyuan continent, it was brimming with spiritual essence, and both mages and spirit warriors flourished. There were countless human strongmen and many other ancient races such as orcs, half-orcs, dwarves, elves, goblins, half-elves, and more. These various beings lived in tribes scattered across this vast land. There was even a powerful race of dragons. However, 3,000 years ago, an undead catastrophe swept through the entire continent. The ruler of the Nether Realm, Naxaix, rose from the abyssal void and led countless demonic armies, pushing the Lingyuan continent to the brink of destruction. Although the united human army gathered the peak fighting forces of all the races, dwarves, elves, goblins, orcs, half-elves, and even 20 adult dragons, it still could not stop the impending darkness. In what was known as the End of Days War, the allied forces struggled mightily, but ultimately could not escape failure. The ruler of the Nether Realm, Naxaix, was incredibly powerful, and his 8 demonic subordinates possessed unmatched strength. High-level allied forces suffered near total annihilation as the Nether Realm was about to swallow up Lingyuan. Just when all hope seemed lost, a sword emerged from the Cross Ridge Mountains wielded by none other than Chog Chingqiu, the sword god who had been missing for over 100 years. After being absent for a century, Chog Qingxiu had nearly reached the divine realm. I have a blade that can slay gods. He focused all his spiritual power into one strike, sacrificing himself to deliver the ultimate blow. That single strike stretched across heaven and earth, carrying a trace of terrifying temporal scar. Where the sword's energy passed, time seemed to flow backward in an instant. Space itself broke apart like paper at that very moment, bearing down with an irresistible, vast pressure. Though this strike did not completely annihilate the Lord of the Netherworld, it bought humanity a narrow ray of hope. After the battle, the dragon race was gravely injured and locked themselves away in the southern Isle Dragon Island, retreating from the world. The elven race retreated southeastward and confined themselves within the mist forest to recuperate. The goblins returned to their underground cities, buried deep beneath the ground, never to see daylight again. The orcs and half-orcs held fast in the freezing wasteland, stubbornly resisting the invasion of the demons. And the dwarves went back to Ironforge, their once glorious civilization slowly fading. As for humanity, they descended into endless suffering after losing all their allies. The rift of the abyssal void, like an open wound, caused infinite hordes of undead, driven by the skeletal demon god Sakam, to flood into Lingyuan continent. With the abyssal breath spreading, the spiritual essence in the air gradually dissipated, replaced by hellish energies that permeated the world. This continent entered the age of lawlessness. Magic almost vanished, and human cultivation progressed at a snail's pace. People could only rely on spirit stones and beast core crystals to barely sustain cultivation. On the wastelands, mutated beasts and undead creatures ran rampant without any restraint. Prosperous city-states and villages had become ruins. People clung desperately to life amidst this dark world. The Eris Empire, once the most glorious kingdom on this continent, was now split into fragments. Monarchical authority diminished as regional lords seized control, each declaring themselves kings. Today's Eris Empire is broken and tattered, nowhere near its former glory. It now exists in a corner of the land, clinging onto a few perilous natural fortresses for survival. The Green Highland province is the second largest province of the Eris Empire. Because it is centrally located, it saw less warfare, preserving some of its ancient appearances. Neighboring the borders meant frequent skirmishes with undead monstrosities. Hence, almost everyone in the empire became soldiers. Every spring, children turning 12 would undergo an ability awakening test. The awakened abilities varied widely and were ever-changing. According to holy doctrine, talent awakening is the blessing of the gods. Talent awakenings are divided into 3 types. The most common is bloodline awakening, where the ancient bloodlines long dormant inside one's body are activated, reviving extraordinary powers left behind by their ancestral forebears. Members of the Grandale family usually awaken the talent of Thunder Eagle Wings, a superior ability that causes wings to sprout from their backs. Even at lower levels of spiritual essence, they can engage in combat in the low skies. This talent is precisely why they're called the Eagle family. Less commonly seen are soul awakenings, where an individual's soul resonates with an object, a beast, or even an ancient being. Some can summon powerful illusions of ancient beasts and transform accordingly, achieving terrifying combat prowess. Some soul awakeners achieve deep resonance with weapons, nurturing them with their souls to endow them with exceptional power. Soul weapons then become the core of their strength. The rarest kind is elemental awakening, where one achieves high affinity with a certain element, manipulating elemental forces to sense the universe and becoming powerful magicians. For example, the Ice and Snow woman, Ian Lewis, who was famous in the capital 10 years ago, awakened supreme affinity with ice element. Wherever she went, frost spread and everything froze. In the Battle of the Black Owl Desert, she froze an army of 100,000 strange ghosts, changing the course of the war. Of course, the application of talent must be based on one's own spiritual power. Although people with strong talent have the opportunity to fight beyond their level, spiritual energy is still the source of all things. Therefore, Lingyuan continent divides various professions into 10 levels according to the strength of spiritual energy. It is customary to call the 10th level 4 major stages. Above the 10th level, one forms their own domain and can become a deity. Only those children who successfully awaken have the qualifications to continue cultivating and become the hope of humanity. With insufficient spiritual energy, resources can only be distributed to those with higher talent. Only they will grow stronger and repel the undead invasion. Only their rise gives humanity a chance to survive. And those children who cannot awaken are doomed to become cannon fodder. The law stipulates that men will put on armor at the age of 18 and go to the front line to fight against low-level undead creatures. 3 years later, if they survive by chance, they can return home and live an ordinary life, marry and have children, and continue this endless cycle. Day after day, year after year, as generations change, the fate of the weak has long seeped into everyone's blood. Of course, this does not mean that those without talent are destined to die. On the contrary, the death rate for geniuses who awaken talent is actually higher, because they face more dangerous enemies. Sterling, who failed to awaken any talent, fell off the pedestal of genius in the Green Highland and became a laughing stock in the eyes of others. The clansmen who once had high hopes for him now look coldly at him, even mocking his incompetence behind his back. In the streets and alleys of Green Highland, nothing but sarcasm and mockery about him could be heard everywhere. Have you heard? The prodigy of Grandale family has an awakening spirit light column of less than 1 meter. Yes, what good is all his knowledge? Without the power of awakening, he's just a waste. Without the bonus of being a genius or the enhancement of strength, a master poet is merely a source of entertainment for others. Sterling had long been accustomed to these rumors and gossip, yet the bitterness in his heart grew deeper day by day. For years, that stepfather of his has remained silent. It is rumored that he died in Gorin Highlands, making his mother cry every day. Without a pillar of support, this indirectly led to other clansmen no longer having any fear of him, even demanding that they give up their former mansion and move to the side courtyard farthest north in the family. Sterling has learned what betrayal truly feels like. The clansmen who used to flatter him now all look down upon him coldly. It is probably out of intentional revenge because young Sterling took away their glory back then. The former playmates from the big families, who used to follow him around, now keep away from him as if they would be tainted by misfortune if they have anything to do with him. There is only his mother and a servant left, living together in the northern side courtyard, enjoying a peaceful life in solitude. Only Benjamin and Ella, the children of his uncle, occasionally come to play with Sterling, bringing him some novel gadgets and street rumors. Without the gathering of spiritual energy through cultivation formations, these past few years Sterling has chosen to practice swordsmanship alone on the rear mountain, strengthening his body. The howling wind cut like a blade, yet he swung his sword stroke by stroke. If one strike wouldn't work, then he would try 10,000 strokes. If 10,000 won't work, then 1,000,000 strikes. Occasionally, when a junior clansman passes by and sees his earnest expression, they can't help but sneer. What are you practicing for? No matter how much you practice, you're just going to die. That's right. If you had awoken your power in the first place, would you have fallen so low? Useless is useless, a disgrace to the Grandel family. Why didn't you just drown in the pool back then? Their laughter echoes in the valley, harsh to the ears. As night falls, Sterling sits alone in the shabby annex. He often recalls his glorious childhood years, those applause and praise, as if it were a dream too far to reach. But now, with the dream over, all he can face is cruel reality. If it weren't for having 2 lifetimes and a soul of nearly 30 years, he would have been crushed long ago. According to the laws of the Eris Empire, Sterling, now 18 years old, is required to enlist in the army this year. The clansmen have already given up hope on him. They haven't even prepared farewell gifts for him, as if he's already a dead man. Even his second grandfather, the current family head, greeted him with a cold snort, looking at him with disdain. Sterling, you've turned 18. Get ready. Next month you'll join the recruitment officer to go to the Whitebone Fortress. The family will prepare a set of armor for you provisionally. Take care of yourself. Sterling clenched his teeth, said nothing, and quietly exited the meeting hall. Second uncle, Sterling is still my second brother's flesh and blood. Why must you be so harsh? The family does have scrolls and magical equipment for self-defense. Can't we at least give him a couple of those? Calvin Grandel said with dissatisfaction. The speaker was none other than Sterling's third uncle. Sterling's grandfather, Eric, had 3 sons. The eldest, Abraham, died in battle on the Blackout Desert years ago. The second was Sterling's father, Leonardo, while the youngest was Calvin himself. After Eric became mentally incapacitated, his younger brother Victor took over as head of the family. This was both according to legal succession and due to Victor's powerful strength as a 7th-level spirit martial master, which gave him sufficient authority among the clan members. Although Calvin didn't possess the same brilliance as his second elder brother, he was still a genuine 6th-level Earth Knight and carried considerable weight within the family. In the history of the Xuanhuan continent, the Knight cultivation system has always held an important position. Unlike the spiritual warrior's path, Knights not only require high levels of spiritual energy cultivation, but also must form companion contracts with magical beasts, creating partners bound together in life and death battles. This greatly enhances the combat power of Knights beyond that of regular spirit warriors, but comes at an extremely high cost in terms of resources. As people often say, Knights are the luxury items of noble lords. This method of cultivation consumes several times the resources of a spirit warrior, or even more, something ordinary people could never afford. Calvin's beast companion was a steel-hide great rhinoceros he had saved by chance in the outskirts of the Star Speech Great Forest during his youth. By now, it had advanced to the commander rank. With this rhino, his combat prowess was formidable enough to draw attention both inside and outside the Eagle family. Sterling completely missed the argument behind him because his attention was caught by a strange metal book that suddenly appeared. It was as if something silent was calling out to him, pulling irresistibly like opening a long-awaited game installation for the first time. Chapter 3, Summoning, the Aesthetics of Gang Fighting. Sterling hurriedly returned to the side courtyard where he lived. It was a place that avoided having too many people around. Sterling instinctively reached out his hand to touch the strange metallic book that had suddenly appeared. Unexpectedly, when his fingers just barely touched it, they went through as if piercing through void, and in an instant, the book suddenly flashed with a brilliant golden light. The entire room was filled with golden light, covered in a coat of gold. And in this radiant glow, Sterling couldn't help but shield his eyes with his other hand. He could barely open them. In an instant, it seemed as if countless pieces of knowledge were flooding into his mind, and it was a forceful cramming. Sterling didn't have time to react, feeling his mental space instantly filled with endless information. The almost suffocating sense of fullness caused him a momentary dizziness. At this moment, Sterling suddenly realized, this book seemed to be a summoning manual. Until many years later, at the beginning of the summoning era, Sterling wrote in his memoirs. What is summoning? A philosopher once said that summoning is an art, the art of fighting with numbers. In short, the aesthetics of gang fighting. In a short period of time, Sterling suddenly understood countless doubts in his mind. He realized his innate spar spirit body was related to this book. Moreover, the book wasn't completely solidified yet. It required more spiritual energy to form. This book was precisely what that stinking Taoist, should say, his adopted master, had hidden in his spirit sea. Good grief, you've made my life hard, Sterling complained inwardly. But then he got up and took out a box that his mother had hidden. It was something left by his father before he left. 10 superior spirit stones. Holy crap. Sterling's eyes widened. My goodness, how tight-lipped you were. I'm already so down on my luck, yet you didn't even tell me. 10 superior spirit stones equaled 10,000 inferior spirit stones. From inferior spirit stones, through medium, superior to superior spirit stones, the ratio was 10 to 1. But superior spirit stones were extremely precious. 1,000 inferior spirit stones would never be able to exchange for one superior spirit stone. On the market, it took about 1,200 inferior spirit stones to exchange for one superior spirit stone. Well, guess it's good for you. Hope you give me some power. Sterling took out a superior spirit stone and brought it closer to the summoning codex. As soon as it got close, the summoning codex seemed to sense the approach of spirit energy. Its light became even more brilliant, illuminating its surroundings like stars. Sterling saw the ancient runes on the codex gradually becoming clear. Faintly, those runes began to flicker on their own. However, the amount of spirit energy devoured by the codex made Sterling marvel. 8 whole ones, my god. If it weren't for my cheap old man's private collection, I'd have had to work so hard to feed you. Sterling looked at the 8 spirit stones that had been drained of all spirit energy, feeling heartbroken. After absorbing enough spirit energy, the codex fully solidified. Good thing, my livelihood depends on you, Sterling muttered to himself. Simply put, the summoning codex was a storage space for summoned war beasts. With the summoning codex, Sterling could make contracts with powerful pets like awakened summoners and have them fight for him. Unlike summoners, the number of war beasts Sterling could contract was not limited by his own mental strength, but determined by the number of pages in the summoning codex. The current summoning codex was only bronze level, yet the summoning space contained 12 slots in total. Even better, as long as the souls of the summoned war beasts bound to the summoning codex were not extinguished, their physical bodies wouldn't die. No matter how severely wounded they were, they could recover within the space of the summoning codex. Only the recovery time differed. Additionally, the summoning codex granted Sterling a battle talent skill, spiritual attachment. By borrowing the power of the codex, establish a soul connection with the summoned war beast, allowing you to temporarily borrow one of the current summoned war beast talent skills and directly use it yourself. Fantastic, absolutely incredible. With this talent, as long as the summoned war beasts were properly equipped, wouldn't he become an all-rounder? A fire spiritual artisan. Let me think about it. How about a water dragon whirlwind for him? A water mage? I'll counter with an earth defense technique. No matter how intimidating his waves are, I'll remain as steady as Mount Tai. Comparing strength with me? Then let me show you what a true powerhouse looks like. Sterling was lost in a daydream. These sycophants at home. Just wait until I get strong enough and come back to give all of you a taste of your own medicine. How dare anyone look down on me? Do you know who you've offended? You've offended the pride of heaven, the youngest Sky Knight's son from the Emerald Highlands, a renowned poet admired by countless maidens, the possessor of the summoning codex, and someone who's traveled through time, Sterling. At first, Sterling had been fantasizing that he would astonish everyone when his latent talent awoke, then enter the Imperial Capital Academy for study while flirting with the enchanting campus beauties along the way. If any self-important geniuses got in his way, he'd simply punch them in the face and leave them swollen and humiliated. Little did he know that not only did he fail to awaken his talent, but he remained a hopeless loser all the way up to 18 years old. Now, no matter what excuse he gave, there was no way they'd accept him into the academy anymore. Cough cough. Actually, it wasn't entirely wrong. Sterling's main reason for wanting to enter the Imperial Capital Academy was because of its Cloudtop Tower. The purpose of the Cloudtop Tower was similar to the training hall of the Grandel family. It was said that deep inside, the concentration of spiritual energy could reach levels unseen since the end of magic. Training inside it would be exceptionally fast. Unlike the Grandel family's training hall, which was constructed using a spirit-gathering formation, the Cloudtop Tower contained spaces compressed from the pre-end of magic era using extraordinary techniques. The Cloudtop Tower stretched 99 stories high, with varying levels of spiritual energy concentration across each floor. The pressure one had to endure also differed floor by floor. Each floor harbored unique creatures from ancient times that formed their own ecosystems, making this tower one of the key reasons why the Eris Empire remained standing despite centuries of turbulence. Thanks to the Cloudtop Tower, countless powerful individuals emerged from the Imperial Capital Academy. Though in recent years, new talents have risen in other countries as well, the name of the Imperial Capital Academy still rang out far and wide. But now everything has changed. Sterling failed to awaken his talent, and therefore has no right to enroll in the Imperial Capital Academy. Forget the entrance exam for the Imperial College. Even the clan competition didn't notify him. Instead, he heard from Uncle 3 that 2 of the younger clan members had passed the entrance exams. One was his daughter, Ella. The other was Roland Granderl, the current patriarch's grandson. Roland also had an older brother, Henry Granderl, who was responsible for pushing Sterling into the water pool years ago. Other junior members could only attend secondary academies where their futures were uncertain, but slightly hopeful, still better than Sterling's situation. Because Sterling was about to head to the Whitebone Fort. There, they weren't defending against enemies from other countries, but an endless tide of undead armies. The Whitebone Fort, originally known as Blackstone Fort, housed over 10,000 Ares border guards year-round. For hundreds of years, this fortress located at the edge of the Empire had become the first line of defense against the undead hordes. The walls, once sturdy as iron, were now dark red from the bloodshed of undead massacres, and piles upon piles of bones outside marked the fort's transformation into the infamous Whitebone Fort. People couldn't distinguish whether the bones outside belonged to fallen warriors or slain undead. Amidst the swirling sands, one could almost hear the wails of restless spirits who never found peace. Tragically, the bones lying by the river's banks represent those still dreamt of fondly by their lovers at home. Chapter 4. Mutant Bloodthirsty Mantises. In order to survive the next 3 years successfully, Sterling decided to contract a battle pet before his departure to increase his chances of survival. Although he had not awakened any innate talents, as a descendant of the Grandel family, Sterling still had some savings. Time was running out. It would be impossible to capture a magical beast in the wild, and he might not even be able to handle one found there. So Sterling came to the largest slave market in Emerald Highlands. The slave market sold all kinds of slaves, but more commonly imprisoned magical beasts. As he saw various creatures locked up in iron cages, their eyes vacant, exuding an aura of death, Sterling felt a mixture of emotions. These were the leftover, inferior ones, yet at this moment, he had no other choice. Wandering through this chaotic marketplace, Sterling's gaze swept over one prison cage after another. He stopped in front of a large, third-stage great crested gecko. That great crested gecko was confined in an iron cage, looking fierce with its body continuously colliding against the cage, emitting a dull sound. But Sterling could immediately tell that this magical beast's eyes were vacant, clearly having been injected with stimulant drugs, merely exhibiting frenzied behavior before dying. The merchant shamelessly recommended it to Sterling. Just as Sterling was about to leave, a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded. Isn't that Sterling, the genius of the Grandel family? Sterling turned around and, to his surprise, saw Lancelot Avery, the illegitimate son of the Avery family of the Emerald Highlands. Back when Sterling was in the limelight, Lancelot showed utmost respect and flattery towards him. However, after Sterling's failure in the awakening ceremony, Lancelot revealed his true colors, becoming arrogant and overbearing, especially after awakening what could barely pass for an innate talent, showing signs of deep-rooted inferiority complex. Sterling, how so? You also wish to tame a magical beast. A sneer tugged at the corner of Lancelot's mouth, his tone sharp and cutting as if belittling Sterling made him feel better inside. A person who hasn't even awakened any talent also wants to tame a magical beast here in the slave market? Ha ha, laughable. Yes, what genius of Emerald Highlands. Not even comparable to Lord Avery's footstep, our young master who has indeed awakened innate talents. The several followers by Lancelot's side chimed in agreement, their mockery shrill and harsh. Sterling's expression remained calm as he slowly spoke, his tone nonchalant, yet edged with a sharpness. Pig strength, huh? Such inferior bloodline power is enough to make you arrogant. Lancelot's smile froze instantly, his face turning livid. He already felt humiliated by the ability he had awakened, and now being exposed publicly by Sterling inflamed his rage further. The Avery family specialized in archery, usually awakening the high-quality talent known as Centaur's Soul, whereas Lancelot had awakened Hedgehog Strength. Some even said he wasn't from the Avery family bloodline at all, but rather the product of a drunken tryst between the second young master of the Avery family and a servant. Thankfully, because he had awakened a talent, he received some due resources, just that much. With a grim expression, Lancelot stepped forward, coldly glaring at Sterling. Sterling, don't be so mouthy here. Since you are so eager to buy a battle beast, let's see what you can actually afford today. After hearing this, Sterling remained composed and glanced at the great crested gecko belonging to the merchant in front of him. You're afraid I can't afford it, Sterling said faintly, then paid no more attention to the furious Lancelot behind him, continuing to address the merchant. Boss, how much for this great crested gecko? At this, the merchant's face lit up with a sycophantic grin. Young sir, this third-stage great crested gecko is extraordinary. It only costs. I'll pay double. Lancelot interjected without hesitation, his tone filled with provocation. Sterling gave a cold laugh, his tone even more disdainful. Double? Truly generous. Pity, money sometimes spends itself without meaning. I'll offer 5 times. I'll offer 10 times. Lancelot gritted his teeth, doubling the price on the spot. The merchant naturally picked up on the situation. That merchant's heart was utterly black. Upon hearing the tenfold price, he was internally jubilant, struggling to hide his excitement. Still, he forced himself to appear collected as he respectfully told Lancelot, Young sir, we don't accept IOUs here. Please settle the payment first. Bursting into laughter, do you really have so many spirit stones? Don't put on airs if you can't afford it, continued Sterling. Lancelot clenched his teeth and pulled out 10 medium-grade spirit stones from his pocket, slamming them onto the table in front of the merchant. Greed flashed across the merchant's eyes as he immediately grabbed the spirit stones and went backstage to prepare the contract, constantly fawning. Young sir, truly extravagant. This great crested gecko is absolutely worth it. Lancelot's words were as sweet as if honey had been smeared on his lips, making Sterling feel very comfortable. Sterling watched this scene, appearing extremely angry on his face, arguing fiercely with the boss based on reason. Once the contract was signed, Sterling suddenly changed his expression, saying calmly, "Since you're so wealthy, go ahead and buy it then. I was just asking the price." After speaking, he turned around and left, leaving a dumbfounded Lancelot standing there. Sterling continued weaving through the market, his gaze shifting among one prison cage after another. This battle beast would be his reliance for the next 3 years. He must choose carefully. As he passed a corner, a dark iron cage caught his attention. Inside the cage was a creature about half a man's height, its body completely covered in dark red scales. Behind it sprouted 2 pairs of bat-like wings. Its limbs were thick and sturdy, claws sharp, exuding an unstoppable aura of savagery, its eyes revealing a glint of bloodthirsty madness. This magical beast was clearly gravely injured, every piece of its scaly armor broken, yet radiated a strong aggressiveness throughout its body. "What is this?" Sterling stopped to ask the nearby merchant. "This is a mutant magical beast captured from the wild," the merchant said mysteriously as he leaned closer to Sterling. "A third-tier, transcendent bloodthirsty mantis. It's incredibly untamed, but once tamed successfully, it will become extraordinarily powerful. On the Xuanhuan continent, magical beasts are finely categorized into 10 levels. People have a habit of dividing these 10 levels into 4 major ranks, 1st to 3rd level being transcendent, 4th to 6th level being dominant, 7th to 9th level being sovereign, and 10th level being legendary." Sterling's gaze briefly met the eyes of the magical beast, allowing him to feel the savage power within it. The malevolent energy formed by the beast's intense desire to survive intertwined with boundless anger. Sterling felt a flicker of interest. This magical beast might just be the battle pet he needed. "It's only a dying magical beast," Sterling said indifferently, keeping his emotions hidden before pretending to walk away. "The adult, capturing it was just too difficult," said the merchant. "Our hunting team had no way of subduing it without injuring it severely to bring it back." Sterling started walking off, but inside, he waited for the boss to call out to him. 1 step, 2 steps. Just when Sterling had walked 10 steps away, he heard the merchant calling from behind. "Wait, my lord. If you like it, I can give you a reasonable price." The merchant ultimately lost patience. Sterling paused momentarily, secretly rejoicing. He had now gained control over the negotiation. He slightly turned his head, remaining calm and dispassionate while giving the merchant a cold look. The merchant, despite himself, forced on a front and said, 20 medium-grade spirit stones. How does that sound? And I can arrange for someone to deliver it to your residence." Sterling nodded lightly, as if considering. After a moment, he slowly shook his head. 10. Take it home to feed my silver-backed wolf." Thus, Sterling obtained the bloodthirsty mantis for 10 medium-grade spirit stones, instructing the merchant to deliver it to his home. Chapter 5. Heading to the Whitebone Fortress. Sterling stood in the shadow-covered side courtyard, staring at the dying bloodthirsty mantid. Its eyes still burned with fierce light, as if it would break out of its cage at any moment and dismember all who dared approach. Even though it was gravely injured, Sterling knew well that if he released it from its confines, he might not survive. But he held the summoning codex in his hand. As an ancient tome unfolded in his hands, there seemed to be a stirring of intangible forces within the shadows. The bloodthirsty mantid sensed this ominous presence, its wild instincts starting to fight back. However, Sterling's gaze was cold and focused. His will was as hard as iron. He began muttering arcane incantations under his breath. A drop of blood emerged from his fingertip, mingling with the power of the spell, as crimson runes appeared on the skin of the bloodthirsty mantid. The wild instinct of the bloodthirsty mantid seemed to recognize Sterling's intent, fighting even harder. Nevertheless, Sterling did not flinch. Concentrating fully, his formidable soul force gradually infiltrated the consciousness of the mantis. "Submit to me or die." 10 minutes later, this savage beast finally succumbed, its fierce gaze gradually dimming. With the completion of the contract, the bloodthirsty mantid's eyes became softer. Though still inherently wild, a master-servant connection had now formed. If it were to ever harbor thoughts of rebellion, a mere thought from Sterling could instantly destroy its soul. The power of the contract from the summoning codex was indeed overbearing. "You will henceforth be known as Red." Sterling's voice quietly reverberated in the gloomy air. Sterling opened the summoning codex. Name, Red. Race, Demon Beast Clan. Rank, Tier 3 Extraordinary Demon Beast. Talent skills, Blood Shadow Assault. A dark element skill, allowing instant assimilation into darkness, manifesting as a blood-red phantom. It moves at great speed toward the target, unleashing its fatal strike with dual blades upon nearing its opponent. The sky was low-hanging, the clouds becoming heavier, and snowflakes began to fall like the soft kisses of death, heralding the quiet arrival of the first winter of the year 3200 in the end times calendar. The entire Emerald Highlands was about to be covered in icy white snow, and the city seemed to fall into silence. Sterling tightened his cloak, his gaze piercing through the swirling snowflakes, as if gazing into his dark future. Yet, within him burned a passionate force, one that the impending wind and snow couldn't extinguish, the fire of glory burning brightly within him. "Sterling, it's snowing. Come inside and dress warmly." Mother Islah's voice called from outside, breaking the stillness. She stood at the doorway, her frail figure contrasting sharply with the cold night. Her smile couldn't hide the deep worry in her heart. Sterling turned around, seeing his mother standing at the door, a smile on her face, yet tinged with indelible concern. She wore a thin linen coat, appearing even thinner than usual. Mother, I am fine, Sterling responded softly, walking over to her and placing the coat she carried onto her shoulders. You should wear more. Isla shook her head, touching Sterling's cheek with care. I don't feel the cold, but the winds in the border regions are much harsher. The thought of you heading to the Whitebone Fortress makes my heart. Her voice trailed off as tears slid down her cheeks. Her tone trembled slightly, full of unspoken words that eventually dissolved into a sigh. Mother, rest assured, I'll return from the Whitebone Fortress, and when I do, I'll reclaim the honor that is mine. Sterling's voice was low but resolute. Isla stared into her son's eyes for a moment before nodding lightly. You're so much like your father. My dear child, I trust you, but you must take care. Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, you must come back alive. I will. Sterling grasped his mother's hand, feeling the coldness in her palm. That despicable father-in-law, if only sigh. Now as he was leaving, it pained him to think of how difficult life would be for his mother alone. Sterling silently tucked away the bloodthirsty mantid's contract rune, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. His mother's silhouette looked increasingly lonely against the backdrop of the snowy winds. A few days later, the conscription order arrived as expected. Sterling's third uncle Calvin came to see him off, along with his cousin Benjamin. Calvin handed Sterling a supremely sharp sword. The blade bore intricate rune patterns engraved into its surface, concealing latent spiritual energy which surged beneath the surface. On the handle were two small inscriptions, Dark Moon. In addition, Calvin also gave him a defensive scroll. As Calvin mentioned, this scroll could ward off a lethal attack of grade 6 or lower. Before setting off, Sterling asked Calvin to take good care of his mother. Then, carrying his baggage, he headed toward the Emerald Plaza. The Whitebone Fortress was located 6,000 li away, and it would be impossible for a group of recruits to walk all the way there. During the annual conscription season, each province typically arranged transportation to send the new recruits to specified reinforcement locations. In the center of Emerald Plaza, several giant kites, as black as night, hovered silently in the air. Their massive silhouettes resembled incarnations of the Grim Reaper, with wingspans so broad they seemed to block out the sky. The giant kites were the most expensive flying tools of the Ares Empire, resembling enormous birds. Fully seated, they could carry thousands of people. Made entirely from pitch-black metal and embedded with runes that emitted a dim light, every time their wings flapped, a surge of spiritual energy rippled through them. Sterling boarded one of the giant kites named Medwing. These were so costly that even the Grondarel family couldn't afford one. If no war occurred, these kites usually only flew once a year, during conscription season, to ferry the new recruits out and bring back the veterans. They were also known as death ships, departing fully loaded but returning empty. It was Sterling's first time boarding a Medwing. Looking around, he saw nothing but the terrified faces of other 18-year-old youths. Though about to experience an expensive flight journey, many knew that some among them might never return. Medwing slowly unfurled its wings and soared high into the sky. The outline of the Emerald Highlands gradually blurred in his vision, soon swallowed by the snowstorm at the horizon. The wind and snow grew increasingly fierce, as if heaven and earth themselves mourned the departure of this group of young warriors. A nursery rhyme from the Emerald Highlands sang, "I'll say the border is harsh, with sandstorms swirling under the endless skies. Without our sons guarding the pass, fierce undead shall destroy our homes. Full of righteous passion, we defend our nation. Our families weep rivers of sorrow. Time passes swiftly, men age quickly, and heroes' tears fall by the white bones. Mother, take care," Sterling murmured in his heart. As the wind and snow enveloped him, the shadow of Medwing receded farther and farther until it vanished completely at the edge of the horizon. "Hey buddy, what's your name?" Sterling closed his eyes to rest, but was interrupted by a sudden voice. He opened his eyes slightly, his gaze landing on the speaker, a chubby teenager with a somewhat nervous smile on his face, revealing hints of tension in his eyes. "Sterling." Sterling gave a curt reply, his tone calm. He closed his eyes again, attempting to continue resting. However, the plump boy seemed quite interested and moved closer instead. "Sterling, you wouldn't happen to tell me your last name is Grondarel, would you? Honestly, I really admire that guy. His poems are just great, I love them. At the Whitebone Fortress, the sand looks like snow. Wind sweeps the plain, moon is frost. No one knows where reeds will whistle. Young hearts turn toward home throughout the night. Do you know this poem? It was written by that guy when he was 10. Sterling remained silent, simply listening quietly as the chubby teenager continued his chatter nonstop. "Well, when we arrive at the Whitebone Fortress, if we really hear the sound of the flute, we may have trouble sleeping through the night too. Oh, by the way, my name's Lane Wharton." He suddenly turned his head, deliberately lowering his voice so as not to disturb others. Sterling thought that this chubby teenager probably had trouble keeping secrets. If he opened up, he'd likely spill everything. "This is my first time traveling far from home," he continued, his tone laced with a bit of self-deprecating humor. His smile looked somewhat bitter on his round face. "I truly hope to come back alive this time." Sterling didn't respond, merely giving him a silent glance. Lane's expression fell, as if seeking some comfort. "You'll come back alive. Attacks on the Whitebone Fortress are usually just ordinary low-ranking undead servants." Sterling's tone remained tranquil. Hearing this, Lane's face showed a complex look. He scratched his head and muttered softly, "May your words prove true. My father gave me a lot of things to help me survive, and though I lack talent, my luck has always been pretty good." Sterling sighed inwardly. Lane reminded him somewhat of himself. They hadn't awakened any innate talents, which according to worldly standards meant they were abandoned by the gods. Do you feel the atmosphere here is a little oppressive? Lane suddenly changed the subject, his voice becoming urgent, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Everyone around seemed so gloomy, as if heading to the gallows. Before Sterling could respond, Lane continued on his own accord, clearly unconcerned with whether Sterling answered or not. My father does business, and he always says doing business depends on luck, and so does living life. Right now, I'm really hoping that God will bless me once and give me some better luck. Lane grinned widely, hiding his underlying anxiety behind a facade of ease in his eyes. The Whitebone Fortress really is a tough place to endure, Sterling said indifferently. But with all those treasures you have, how could low-ranking undead possibly hurt you? Haha. Hearing that from you makes me feel much better. Lane forced out a relaxed smile. My personal motto in life is, as long as you don't give up, there's always a way out. Sterling remained silent and continued to listen to Lane's incessant monologue. Though timid, Lane was quite talkative and always found topics to chat about. The wind and snow continued to rage above their heads. However, the protective spiritual energy barrier around the giant kite melted the wind and snow as it approached. Chapter 6. The Undead Terror Birds. As the two of them exchanged words intermittently, the normally steady flying suddenly trembled violently, immediately causing cries of alarm among the people inside the ship. Quick, look over there. What is that? Sterling looked through the window in the direction of the voices. In the hazy distance beyond the snow-covered sky, dark clouds were rolling in. The black clouds expanded at an incredible speed, almost instantly covering half the sky, pressing down on the air around the med wing, making it heavy. Thunderstorm. Ryan's voice quivered, carrying a hint of hope. It can't be a thunderstorm. There's no trace of lightning. Sterling shook his head, eyes stern. Without lightning, a thunderstorm couldn't possibly approach so silently. A sudden wave of crisis washed over their hearts. At that moment, an ear-piercing bird cry tore through the heavens from the black clouds, as sharp as metal scraping against glass, painfully piercing everyone's eardrums. Then countless distorted skull bird heads emerged from the black clouds. Their eye sockets were hollow, emitting ghostly blue soul flames and exuding an aura of death. Not good. It's a group of undead terror birds. Undead terror birds. The startled cry of a veteran soldier instantly ignited panic within the ship cabin. Soldiers began grabbing their weapons in chaos. Unable to hide their inner fears, even the most disciplined warriors in the face of this sudden airborne army of death. Hurry, activate primary defenses. Charge the magic crystal cannons. Prepare the secondary cannons for firing. All squads take your positions. Prepare for battle, shouted the commanding officer escorting the new recruits. The soldiers quickly took up various firing points, adjusting the aiming devices of the magical artillery. On the gun platform, the runes emitted a faint glow while the magic crystal cannon barrels slowly lit up, gathering heavy energy. Boom! The first round of cannon fire was launched the very instant the undead terror birds pounced toward the medwing. Magic crystal cannons. Innovations created during the Goblins' era. They compressed spiritual stone energy, unleashing powerful bursts of damage instantly. However, after the Goblins disappeared underground, many design methods for magic crystal cannons have been lost. The E-Flying craft is equipped with the lowest grade of magic crystal cannon, which has an extremely high energy consumption rate, burning through spiritual stones at a terrifying pace. It was also Sterling's first time seeing this device, but now wasn't the time to be curious. The light of the magic crystal cannon pierced through the dark clouds, accompanied by violent energy fluctuations, the thunderous sound tearing through the night sky. In an instant, the front line of the terror bird group was shattered into fragments, with gray-white bone chips falling like rain. But more undead terror birds emerged from the black clouds, seemingly endless. They swept past the dark skies straight towards the medwing. The level 1 defense field around the medwing flashed into life immediately, the cold blue light forming a light shield around the ship's body, blocking the first wave of attacks from the terror birds. Each impact caused ripples across the shield, showing its precarious state. At this moment, in the distance, a colossal three-legged crow of darkness slowly materialized. If observed carefully, one could see a person wearing a black hat standing atop it. The three-legged crow, a 7th-rank sovereign-grade creature of the Nether Realm, had such dense black fog around it that it nearly took physical form. With each wing beat, it seemed to stir up storms throughout the entire night sky. Act now, swiftly deal with the reinforcements, do not waste time. The voice was hoarse. Above the crow, a man in a pitch-black robe coldly observed the medwing. His eyes were hidden under his hood, his pale face like paper, and both hands lifted a staff embedded with skulls. After speaking, the crow let out a thunderous squawk and dove straight toward the medwing. The large body of the medwing made a quick turn in the air, attempting to evade the crow's assault. Yet the three-legged crow moved at an extraordinary speed, its black wings flapping in the air, stirring up gusts of chilling wind with a putrid odor. After missing once, it turned back to attack again. That shadowy figure dived like a blade, directly striking the defense barrier. The crow's steel-like claws carried infinite strength, colliding fiercely with the barrier. Simultaneously, the old man above the crow conjured up a black spell array in midair, accelerating the undead terror bird swarm's speed within the array, as if boosted by some shadow power. Like a whirlwind of death, the terror bird flock madly collided with the medwing's defensive barrier, its blue light growing increasingly dim and unstable. Spiritual stone energy insufficient. Main cannon will fail shortly, cried the soldier operating the magic crystal cannon, his face ashen, voice trembling. Spiritual stone energy insufficient. Defensive barrier will soon collapse. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the Medwing's protective barrier finally shattered, the icy blue light disintegrating into countless shards that vanished in the air. With the protection gone, the Medwing was instantly exposed to the attacks of the undead terror bird group. The birds savagely ripped into the hull, their claws and sharp beaks scratching across the sturdy metallic armor, emitting grating screeches. Hurry! Full counterattack! The commander screamed out the final order. However, the tide of battle had already passed the point of no return. The three-legged crow surged toward the commander, and with a dark spell orb unleashed by the black sorcerer, its sharp beak pierced straight through the commander's body. The commander's body collapsed directly, lifeless. As the Medwing swayed precariously under the onslaught of the terror bird swarm, the new recruits inside the cabin scattered in panic. Their terrified screams mingled together, as if the end of the world had arrived. Sterling clutched the defensive scroll tightly, ready to activate it at any moment. When a group of terror bird's sharp claws lunged at them, a pale red glow suddenly enveloped both him and Ryan. Before Sterling could release the scroll, a dazzling red light erupted from Ryan's chest. It was an intricate amulet, now radiating intense energy fluctuations. A translucent shield formed around them, tightly encapsulating both men. My amulet, it's working. Ryan's voice trembled slightly. However, the Medwing structure could no longer hold. Under the relentless assault of the undead terror birds, its massive wings finally shattered, causing the entire ship to lose balance and plummet at an alarming speed. Inside the cabin, soldiers and recruits were flung into the air like rag dolls, their screams quickly dissipating in the wind. Under the protection of the shield, Sterling and Ryan were hurled out of the ship before they descended into boundless darkness. Utterly useless. Not even a single combatant above Spirit Marshal Grandmaster level dared to reinforce. In the upper sky, the three-legged crow flapped its immense wings heavily in the night, each beat driving an invisible death energy. The elder stood atop the crow's broad back, his pitch-black robes blending seamlessly into the night. Beneath the dark hood, his shriveled face was hidden in shadow, his hollow eyes gazing indifferently down at the fall below, as if nothing living deserved his attention. With every wing beat of the crow, a chilling gust swept through the air, making several distant snow-covered peaks quiver lightly. Struggling amidst the wind and snow, the falling Medwing tumbled downwards with broken hull pieces spinning wildly in the air, emitting piercing whistles of air cutting through. The protective barrier that once shrouded it had completely vanished. The soldiers and recruits inside the cabin plummeted into an endless abyss, fading like shattered stardust in this cold, merciless world. The elder's gaze remained devoid of any emotion as he looked down on the destruction beneath him. A faint, barely noticeable smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Time wasted. We must hurry to find her. We'll run out of time once the old ones like Eris arrive. His voice was like a murmur from the depths of the earth, cold, bone-chilling, without any emotional fluctuation. Disperse all. Dig up the ground, and bring her back, the elder spoke in a low tone. He moved his hand slightly, lightly tapping the crow's back with the staff. Surrounding undead terror birds then dispersed orderly, like ghostly shadows in the dark. The three-legged crow suddenly unfurled its enormous wings, blue soul flames flashing beneath them, and disappeared into the dark clouds far away with the swarm of terror birds. In the midst of the wind and snow, only the solitary remnants of the Medwing remained. Chapter 7. The Mysterious Ancient Pagoda. Sterling seemed to have fallen into an endless slumber. In the darkness, a cold and unfamiliar voice whispered in his ear, now distant, now near, drawing him toward the unknown. He felt the road beneath his feet gradually become solid, as the scene slowly revealed itself before his eyes. It was a towering pagoda standing amidst infinite darkness, appearing in a classical huaxia style, its tall spire piercing through the clouds, shrouded in a grayish atmosphere, as if forgotten deep within time. The massive stone steps in front of the pagoda's entrance were covered with cracks, as though having endured countless eons of wind and frost. Sterling reached out and pushed open the heavy, decaying iron gate. With a grating screech, a thick cloud of dust surged forward, as if no one had set foot there for countless years. The dust swirled through the air, like ghosts filling the heavens. Sterling fanned it gently away and surveyed the sinister interior of the tower with his gaze. The walls around were painted with ancient and bizarre murals. The creatures depicted in the paintings seemed to quietly watch him. These strange beasts, some with two wings sprouting from their backs, others monstrous hybrids of leopards and cats, along with many other unnamed beasts, appeared trapped in a cage of time. Every detail was depicted so vividly that it seemed as if they could leap out of the mural at any moment, tearing apart this silent space. At the center of the tower stood a colossal teleportation array. However, it was already broken beyond repair, with shattered runes and depleted spiritual energy. The ground even bore deep fissures in multiple places. Sterling walked to the edge of the array and lightly touched it with his hand, but there was no response. It had long since lost its function, becoming an empty shell. The silence within the tower was like the murmurs of death, sending chills down one's spine. Where am I? Sterling wondered silently, looking down at the broken array under his feet. Suddenly, he felt an ancient and heavy power emanating faintly from deep within the tower, as if lying dormant and waiting for a certain moment to awaken. That voice came again, low and mysterious, as if from another world. After 10,000 years, you finally returned. My lord, the entities imprisoned here shall eventually serve you. Unlock the shackles, release the sealed power, and may once more bow down before you, to help you crush all obstacles. Crush everything. Sterling felt a strong impulse, as if something within him was resonating with this ancient prison tower. His soul seemed to form a subtle connection with some kind of force inside the tower, yet he could not fully comprehend the source or purpose of this power. This tower seemed to be sealed deep within Sterling's mind, like a part of his subconscious, strange yet familiar, frightening yet alluring. The strange beasts in the murals of the tower seemed to be slowly writhing, while the ancient teleportation array remained silent, seemingly awaiting the day it would reactivate. Involuntarily, Sterling took a step back, feeling the darkness behind him gradually engulfing him. The ground began to tremble, and the air inside the tower grew heavier, as if the entire tower were pressuring him, forcing him to make a choice. He wanted to flee, to break free from this prison, but an invisible force bound him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. Just then, a low, deep roar came from deep within the tower, shaking the entire space, as if some primordial being had awakened. The sound carried infinite anger and resentment, as if the weight of ages was about to burst forth. Sterling felt his heart tighten, as if an invisible giant hand was tightly gripping his soul. Unconsciously, he looked up, seeing through the dilapidated stairs that each level of the tower was violently shaking, with each floor apparently imprisoning some kind of terrifying existence. 10,000 years. Is it still not enough? We've acknowledged our fault. Release our shackles. That voice whispered again, carrying an irresistible force, as if tempting Sterling to touch forbidden chains. No, I can't. Sterling struggled inwardly, but the voice grew stronger and stronger, almost eroding his thoughts. Suddenly, a dazzling light cut through the darkness. Sterling's consciousness abruptly shook, as if rudely pulled back from a dream, panting heavily as everything before his eyes instantly vanished without a trace. He opened his eyes, blinded by the glaring white light. Around him was icy snow, and in the distance, the shadows of snowy mountains loomed faintly. Lying in the snow, his body cold, his limbs numb, Sterling's mind still retained the image of that tower and the echo of that voice. Just now? Was it a dream? He muttered softly, raising his hand to touch his sweating forehead. How real the dream was. Sterling stretched out his hand, and the sacred book appeared quietly. Could it be related to you? Sterling shook his head, his breathing gradually stabilized as he looked around. A vast, snow-covered plain stretched endlessly, remnants of a crashed flying kite scattered around. The air was still thick with the smell of blood and decay. Above, the sky was obscured by heavy clouds, not a single ray of moonlight able to penetrate. His head throbbed with sharp pain, and the sound of the wind in his ears echoed like ghostly whispers that wouldn't fade. Several broken corpses lay sprawled nearby, once living comrades now nameless, icy bodies. Of the new recruits who had traveled together on the Shadow Wings, it seemed none had survived. Rin. Sterling's voice was hoarse as he tried to call out the name of the chubby young boy. His body was rigid, every bone feeling as if it might shatter, but he forced himself through the agony, struggling to get up. He quickly spotted Rin 10 meters away. That plump body was half buried in the snow, and Sterling exerted all his strength to dig him out. The amulet's energy had been completely drained, but luckily, Rin was still alive, his breathing weak but steady. Sterling sighed with relief, collapsing onto the snowy ground as a deep exhaustion overwhelmed him. The surrounding scene was unspeakably tragic. Scattered across the cold snowfield were shattered bodies and wreckage. Blood had congealed into dark red ice blocks. The black specter hawks had long disappeared, yet the stench of blood remained, lingering persistently in the air. At a distance, a few high-ranked guards were barely surviving, all severely injured, their expressions etched with despair. Is anyone else still alive? A man with lighter wounds stood up, searching for his comrades. Damn it, how did the Black Wraiths end up here? Came a voice from beneath the snow. Black, you're still alive? The slightly less wounded man approached, responding to the sound. Ross, hurry and pull me out. I'm about to suffocate. Sterling also moved closer, helping Ross pull Black from beneath the mound of snow. You're one of this year's recruits. Yes. Phew, still being alive is good. Still being alive is good. In years spent within Erethia's borders, we've hardly ever encountered a Black Wraith, and today we've hit rock bottom. Black looked somber, his voice trembling with fear. Sterling remained silent, thoughts swirling in his mind. Black Wraiths, the eerie figures mounted on jet black, monstrous birds. He had read of their infamous legends before. Once belonging to the human race, they were traitors who abandoned their own kind, falling into darkness. They were originally descendants of the Spirit Abyss continent, but when the age of forbidden magic arrived, they chose to forsake the blessings of the gods and instead pledged allegiance to Nithraxis, the overlord of the underworld and his 8 great demon lords. Through blood sacrifices and forbidden dark arts, they traded for the power of immortality, degenerating into the claws and fangs of the dark underworld lord. The Black Wraiths mastered necromantic sorcery, living on the opposite side of the continent where the undead reigned supreme. Thriving cities had since transformed into the Dark Federation without light. In those lands, there was no sunlight. They were forever shrouded under a gray sky, the air saturated with corruption and whispers of the underworld. Guided by demon lords, they constructed their own cities of darkness, places devoid of morality or light, filled only with mad rituals and unending torment. A chill rose quietly within Sterling's heart, accompanied by even more confusion. Why had the Black Wraiths ventured deep into Erethia's borders? Though Erethia may be declining, an old camel dying remains bigger than a horse. It was home to many formidable beings. Chapter 8, A Glimmer of Hope. An hour later, The remaining survivors were gathered together. Sparsely scattered, there were no more than 20-odd people still alive. Fortunately, food and water were relatively easy to find. At the wreckage site of the mewing wing, there was still a lot left, so it wasn't enough to cause conflict among the group due to hunger. The survivors gathered near the wreckage of the fallen mewing wing. Groans of severely injured soldiers could be heard now and then, chilling everyone to the bone. Lane also woke up. Thanks to his protective charm, Lane had suffered almost no injuries, aside from fainting out of sheer fright. Sterling, hey, we're in rough shape here. We haven't even encountered any undead yet, and we're already about to die in this hellhole. You're such a pessimist. Stop talking about death all the time. I want to live a few more years. As the sky grew darker, the shadows of distant trees began to blur under the fading twilight. Sterling's heart was also filled with anxiety. The night is the most terrifying thing, especially in the wilderness. The signal's fixed. It works. A hoarse voice broke through the oppressive atmosphere. Blake looked frantic, gripping the repaired communication device tightly in his hands. The faint glow of the spirit stones illuminated his face, which appeared paler and more gaunt in the darkness. Quick, send out the distress signal. Another survivor, an old veteran, almost shouted in desperation. I've got to get out of this cursed place. Everyone crowded around, their eyes brimming with hope as they stared at the small communications device, clinging to the last vestiges of survival instincts. Sterling stood off to the side, eyes slightly narrowed, sensing the faint vibration of the communicator. His palm tightened unconsciously until his knuckles turned white. Images of the prison tower that he'd experienced in his dream lingered in his mind like a brand that wouldn't fade. The snowy plains, the dark night. Do we have to be this unlucky, falling into this accursed snow-covered forest? He muttered softly, his wary gaze scanning the surroundings as his mind churned with tales about this place. The forested snow plains, a region infamous for its wild beasts driven insane by the influence of necromantic energy. It was widely known as a no-man-eats-no-bone place. Ordinary people would only dare to enter these areas under the leadership of high-ranking spirit knights or some powerful adventuring parties. Sterling vaguely felt that beyond the vast expanse of desolation in the forested snow plains, something unseen was watching their every move. After the rescue signal was sent out, the group did not relax at all. On the contrary, everyone's nerves became tighter than ever. Blake sighed heavily, his tone subdued. Judging from the map, our location should be within the forested snow plains. This isn't a good place at all. What? The forested snow plains? Damn it. I'd rather hack skeletons outside the Whitebone Fortress than deal with this cursed spot. From the tone of the others, Sterling sensed that everyone seemed well acquainted with the rumors surrounding this area. Sterling checked on the bloodthirsty mantid using his consciousness and found Red had almost fully recovered. This gave him a bit more peace of mind. A healthy third-tier extraordinary mutated beast should be able to handle many ordinary beasts. This sky will turn dark soon. We need to find shelter quickly, otherwise, an experienced old soldier stated solemnly, his face revealing a hint of unhidden terror. There, Sterling suddenly spoke up, pointing toward a distant ridge where a natural cave could be faintly seen. Despite his calm voice, his insides were uneasy. Let's take cover there. There was no time to hesitate, so everyone loaded the wounded onto their backs and swiftly moved toward the direction of the cave. In the snow-covered darkness, the temperature dropped sharply, and the biting cold wind cut against their faces like icy daggers. Although leaning against the mountain cave offered partial protection from the wind, it could not completely shield them from the creeping chill. They hastily started a small fire, the flickering flames casting light on everyone's faces and providing a little warmth, but doing little to dispel the fear inside their hearts. Is this place really safe? Lane curled up in a corner, hugging his knees. His voice trembled slightly. This normally talkative fatty during the day also felt breathless in the heavy atmosphere before him. We've already sent out the rescue signal. Someone will come to save us. Let's hope we can hold on until help arrives. Blake replied softly while carefully cleaning his regulation one-handed sword. Sterling's expression remained firm, though inwardly he kept repeating silently, I'm the protagonist, I won't die. I'm the protagonist, I won't die. Damn it, what kind of protagonist suffers like this? He just awakened the summoning treasure codex, and already faced with this situation. In the distance, across the snowy plains, cries of vicious animals echoed loudly, interspersed with sounds of ferocious battles between two creatures, full of anger and madness. It was the beast celebration. Dark whispers carried through the wind. All of them stayed alert, careful not to make too much noise lest they attract unwanted monstrosities. Even though it was agreed that those with minor injuries would take turns keeping watch at night, it seemed like no one dared to sleep, afraid that they might wake up right into the jaws of a monster. Just as everyone's nerves were already taut, suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the night sky. Immediately after, the ground began to shake violently, as if some colossal beast was awakening from beneath the earth. Out in the snowy terrain outside the cave, there came the sound of numerous paw marks, resembling dozens of massive beasts racing through the forest towards their location. Damn, it's the frost giants. An eagle-eyed soldier had already caught sight of the shapes of the monsters in the distance. His face turned ashen, his eyes filled with bloodshot. Get ready for battle, they're coming over here. Minimum level is second-tier extraordinary. The frost giant wolves, the most common wolf-type monsters on the snowy plains, have extremely sensitive noses. Alone, they aren't particularly strong, but they always live in packs. Encountering one means having to fight more than 10 of them. If it were daytime, this wouldn't be too much of an issue. 24 experienced soldiers could certainly handle them by working together. But now it's night. The wolf pack gains strength in the darkness, and everyone is nursing varying degrees of injuries. In an instant, the air around them became almost oppressive, and the firelight flickered even more wildly inside the cave. Sterling quickly stood up, his heart beginning to pound violently. He felt an overwhelming pressure he couldn't suppress. This was his first encounter with wilderness monsters. You two rookies, go further back. Don't get in the way. Once the fighting starts, we won't be able to protect you. One veteran soldier, seeing Sterling move closer, immediately shouted to send him away. Damn it, if I weren't injured, I'd chop one of these beasts in half with a single stroke. Another severely wounded veteran lay inside the mountain cave, swearing under his breath. Ian, will you quit bragging? Now's not the time for that nonsense, another soldier replied. Everyone, prepare to fight. We cannot let these bastards rush into the cave. Blake shouted loudly, holding a huge longsword, its blade flashing coldly, his gaze fixed on the approaching dark figures. Through the swirling snowstorm, the outlines of the monstrous creatures could be seen charging toward the entrance of the cave, their wild roars carrying their fury. A giant white-furred wolf led the charge, its crimson eyes gleaming with madness, its massive fangs sharp as blades and reeking with foul odors, lunging straight toward the group. Near the entrance, Ross held a crossbow and fired an arrow, which split through the air and struck directly into the wolf's eye socket. But the creature only hesitated slightly, then howled in anger before launching itself again toward Ross. Die damn it! Blake swung his enormous longsword, the blade shining with a chilling light, and delivered a mighty blow to the frost giant wolf's spine. Blood sprayed out instantly. In the firelight, Sterling saw the red gore splashing out. The frost giant wolf let out a loud howl. Rather than dying, being struck only further inflamed its ferocity, making it more vicious and frenzied. More giant wolves followed closely behind, rushing toward the group. In an instant, over a dozen people found themselves engaged in chaotic combat with the pack of wolves, creating an utterly disordered battlefield. Chapter 9. First Display of Talent. Outside the cave entrance, the veterans fought fiercely. Several of them surrounded a giant wolf, displaying some semblance of teamwork. Their footwork was steady, and their attacks were sharp and precise, each strike aiming for vital points. This was clearly the way of seasoned warriors who had been battle-tested in life-and-death combat scenarios. There was no trace of unnecessary flamboyance or showiness. At first, their strategy proved effective. They were all battle-hardened soldiers, and when several men could surround one wolf, it didn't take long before multiple giants wolves fell to the ground dead, their blood staining the snow red. However, with a long howl from an even larger giant wolf, the situation changed drastically, signaling trouble. In the distance, answering howls echoed through the wilderness. The long howl of the giant wolf sounded like a death call, summoning more wolves. Soon, an additional pack of ice frost giant wolves surged toward the group. As more wolves arrived, the situation quickly deteriorated. These ice frost giant wolves attacked increasingly ferociously, gradually breaking through the defensive line at the cave's mouth. Their sheer ferocity startled Sterling. These creatures were relentless and fearless. Blake swung his regulation-issue longsword furiously, hacking down at the incoming wolves. The blade sank deeply into the back of a wolf, but its edge was already dulled by the wolf's thick fur and tough bones. Damn, he cursed, pulling the sword out violently. Blood spurted forth, covering his arms as the strong scent of blood dissipated in the wind. There wasn't much else they could do except defend themselves helplessly. Suddenly, a piercing scream cut through the air. Sterling turned toward the source and saw a veteran soldier whose left hand was spraying blood, the remains of his severed arm lying on the ground. Cuss, are you okay? Let me cover you. Retreat back into the cave. During the recent skirmish, Cuss' left hand had unfortunately been bitten tightly by a giant wolf. Agonizing pain ripped through his nerves, the suffering evident on his face. Cold sweat and blood mixed on his body as he almost fainted from exhaustion. Just as another giant wolf lunged at him, Cuss clenched his teeth and swung his blade forcefully, using every ounce of strength he had left to sever his own left hand. A gut-wrenching scream echoed in the cold wind and snow. His eyes burned with resolve, yet the wound continued to bleed profusely, revealing jagged bone and torn flesh. Sterling knew deep in his heart that the fight couldn't continue like this any longer. If there had only been a dozen wolves, the veterans would have managed to handle them easily. But now it was apparent that the wolf pack numbered close to 30. With a sudden thought, Sterling summoned his grimoire. It shimmered with a mysterious glow. As the light flashed, Sterling concentrated intensely. From it, the bloodthirsty mantis, Hong, emerged. Hong took form midair, its humanoid frame covered in crimson scales. Its razor-sharp dual blades gleamed menacingly, resembling grim sickles of death, casting an ominous chill over everyone present. Hong's eyes glowed fiercely with a predatory light, and without hesitation, it instantly pounced upon the nearest ice frost giant wolf. Blood Shadow Assault, the signature move of the bloodthirsty mantis. Hong dissolved into a streak of crimson light, vanishing from Sterling's vision momentarily before appearing behind a giant wolf. In an instant, two precise slashes tore the beast apart with precision. The air resounded with a puff, and the wolf's body split cleanly in half, blood spraying like a fountain in every direction. Hong moved so fast it was impossible to track, killing the wolves faster than they could react. Each giant wolf met its end, cleaved into pieces effortlessly. Like a merciless storm of slaughter, Hong weaved between the ice frost giant wolves, leaving corpses and shattered blood everywhere. Pools of crimson stained the snow vividly, piles of wolf carcasses accumulated around. Black blood mingled with the snow to form thick, viscous mud. A putrid stench filled the air. The pace of the battle was disrupted completely. The giant wolves fell helplessly, like papers caught in a violent gale, each dispatched by Hong with ease. Every swing of Hong's twin blades produced a shrill whistle, tearing through the lines of the wolf pack with unrelenting ferocity. What kind of monster is this? Over a dozen veterans stood there stunned as the giant wolves in front of them were swiftly bisected. Spirit art techniques. Is it him? Blake, clutching his damaged blade, noticed the glowing aura surrounding Sterling behind him. He had experienced countless life or death battles, yet never had he seen such a bloody and efficient display of carnage. We have survived, Ross muttered to himself, his eyes reflecting confusion and bewilderment after narrowly escaping death. Hong grew increasingly frenzied, the dual blades flashing lethally in the darkness. Every time Hong's weapon struck, another wolf died. The once bold cries of the ice frost giant wolves turned into desperate wails as they scattered aimlessly, trying to escape the lopsided massacre. Even though they were of the same tier, none of the wolves could hold up against Hong's incredible speed, lasting barely 3 to 5 minutes. Within just half an hour, Hong annihilated the ice frost giant wolf pack completely, leaving only scattered bodies behind. After losing their leader, the remaining wolves fled in disarray. Amidst the ruins of torn wolf carcasses, Hong stood atop the pile of bodies, its red eyes burning with ferocity, while drops of fresh blood still dripped from its sharp blades. It was like a killing messenger from the dark plane, causing suffocation. The remnants of corpses were everywhere, black blood mixed with the snow and congealed into blood clots, exuding a stench of fishiness. Sterling felt a bit nauseous. He took a deep breath, feeling the intense shock brought by the power of the bloodthirsty mantis. Red's power is beyond my imagination. Sterling didn't know that after being nourished by the grimoire, Red's combat strength had reached a new level. Thank you. The veterans all turned around, looking at Sterling. Lane was even more stunned. Is this really a new recruit? I was just boasting to him. Sterling, you're truly from the Grander family, aren't you? That's what I thought. How could my idol fall so easily? It seems he was just concealing his abilities. Recruit, I apologize for my words earlier. The veteran who had previously asked Sterling and Ross to retreat into the cave came over cautiously. Sterling knew clearly in his heart that this veteran was actually protecting them, and there wasn't an ounce of anger within him. My name is Sterling. Sterling smiled as a gesture. Are you really this year's new recruit? These days, are rookies all this strong? Did you awaken? An awakening to beast soul? Why not go to the academy for cultivation then? Why come to such a wretched place? Blake asked confusedly as he stepped forward. Situational necessities. Realizing that Sterling would say no more, none dared to ask further questions. They began to clean up the bodies outside. These things must be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, if stronger magical beasts were attracted, they'd regret it deeply. Accompanying each other, they threw the body parts far away, only excavating the ice frost giant wolf's crystal cores, which were about the size of a thumbnail. Crystal cores are important resources for cultivation since spirit stones are limited in number and can only be obtained when spiritual veins are mined annually. Thus, most people usually cultivate using magical beast crystal cores. The essence contained within the crystal cores is naturally not as pure as spirit stones, containing various impurities and thus more difficult to absorb. However, there are significantly more crystal cores because the spirit abyss continent is vast, and the number of magical beasts might exceed the human population. Everyone handed over the crystal cores they had dug out to Sterling, since most of the giant wolves had been killed by Sterling. Sterling did not refuse. He was now utterly poor, and even the smallest advantage counts as meat. Even if he couldn't use them himself, he could trade for other items, just in case. Tonight, everyone still needs to be careful. We should take turns keeping watch. The others need to rest well so we can maintain our fighting strength. We don't know how long it will take for rescue to arrive. Blake had become the backbone of this group of veterans. After cleaning up properly and bandaging their wounds, everyone lay on the ground, completely exhausted from the fierce battle, falling into a deep sleep. Chapter 10, Commander Class Iron-Backed Grey Bear. The rest of the night passed in relative peace, though the distant roars of beasts echoed throughout. The group managed to get some rest. Sterling ultimately succumbed to sleep, drifting off deeply. When he opened his eyes, it was already bright morning, sunlight filtering through the thin snow at the cave entrance and faintly illuminating his face with a pale glow. The darkness had faded but the wind and snow persisted, covering over the traces of last night's battle. Outside the cave, it remained bleak as usual, with icy winds carrying an asphyxiating chill. Sterling sat up, surveying his surroundings. The veterans lay huddled together, their faces showing signs of exhaustion. What's the situation? Did you send the coordinates again? Sterling asked when he saw Blake holding the small communication device. Hope they can see it. We're talking about more than 20 lives here. If we all die, they'll still need to send someone down to investigate. Outside the cave, 2 veterans were cautiously patrolling. The place where the Shadow Wings crashed, we can't reach it. At dawn, I and old Xuan reconnoitered. It was swarmed by dozens of carrion vultures. I fear if we go closer, we'd be torn apart alive. At least we brought enough food and water yesterday. We have no choice but to stay here. But this isn't a solution. Sooner or later we'll be found. Listening to everyone's murmurs, Sterling let out a self-deprecating laugh. If we keep staying here, something will happen for sure. Let's wait another 2 days at most. We must change our position soon. The stench from those bodies is bound to attract other big creatures. The others also took Sterling's words to heart, preparing to stay one more day and then move to a new location. However, Sterling's prediction came true. By noon the next day, Blake was still patrolling outside the cave. In the distance, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Panic spread among the veterans as they hastily grabbed their weapons while Sterling drew his sword. "What is that thing?" Ross pointed toward a dark shape in the distance, asking softly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. A flicker of unease crossed Blake's eyes. Judging by the size, it's at least a commander-level magic beast. This is bad. Sure enough, a colossal black silhouette loomed closer, its oppressive aura spreading like waves. It was a gigantic iron-backed gray bear, large as a small mountain, its hair gleaming like metal armor. Its limbs were thick like giant trees, every step producing a dull vibration. Its eyes glowed blood red, exuding a savage and violent presence. Its twitching nostrils indicated it had caught the scent of nearby blood. The corpses of the frost giant wolves had finally attracted one of the region's dominant creatures, a level 5 commander-class magic beast, the iron-backed gray bear. This massive creature tore aside the snow and ice, pulling out the carcasses of the frost giant wolves, munching greedily on them. Even the hard bones crunched under its teeth, with sharp noises. As an existence at the commander-class level, it possessed extraordinary strength and defense. For them to confront it directly would amount to certain death. None of them dared to make even the slightest noise. The towering 5-meter-tall beast had fur black and needle-sharp. A suffocating silence weighed heavily over them, filled with despair. Sterling's heart pounded like a war drum, cold sweat sliding down from his temple. If discovered by the iron-backed gray bear, they would be shredded into pieces within moments. "We must leave. Otherwise, we're all dead." Blake gritted his teeth, his voice nearly reduced to a whisper, yet heavy in the still air. However, everyone knew the iron-backed gray bear had extremely keen awareness. Any movement loud enough might trigger its pursuit. To escape, they would need to lure away this terrifying behemoth. And whoever did so would likely meet their doom. This cruel truth hung over them like an invisible blade, making the silence increasingly stifling. "I'll go." Cuz abruptly broke the silence, his voice low yet firm. He raised his left arm wrapped tightly in bandages, half of it missing, stained with blood and devoid of hope for recovery. "I've lived long enough anyway, nothing much to miss. While it's not paying attention, run quickly." His tone was resolute. "Cuz." Blake's throat dried up, unable to speak further. "Cuz, don't do this foolishly, I'll go instead. I'd just be dragging all of you down anyway." Ian, the most severely injured, managed to stand, his voice deep and solemn. These words struck everyone like a dagger piercing their hearts, further thickening the heavy atmosphere. Everyone fell silent again, as if accepting this grim conclusion. Ian's injuries were far too severe. There was no way he could keep up with anyone else. The mood grew heavier, an almost suffocating tension filling the air. "I don't have a wife, just an old mother left at home. If any of you make it back, stop by once in a while and check on her." Ian's voice trembled slightly, trying hard to mask the terror within. "There's nothing big about this. Everyone dies someday." Ian tried his best to appear nonchalant. But wasn't death ahead? They were all barely into their 20s. If survival remained uncertain, many would still strive for that glimmer of hope. However, knowing death was certain, despair flooded anyone's heart. Regardless of bravery or cowardice, it was human nature. Ian's last words plunged the atmosphere into an overwhelming silence, as if every heart had been tightly knotted. Blake clenched his fists, his face pale, yet he couldn't bring himself to oppose Ian's suggestion. It was the best solution, even if it felt mercilessly real. "Ian, there's no need." Sterling finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Sterling detested this sense of helplessness, watching a comrade driven to despair by fate, powerless to intervene. Ian shook his head faintly with a wry smile. "Recruit Sterling, hey, stop talking. I know what you want to say. Live well. I believe you'll make a name for yourself in Whitebone Fortress." Cuz stared intently at Ian, eyes bloodshot as if trying to speak, but in the end, only sighed deeply. "Fine. It's your choice." The air grew eerily silent, interrupted only occasionally by the sound of the iron-backed gray bear tearing apart the frost giant wolf corpses, a grim warning akin to the tolling bells of death. Sterling drew in a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "I have a life-saving scroll that can hold me for a moment. I'll go." With those words, Sterling stood up, pulling out a scroll from his coat without giving others time to protest. It wasn't used during the Shadow Wing crash, and now it had to be. It was the sole reliance holding him together. "What are you going to do?" Blake asked sharply, frowning. "You stay here. After I lead it far away, then move." Sterling's tone was calm, but unshakably determined. "Sterling, are you insane? That's a commander-level magic beast." Ryan's voice cracked with emotion. It wasn't that Sterling was selfless. It was clear these few couldn't run fast enough. If they were found by the iron-backed gray bear, they could only stall briefly before everyone else fell victim to the same fate. Better he went alone. With Red and the life-saving scroll, he might still have a chance to escape. "I can get away, trust me," Sterling said firmly, cutting off further discussion. The footsteps of the iron-backed gray bear grew closer now, its colossal figure swaying ominously amidst the shadows between trees. Its nose twitched violently, sniffing the peculiar scent in the air. "Sterling, take these scrolls I have." Ryan, seeing Sterling's resolve, pulled several scrolls from inside his cloak and tossed them to Sterling. "Speed-enhancing ones, defensive ones, offensive ones. Haven't checked their exact levels." Indeed, being the son of a wealthy landowner meant he could afford generosity. Sterling accepted the scrolls. Their aid would significantly increase his chances of escaping. Chapter 11. Escape from the Jaws of Death. Sterling no longer hesitated, and with a movement of his hand, the summoning codex reappeared once more, bursting forth with a mysterious glow. Accompanied by a deep hum, a red figure began to coalesce in the air. Its crimson body was strikingly vivid under the snow's light, its massive twin blades glinting coldly, filled with boundless killing intent. Red, Sterling gave a low command. The bloodthirsty mantis quivered slightly, lifting its dual blades like a sword ready to cleave through the darkness. Go, take that beast far away from here. Blood shadow assault. Red's figure instantly transformed into a streak of crimson shadow, swiftly rushing towards the ironback cerulean bear. A piercing, sharp sound of cutting wind echoed through the air as Red's razor-sharp twin blade struck hard at the hind legs of the bear. Despite the ironback cerulean bear's extremely powerful defense, Red's attack managed to tear open a wound, blood gushing out and staining the snow beneath a dark red. The ironback cerulean bear roared in a rage, emitting a deafening roar. Its massive paw suddenly smacked towards Red, producing a fierce howl of displaced air. However, with an agile figure, Red nimbly avoided this fatal strike and quickly darted aside, continuing to sprint towards the depths of the dense forest. Red moved like a streak of crimson shadow, continuously weaving through the trees, fully enraging this colossal creature. The ironback cerulean bear went completely berserk. Its gigantic frame tore through obstacles with unimaginable strength, smashing great trees around it, as if they were fragile grass, their trunks breaking under its fury with muffled crackling sounds. With a swipe of its claw, it uprooted a nearby large tree, forcefully hurling it towards the direction of Red. The tree trunk whistled sharply as it flew towards Red, narrowly missing her, only leaving behind a trail of her residual image. Relying on its speed, Red continued fleeing forward, while the ironback cerulean bear, relying on its towering stature, could stride several meters with every step, not letting Red get too far ahead. The crazed bear pursued Red relentlessly, completely ignoring the group near the cave. Sterling's heart sank as he realized it was time. He then seized the chance to run out of the cave, quietly following behind from afar. Underfoot, the snow crunched faintly. He couldn't allow Red to face this leader-tier magic beast alone. Despite her ferocity, Red was merely a Tier 3 transcendent class battle beast, and would never be able to hold back this terrifying ironback cerulean bear for long. Sterling knew he had to act decisively during the most critical moment to ensure Red's safety. As Red seemed about to be hit by the ironback cerulean bear, damn, Sterling gritted his teeth, and a faint symbol of light suddenly brightened in his hands. He swiftly activated a defensive scroll. The glowing symbol passed through the air, drawing a thin streak of light before vanishing instantaneously. In the next second, an invisible shield abruptly covered Red, perfectly blocking the ironback cerulean bear's lethal blow. Hit by the immense force, Red was hurled away, her figure drawing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. But protected by the shield, she quickly adjusted her posture, rising gracefully and maintaining a fluid form, showing no signs of severe injury. The ironback cerulean bear appeared to have realized something was amiss and turned, roaring mightily, summoning a gust of wind which howled fiercely towards Sterling. Fortunately, Sterling had completely concealed himself behind a tree trunk, while the bear stared at the direction Red fled and hesitated for a second before resuming the chase again. Trees fell one after another in its wake, with swirling winds and fragmented snow flying everywhere. Sterling also activated an acceleration scroll for himself, significantly increasing his speed as he followed the trail left by the rampaging ironback cerulean bear. He kept closely behind Red and the bear while cautiously maintaining a safe distance. When he saw the bear move further away, the veterans quickly ran out of the cave but took care to not make too much noise as they escaped in the opposite direction. Gradually, the wind and snow thickened, seemingly hiding their retreat. The ironback cerulean bear, being of leader-tier status, soon caught up with Red again, its huge and robust paw crashing down violently upon Red's body. Though Red strained every ounce of effort to avoid it, she still couldn't evade this enraged monster. Her body was swept up by the force of the bear's palm, hurtled hundreds of meters through the air, and crashed heavily onto the snowy ground. Red had been cornered. Sterling's heart plummeted as he realized he held the last scroll tightly within his grasp. With barely enough time to think, he instantly activated the final rune. This scroll was his ultimate means of survival, now used without reservation for Red. He understood that if he didn't save her at this moment, Red would surely perish, and if Red died, there would be no chance of escape for himself either. However, fortune smiled on them just then, as when Red was thrown off, not far away, Sterling actually spotted a narrow valley. Seeing the valley, Sterling's eyes lit up, and all hope did not seem lost after all. The high cliffs flanking both sides of the valley soared skywards. The narrow entrance could only fit 2 people walking side by side. Yet for an enormous magic beast such as the ironback cerulean bear, this was an almost impassable barrier. Red, retreat into the valley quickly. At Sterling's thought, Red had already understood his intention and swiftly dashed toward the valley after activating her skill once again. The ironback cerulean bear let out a thunderous roar as its massive body collided with the narrow entrance. However, its broad back was tightly wedged between the rock walls, leaving it stuck no matter how fiercely it roared or struggled. It couldn't move forward even an inch. Its impotent rage caused it to jump up and down, roaring furiously, startling numerous birds, beasts, and insects in the vicinity. After almost half an hour of fruitless effort and frustration, the ironback cerulean bear finally calmed down, seemingly wandering off to find other prey. Staying close to the cliff wall, Sterling stealthily made his way into the valley. Upon seeing Red lying at the entrance, badly injured with several scales missing, Sterling felt deep sorrow and immediately took Red back to the summoning codex for healing. Fortunately, both of them had survived. Inwardly, Sterling solemnly vowed never to be reckless again. Leader-tier magic beasts were far too powerful for him to handle, whether through fighting or running. It had all been perilous. Sterling slowly walked further along the narrow valley entrance. Towering cliffs on either side merged overhead, with only beams of sunlight piercing through cracks, casting fragmented light onto the ground like countless scattered silver threads. Contrary to the howling winds and snow outside, the valley within was remarkably tranquil, blocked by the natural barrier. Even the coldness was shut out, leaving not a trace of snow on the ground, a stark contrast to the frozen wilderness they'd left behind. Who would have thought that such a place exists deep in the snowy forest? Sterling exhaled softly, allowing himself a brief moment of relaxation. His eyes scanned around carefully, taking in the valley's geography. The valley wasn't large. He could reach the end in just a few steps. In one corner of the valley, Sterling caught sight of a solitary ancient tree standing alone, its branches shimmering like crystals of ice. Ice spirit fruit tree. Immediately, Sterling recalled the knowledge from ancient books he'd read. Ice spirit fruits were treasures of ice elemental essence, extremely precious. But there were no fruits on the tree. Could someone else have reached it first? Or was it guarded by a powerful magic beast? Considering this, Sterling immediately grew cautious, fearing he might escape one tiger's den only to stumble into another. He cautiously inspected every corner of the valley, wary of any lurking danger. As he approached, something under the fruit tree suddenly caught his attention. It was a humanoid figure lying beneath the tree, seemingly blended into the icy soil. Sterling's heart tightened sharply. Chapter 12, The Elf Maiden. Sterling tightened his grip on his weapon, taking light and cautious steps as he approached quietly. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, his body alert, fearing that the other party might be some sort of trap or disguise. He took a few more steps closer and finally saw the figure's appearance. It was actually a girl. Her figure was slender and elegant, her clothes torn but still revealing their expensive and exquisite tailoring. Her long silver hair flowed like water over her shoulders. What caught Sterling's attention the most were her pointed ears. An elf? Looking at this maiden before him, Sterling couldn't help but recall the knowledge he had read in books. She must be an elf, dressed in green, with fair skin and an exceptionally beautiful face. The elf maiden's face was as pale as paper, with traces of black veins spread across it, resembling poisoning symptoms. Though stern, her beauty was so striking it left one breathless. Her eyes were tightly closed, her long lashes trembling lightly, as if she would wake up any moment. Sterling cautiously probed, finding her breath exceedingly faint, almost near death. Even so, her breathtaking beauty left Sterling in awe. It was truly as if she were a work of art, exuding a cold elegance untouched by worldly dust. However, the wound on her chest was deep to the bone, the blood already congealed into a dark brown hue. Her breathing was nearly imperceptible, clearly indicating she had gone through an extremely brutal battle. She still clutched a small emerald green curved dagger in her hand. Sterling gripped his sword even tighter. Standing 2 steps away from her, his eyes flashed with caution and hesitation. He could not determine whether the elf maiden was friend or foe, nor why she would end up here in this icy wasteland severely wounded alone. It is said that beauties often bring disaster, and while Sterling may have been tempted by curiosity, his survival instincts outweighed all else. Besides, he considered himself a man of integrity. After hesitating for a moment, he moved the curved blade aside, only relaxing slightly after confirming that she no longer possessed the ability to fight. When his gaze passed over her wound, Sterling frowned deeply. Such injuries were terrifying even by the physical standards of the Lingyuan continent, where the population generally had robust physiques. Should he save her or not? That was the question. Just as Sterling was preparing to investigate further, he suddenly sensed a faint magical fluctuation emanating from within the young woman before him. Though extremely weak, it was enough to make his heart skip a beat. He quickly stepped back, raising his sword slightly, watching the prone maiden on the ground with vigilance. A short while later, the maiden slowly opened her tightly shut eyes. Human. Her voice was cold like ice and snow, tinged with suspicion, mixed with the unique, clear tone characteristic of elves. Seeing her guarded demeanor, Sterling slowly lowered his weapon, trying to appear friendly. I just entered this place by accident while fleeing from a monster's pursuit. I mean no harm. Sterling looked at the elf maiden before him, a touch of hesitation in his eyes. She seemed unable to fight any further. Her fatal wound and weakened expression made the situation clear. Hearing his explanation, the caution in her eyes slightly subsided, yet remained fully vigilant. You're seriously injured. If you need, I might be able to help treat your wound, Sterling offered gently. I don't need a human sympathy. She spoke softly, though weak. Her resolve was firm, undaunted even by death. Sterling could feel her life force draining rapidly, and there seemed to be an ominous force lurking within her, casting a shadow of danger over the entire valley. Sterling didn't know what to say as the elf maiden's breath grew weaker, and she appeared to be enduring great pain, struggling against some unknown force. Human. Her voice sounded again, weaker than before, almost vanishing into the cold air. I need your help with something. Sterling frowned deeply but somehow felt that the attack on the Wingshadao might somehow be related to this elf. Her life or death could perhaps involve a greater conspiracy. What is it? Sterling asked calmly, maintaining a distance. The elf maiden struggled to raise a hand, pulling out a neatly folded parchment from her bosom. Her hands trembled, her lips devoid of color, yet her eyes remained resolute. This crucial information must reach the upper echelons of humanity, mustn't fall into undead hands. Avoid Blackstone Fortress. Her voice broke, as if exhausting her last strength to finish this sentence. Crucial intelligence. Sterling paused for a moment, then accepted the document she extended, feeling the faint magical fluctuations upon touching the parchment. This was certainly no ordinary document. He suspected that even if he attempted to open it, he would likely understand little of its contents. I'll see if I can find someone to save you. Can you take this document yourself? Sterling asked in confusion, wondering why she had suddenly handed over the parchment after rejecting human sympathy just moments ago. The maiden managed a weak smile, tinged with sorrow. We were pursued by a black witch and poisoned with necrotic plague. I've already lost the strength to hold on. She struggled to speak, her eyes filled with a cold despair. I can no longer restrain it. Soon, I will turn into an undead creature, a monster without will, controlled by others. The necrotic plague made Sterling's heart sink. It was an incredibly sinister curse. Once infected, if not detoxified quickly, one's soul would be corroded, ultimately becoming a puppet for the undead. Clearly, she was on the brink of complete loss of self, perilously close to transformation. So, you'd better kill me now. She pointed toward the elven curved blade nearby, her voice feeble but resolute. There was absolute determination in her gaze, without a trace of fear, as if she had long accepted this fate. Sterling's gaze shifted to the distant weapon, his heart stirred by conflicting emotions. Kill her? Though he was no stranger to matters of life and death, the sight of this young elf maiden, her unwavering resolve and stunning beauty, moved him deeply. Perhaps, there is another way. Suddenly, Sterling recalled his summoning grimoire. The grimoire allowed him to form pacts with any kind of being, beasts, undead, even elemental creatures. Sterling began to contemplate. Could he sustain her life through a pact? In this dire situation, it seemed only the dimensional space within the grimoire could offer her a chance at survival. Her vitality had nearly vanished, but time flowed differently inside the grimoire's realm, where spiritual energy was abundant. He wasn't certain of success, but this was the only hope left. I don't want to kill you, Sterling said softly. A flicker of surprise crossed the maiden's eyes, followed by a complicated look. Well, could you pass me the blade? The elf maiden was so weakened she couldn't move, much less retrieve the blade lying a few steps away. Kill herself without hesitation. Watching a solitary tear roll down the elf maiden's cheek, Sterling felt his resolve soften. I have a way to save you, and you won't turn into an undead. But your freedom may be somewhat restricted. But rest assured, once your wounds heal, I won't restrict your freedom anymore. Sterling quickly added, almost sounding like he was trying to coax a child. The elf maiden appeared as though she wanted to say something, but closed her eyes weakly in exhaustion. So, silence meant agreement, right? Without further hesitation, Sterling drew out his summoning grimoire and gently opened it. Faint beams of light emanated from the pages, resonating subtly with the maiden's aura. He placed his palm gently on her chest, silently intoning the incantation of the pact. Chapter 13, The Blade of Extreme Cold. A mysterious force slowly flowed from his palm into the body of the young girl. The elf girl's body trembled slightly, her face showing a moment of pain, but then her breathing gradually steadied. Your injuries are so severe, hurry and recuperate in the treasure space. As the light flickered, the girl's figure slowly disappeared before him, entering the space of the summoning treasure. Hey, we're doing this out of necessity. Sterling then picked up the nearby emerald green, curved blade. Sterling's palm warmed slightly as he opened the second page of the summoning treasure, and the contract runes gradually lit up, representing the name of the elf girl. Name, Freya. Race, elf. Realm, 6th grade luminous spirit elf. Talent skill, spring breeze awakens withered wood. A wood-based skill that gathers wood elemental energy and injects it into an injured target. Withered trees sprout new buds, wilted flowers regain vitality, and injured individuals or beasts can quickly repair damaged tissues, heal wounds, and restore stamina. Sterling closed his eyes, sensing Freya's aura. She was still alive, and her life force seemed no longer to be fading. It seems like we've only saved her life for now, but we must find some treasures as soon as possible and save her fully. Though the summoning treasure could restore slowly, the time would likely be too long. Sterling looked again at the sheepskin scroll in his hand. Upper echelons of the human race. Where am I supposed to find them? I'm just a rookie. After finishing all of this, a complex emotion surged within Sterling's heart. Looking at the ice spirit fruit tree in front of him, Sterling had no choice. If he dug it up rashly, without this special environment, it would wither and die in just a few days. That would truly make Sterling cry. He could only secretly note this place, planning to return once he grew stronger, to see if he could find a few ice spirit fruits. Such effort, yet gained nothing, and ended up entangled in such a huge cause effect. Sterling sighed internally. Contracting with the elf girl might not necessarily be a good thing. Once she recovers, or when the elf clan finds out about this, if they have stubborn elves, he would surely be chased to the ends of the earth. Anyway, saving someone's life is akin to building a 7-tier pagoda. Who made us so kind? Sterling hadn't even thought that if it were someone incredibly ugly, he would probably have killed him outright. You asked me to kill you? And there's such a thing? Well, certainly as you wish. There was nothing left to do but wait here. This cave was a decent spot, but who knew whether those veterans had escaped? Crap. Forgot to bring food. Sterling's whole mood worsened. He could only hope that the stinky bear didn't block the door, otherwise, he'd starve to death here. Meanwhile, on the other side, the surviving group used the snowstorm to escape in the opposite direction, taking turns carrying Ian due to his severe injuries. I don't know if Sterling managed to escape. Ross gasped heavily, looking around at the sky darkened by the snowstorm. The righteous will naturally encounter divine aid. He must have escaped, Ryan said. These few short days had already made Ryan deeply understand what his father always said. Once outside without family protection, one is bound to endure hardship. What virtues do we have, abandoned by all gods, for him to risk his life to save us? Ian's eyes turned red. He had never imagined that an awakened young man would choose to risk his life to save others in such a desperate situation. At that moment, he felt a guilt he had never experienced before. If Sterling returns alive, I'm willing to serve him as a dog or a horse for the rest of my life. He clenched his teeth, his voice almost drowned out by the storm. Don't say that. Black interrupted Ian abruptly, pointing forward. Look, that over there looks like a hiding place. Let's go. They stumbled toward the front and saw a low cliff wall appear before them. The recesses in the mountain wall could block out the wind and snow, enough for more than 20 people to enter together. They finally breathed a sigh of relief inside the cave. They placed Ian in a dry corner and lit a fire, bringing warmth to the cold cave. Everyone fell silent. They had survived, but at the cost of leaving Sterling's fate uncertain. Every so often, they sent out distress signals, hoping that reinforcements would come. Time seemed infinitely extended, while cold and fear spread through the darkness of the cave. 2 days passed. Finally, during a slight weakening of the snowstorm, a blurred shadow appeared in their line of sight. It was a small flying kite cutting gracefully yet swiftly through the wind and snow, heading straight for the cave. The excited soldiers outside stood up, waving anything they could to get the bird's attention. The kite stopped at the cave entrance, and several warriors clad in silver-white armor filed in one after another. The leader was a dignified middle-aged man whose presence was steady and cold, as if he were part of the snowy landscape. He wore a heavy black cloak with a silver-trimmed edge, his eyes firm and resolute. I am Deputy Commander of Snowland Province, Vita Xuanhuan, he said with a calm but unquestionably authoritative tone. Sent here to rescue all of you. We also need to investigate the cause of the Darkwing's crash. I hope everyone will cooperate. Vita Xuanhuan, a 7th-level soul martial master, is an object-type awakened soul cultivator known as the Blade of Extreme Cold. His awakened soul weapon, Frostblade, is an extremely unique tool, long and slender, resembling a sword but not quite, glowing with a mysterious icy blue hue, as if carved from thousand-year-old ice. Unbelievably sharp, it emits a cold radiance capable of effortlessly cutting through any hard armor. Of course, for most undead, simply severing their bones is enough. Behind him stood 100 soldiers, all elite guards of Snowland Province. Each wore silver-white armor engraved with special runes. Vita gave the group a cold glance, his eyes revealing a touch of indifference. You are all still alive, not devoured by the wild beasts. Consider yourselves lucky. There is one more person who led away a commanding grade beast. We managed to survive thanks to him. His name is Sterling, a rookie, and also an awakener. My lord, we implore you to go and save him. Black pleaded. A rookie? An awakener? Why would an awakener be stationed at the Whitebone Fortress? This is intriguing. He gazed into the distance, deep in thought about something. In which direction did he go? Where did the Darkwing crash? Vita asked 2 questions. With a 7th-level master on board, everyone climbed onto small flying kites. Guided by memory, they flew through the wind and snow, eventually returning to the crash site of the Darkwing. Dozens of corrosive vultures still hovered above, greedily pecking at the remains of the corpses. Standing atop the kite, Vita narrowed his eyes as he stared at the flock of vultures with disdain. Then his aura suddenly erupted, sweeping out like a cold wave in all directions, intensifying the piercing coldness of the air. Abominations, get lost. With a simple flick of his wrist, the blade of extreme cold, originating from his soul, transformed into a streak of ice-blue light, shimmering with a frigid and destructive energy, shooting out instantly. The light moved faster than lightning, slicing through the air with absolute malice and freezing cold, akin to death's scythe. Before the surrounding rotten vulture corpses could react, they were torn apart under the coverage of the blue blade glow, their screams abruptly silenced. At the same time, low-level lurking beasts nearby were completely frozen over by this frosty sweep, turning instantly into fragile ice sculptures that seemed ready to shatter in the biting cold. In an instant, the area became eerily silent, devoid of life within 100 meters. Faraway monsters, sensing this terrifying force, issued fearful roars, turning around unanimously to flee. The veterans aboard the kite couldn't help but hold their breath, witnessing the might of a 7th-level soul martial master. The Whitebone Fortress hadn't experienced large-scale undead sieges in recent years. Normally, only lower-ranked undead servants were present, so none had ever seen such power displayed before. They were both stunned and reverent. Chapter 14. Arrival at the Whitebone Fortress. The Snow Forest Province Guard quickly gathered intelligence information on the crash site of the Bing Yeep, Min Yi, packed up all reusable items, and began questioning everyone one by one. The veterans recounted the terrifying scene when the undead terror birds, under the control of the Black Witch, relentlessly attacked the Min Yi with no fear of death. At the time, the Min Yi was used for transporting troops and only equipped with ordinary soldiers to maintain order. The commander was a level 5 Great Spirit warrior. No one expected that the Black Witches would dare to penetrate deep into the heartland of Ares. That gang of cowardly Black Witches dares to come to the forest's sea snow plains. Things may not be as simple as they seem. Vita Medfrost stood at the front of the flying vessel, silently gazing into the distance, his expression grim, lost in thought. The veterans exchanged glances and, after some hesitation, finally decided to approach him with a plea. Several of them slowly came to Vita, their hearts filled with unease. Master, please go and search for the new recruit Sterling as soon as possible. He has awakened his talent and is chosen by the gods. If it weren't for him luring away the rank-leading magical beast, none of us would have escaped with our lives. Upon hearing the veterans recount how Sterling had lured away a rank-leading magical beast, there was no trace of emotion on Vita's face as he calmly said, "Lure away a rank-leading magical beast? He is most likely dead already." The faces of those few changed instantly. They were unwilling to believe that Sterling had met an unfortunate end. Ian clenched his teeth and knelt down first, his voice resolute. "Master, I earnestly implore you to still go look for him. Sterling sacrificed himself for us. We cannot abandon him." Seeing this, the other veterans also fell to their knees and pleaded with Master Vita to help search for any traces of Sterling. A flicker of impatience flashed through Vita's eyes. Although he believed it was pointless to waste time searching for someone who might already be dead, the determination of these veterans moved him slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he waved his hand. "All right, since you were so persistent, let's go and see." Fortunately, the enormous body of the ironback blue bear left extremely clear marks in the snow. Broken trees along the way, crushed rocks. Everywhere was a mess. Although wind and snow gradually covered part of the tracks, they were still clearly visible enough to track the direction the ironback blue bear went. The flying vessel tracked its trail to a hidden, narrow valley between mountains. From afar, the landscape there resembled a natural barrier, highly concealed. The guard stopped outside the valley. Vita led the way in, followed closely by the veterans, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, within the valley, Sterling had endured 2 days living like a wild man. Realizing that the ironback blue bear hadn't stayed put, he tried to venture out to hunt magical beasts to replenish food supplies. Since Red had been severely injured during her fight with the ironback blue bear, Sterling wanted to attempt combat on his own this time, and thus took personal action. Since the summoning manual became substantial, he was already able to breathe spiritual energy. With the aid of top-grade spirit stones, Sterling's current strength was already comparable to that of a first-tier spirit warrior. Of course, due to the summoning manual, he should now be called a first-tier summoning apostle. He had never attempted using the spirit binding skill before, but this time, he decided to give it a try. Under the drive of mental power, Sterling's spiritual energy gradually merged with Red's power, and the ability of the bloodthirsty praying mantis was transferred through spirit binding into his body. Had anyone been nearby, they would have seen behind Sterling 2 pairs of spirit energy mantis blades condense into form, radiating a pale blood-red glow. As light and shadow interlaced, Sterling could feel the fighting strength surging within his body sharply increase. In the Spirit Abyss continent, such a phenomenon was not uncommon. Many awakened animal spirit souls possess additional manifested soul forms during battles. Sterling looked down at the dual blades formed from his spiritual energy and gently swung them, producing subtle cutting sounds in the air. Due to the limitation of his own spiritual energy, the intensity of the dual blades only reached the first tier. Compared to Red's genuine dual blades, they were probably somewhat inferior. However, hunting a first-tier exceptional stage magical beast should be sufficient. Carefully crouching in ambush, Sterling locked onto a first-tier exceptional stage snow hare as his target. These magical beasts, wherever they were, often served merely as fodder for other magical beasts. Only some mutated varieties, whose fur color was abnormally beautiful, could win the favor of some noble ladies and be kept as pets, enjoying a life of luxury. Sterling focused on the snow hare and instantly activated Blood Shadow Rush, dragging a blurry figure across the snowy ground as he quietly approached the snow hare. Despite the snow hare's remarkable agility, under the influence of the spirit binding force, Sterling's speed surpassed its reaction capabilities. With just one strike, he accurately severed its throat. One fatal blow accomplished. Easily done, Sterling's confidence grew. Returning to the valley, he roasted the snow hare, enjoying the feast thoroughly. If only there were some salt and seasoning added, the roasted snow hare would surely be a delicious delicacy. As Sterling was gnawing on a roasted rabbit leg, a sudden burst of disordered footsteps came from the entrance of the valley. He raised his head alertly, drew his sword, and hid in a corner. Moments later, several familiar figures emerged from the shadows. It was the veterans who had fallen with him during the crash. "Sterling, are you in there?" Hearing the familiar call, Sterling finally exhaled in relief and turned to step out. "Sterling." Seeing Sterling's figure, Black called out in excitement, rushing over at the lead. Sterling slightly froze, noticing the excited expressions on the veterans' faces. A faint feeling stirred within him. He walked over with a hint of a relaxed smile on his lips. "You're all alive, that's great. Idle, you're still alive, you're truly amazing." Ryan exclaimed with joy. "You actually found your way here. Did reinforcements arrive?" Sterling brushed the snow off his body, tossing the remaining part of the roasted rabbit to them. "Have some, it's freshly cooked." The veterans looked at the food in his hands and couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Vita Medfrost slowly stepped into the valley, his gaze cold as it swept over Sterling. His aura was as severe as the biting winter wind, chilling one to the bone. Managing to escape from the mouth of the ironback blue bear, "I didn't expect you to have some skill." Vita said indifferently. This is Deputy Commander Vita of the Snow Forest Province Guard. Black quickly introduced Sterling. Just luck? I almost died. Sterling replied humbly but respectfully. Vita said nothing more, merely turning around to give orders to his subordinates. There's no other danger here. Gather the men, we're preparing to leave. Because none of them went further into the valley, the ice spirit fruit tree went unnoticed. Moments later, they boarded the flying vessel again. As it ascended into the air, the snowy plains below swiftly receded into the distance. When the flying vessel landed once more, the cutting chill was like sharp blades piercing through the skin, prompting an involuntary shiver from him. Instinctively tightening his clothes, Sterling glanced beyond the railing of the flying vessel. He had already realized that they had been sent to the Whitebone Fortress. The fortress loomed up like a monster risen straight from hell, built into the mountain range and standing grimly between two desolate hills, stretching for dozens of kilometers. The far-off plain resembled cursed land, completely lifeless and bereft of any vitality. The towering black stone walls were covered with mottled black stains, each rock seemingly drenched in countless lives' blood. Occasionally, broken bones were visible embedded in the cracks. From afar, the exterior walls were littered with white bones, intertwined with enormous beast skeletons and bizarre alien remains. Several colossal skeletons lay scattered randomly on the ground, appearing to find no rest even after death, bound by the sinister land, forever entangled. The oppressive sky suffocated the breath out of everyone, as if eager to swallow the earth itself. Grayish-white mists drifted everywhere, cloaking the entire fortress in an indistinct shadow. The air reeked of decay and death, occasionally accompanied by the flight of enormous crows, their shrill cries echoing through the air, intensifying the somber atmosphere. Tall towers stood every few dozen meters, casting eerie shadows under the wind. Faint beams of mystic runes glimmered from gaps in the towers, revealing that someone still maintained the defenses here. Bone-filled silence encircled the dark skies above. Is this the Whitebone Fortress? Sterling murmured quietly to himself, waves of cold creeping up inside him. Chapter 15, The Iron Bastion Legion. Seeing the winding, curved Whitebone Fortress, Sterling couldn't help but think of the ancient defense line from his past life that resisted the barbarians, the Great Wall. The fortifications held back the invaders beyond the walls, protecting the people and granting them peace. But now, the Whitebone Fortress stands against a different kind of terrifying enemy, the demon undead army. As long as the Whitebone Fortress remains standing, no undead shall pass through its borders. Sterling's gaze inadvertently fell on the veteran beside him. On the deck, those veterans fiercely smelled the air, as if the cold, sinister atmosphere here was a long-awaited comfort to them. This smell, it's like coming home. The voice of a veteran was rough and hoarse, yet carried a hint of peace. From their casual conversations earlier, Sterling had already learned that most of these veterans had opportunities to return to a peaceful life after completing their terms of service, but they ultimately chose to stay here, on this battlefield filled with death. They merely sent their pay home regularly, considering it just another job. In an era when human lives were worthless, survival was difficult everywhere. Here, they at least had 3 guaranteed meals a day. Just then, a sharp blast of a horn tore through the air, causing Sterling to instinctively furrow his brow. The sound of the horn intertwined with the distant training cries, awakening the entire fortress, as if from slumber. Fall in. Vita's order snapped Sterling out of his thoughts. Sterling quickly regained his composure, jumping off the flying swallow alongside the other veterans. The ground beneath his feet was exceptionally hard and cold. Mingy, only you 2 rookies are still alive, so be officially assigned to your units. Vita's tone remained indifferent. Subsequently, she led a group of soldiers into the inner city of the fortress. According to Arai's orders, flying swallows are not permitted to enter the inner city. The site within the fortress was vastly different from what Sterling had imagined for a battlefield defense position. This place was also a city, though there were none of the bustling markets or recreational facilities commonly seen in ordinary cities. Instead, it was dominated by cold black stone buildings, various old weapon racks, and long defensive bridges spread throughout. Still, Sterling glimpsed from afar a few noisy taverns lit up brightly, along with 2 official brothels where the soldiers could find amusement. Without any pause, shortly thereafter, Vita led her group to the center of the inner city where a rather stout man appeared before them on an elevated platform. Hail, Supervisor! Sterling knelt with others, one knee to the ground, paying respect. This man was the supervisor of the Whitebone Fortress, Duke Xuanhuan. Speaking of age, King Alexander should call him elder cousin. A member of the royal bloodline, an awakened bloodline warrior, and possessing the strength of an 8th-level spirit martial master. Jiong stood high above, looking down at this newly arrived group, slightly frowning. His presence pressed upon everyone like a mountain peak, ensuring no one dared slack off. His figure, under the dim light, seemed even more imposing, radiating a piercing aura. His cold eyes swept over the team where Sterling stood, finally stopping on Vita. Captain Vita of the Xuanhuan province. The Sky Swallow transporting new recruits from the Green Highlands province crashed due to attack by a black necromancer in the snow forest. Following orders, I conducted rescue. Only these few survived, 2 new recruits, the rest being soldiers transported by the Swallow. Vita stepped forward, speaking respectfully. Jiong nodded lightly, though his icy expression showed no change. I've already heard of the incident. He lifted his head and looked at the gloomy sky as if talking to himself. I wonder how this black necromancer managed to bypass the Whitebone Fortress and entered the snow forest. It's impossible for anyone to pass undetected under our watch. Vita clearly noticed Jiyoung's confusion but didn't comment further, merely continuing to maintain a respectful posture, waiting for further instructions from the supervisor. Sterling thought secretly to himself, recalling the elf maiden's entrustment, but unsure of how to bring it up. With his lowly position and little influence, this might be the highest human officer he'd meet. However, he could not tell everything openly since contracting an elven pact wasn't a trivial diplomatic issue. He must craft his own story and stick to the point that the messenger, who was poisoned by a soul-controlling toxin, committed suicide. What about the corpse? He wondered if they would really bother to verify it. Yet, it seemed evident that this parchment message was extremely important. After much hesitation, Sterling took a step forward and said, "Supervisor Duran, Recruit Sterling has something important to report." Jiyoung's gaze immediately turned towards Sterling, sharp like a blade, giving Sterling a strange pressure. His heart involuntarily quickened, instantly feeling overwhelmed, struggling to even stand. Fortunately, Jiyoung pulled back in time. "What is it?" "Supervisor, in the forest sea snow plains, I met an elf poisoned by necromancer toxin. Before he died, he handed me a secret letter and ordered me to deliver it to the human high-ranking officers, ensuring it wouldn't fall into undead hands. I believe this may have something to do with the Black Lich's attack on the swallow from the Green Highlands province," Sterling said as he took out the folded parchment from his chest. Jiyoung slightly narrowed his eyes and gestured with one hand. Immediately, the parchment flew out of Sterling's grasp, hovering midair before landing in Jiyoung's palm. Jiyoung opened the parchment and quickly scanned it, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. "Tribe code," he muttered under his breath, a tone of surprise evident. The secret letter was written in trilingual cipher used among humans, elves, and dwarves, which even Jiyoung couldn't decipher its content. This trilingual cipher was originally established for confidential communication among high-level figures of the three tribes when signing treaties. "Where is the elf now?" Jiyoung looked up, his sharp gaze falling again on Sterling. "He was poisoned by necromantic toxins. After entrusting the letter to me, he committed suicide with his own blade. At the time, I was being chased by a high-tier beast magic creature and had no time to attend to him." Necromantic poison? More like undead worm toxin. Sterling inwardly thanked his ambiguity that accidentally led him through this situation. Jiyoung glanced down briefly, then waved his hand dismissively. "Fine. The person has passed away already. Since everyone who survived is here, you shall all proceed to your respective legions. I must return to the capital city. Captain Vita, you've completed your task, you may leave. As for the matter regarding the Black Lich's attack, you'll assist further investigations." After finishing his words, Jiyoung turned around and walked toward the deeper section of the fortress, his figure gradually disappearing inside the inner citadel quarters. After some time, Vita also turned to face the group, nodding faintly at Sterling and others before speaking indifferently. "I've fulfilled my duty. Go and register with your chosen legions. The Whitebone Fortress will teach you what it truly means to be warriors. Stay alive." Without another word, she turned resolutely and departed, leading her soldiers away from the fortress's inner city, leaving behind only the 20-odd survivors of the Sky Swallow. "Sterling brother, I notice you seem to have awakened to a beast soul. How about joining our legion? The Iron Bastion Legion," Ian suddenly suggested. To clarify, Sterling, new recruits usually choose a legion based on personal preference to join the military. Black explained beside him. "You might not know this, but aside from the supervisor's personal guard force, the Whitebone Fortress has 4 main legions. Each legion comprises tens of thousands of men. They are the Sacred Glow Defense Legion, the Undead Blade Legion, the Dawnlight Legion, and the Iron Bastion Legion. Our legion commander Gabriel is a beast soul awakening warrior, so with your talent awakened, there's likely an opportunity for him to mentor you." As they walked, the group informed Sterling and Mingy about the general situation within the Whitebone Fortress, while Sterling listened silently from the side. New arrivals could certainly benefit from knowing a few people, Sterling thought. Together with Ryan, they both prepared to register with the Iron Bastion Legion. Chapter 16, The Far East Black Tower. 100 miles away from the Whitebone Fortress, on the distant Far East Gobi, the sky was dim, and black sand grains moved in the gentle breeze like a low mournful wail. Unknown from when, a semi-hidden black tower stood tall on the Gobi. Its body was surrounded by thick black mist, and an eerie light faintly flickered at its top. Outside the black tower, as far as the eye could see, there were nothing but white bones, and hundreds of thousands of low-ranking undead wandered chaotically, their hollow eye sockets exuding endless emptiness. Inside the tower, the lighting was dim, with ghostly green flames flickering in the wall lamps on the stone walls, illuminating 2 figures standing face to face in the central hall. One was a mage dressed in a black robe, his figure gaunt. Aldrich Moore. If this name were mentioned 1,000 years ago, perhaps someone in the great empires would remember it. The powerful figure who rose in the burning Gobi, highly attuned to fire elements, had left many legends with his mastery of fire magic. Now this name has long disappeared into the dust of history. Tempted by the promise of eternal life, he ultimately fell into darkness, becoming a servant of the demon god. Old wood over 1,000 years old may appear intact from the outside, but within, it is already decayed, infested with hidden insects. Aldrich was no different. His body had been eroded by time, his hands resembling shriveled branches, devoid of any vitality in his skin. To conceal his decaying appearance, he wore a dark hood that hid his face in shadow, revealing only 2 eyes flashing with malevolent light. His voice was like the deep night wind, echoing through the still air. Another batch of low-ranking undead servants have been sent to the far east by Lord Demon God Sokam. There are more of them this time. Winter has arrived, and humans will become fragile in the cold season. This year's offensive must be fiercer than before, keeping them constantly off balance. A hint of excitement crept into his tone, but it was masked by a chilling undertone. Opposite Aldrich stood a skeleton glowing with a silver sheen. Deep within its skull pulsed a purple soul fire, radiating intense authority. Covering no part of its skeletal frame was a shred of flesh, yet behind it, for reasons unknown, hung a red cloak, creating an odd and unsettling aesthetic. Its bones shimmered with silver, hard as steel, naturally forming the perfect armor, requiring no additional cumbersome armor. He was content this way. This was Kazak, the supreme commander of the Far East Undead Army, the Lord of the Undead. Kazak lightly raised his bony spear and tapped it against the ground, producing an ear-piercing creak. On his skeletal face, a mocking smile seemed to flicker. Low-level servants. His voice was raspy and icy, like the sound of broken bones carried by the wind, filled with disdain. Low-level servants? They're mere zombies, utterly meaningless. Rather than sending these wastes to the battlefield, it would be better if my generals consumed their souls. My troops have waited too long. They need strength, not these useless ones. A spark of dissatisfaction flashed in Aldrich's eyes. Raising his gaunt finger, he waved it lightly, and his deep voice resonated with cruel threat. Kazak, your greed has exceeded your place. The Great Demon Lord will not tolerate your reckless actions. Humph, don't use the Great Demon Lord to intimidate me. For decades since I awakened my consciousness, I've never seen the Great Demon Lord descend to the Far East. Foolish. How dare you think the Demon Lord is something you can summon at will? Kazak, do you forget it was the Great Demon Lord who chose you? It's thanks to him that you reached level 8 in just 80 years. You're merely a small pawn of the Great Demon Lord, yet you dare to criticize the Demon Lord's decisions. Kazak's purple soulfire flickered slightly, seemingly recalling something. From being a mere level 1 skeleton servant upon first awakening, to now leading an army of hundreds of thousands of undead, it wasn't as though the Demon Lord had chosen him out of favor. Being chosen by the Demon Lord was ridiculous. Aldrich continued, if the Demon Lord's plan succeeds, you'll gain tens or even hundreds of thousands of much more excellent undead servants, possibly enabling you to reach the peak of level 9. And now you quarrel over a few lower-level generals? Kazak, don't forget that the Demon Lord has smoothed our path. Kazak's soulfire fluctuated between bright and dim, evidently swayed for a moment by the lure of level 9. But he soon resumed his sneer, his tone tinged with madness. Path? Aldrich, it's the Great Demon Lord's path, not ours. We are but pawns on his chessboard. His eyes gleamed with a fanatical light, his voice laced with both greed and madness. I care only about my own power. And those low-level servants? If they cannot serve me, then let my subordinates devour them. The argument escalated further, the air heavy with indescribable tension. Aldrich's voice suddenly grew even deeper, as if issuing a warning. Kazak, your greed will be your downfall. Perhaps you do not know yet, but in the Whitebone Fortress, there are already humans willing to kneel at the feet of Lord Demon God. The winter offensive must proceed. The more chaotic the situation becomes, the greater the chance for our pieces to complete the tasks assigned by Lord Demon God. Kazak's soulfire flickered violently, his eyes glowing even brighter. You mean, the reincarnation plan has an inside informant? Aldrich's face showed a hint of an eerie smile. Though he did not explicitly say so, his eyes revealed enough information. His tone became even more sinister. Power is humanity's most fatal weakness. The Whitebone Fortress has blocked our path for 1,000 years, but now, there is already a crack of decay. When the cold winds accumulate 1,000 layers of snow, our strength will flood forth like a torrent. At that time, the Empire of Ares, Kazak said no more, the flickering of his soul fire indicating his contemplation. His emaciated mouth opened and closed slightly, emitting a shrill laugh. Within the Whitebone Fortress, Sterling had already arrived with the veterans at the Iron Wall Legion's base. Aside from dispatching patrols to guard various sections of the fortress walls, the soldiers of the Legion spent their usual days undergoing strict training and maintaining discipline within their own encampments, which were almost as large as a frontier garrison town. The Iron Wall Legion consisted of over 30,000 men, divided into 10 large camps, each containing 3,000 soldiers with primary and secondary commanders, ensuring well-organized operations. The camp where Sterling and Lane were stationed was called the Frost Wolf Guard, named as such because its Grand Commander Ivar had awakened the talent of Frost Wolf Spirit. Black had mentioned that during battle, Ivar would be enveloped by a layer of frosty aura, emitting a chilling cold, and could summon a massive phantom frost wolf, a trait strikingly similar to Sterling's abilities. Hence, the veterans believed that Sterling's potential could be best cultivated within the Iron Wall Legion. Sterling did not say much, knowing the Book of Summoning was his secret, something absolutely not to be revealed to others. Red was indeed his bonded combat pet, differing fundamentally in essence from the Frost Wolf Spirit talent. Atop the Frost Wolf Guard camp's flagpole flew a banner bearing the image of a great wolf, flapping in the wind. It was the standard of the Frost Wolf Guard. Inside the camp, soldiers were engaged in daily drills. They wore gray-white leather armor sewn from the hides of gray-maned bulls, and wielded standardized long knives, each of which bore on its iron guard a golden broom flower insignia, none other than the national emblem of the Ares Empire. The sounds of clashing weapons and shouts of the soldiers rose continuously. Each soldier's movements carried precise intent to kill, devoid of any superfluous flourish, their tactical cooperation flawless, as though they had become one seamless fighting machine. Sterling observed these soldiers' actions silently. Their fighting style was unlike anything he had seen before, concise and ruthless, honed through countless blood-soaked battles into deadly techniques. Inside the tent, Sterling looked up and saw a robust middle-aged man seated at the head of the gathering, his hair white as frost. Dressed in a steel breastplate, this man radiated a cold, icy aura all around him. "Welcome to the Whitebone Fortress." A deep voice issued from the burly man. "Black has already told me." Ivor's gaze fell upon Sterling. "Still, I thank you for saving their lives. I heard you have already awakened your talent. Your arrival here is truly unexpected, but rest assured, though my training conditions cannot compare to those of the domestic academies, I will not let talents go unrecognized." "Thank you for your concern, Commander. That is precisely why I am here." Sterling replied straightforwardly, his gaze steady. "Coddled growth can never produce true strength. Training at the frontier is what I need." Sterling maintained a serious expression, speaking with dignity as if carrying noble aspirations, behaving like an aristocrat. Only thus could he stand out, inviting more attention and reaping greater benefits. Ivar nodded approvingly. "Courageous, the Empire needs more people like you. Go rest first. The border regions have not been calm recently. The undead activity is growing more frequent. By past experience, we may soon face a tough battle." Chapter 17, The Undead Siege. The night fell low, and the Whitebone Fortress buzzed with noise. Sparse firelight illuminated the heavy stone walls as soldiers gathered after their meals, joking and laughing together. A burly old veteran with half a tobacco leaf in his mouth burst into laughter, shouting, "Hey guys, do you know what? A new girl named Elizabeth came to the inner city last month. Oh, what a fiery figure." His animated expression was as if he were recounting an epic battle of his own experience. "Elizabeth? How much does she cost? Half a month's pay?" A young soldier nearby leaned over curiously, eyes filled with anticipation. "Brother, don't keep us waiting. I heard her smile can bring the dead back to life." "Is that true?" The veteran glanced at him disdainfully, his face full of scorn. "Alive? Why don't you go make her laugh and see if your youthful vigor will send you to the heavens by her smile?" As he spoke, he gestured dramatically, causing the surrounding soldiers to erupt in laughter. "Don't even talk about Elizabeth." Another soldier chimed in competitively, raising his wine pot and wiping the corners of his mouth. "I had one last time called Lily. She's the real deal. Her hips twist so, I nearly dropped to my knees for her." "Kneeling? Are you ready for war?" "Lily is good, but surviving her one night is your problem." A bearded old soldier joked loudly, making the surrounding soldiers laugh uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha, young ones, listen to your brother here. Next time, don't go too wild, or else you'll lack the strength to fight outside the city gates. The undead are just waiting for us." Another veteran said this with mock seriousness, narrowing his eyes. Hearing this, everyone laughed even more unrestrainedly. But seriously, the young soldier smirked and lowered his voice. "Thinking about it, the undead are better, right? They don't need brothels or anything. Think about it, huh? Hey, why don't we each take an undead maiden home? It'll save money." This comment made the camp break out in laughter again, some almost rolling over. An old veteran slapped the young soldier on the shoulder, chuckling heartily. "Kid, you're bold enough to joke about the undead. Watch out tonight if they hear you and come to serve you while you sleep." At this warning, the young soldier's face turned pale instantly, though seeing everyone laughing, he could only awkwardly scratch his head and grin. "Nah, I'm a heavy sleeper. No girl, living or otherwise, could wake me up." As everyone laughed merrily, an urgent eagle whistle suddenly cut through their lewd talk. Several eagle-eyed scouts galloped in from afar, heading straight for the main tent. The scout reports a large number of undead gathering 50 miles west, poised to attack the Whitebone Fortress anytime. 50 miles. Upon hearing this, Sebast's eyebrows furrowed tightly, his tone low and grave. He slightly tilted his head, first glancing at Gabriel standing silently nearby, before shifting his gaze to Alicia, a subtle trace of concern flickering in his eyes. "Alicia, the Dawnlight Vanguard suffered the greatest losses in the last battle. If necessary, I can mobilize 2 camps from the Holy Glory Guard Corps to support you." Alicia stood nearby, showing no signs of tension. With her arms crossed, flames burned in her eyes, matching her fiery red hair and voluptuous figure. "Not needed, and call me Viscountess Alicia." She coldly smiled, her eyelids arching, her voice filled with fiery confidence. "These cursed skeletons have no idea how powerful the Dawnlight Vanguard really is." Her tone was cold, exuding an undeniable pride. At this moment, she resembled a blazing rose blossoming on the battlefield, beautiful yet dangerous, so hot that it was impossible to approach. Sebast's gaze lingered on her for a moment, as if he wanted to say something but ultimately held back. Alicia's beauty was already well known throughout the Whitebone Fortress. Her alluring curves combined with her fiery personality had become a legendary emblem of passion in many hearts. The title Blazing Rose was not bestowed without reason. Gabriel remained as calm as ever, his demeanor composed. "Still, caution is advised. I've already ordered the Frost Wolf Guard, Iron Bear Corps, and Roaring Lion Camp among 5 major units to stand ready, and send out Swift Wolf Cavalry Scouts to investigate enemy movements on the front lines. We'll relay any news to you all promptly. That idiot Tyan, why hasn't he arrived yet?" Alicia's face brimmed with anger. Meanwhile, inside the main tent of the Undead Blade, Tyan was lying lazily on the bed, a sardonic smile hanging on his lips. One hand idly reached toward the concubine beside him, gently pinching her breast, provoking continuous giggles from her. Tyan waved his hand casually. An undead siege? How boring. Every winter, year after year, the same thing. What's there to worry about? Even if there are tens of thousands more skeletons, they're still just my sword fodder. Master Tyan, we must attend to serious matters now. This is urgent military news. You should join the meeting right away and return later. The beautiful attendant, skilled in bedchamber arts, was struggling somewhat with helping the commander don his armor. Putting on a full set of armor was always complicated, consisting of 5 or 6 layers from inside out. It wasn't until Tyan summoned another female servant that they managed to help him put on the war robe smoothly. Tyan rose slowly, his somewhat bloated body making his armor appear slightly ill-fitted. He absently adjusted his clothes as he stood up. We can't wait for that fool Tyan anymore. Director General has gone to the Imperial capital, leaving the Whitebone Fortress in our hands to guard. Let each of the 4 armies focus on their own sectors, and if no level 9 sovereign level undead comes, there won't be any major issue. The 8 demon gods are all cowards anyway, only appearing as avatars or projections. They never dare to show up in person. Besides, we have that person here. Alicia had a fiery temper and directly gave orders to her fellow commanders at the same rank, which seemed acceptable due to her being an 8th grade magic mentor. Do you think that person will act? 3 years ago, when my northern defense zone was breached, nearly 10,000 were killed, but he didn't move a finger to help. Sebast, how dare you say this? You couldn't even handle a 7th grade king. 3 years have passed. I hope you've improved somewhat. Alicia looked at Sebast's rather effeminate face with disdain. Enough. Don't argue. With a great enemy approaching, let's all prepare ourselves. I'll personally go and inform Tyan. Gabriel quickly stepped forward when he saw the two arguing. The entire Whitebone Fortress immediately sprang into action, mobilizing urgently. Half a month later, snow began to fall during the daytime, growing heavier and colder by the hour. Each camp fortified their defenses even further. As expected, the undead siege came. In the early hours of the morning, hordes of undead armies slowly approached from the distant wilderness beyond the horizon, like an endless tide of black waves surging toward the Whitebone Fortress. The sound of grinding bones and deep growls from the undead combined, resembling whispers from the Grim Reaper. The Whitebone Fortress was located on high ground with rough terrain outside, yet it offered a very broad view stretching dozens of miles. Sterling stood atop the fortress wall for the first time, facing the undead army so close up. He wore leather armor, which made him look tough and rugged. Though the blade in his hand trembled slightly, his eyes remained unusually determined. Nearby, Ryan's face had turned ghastly pale, gripping tightly onto a short bow. Because Ryan was a new recruit, special care was taken to assign him a ranged role, avoiding direct melee combat against the undead warriors. Ryan watched as the horde of ghostly white skeletons advanced like the dawn line, fear welling up inside him. In a trembling voice, he whispered, "My God, is this really the undead army? They are far worse than I ever imagined." Sterling scanned the battlefield calmly and quietly said to Ryan, "Don't panic. As long as we stick closely with the troops and avoid acting alone, everything will be fine. The Whitebone Fortress is the first steel gate of our Erasis Empire. The stronghold stands strong. It's not that easy for undeads to breach it. That's true. For hundreds of years, defending the city is easy while attacking is hard. We've got a sturdy fort to rely on, and with 1,000 brave men, we can hold off 10,000. An old soldier nearby who had seen countless battles spoke nonchalantly. Most of them are first-grade undead servants. Their bones are fragile. A single slash from my sword can cut down 3 or 4 of them. Ian, who'd already healed from his wounds, added helpfully. They'd received favors from Sterling before and knew he was someone who could fight fiercely without needing their aid. But they showed special care towards Ryan, the young man standing beside Sterling. As the undead army drew closer, they could see clearly now, the skull heads glowing with an eerie blue soulfire inside. Ryan's face grew paler, unable to steady his bow and arrow. His legs started shaking uncontrollably, almost unable to stand. He whispered to Sterling, I might not make it, Sterling. You don't know? I'm almost about to wet my pants." Chapter 18, Close Combat. In the central tent of the Iron Bastion Legion, Gabriel was fully armored, his brow furrowed. "Report. The undead army is 10 miles away from the fortress." "Report. The undead army is 5 miles away from the fortress." Gabriel's gaze didn't waver at all. He just nodded slightly and asked in a deep voice, "How many? What's the main attack direction?" "Sir, there are too many to count. According to reports from other scouts, all defensive zones controlled by our legions are filled with undead. There's no main attack direction." "No main attack direction?" Gabriel lowered his head to ponder. His mind was racing, trying to figure out the strategic intentions of the undead army. Typically, when undead besieged a city, they would concentrate their forces on attacking one fort. But today, it seemed like a full-scale attack across the line. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing long howl echoed through the sky. This was the command signal of the undead army. Following this sound came the charge of the undead army. "They're here." A scout fell back completely into the fortress, panic evident in his voice. From afar, the enslaved undead seemed to sense some invisible force. The soulfire in their heads flickered as they began to crazily rush toward the fortress. Bone blades and rusted swords waved wildly in the air, bringing an oppressive wave of death closer. The war drums of Whitebone Fortress also resounded immediately, responding to the howls of the undead army. Wherever the other legions guarded, drum sounds thundered throughout the battlefield. War was about to break out. Trin stood on the city wall, tightly gripping the sword Danuel with both hands, his heart pounding fiercely. He looked up and saw the undead thralls surging forward like waves from far away. On the watchtowers set every few dozen meters, ghostly lights flashed. Magic crystal cannons and sentry arrows were prepared. Border defense soldiers had drawn their bows and aimed their arrows, eyes cold and focused, awaiting the arrival of the first wave of undead. All prepare for battle. Ivar's voice roared like thunder, carrying an irresistible authority. Maintain formation, lower the defensive arrow array. Following the order, soldiers of the Frost Wolf Guard quickly moved into position. The archers stepped forward, drew their bows and arrows, and pulled the strings neatly and uniformly. Fire the arrows. In an instant, thousands of arrows flew through the sky like raindrops, pouring down onto the undead army. Boom! The first wave of undead warriors fell under the rain of arrows. Bones and fragments flew everywhere, turning into countless broken pieces littering the ground. But among them, some stood up again, picking up bones from fallen undead nearby, patching themselves together where they were injured. Stepping over the remains of their comrades, they continued their relentless charge, their infinite numbers creating a feeling of hopelessness. Like floodwaters, the undead army surged towards the city walls. The low-ranking enslaved undead rushed forward first, skeletal figures dressed in broken armor, their eyes empty and lifeless. They showed no fear of death, advancing like an endless tide, wave after wave. Boom! On the tower, the magic crystal cannon fired off a massive roar, the firelight lighting up the entire battlefield. Cannon shells exploded in the middle of the undead army, reducing dozens of meters worth of undead to pulverized remains, scattering shattered bones and limbs everywhere. Other magical sentry arrows also poured down onto gatherings of undead, tearing them apart into scattered bits. Yet the undead did not stop. Fractured bodies were formed on the ground, picking up broken bones and standing back up again, never ceasing their attacks on the city wall. Gabriel stood at the highest point of the city wall, frowning deeply. He looked down upon the endless sea of undead, estimating their numbers, and felt heavy-hearted within. There doesn't seem to be any main direction of attack. It looks like they want to use low-rank enslaved undead to wear us down. Send down orders. Pause attacks from the magic crystal cannons. Yes. The messenger quickly ran towards each watchtower. Wave after wave of undead charged towards the fortress wall. As the number of arrows became less frequent, some undead finally broke through the first arrow barrage and reached beneath the city wall. More and more undead gathered below the walls. Sterling noticed that some among them had larger, sturdier builds. They dismantled the bones of other undead, using them to construct crude bone ladders. Large numbers of undead then climbed upward along these ladders without hesitation or fear of death. Damn it, who would have thought they'd resort to this? Sterling couldn't help but curse under his breath. The walls of this fortress are built so high, yet still it isn't enough. Close combat ensued, instantly heating up the battle as Sterling glanced around. Warriors on the city wall swung their knives, hacking and slashing. The scene was extremely chaotic. It wasn't yet time for the decisive moment. Reserve strength should be conserved wherever possible in case of emergencies. He lifted his own blade and struck down at an undead thrall scaling the city wall. This was Sterling's first time closely engaging with undead soldiers. He could clearly see the features of these undead. Hollow eye sockets, dry and bony frames, and torn, broken armor. They bore no expressions, no fear, only flickering soul fires and an unending desire to kill. Just as Ian had said, it was true. These low-rank undead bones were brittle. Or perhaps the danua provided by his uncle was simply razor-sharp. Sterling could fell the bodies of undead thralls with a single slash, but more often than not, the fallen undead would find bones and reassemble themselves, standing up once again. This won't do. Blindly swinging my sword will only lead to trouble. A flicker of awareness crossed Sterling's mind. He had to learn how to conserve his strength. He glanced at the veterans beside him and began to understand. These veterans had stood on the brink of life and death countless times before. Every one of their strikes conserved as much energy as possible. One veteran swiftly stabbed an undead in the neck bone with a short blade, pulling it out just as quickly, the motion agile and decisive. Another soldier, armed with a spear, waited until the undead climbed the wall and used the advantage of higher ground to pierce straight through their skull, kicking the body back down below with ease, saving energy while being clean and efficient. Sterling began to consciously adjust his rhythm of attack. Every slash was now precise, targeting the fatal spots on the undead, neck, breastbone, joints, to ensure they couldn't stand again. These are lessons only warriors who survive can truly understand. Sterling muttered in his heart. His sword slowly followed the pace of these veterans, becoming steadier and more measured. The intense battle lasted for hours without respite. Sterling didn't know how many undead he had felt. Thankfully, having practiced swordsmanship since childhood, his stamina was stronger than most others. Lane had been relieved 2 hours ago, so there was no need to worry about him. But the undead continued to pour onto the city walls unceasingly, while the fighters atop the walls began to show signs of fatigue. Sterling watched as a soldier nearby fought fiercely against an undead, his spear's edge worn dull from overuse, smeared with blood. The man desperately jabbed at an undead climbing up the wall, only for its half-broken spear to pierce the undead's ribcage. Yet the undead showed no sensation of pain, its hollow eye sockets glowing with ghostly white soulfire. Holding his breath, Sterling witnessed the soldier struggle to thrust again, when suddenly a bone knife swung across, cleanly cutting him down to the ground. Blood gushed from his neck, staining the bricks beneath him red. The soldier's eyes still carried an undying fighting spirit, but his hands hung limp, the flow of blood soaking the bricks around him. The cruelty of battle proved far harsher than imagined. Sterling's heart was shaken. This instantaneous death made him realize that life and death on the battlefield were only a moment apart. Behind every surviving warrior lay countless lessons built from blood and broken bones. They had fought through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, slashing stroke by stroke. What remained were those who truly understood how to kill and how to survive, the ruthless ones. Sterling wiped the sweat off his face, gripping his sword tighter once more. Gone was the initial panic of first combat, replaced by the determination to survive. He took a deep breath and swung his sword once again, accurately and swiftly piercing an undead's neck bone. With a light sound of cracking bones, the undead's head fell to the ground and did not rise again. Brothers of the Frostwolf Guard, you take a rest. Let us, the Mad Leopard Corps, handle these bastard skeletons, came a wildly coarse voice. Sterling then saw a group of unfamiliar faces rushing forward to take over the defense zone, and finally let out a sigh of relief, the tightly strung tension loosening. Chapter 19, 10 Days of Fierce Battle. The blood-soaked battle lasted for 10 days. The undead army fought without rest or sleep. Sterling had lost count of how many undead servants he had slain. Thanks to the power of Hong, Sterling was exceptionally fierce on the battlefield, even more terrifying than many seasoned veterans. The pile of white bones outside the city had already grown over a zhang tall. After 10 days of fierce fighting, the defenders of the Bone Fortress were utterly exhausted. Damn it, why are there still so many undead? There's no end to them. Lane's face was dark. When Sterling heard Lane cursing beside him, after 10 days had passed, Lane's courage had increased significantly. He personally took a blade and cut down more than a dozen undead servants. After cutting down an undead, his entire demeanor changed. Looking at the skeletons didn't seem frightening anymore. Sterling and a few others stood by the city wall. The Frostwolf Guards had just finished their rest and were taking over from the Angry Lion camp to defend this section of the wall. Sterling, be careful with the enemy. A deep voice suddenly sounded in his ear. It was familiar to Sterling. It was Ivar, the captain of the Frostwolf Guards. Before the sound even faded, a larger-than-normal figure leapt up. It was clad in black armor, its body taller and more robust than that of an ordinary undead. Its bones were as hard as iron. Its eyes burned with soul fire that glowed a blood-red hue. In its hand, it held a bone spear several zhang long, wrapped around the tip of which was a concentrated wave of deathly energy. Not good, an undead commander, Sterling thought, pulling Lane back in retreat. However, the speed of the undead commander was faster. It thrust out a spear straight at Sterling with a single upward movement. Human die. Sterling could hear the hoarse words issued by the undead commander. The attack was extremely swift, piercing through the air with a sharp tearing sound heading straight towards Sterling's back. Instantaneously, Sterling went cold all over, his hair stood on end, and his heartbeat seemed to stop. Blood Shadow Assault. At this critical moment, Sterling activated the spirit attachment skill, the next second dragging Lane 10 meters away. The shadow left behind was pierced through by the undead commander's bone spear. If they were just a second late, it would have been certain death. A flicker of surprise flashed across the undead commander's eyes. It seemingly hadn't anticipated that this human could evade such an attack. And at this point, Ivar had already arrived. All that could be seen was Ivar's body enveloped in a layer of frost, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet sharply. Behind him followed a massive Frostwolf shadow. The awakened power of the soul, Frostwolf soul. You two step back, I'll handle this guy. Ivar ordered coldly. Ivar's muscles were taut like steel, and runes on his battle armor emitted a brilliant light. In his hand was a huge ice-frosted greatsword. Runes blinked on the sword body, with frost condensing like sharp edges. A powerful aura erupted violently from his body. The undead commander stared at Ivar, and from those crimson eyes emanated a streak of ferocity. It abruptly unleashed a terrifying force, lifting its spear and stabbing at Ivar with a thunderous thrust. Unmoved, Ivar maintained a calm expression. Without dodging or avoiding, he lifted his giant sword to meet the fatal blow. Boom! The clash between the giant sword and the bone spear produced an earth-shaking roar. Two powerful forces surged immediately, generating shockwaves akin to wild winds, sweeping around. Surrounding undead foot soldiers were sent flying directly from the impact. Just a level 6 undead daring to attack my fortress, seeking death. Ivar chuckled lightly, revealing a sharp murderous intent in his eyes. His greatsword swung wildly like a storm and torrential rain, every slash carrying the frosty spiritual force. The mighty sword was devoid of any edge but immensely ingenious, its weight and power pressing like a mountain collapsing upon someone. Each swing drove the undead commander backward step by step. The stone bricks beneath his feet cracked open, stones splintering everywhere. In sheer physical prowess confrontation, Ivar was apparently a bit stronger than the undead commander. Although the undead commander was forced backward continuously, it continued to fiercely wield its bone spear. The spear tip constantly jabbed outwards, wrapping around death essence resembling poisonous snakes attacking Ivar. They exchanged dozens of blows back and forth, clearing an area dozens of meters wide. Die! Ivar roared loudly, suddenly bursting forth in overwhelming frost chi. The Frostwolf shadow behind him roared. Ivar grasped the sword with both hands, jumping several zhang high, raising the frost greatsword high overhead, and wielding it like a thunderclap descending towards the undead commander. Cut! With a deafening roar, the greatsword charged forward mixed with frost power, resembling a snowstorm descending from heaven. striking forcefully against the undead commander's bone spear. The undead commander's bone spear made a shrill cracking sound and was forcibly split in two. That one sword stroke landed heavily on its shoulder instead. Sterling observed closely. On this strike, Ivar's frost adhered to the sword, arriving ahead of the blade. The cold frost quickly froze the undead commander's bones, making its bones fragile under the frost. Another strike came, accompanied by the sound ka-cha. The entire shoulder of the undead commander was cleanly severed, bones flying everywhere. At this moment, the frost wolf shadow behind Ivar suddenly pounced on the defenseless undead commander, its jaws clamping down fiercely on the neck bones and tearing them apart. With the advantage secured, it took less than a minute for the undead commander's skeleton to shatter completely, its soul fire gradually fading. Ivar kicked aside the remnants of the undead commander's body and lifted his frostwolf greatsword high. Pathetic, completely worthless. Behind the bone fortress, the black tower loomed over the desolate sandy wasteland. The heavy black stone bricks were etched with the marks of time. At the very top of the black tower, several shadows hovered in the thick cloud of deathly essence, as though isolated from the clamor and slaughter of the battlefield below. Here, only the cold wind howled. In the center of the black tower, Eldrick stood with his back toward the battlefield, arms folded behind him, appearing entirely in control. His voice was low and icy, carrying an irresistible authority. Order the undead to retreat. After 10 days, everything is already set up. Upon hearing these words, Kazak's soulfire flickered slightly. Hopefully the demon god strategy works. 20,000 servants sent to their deaths without purpose. It would have been better if the commanders under my command had consumed the soulfires instead. His voice was hoarse and deep, weighing the situation before him. What's there to grieve about concerning the loss of these undead servants? They are merely low-level tools that can be replenished at will. There's an unlimited supply. Moreover, they did not die in vain. In these 10 days of fierce battle, tens of thousands of human soldiers must have perished as well. Eldrick's tone remained calm, yet the cruelty in his voice was like a blade piercing through the bone. Kazak fell silent for a while, the soul fire in his eyes stabilizing gradually. He knew Eldrick was right. These undead servants were mere pawns. The true war strategy had been brewing at a much higher level. Kazak said no more. Slowly raising his hand, he waved it forward toward the battlefield. Following his motion, the vast army of undead servants abruptly ceased all movement on the distant battlefield, as though responding to some invisible command. Every single undead creature retreated simultaneously, withdrawing in perfect synchronization, leaving behind the broken corpses and remains littering the ground. The defenders of the bone fortress watched in astonishment as the undead army abruptly withdrew. They glanced around in confusion, hardly daring to believe what they saw. Are these undead retreating? Lane gasped, panting heavily, looking at Sterling with puzzlement written all over his face. What's going on? Sterling stood nearby, his brow furrowed in deep thought, equally confused. After 10 days of relentless attack by the undead horde, without a hint of hesitation or retreat, they now suddenly pulled back altogether. It seemed utterly incomprehensible. Is it a trick? An uneasy feeling welled up inside Sterling. Chapter 20. The Fading Flame of the Soul. Sterling gazed into the distance, watching as the undead retreated, his doubts growing heavier. The withdrawal of the undead instead caused a wave of unease to spread across his chest. Lane was still babbling incessantly. They've retreated. Isn't that good news? Perhaps, Sterling murmured, his eyes scanning around. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in his mind. The undead servants, and even the undead commanders, were all undead beings. So, could the undead, whose souls are eternal, also be bound by a contract? His heart stirred slightly. Then he turned to Lane. You go back and report the situation here to the Supreme Commander first. Lane paused for a moment. Though full of questions, upon seeing Sterling's serious face, he didn't dare to ask further, but simply nodded and walked away. When Lane had gone far enough, Sterling flicked his hand, and the summoning grimoire appeared out of his body. The heavy bronze pages hovered in midair, flipping over automatically with a soft rustling sound, as if responding to Sterling's thoughts. At that very moment, an extremely faint soul vibration came from afar, carrying deep regret. It's him. Sterling's gaze locked onto the fading presence. Not far off, the corpse of the undead commander defeated earlier by Ivar still lay on the ground. The surrounding skeleton warriors were scattered into broken bones, yet the flame of the soul of the undead commander was not yet completely extinguished. Although the soul flames had become extremely weak, almost vanishing at any moment, their existence remained tenacious. The body is shattered, yet the soul has not dissipated completely. But, for the undead, as long as the soul remains undestroyed, finding another body is no problem, Sterling whispered to himself, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he slowly stretched out his hand, and ancient runes began to emerge on the pages of the grimoire. The power of the contract condensed in his palm, mixing with a drop of blood from his fingertip, gradually transforming into a thread-like silver light, quietly spreading towards the direction of the undead commander. The soul of the undead commander was already incredibly weakened, nearing dissolution, unable to resist. The silver threads of the contract firmly entwined around it. Sterling closed his eyes, and the sensation of the soul washed over his mind like a tidal wave, gently knocking against his consciousness. Who are you? A deep and feeble voice floated over, as if from an immeasurably distant depth, filled with confusion and hesitation. Sterling's awareness drifted. He sensed that the soul of the undead commander was plunged into extreme weakness. There was no hostility, just bewilderment. Once a powerful entity on the battlefield, now like a lost child wandering aimlessly in the chaotic world, unable to find its direction. I am Sterling. Feeling the floating soul, Sterling's voice was gentle, warm like a spring breeze. I come from the Emerald Heights, and now, I will bring you back from death. Rebirth. The voice of the undead commander held a hint of disbelief, as if this word never appeared in his world before. I have died, my soul drifting in darkness. Now you wish to awaken me again. Yes, but this time, you will be different from before. Sterling said slowly, the touch of the contract force becoming even more gentle, like caressing the tattered soul of the undead commander with his hands. I shall give you new life, free from the shackles of death, no longer a puppet of chaos. The soul of the undead commander trembled slightly, dormant memories began to resurface. Battles, killings, destructions, from life to death, an endless nightmare. He paused for a moment, his voice tinged with a sense of bewilderment, as if trying to understand the meaning of rebirth. What will be different about being reborn? Come closer to my soul. A warm smile curved on Sterling's lips. He didn't rush to answer, but opened his soul like one would treat a newborn, presenting what he thought were scenes of warmth, like a layer of warm gauze slowly soothing an existence accustomed to coldness. As the contract power permeated, the undead commander seemed to feel a kind of warmth that he hadn't experienced in a long time, a warmth that carried the breath of life, pulling him from the icy void back into this world. Can you feel it? Sterling's voice was as soft as the wind, his soul exuding infinite warmth and light. All of this is no longer just cruelty and slaughter. The undead commander fell silent for a while. He had never felt such sensations before. This warm power made him want to draw nearer involuntarily, as if a creature long dwelling in darkness caught sight of light for the first time, both unfamiliar yet yearning. It seems, his voice quivered lightly. A little, not as cold as before. This is the significance of rebirth. You are no longer trapped in unending darkness. You can perceive the beauty of the world, the breeze, sunlight, and the feeling of freedom. The soul of the undead commander trembled lightly, and the warmth in the silver light gradually awakened his long-lost senses. Within Sterling's soul, he could feel the breeze coming from afar, carrying the breath of life. In the distance, there was a gentle flicker of light that stirred a deep sense of longing within him. The feeling was both unfamiliar, yet irresistible. Is this freedom? He whispered softly, his voice tinged with an unhidden yearning. I have never experienced it before. Sterling nodded gently as his soul continued to guide the undead commander, offering an unspoken promise. Yes, you are no longer a prisoner of the darkness. You now have the choice to experience the beauty of this world. The undead commander's soul trembled again, and this beauty evoked an unprecedented sense of peace within him. I like this feeling. His voice grew softer, filled with a childlike innocence and joy. It's not so cold anymore, not so lonely. Sterling's smile deepened as he gently comforted the undead commander's soul. This is the new life I am bringing to you. Freedom, warmth, and hope for the future. You will leave your past behind and embrace a new soul. At that moment, the soul of the undead commander seemed to ignite once more, like a warm flame dancing anew, reviving like a withered tree blossoming in spring. Contract, Sterling murmured, and the power of the contract flowed like a gentle stream, merging with the undead commander's soul. When the soul fire was fully integrated into the grimoire's contract, Sterling felt a faint connection forming between him and the undead commander. The contract began to take shape, and the bond deep within their souls became stronger. This connection, akin to a newborn tether, slowly pulled the undead commander out of the depths of darkness. Thank you, Sterling, my master. Sterling's gaze carried a hint of excitement, but his voice was even gentler, as if soothing a newly born soul. Now, you have a fresh start. From now on, your name will be Little Bones. Chapter 21, The Contracted Undead Commander. Little Bones. That wisp of a soul's energy gently pulsed, carrying an air of innocent joy. It was merely a remnant soul, but it possessed intelligence. Though it no longer had the strength of old, it still commanded respect. Successfully contracted, Level 6, Undead Commander. Name, Little Bones. Race, Withered Bone Demon Clan. Realm, Level 6, Undead Commander. Talent skill, Gravity Strike. A strength-based skill, where all bodily power bursts forth momentarily, wielding a weapon with a crushing strike imbued with tremendous weight directed at the target, causing massive damage. The heavier the weapon, the higher the damage dealt by the attack. Sterling's lips curved slightly upward as he softly spoke to the soul. Go ahead, choose a suitable set of bones, and reassemble your body. The soul of the undead commander floated away beyond the city wall, picking through countless scattered skeletons for appropriate parts. Before long, a temporarily pieced-together body stood outside the city walls. Sterling watched Little Bones wobbling towards him, his awkward gait showing how clumsy he was. As if adapting to his newly assembled body, every step was an effort to regain balance. At first glance, it was like watching a child learning their first hesitant steps. Sterling chuckled lightly, stepped forward, and carefully realigned the bone on Little Bone's shoulder that had been incorrectly connected. This one's reversed, he said as he gently rotated the bone, being very cautious in his movements. Little Bone stood quietly while Sterling removed the misaligned bone, turning it over carefully, and then reinstalled it. Although his form appeared more broken than before, the red flame of his soul reignited within the empty eye sockets. You're much better now, Sterling whispered softly. Little Bone's red soul fire flickered lightly, seemingly responding to him. Sterling looked at Little Bones, pondering for a moment, and then quietly said, "You follow the army of the undead for now, and retreat temporarily." Little Bones nodded slightly, then leapt into the gradually retreating ranks of the undead. At this point, Sterling felt a strange connection. His consciousness could borrow Little Bones' perspective via the contract to overlook everything outside the battlefield, as if viewing the enemy's moves from a higher dimension. Interesting, Sterling mumbled with a touch of smugness in his tone. However, since the distance is too great, my perception may be limited. If the power of the contract can't reach, then let Little Bones act independently. Every 10 days, you must return 10 miles outside the fortress and report everything you've seen. Sterling issued the order to Little Bones. Little Bones accepted the command, and then quickly disappeared from Sterling's line of sight. Sterling's smile deepened. An undead commander as my mole. This move wasn't bad. The covert piece has been laid. If used well, Little Bones would be no less valuable than a spiritual martial arts master. Sterling, the great commander wants you to come to our camp meeting hall. All right, I'm aware. I'll be there soon. The sky was shrouded in thick leaden gray clouds, an oppressive atmosphere spreading over the entire Whitebone fortress. The military tents inside the fortress were brightly lit, despite the temporary cessation of battle, but the tension within the tent remained unrelieved. The 4 army commanders gathered in the conference hall, each facing this protracted war situation with differing emotions. Alicia sat upright in her chair, her long fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, making soft knocking sounds. Her finely shaped eyebrows were slightly furrowed, her eyes flashing with a hint of unsatisfied fighting spirit. Her mouth carried a trace of impatience. She took a deep breath, breaking the silence with some complaint in her voice. "So we are retreating, just like this? Haven't let them taste my flame explosion yet." Gabriel stood beside her, arms crossed in front of his chest, silent. He was tall and muscular, standing steadily without any movement, heavy and immovable. Like a mountain, a weighty mountain. In the distance, Tion listened silently, a smile consistently on his face as he joined in the conversation. His voice was calm, straightforward, and not at all hiding a faint tinge of ridicule. This unexpected retreat by the undead army came without warning. Probably those undead sovereigns saw the futility of prolonged attack and decided not to waste lives unnecessarily. But fine, after a big battle, at least we can have a few good sleeps. Alicia humphed lightly, clearly extremely dissatisfied with such a passive attitude. This retreat really isn't normal. Gabriel finally broke his silence, his voice deep. The army of the undead has always been fearless about life and death. Suddenly retreating definitely isn't because they fear us. I fear they are preparing for a larger offensive. Gabriel's voice was like inscriptions on a stone tablet, word by word profound. Every time he spoke, one could feel an irresistible force. Alicia turned her head to look at Sebastian, who usually talked the most, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Today, Sebastian was unusually silent, lost in thought. "Sebastian, why so quiet today? What do you think?" When Sebastian heard his name called, he suddenly snapped out of his reverie, looked up, and his gaze swept over everyone in the tent. "I'm thinking that we can't rule out the possibility that the undead are trying to lure us out of the city to chase them. Perhaps 10 miles away, they've already set a trap for our attack." His gaze turned to Gabriel. Though his tone was calm, there was a hint of hidden tension in Sebastian's eyes. Since the start of the commander's meeting, Sebastian had seemed distracted, with an air of unease in his expression, as if burdened by some unknown pressure. Alicia laughed softly, a note of disdain in her voice. "Chasing them is a good idea. I'd like to lead the army out of the fortress to show them what we're capable of." "Chasing? No way." Gabriel coldly interrupted her suggestion. "The soldiers have been fighting nonstop for 10 days and are exhausted. If we rashly chase them, we might fall into their trap. It would be an extremely dangerous gamble." A shadow of grievance flickered in Alicia's eyes. Her fighting spirit was still not extinguished as she stubbornly retorted, "I didn't say we should chase them today. Besides, why do we always only defend and never attack? The undead army may be strong, but we aren't helpless either." Gabriel looked at Alicia, his voice becoming more severe. "The time isn't right yet. With just our Western Frontier Defense Army, it's already a blessing that we can hold on to Whitebone Fortress. You're too impetuous, Alicia. War isn't just about enthusiasm." Alicia slightly pouted her lips, stopping the argument, but those fiery eyes clearly showed her dissatisfaction wasn't quelled. For a moment, the atmosphere inside the tent fell into a stalemate, as everyone lapsed into silence, weighing the complexities of the situation. Sebastian's gaze dropped, the usual confident expression now replaced with a touch of seriousness. He did not interject further, as if something weighed on his mind, yet he didn't let others see through him. Just the occasional glimpse of his unease caught Gabriel's eye, but he kept it to himself. After a while, Gabriel spoke calmly. "No matter what, we must guard against any movements from the undead army. We need to dispatch more scouts to keep an eye on the undead's actions. All cavalry reconnaissance units from your respective armies cannot be idle. At this critical moment, we cannot afford even the slightest carelessness." He scanned everyone present, his tone exuding unwavering determination. "People must also be stationed on the wall to monitor at all times, ensuring the undead won't catch us off guard with a sudden counterattack. Everyone, take this opportunity to rest, reinforce the fortress defenses, consolidate the stronghold position, and prepare defensive supplies." Gabriel was always cautious, and none of the others voiced any objections. Though Alicia still harbored a bit of resentment in her heart, she had nothing else to say. As the discussion gradually drew to a close, the 4 army commanders each departed with their own thoughts. Walking out of the command tent, Sebastian glanced at the iron-gray sky before turning and leaving. Chapter 22, Summoner Mage? Sterling arrived at the Frostwolf Guards Council Hall. The decorations were modest, and Ivar stood by the window. The fireplace on the wall was burning with a roaring fire, its glow illuminating Ivar's weathered face. Seeing Sterling enter, Ivar walked over to the table, picked up a cup of hot wine, and handed it to Sterling with a smile, saying, "The weather is cold. Have a drink to warm yourself." Sterling accepted the cup, though he had slight doubts in his mind. He still tipped his head back and drank it all in one go. The strong liquor passed through his throat, and the fiery sensation went straight from his mouth to his stomach. In moments, a heat surged like a blazing flame within him, quickly spreading throughout his limbs. To be honest, this wine was much spicier than any Sterling had tasted before. Too many impurities, a rough texture, and high alcohol concentration. It certainly wasn't pleasant to drink. "Commander Ivar, this wine, it's potent. Haha, the frontier is bitterly cold. Only strong wine can drive out the cold and relieve fatigue. This is actually good wine that I usually don't dare to drink myself." Ivar laughed heartily, his gaze landing on Sterling, eyes full of admiration. "Thank you for your favor, Commander." Sterling bowed in gratitude, his heart sensing faintly that Ivar calling him here today surely wasn't just for drinking and chatting. Ivar laughed loudly a few times. Then his expression became serious as his tone turned formal. "Sterling, I've seen your performance on the battlefield these past few days. Your strength, especially that battle pet of yours, decisive and ruthless, indeed an outstanding display." But Ivar suddenly shifted his tone, his expression becoming serious. "Even though I haven't attended a prestigious academy, I've seen no shortage of awakened ones. If my guess is correct, your awakened talent isn't ordinary beast soul awakening, right?" Sterling was slightly startled, immediately alert in his heart. Could Ivar have seen through his secret concerning the summoning codex? But even if he knew, the codex wasn't something easily taken away. Keeping his calm exterior, Sterling steadily asked, "Commander, what do you mean by that?" Ivar casually poured himself a cup of wine, slowly walking to the fireplace. The firelight shone on his resolute side face, his tone slightly subdued. "Don't worry, I'm not trying to pry into your secrets. Actually, I'm more inclined to think that your awakened ability belongs to a rarer category, the elemental awakening." "Elemental awakening?" Sterling pretended to be confused, furrowing his brows while asking. "That's right, elemental awakening." Ivar took steady steps closer, the wine in his cup swaying gently under the firelight, reflecting a faint shine. Elemental awakening isn't merely confined to controlling single element powers like flames, frost, or lightning. There is another kind of awakened ones. They connect with the time and space of the world. Using this power, they can open summoning gates and call forth powerful creatures to fight for them. Those who awaken with such abilities are commonly known as summoner mages. Ivar's voice was low, yet every word struck at Sterling's heart. "Summoner mage?" Sterling murmured softly to himself, a storm of emotions roiling inside him. He had relied on the summoning codex to establish contracts with powerful creatures and had always worried about his secret being discovered. But now, Ivar's speculation undoubtedly provided him with a perfect cover. Ivar nodded, continuing. "Unlike those animal trainers, summoner mages can resonate emotionally with the creatures they summon and even continuously enhance their summoned being's strength. This ability is extremely rare." Sterling silently reflected in his mind. If following Ivar's words, he could indeed take advantage of this situation and claim that the capability of the summoning codex was actually a summoning talent. Doing so would help avoid many unnecessary troubles. Ivar continued explaining. "Although summoner mages who awaken are few nowadays, to my knowledge, the Royal Academy in the capital still retains a specialized school that teaches summoning magic. Systematic learning will help you better master this force. The summoner's strength has no fixed form. The creatures summoned vary from person to person. As your ability grows, in the future, you'll be able to summon different types of creatures, even ancient ones. You're just starting now." Ivar watched Sterling's contemplative expression, smiled slightly, and patted his shoulder. "Sterling, the summoning talent is very powerful, but the path of summoning is fraught with difficulties. You yourself need sufficient willpower and mental strength to control this force. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness might cause the entity you summon to backfire against you." Ivar carried a note of warning. Remember, the power of summoners comes from their resonance with creatures, and this resonance needs constant refinement. Sterling slowly nodded, his gaze gradually firming. "Commander, I'll keep your words deeply in my heart." New paragraph starts here. Ivar smiled faintly, raising his cup as if greatly appreciating Sterling's attitude. "Very good, Sterling. The reason I summoned you today isn't merely to remind you of this point. You have an extraordinary talent. Although the fortress conditions are indeed harsh, I do not wish to waste your gift. All cultivation resources I will apply to the higher-ups for you to receive double the usual amount." "Thank you for nurturing me, sir." Sterling bowed respectfully, deeply grateful in his heart, having been worrying about cultivating his spirit energy. "In this campaign, you've also contributed significantly. In our Steelwall Corps, one who establishes merit shall certainly be rewarded." Ivar continued slowly. "You know, since the end of the rule of magic era, the essence in the air has become extremely sparse. Practically all methods of cultivation that relied on absorbing the tides of heaven and earth's essence have been lost. Nowadays, we can only rely on spirit stones and crystal cores, items that contain essence, for cultivation." Sterling nodded. The cultivation system was already vastly different from 1,000 years ago. But, Ivar went on, combat techniques have grown far richer and more diverse. Ivar looked at him again, I see that you're also skilled with a sword. In a few days, I'll personally ask Lord Gabriel to grant you several sword techniques. You must practice diligently. Sterling's heart secretly rejoiced. Gaining combat techniques was truly rare. As for summoning magic, I'm powerless there. You'll have to figure that out yourself later. Thank you for your generosity, sir. Sterling bowed respectfully in gratitude. The night grew deep, and in a secluded corner of the stronghold, the air was tense, though it wasn't easily noticeable. Faint lighting filtered through the broken stone walls, barely illuminating the narrow nook. A shadow clad in armor stood silently, his expression somber, seemingly waiting for something. Moments later, another even more indistinct silhouette emerged soundlessly from the darkness, his face concealed under a hood, with only icy eyes flickering with eerie glimmers beneath the shadows. Their gazes met briefly under the dim light. The armored figure broke the silence first, lowering his voice to ask, "Are all things taken care of? What needs doing, naturally will be done. But as for you, what should have been accomplished in 5 days you prolonged to 10? What exactly were you hesitating over? Or regretting your decision?" The armored man's brows furrowed slightly, a trace of coldness in his tone. "Mind your place, and your words to me." The cloaked figure emitted a soft snort, but quickly suppressed his discomfort. "My lord, how curious. It wasn't you who actively chose the demon Godarin then. And now, you're remembering your former identity." Hearing this, the armored figure narrowed his eyes sharply, a glint of cold light flashing. His left hand instinctively moved towards the sword at his waist. "Betrayal? I'm simply choosing the future. If you dare challenge me again, I don't mind resolving you here and finding another partner. Do you believe me when I say, even if I cut you down, they'll still send someone else over, then mutter about how you've failed before your corpse?" The cloaked figure's face darkened instantly, glancing around cautiously, and then lowered his voice. "Lord, please calm down. We are all serving the demon Godarin. I only hope everything follows the plan." The armored man paused in silence for a moment, as if deep in thought, and ultimately nodded. "Hopefully, your plans won't disappoint me. By then, I expect you to remember your promise." "Relax." The cloaked figure turned into the darkness, his voice dissipating like the wind. "Once the plan succeeds, the demon Godarin will bestow unimaginable power upon you." The armored man stood motionless in the spot, his expression complicated, fists clenched so tightly they trembled slightly. He knew there was no turning back. After a long while, he exhaled deeply, his gaze becoming once again cold and resolute. Raising his head, he stared toward the distant fortress walls, seeming to have made a firm resolution. The moonlight pierced through the clouds, leaving the corner devoid of any remaining figures. Chapter 23, Survival of the Fittest. The wasteland outside the Whitebone Fortress was deathly silent. The undead army surged like a flood, and the sound of their march was monotonous and dull, as if pounding on this already dead land. Sterling, having left the council hall, his consciousness quietly entered Xiaogu's field of vision through the pact. Through Xiaogu's eyes, what could be seen was an endless desolation. The earth was a sickly yellow, as if eroded by the stench of death to the point that no grass could grow. Besides the undead, there were also wandering demonic beasts undead on the wasteland. Those deformed demons moved in the shadows, as if driven by resentment, forever unable to find peace. "This is the true face of the frontier," Sterling muttered to himself. Images of the white bone remains depicted in books flashing through his mind. A once flourishing human civilization has now been swallowed up by the corrupt stench of death, even the sky shrouded under layers of gray clouds, the aura of the undead enveloping the fields. Xiaogu moved forward step by step with the undead army, its skeleton making faint creaks. As a level 6 undead commander, it had originally held a high status within the undead army. However, after battling with that person who radiated an icy chill, its body had become severely damaged. Even for an undead, such physical deficiencies inevitably limited its strength. After several days of marching, the undead army finally stopped in front of a towering black tower piercing the clouds. That black tower stood at the end of the wasteland, its peak covered with thick black fog, exuding an endless sense of mystery. Through Xiaogu's perspective, Sterling saw a figure standing atop the black tower, a dazzling red cloak contrasting sharply in the iron-black scene. Tall, robust, with exposed bones glowing with a silver light. An 8th-level undead monarch, the ruler of all the undead. His appearance immediately caused unrest among the undead army, every undead servant trembling involuntarily, as if feeling the pressure emanating from deep within their souls. Even though Xiaogu was now Sterling's contracted creature, the racial oppression stemming from deep within its soul still frightened it. "My servants." The voice of the undead monarch was like a cold breeze cutting through the silent night sky. "Today, I require your loyalty. Your contributions will not be forgotten." The lower-level undead in the army emitted low, resonant roars, unconsciously pledging allegiance. Sterling noticed that it seemed as if all the undead armies around him began losing control, falling into a frenzied state. Even Xiaogu began losing awareness, confused and disoriented. Sterling quickly snapped out of it, calling several times before finally waking Xiaogu from its dazed state. Subsequently, they watched as thousands of tall and robust undead emerged from the black tower, armored. Among those coming out, the lowest ranked were undead commanders, these undead commanders approaching the already exhausted lower-level undead servants, their soul fires flickering wildly. Excitement, or perhaps desire. What they witnessed next made Sterling's heart race in terror. Those elite undead commanders actually stepped forward in batches in front of the undead army, without hesitation absorbing the soul fires of those lower-level undead servants. And those whose soul fires were being absorbed remained in an unconscious state, motionless, leaving themselves to be harvested. With the extinguishing of the soul fire, the lower-level undead servant immediately turned into a pile of scattered skeletal remains. And the undead commanders, like having just enjoyed a delicious meal, became stronger. These undead that had just survived brutal battles now became nourishment for higher-level undead, their existence value mercilessly stripped away. Is this the survival law of the undead? Truly a nauseating sight. Sterling felt a wave of discomfort, but he restrained his emotions and continued to observe everything through Xiaogu. The cruelty of the undead surpassed his imagination. Even within the same race, the weak were destined to become stepping stones for the strong. Order collapsed. Only the strong preyed on the weak. At this moment, a commander's figure approached the area where Xiaogu was located. What to do? Resist or flee? Sterling's heart tightened, unsure of what to do, truly unwilling for the newly contracted little bone to have its soul fire so mercilessly absorbed by other undead. The arriving one was a tall, undead commander, his armor covered with thick dust, the soul fire in his eyes appearing even more blood-red. Each step carried heavy oppressive energy, his large skull sweeping over the multitude of undead servants. Suddenly, he looked at Xiaogu and stopped, seemingly somewhat surprised. Sterling heard a deep voice emanate from deep within the throat. Ariza, am I mistaken? Have you really ended up in this state? Ariza? Through the pact, Sterling sensed Xiaogu's emotional fluctuations. It turned out that the undead commander in front of him and Xiaogu had once been mortal enemies, and Ariza was Xiaogu's former name. Look at your tattered bones. The undead commander's voice dripped with mockery. Were all your bones shattered by someone? I told you back then, your strength was far inferior to mine, and I should have led the troops instead. And what happened? Now look at your pitiful state. Your soul fire will be a perfect bonus for me. Xiaogu's body trembled slightly, radiating an undercurrent of anger. What? Do you intend to swallow his soul fire? Sterling sensed Xiaogu's intention. Following Xiaogu's reasoning, if it could devour the soul fire of this undead commander before him, it would inherit his position. In the order of the undead, there was nothing abnormal about this. But now, Xiaogu's body was too fragile. Sterling feared that the moment they engaged, Xiaogu might fall apart. The flickering of Xiaogu's soul fire revealed how its consciousness rekindled at the mention of the name Ariza and the lost glory from its past. Xiaogu, don't rush, observation first. Sterling transmitted instructions through the pact. The undead commander sneered again and glanced down at Xiaogu. Still want to fight back? Don't worry, I won't rush to devour you. You just stay here patiently while I absorb the souls of others first, and I'll enjoy your feast last. Stop resisting needlessly. Perhaps I'll tread on your bones to achieve the path to kingship. Ah. With laughter echoing, the undead commander turned around and strode away, paying no attention to Xiaogu. Sterling exhaled quietly, calculating rapidly. The cruel struggle between the undead was evident. They devoured and discarded the weak, which was their unyielding law of survival. Watching the figure walking away into the distance, Sterling whispered lowly, "We can't let him absorb all the soul fires, or we'll have no chance. We must act first. He can absorb soul fires, and so can we." Xiaogu's soul fire flickered lightly, responding to Sterling's command. Let's stealthily absorb the soul fires of these lower-level undead and select stronger skeletons to replace your damaged shell. Among the army of undead, hundreds of thousands of low-tier undead servants moved like mindless zombies, lifeless and unnoticed. They drew no attention, and neither did Xiaogu. Thus, it quietly approached a wobbling, undead servant. Taking advantage of the distraction of nearby strong entities, Xiaogu's skeletal arm reached out silently and touched the undead's frame. A faint stream of soul fire flowed into Xiaogu's body. In an instant, it felt an intense desire deep within its core, an almost intoxicating pleasure, as though feasting on marrow. This trace of soul fire ignited something primal within it, a thirst for more, an insatiable hunger to absorb, to consume, to grow stronger. Even Sterling couldn't suppress a groan of pleasure at the sensation of Xiaogu's soul expanding. Chapter 24, Spiritual Power Nurturing. Just as Xiaogu was absorbing the soul fire, Sterling suddenly heard a familiar wailing cry. Looking up, he saw a three-legged Minya flying in from the east, circling the tower top, once before directly flying into the Black Tower. Three-legged Minya? That Black Witch. Immediately, Sterling remembered the three-legged Minya he had seen when the Darkwing was attacked. At this moment, in the upper hall of the Black Tower, the atmosphere was icy and eerie, with several figures standing in the dim candlelight, a faint smell of decay spreading through the air. "Sauce, did you bring back that escaped elf?" A hoarse and low voice sounded, coming from the figure standing in the center of the tower, Aldrich. He was completely wrapped in a black robe, blending seamlessly into the dark night. His cold eyes were fixed on Sauce, who had just stepped into the room. Sauce knelt down trembling, sweat sliding down his pale cheeks, his voice filled with fear. "Master, my subordinates are incompetent, the elf. I've searched every inch of ground, but she seems to have vanished into thin air. Sir, worthless. You couldn't even catch a 6th-rank luminescent elf. What use are you?" As he spoke, a surge of thick black mist erupted from him, swiftly rushing towards Sauce. The black mist drilled into Sauce like venomous snakes, quickly eroding his soul. Sauce let out an anguished scream, his body violently contorting, unable to control his pain. His entire body curled up as if being squeezed by invisible forces, as if about to be crushed. He begged for mercy hastily, Lord, spare my life. Teacher, save me. I'm willing to serve you for another 300 years. Aldrich paid no attention, as though deaf to Sauce's screams of agony. However, a third figure standing nearby looked at this scene with nonchalance. Thor, Sauce's mentor, and also one of the other black witches here. He stood to the side, dressed in wide black robes, his face emaciated like a walking corpse. His pair of withered fingers gently caressed a stiff body standing beside him. Upon closer inspection, it had pointed ears, a pale face. It was a male elf, or more accurately, a male elven puppet. Thor's gaze fell on the face of the elven puppet, filled with an unnatural obsession. This handsome face, this tender skin, he muttered to himself, his fingers tracing the cold cheek of the elf. So alluring, eternal beauty, just as noble as you, yet will never escape me again. Thor, have you completed refining this elven puppet? Aldrich turned to glance at the dead body and asked. Yes, holy envoy lord. Thor revealed a twisted smile. An 8th rank saintly shining elf, truly difficult to refine. It exhausted hundreds of years worth of precious materials I had accumulated. But it's not a bad trade-off. Now my treasure can at least unleash 7th rank power, and he'll forever stay by my side. Once an 8th rank saintly shining elf, but now has become Thor's plaything, his soul stolen, turned into his elven puppet. Although still possessing great power, only able to unleash 7th rank strength, a common price in necromantic magic, eternity, obtained at the cost of life, yet never touching the former pinnacle. Aldrich cast a cold look at Thor, his voice laced with disdain. Your hobbies are truly disgusting. Thor didn't take offense. His gaze remained fixed on the face of the elven puppet, murmuring softly, Holy envoy lord, why do you go to such lengths to capture that female elf unless merely to follow Master Demon God's order? Had you not stopped me, half a month ago, I could have obliterated her with a single black magic skill. Would there be so many troubles otherwise? Humph. Aldrich let out a cold snort. A month ago, Aldrich suddenly received a secret order from Demon God Sakamo. A group of elves had broken through blockades and intended to flee towards the human empire. The Demon God issued an order, instructing that these fleeing elves must be intercepted along the way at any cost. Aldrich personally led several subordinate black witches in relentless pursuit, finally managing to severely wound the last high-ranked elf, a powerful 8th rank Star Radiance elf, in front of the Bone Fortress. Seeing the situation nearly secured, Aldrich waved to halt his subordinates from delivering the final blow to another injured elf. It was a beautiful female elf whose radiant appearance shone like stars, striking against the cold battlefield. In Aldrich's mind arose a wicked notion. If he could capture her and turn her into an eternal servant, what great pleasure would that be? Who could have foreseen, at the critical moment, the 8th rank Star Radiance elf would employ a secret technique, unleashing his energy with a deep incantation, a dazzling light bursting forth. In an instant, the female elf was forcefully sent into the Bone Fortress. Aldrich was caught off guard, watching helplessly as the last elf disappeared into the towering walls of the Bone Fortress. His face darkened as he realized he had made a grave mistake. If it weren't for the necromancer army intentionally luring this chase towards the fortresses that were already under the dominion of demon gods, the fleeing elf would have posed a significant threat. Unable to pursue further personally, Aldrich angrily ordered Sauce to go capture the escaping elf. In the darkness of night, the gates of the Bone Fortress slowly opened, the bony barrier even shut down, with no human soldiers stopping Sauce from entering. The elf had received no support and had no choice but to cross through the Bone Fortress, heading deeper into the forest. At this thought, Aldrich let out a cold snort. The black energy in his hand dissipated instantly, and the soul pain inflicted upon Sauce gradually subsided. Feeling the soul pain fade away, Sauce endured his suffering, struggling to rise from the ground and continuing to kneel. Master, that elf was poisoned by the necromantic poison I created. She must be dead, likely consumed by beasts, which is why I couldn't find her corpse. Upon hearing Sauce mention the elf had been poisoned by the necromantic toxins, Aldrich's expression softened slightly, his tone deepening. You'd better not disappoint me, Sauce. If she's already dead, then Lord Demon God's task has been completed. Remember that. The subordinate understands. Sauce hastily retreated, unwilling to stay a moment longer. Afterward, Aldrich turned around, his figure gradually fading into the mist of black gas. While Thor still remained at the same spot, his eyes never leaving the elven puppet, his fingers gently caressing the puppet's face, a sickly smile curling on his lips. They're all gone. They've all gone. Only you will never leave me. Outside the Black Tower, taking advantage of all the undead still being dormant, Sterling ordered Little Bone to quickly absorb the soul fires of the other low-rank undead nearby, his movements discreet. Each thread of soul fire flowed like a gentle stream, merging into its body, nurturing its damaged bones. With every swallow, the soul fire would grow stronger, and its originally dim and broken skeleton began to emit faint glimmers. Each bone seemed to be reviving from death, but it wasn't content with just this. While devouring souls, it also quietly picked more sturdy bones, removing others' bones and replacing the cracked and broken parts of its own. As it disassembled and reattached the bones, its decrepit form slowly rebuilt itself. With each bone replaced, Little Bone's strength slightly increased. Sterling perceived the changes through their contract. The growth of soul fire seemed to nourish him as well. His heart surged with excitement as he felt the power spreading within. This tingling sensation, he encouraged himself mentally. The more, the better. Soon, Little Bone's appearance had changed noticeably, its damaged skeleton replaced by sturdier ones. It no longer looked unstable, instead becoming taller and more robust. Its joints became tighter, emitting faint scraping sounds, much like true rebirth. This is just the beginning. Sterling observed all this, pondering silently in his heart. Thanks to the Necromancer Lord, these many undead stayed motionless, allowing Little Bone to feast freely. It was indeed convenient. As Little Bone continuously absorbed the soul fire of lower-ranking undead, its soul pulsated more intensely, an addictive sensation burning within its body. Each time it devoured, it ignited an inner primal impulse. Devour, become stronger. Chapter 25, Slaying the Level 6 Commander. Xiao Gu was greedily absorbing the soul fire, its power increasing with every passing moment. Sterling kept his eyes on the surroundings. Just as Xiao Gu was reveling in the growing strength, suddenly, an oppressive presence surged from afar. In the distant darkness, a massive, decaying figure slowly emerged. Each step it took reverberated like thunder upon the ground, shaking the surrounding undead flames. It's that Necromancer commander from earlier. Sterling's heart tightened, immediately warning Xiao Gu through their pact. The Necromancer's aura was evidently superior, clearly sensing Xiao Gu's unusual activity and aiming to quickly devour its soulfire before complications arose. It would not let its prey grow stronger right under its nose, soon becoming the hunter instead. That undead commander gazed greedily at Xiao Gu, much like a vulture eyeing a corpse. Xiao Gu turned and looked at its mortal enemy, sensing the oppressive force emanating from the other side. Its heart flared with intense battle intent. The undead commander towered far above Xiao Gu, wielding a bone blade resembling a giant axe, each step radiating immense killing intent. In the depths of its eye sockets, two fiery souls burned brighter and brighter, flickering as if ready to tear Xiao Gu apart. Calm down. You mustn't act rashly. Sterling's voice resonated within its soul. Though the opponent is powerful, remember, Xiao Gu, we are two fighting as one. There is never an ounce of mercy or room for negotiation in battles among the undead. They only know slaughter and consumption. In this fight, only one can survive. The victor will devour the other's soul fire, gaining new power. The loser will dissolve into dust, losing everything. The roar of the level 6 undead commander resounded like a collapsing mountain or raging sea, vibrating the surrounding air. The low and terrifying sound waves swept in, as if aiming to shatter Xiao Gu's resolve directly. The giant bone blade sliced through the air with a cold glint, filled with decay and murderous intent, viciously chopping down towards Xiao Gu's head. If struck by this blow, Xiao Gu's body would surely shatter, possibly even affecting its soul fire. Xiao Gu didn't foolishly choose direct confrontation. Its small frame was agile and nimble. In this critical moment, it swiftly leapt to the side. The bone blade whistled past its side, nearly cutting into its skeleton, splitting the earth in half instantly, scattering rocks everywhere. The horrifying power made Sterling feel a chill down his spine. If hit by such fearsome force, Xiao Gu's skeletal structure might turn into fragments. The battle became increasingly fierce. Every slash from the level 6 undead commander felt like a storm, charged with overwhelming malice, rushing forward again and again. The bone blade flickered ominously with the light of death, fast as lightning. Xiao Gu could do nothing but evade with all its might, relying on its smaller size to continuously maneuver around. Every area on the ground was marked by enormous fissures as boulders and gravel shattered under the commander's violent attacks. Even though Xiao Gu kept dodging, every instance was perilously close. Each narrowly avoided strike caused its bones to tremble faintly, while the soul fire inside raged wildly. Each near miss was a game of fate, with the shadow of death seemingly hanging over its head constantly. Each bone in Xiao Gu's body was pushed to its limits, barely holding up against the relentless assaults of the undead commander. It knew it couldn't continue like this indefinitely. Despite being agile, its strength paled in comparison to the commander's. As prolonged combat drained its energy, its speed began to wane, which would be fatal. We can't keep going on like this. Through the spiritual pact, Sterling sensed Xiao Gu's predicament and calmly relayed his thoughts into its mind. Its power is indeed strong, but its weakness lies precisely in being too powerful. After every swing of the blade, its bodily inertia causes temporary openings, especially from behind. This is your sole opportunity. We need to seize its vulnerabilities to retaliate. Xiao Gu slightly slowed down its rhythm, beginning to not just dodge blindly anymore, but instead carefully observe every movement the undead commander made during its strikes. Indeed, the level 6 undead commander possessed extraordinary strength, but every devastating blow came at the cost of short-lived weaknesses. Especially due to its large physical momentum, there were brief lapses after every slash, particularly exposing its spine. This is our chance, Sterling thought to himself. Suddenly, the undead commander emitted an even more ferocious roar, its soul fire burning more fiercely than ever, as if realizing the necessity to defeat its current adversary quickly. It lifted the bone blade high, as if summoning all its strength for a lethal strike against Xiao Gu. The bone blade swung down again, smashing toward Xiao Gu with a ferocious momentum. Xiao Gu swiftly dodged, but this time, it failed to fully evade the devastating power. The blade grazed its shoulder, emitting a grating cracking sound. A large part of Xiao Gu's shoulder was almost sheared off, and the soul fire inside suffered a momentary wound. Stumbling backward, Xiao Gu's soul flames dimmed significantly. The undead commander's eyes brimmed with bloodthirsty joy as it raised its bone blade once more, preparing to end Xiao Gu's life. Stay calm. Sterling's voice thundered in Xiao Gu's mind like a storm. At the very moment the undead commander swung its bone blade, Xiaogu suddenly clenched its metaphorical teeth and darted aside. As the massive bone blade missed its mark, Xiaogu keenly noticed a fleeting stiffness in the opponent's body. At that precise moment, its back was completely exposed. Now, Sterling's voice brimmed with urgency. Xiaogu unleashed all its strength, seizing the opportunity of the undead commander's vulnerability and pouncing onto its back, gripping firmly on both sides of its spine. Crack! The brittle sound echoed through the silent night. Strike when the iron is hot. The giant skeleton let out a painful crackling sound, its soul fire flickering violently. The level 6 undead commander emitted a deafening roar, but it was futile. Xiaogu gave a ruthless tear, snapping a part of its spine, causing the colossal undead frame to collapse without support, rigidly kneeling onto the ground. The soul fire still twitched wildly, struggling to rise again. Without hesitation, Xiaogu seized the opportunity, forcing its own soul fire into the core of the undead commander's soul. In an instant, the commander's soul fire erupted fiercely, like a barrel set aflame, blazing uncontrollably. The roar of the undead commander reverberated through the ruins as its soul rapidly unraveled, the fire burning its soul core, causing its agonizing screams to echo helplessly before its soul fire finally extinguished entirely. Xiaogu devoured the remaining soul fire of the undead commander, which flowed into its body like a flood. Its original soul fire instantly expanded, becoming stronger and more vibrant. Its bones radiated a faint glow, power igniting within its soul, as if infusing it with new vitality. The battle concluded. The vast body of the undead commander slowly disintegrated into bones, scattered among the ruins. I have won. Master. Standing there, Xiaogu no longer appeared battered, instead growing taller and stronger, its bones glowing softly as power coursed through its form. The night remained gloomy, but amidst the desolate remains of the necropolis, none had noticed that Xiaogu had taken the place of the undead commander, now becoming a member of the Lich King's personal guard. Chapter 26, Bountiful Harvest. Finally, after a day and night, all the returning undead army had turned into bones scattered across the ground. During this time, Sterling saw several undead leaders successfully advancing to the 7th level king realm, their bones revealing a silver glow, with an increasingly cold aura, as if the air of death was so thick it could not be dispersed. Close to 10 7th level kings. This force, if it were to attack the Whitebone Fortress, might indeed make it difficult for the fortress to withstand temporarily. According to Black's information, the 4 legion commanders of the Whitebone Fortress each possess strength above the 7th level, while other advanced spirit martial masters or high-level combatants that Sterling estimated would only amount to about 10 people. Fortunately, after a fierce battle just ended, the Frostwolf guards were resting up, free from training duties, which also allowed Sterling a chance to focus on Little Bone. Through the contract, Sterling discovered that his soul link with Little Bone had a time limit, lasting roughly around 6 hours. Beyond this time, Sterling's soul would gradually weaken, resulting in excruciating headaches, forcing him to temporarily exit the contracted state. Only after a night's rest, once his soul fully recovered, could he reconnect with Little Bone. Under Sterling's guidance, Little Bone quickly absorbed the soul fires around it, its power continuously growing stronger, and its skeleton becoming increasingly robust. Dressed in a set of pitch-black armor covering its bones, the armor was made of some unknown dark substance, exuding a cold atmosphere. The heavy bone blade in its hand was carefully selected, now even sharper and heavier, pairing perfectly with its great strength, capable of cleaving enemies in half. Sterling silently perceived Little Bone's changes and estimated that currently, even Ivar, the Grand Commander of the Frostwolf Guards, might not be able to rival it. More importantly, with the enhancement of soul fire and Sterling's guidance over these few days, Little Bone's self-awareness became increasingly clear. It was no longer just a simple undead creature. It had become a life form with independent thinking ability. Over these few days, Sterling passed on many basic concepts through the connection of the contract, from simple obedience to orders, how to judge dangers around it, and how to disguise its movements. This guidance allowed Little Bone to gradually learn independent thinking. Sterling no longer needed to constantly monitor each of its actions, but could let it act independently. Little Bone was now able to accurately understand and execute Sterling's commands. With just a brief instruction, Little Bone could autonomously act according to plans and timely transmit key information after completing tasks. This not only made Sterling's control more flexible, but also enabled Little Bone to possess the ability to hide its identity within the undead army and obtain intelligence. As a personal guard of the undead king, Little Bone now had the freedom to move freely within the undead army, making it well-positioned to gather in-depth intelligence. Sterling always harbored doubts about that mysterious black tower in his heart. This tower appeared particularly extraordinary in the land of the undead, as if hiding tremendous secrets. Therefore, he decided to send Little Bone to investigate. After assigning the mission, Sterling slowly exited the contract's perspective. Now, Little Bone was already an inconspicuous pawn within the undead army, but it had become an extremely important source of intelligence for Sterling. And Sterling himself could finally take a break from the intense battles and enjoy a moment of rest. He fell into a deep sleep, and when he woke up feeling refreshed, it was already time to collect post-battle rewards. With the end of the battle, the results and statistics of the Whitebone Fortress had been finalized. Based on the number and rank of undead killed, members of the Frostwolf Guards could claim resources such as spirit stones, crystal cores, silver coins, and weapons according to their battle merits. Outside the military supplies camp gate, Soldiers from the Frostwolf Guard and other regiments had already started queuing up to receive their rewards after the battle. Exhaustion filled the faces of the soldiers, but they couldn't hide a rare excitement. Walking in line, Sterling heard whispers between the surrounding soldiers, discussing either the situation back home or planning what to exchange with their war merits. Most soldiers chose silver coins, sending them back to support their families and improve their lives. Some others, smiling brightly, already planned to take leave and head to an inn in the inner city, ready to splurge on a few drinks, perhaps winning a couple of charming laughs from the gorgeous innkeeper with generous tips. Still others opted to select a fine weapon to prepare for future battles. A good weapon can save one's life at critical moments. Sterling's gaze, however, was on the material list nearby. The list detailed various rare materials and precious items, special resources redeemable via war merit. Calling it a list, it was actually more like projections of the items themselves, and Sterling could even feel the aura of these rare materials. In this age of declining magical laws, spirit stones and crystal cores are already precious cultivation materials, but the list at the military supplies office also listed even rarer items, scales from ancient magic beasts, thousand-year-old herbs, rare spirit grasses, rune scrolls, and 100 refined fine iron. Each material contained immense power, enough to rapidly increase a spirit martial artist's strength. The military supplies office has quite a lot of treasures. Sterling muttered to himself, secretly glad that he had extensively read ancient texts in earlier years, allowing him to recognize most of these rare materials. Take the black obsidian spirit stone, for example. It greatly enhances the efficiency of spiritual force condensation and is an indispensable component for forging magical weapons. The streamfire crystal, on the other hand, is a core material used to forge top-tier fire tribute weapons. There was also a rare plant called dragon whisker vine. According to records, its roots can be made into highly effective hemostatic drugs, far surpassing the healing magic of the priests from the Holy Court. Sterling scanned the items on the list with fiery determination, mentally calculating how to allocate his battle merit points. During this city defense battle, Sterling killed no small number of undead. Especially due to Commander Ivor's promise, Sterling could double his rewards of cultivation materials. Just as Sterling was pondering how to use his battle merit points, he suddenly sensed a strange movement within the manual. You want that? The blood amber? Jesus, man, do you realize it costs 50,000 points? Sterling's head immediately began to ache as he inwardly sighed helplessly. Apparently, while resting inside the manual, Red had felt the strong blood aura of the blood amber and now wanted to absorb it. After 10 days of fierce battles, Sterling had only accumulated just over 8,000 points, and this was even after Ivar, the Grand Commander, had given him doubled rewards. The blood amber before his eyes required a full 50,000 points. Do you think consuming it will help you advance? Sterling sensed Red's thoughts. Alright, if it really helps you advance, regardless of how expensive it is, I'll find a way to get it for you. But you need to wait. This thing's pricey, beyond what others can afford. Let me level up first, alright? You're already at level 3, while I'm still barely scraping by, as a level 1 warrior. In the end, Sterling exchanged for hundreds of spirit stones and crystal cores. In this world where spiritual energy is sparse and magical power has declined, spirit stones and crystal cores were the most important cultivation resources for him at present. Seeing Sterling's heavy baggage, other soldiers couldn't help but feel envious. But everyone had witnessed Sterling's bloody innate abilities firsthand. Facing low-level undead servants, his skills were like cutting through dry twigs. This was the power of someone favored by the gods, something they could only envy. Holding these spirit stones, Sterling was confident that once he absorbed their spiritual energy, he would definitely enter the rank of second-level summoners. A few days later, as Sterling was focused on absorbing the spiritual energy, Ivar arrived as promised. Standing mountain-like before him, he carried 3 ancient combat technique manuals. The scrolls covers were covered with marks of time. These are some combat techniques I managed to secure for you from Gabriel Duran. Each one is extremely rare and requires diligent practice. Sterling's heart stirred with excitement, his joy barely concealed. Thank you, Grand Commander. I will certainly put all my effort into practicing them. Recalling the combat technique scrolls he saw as a child in his family's library, back then he was too young and lacked spiritual energy to cultivate those techniques. Later, when he didn't awaken any spiritual energy, it became a regret he had to let go of. But now, fate smiled upon him again, placing these 3 combat techniques right in front of him, ready for his selection. These combat techniques each have unique intricacies. Only by mastering the flow of spiritual energy can their true powers be unleashed. I have other matters to attend to, but if you have any questions, you may visit my tent. Sterling respectfully bade farewell to Ivar, and after sending him off, he hurriedly returned to his tent to unfold the scrolls. Each scroll radiated with ancient power and mysterious runes, as if the mysteries of the world's killing arts and wonders condensed within. The first combat technique was a sword skill called Blood Shadow Slash, an extremely dominant form of sword art focused on killing and bloodshed. Practitioners of this sword art, during battle, channel spiritual energy to coalesce blood essence into their swords, making every slash exude destructive power as if carrying the shadows of blood, capable of instantly slaying enemies. Only through blood can the sword grow stronger, he muttered under his breath. But in this white-bone fortress, where was their blood? The undead only had dry bones and not a trace of flesh or blood for him to harvest. Sterling momentarily frowned, but quickly shook it off. Cultivating combat techniques was always about finding solutions, and whatever the case, he needed to quickly master this lethal skill. Next, Sterling flipped open the second scroll, a thin booklet titled Phantom Step, a body movement technique. At its peak, practitioners could utilize spiritual energy to drastically accelerate their speed in short periods, making their figures flash like phantoms. It's clear that Master Ivar put a lot of thought into this. The two combat techniques he chose are highly suitable for me. As for the third one, it was titled Wind Swift Sword. Practitioners of this technique could transform into shadowless wind during battle, striking as fast as lightning and evading enemies unseen. When executing the sword skill, they could even conceal their presence entirely, eliminating foes in an instant with swiftness akin to a gale. Different from Blood Shadow Slash, the Wind Swift Sword focused on speed and required practitioners to have precise control over their spiritual energy, maintaining a calm heart and concealing their aura. The three combat techniques each had distinct characteristics: the ruthless Blood Shadow Slash, the agile and elusive Phantom Step, and the swift and intangible Wind Swift Sword. With these three manuals in hand, Sterling's days from now on would be filled with intense practice, making them more fulfilling than ever. Chapter 27. The Gambling Fiasco. Almost a week had passed, and there were still no signs of the undead army gathering outside the Whitebone Fortress. Sterling's life gradually became regular, completing the training tasks on the military drill ground every day, and using the remaining time to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. He felt that the spiritual power within him was gradually filling up, with subtle signs indicating an impending breakthrough to the rank of Level 2 Summoner Apostle. One afternoon, the rare cancellation of training found Sterling sitting cross-legged in his tent, focusing all his attention on circulating the spiritual energy inside his body. Just as he entered a meditative state, sudden hurried footsteps came from outside. "Sterling, hurry over here. Black and others are playing bone dice over there. They're about to start fighting." It was Lane's voice, tinged with some panic. Sterling opened his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly. He had little interest in these petty squabbles within the camp. However, Black and a few others were among his earliest friends in the Frostwolf Guard. Upon hearing that they were in trouble, Sterling still stood up. "Playing bone dice again?" Sterling asked as he walked. Lane, out of breath and somewhat helplessly, said, "Yes. Black's luck is terrible. He has lost several rounds already. Now he's getting angry, and I'm afraid if Black continues to lose, it will really cause trouble." Sterling shook his head. Games like bone dice were originally just soldiers' entertainment, but tempted by silver coins, they often escalated into fierce disputes. If not stopped early, the situation might get out of control. Approaching the edge of the camp tent, Sterling lifted the canvas curtain, and the scene before him made him frown slightly. Inside the tent, a few dice and scattered silver coins lay at the center of a crude wooden table, with the faces of several soldiers around the table looking unfriendly. Black and Kuz stood on one side, their expressions restless, while opposite them stood Lucas and his companions, each wearing an excited look on their face. Lucas, Sterling had long heard of his reputation. This man was large and muscular, his strength astonishing, being a small leader among the Frostwolf Guard. Though skilled in battle with brute force enough to suppress low-tier undead, his nature was rough, particularly fond of brawling. At this moment, Lucas's hands were crossed in front of his chest, his eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes showing a hint of mockery. Upon seeing Sterling walk in, Lucas glanced at him, nodding slightly, as if giving Sterling a modicum of respect. After all, in recent days, Sterling's bloody massacre on the battlefield had struck fear into many hearts, and Lucas had personally witnessed it. "Sterling, how come the obsessive cultivator is here to join the fun?" Lucas said lazily, his tone laced with a touch of sarcasm. "I'm just taking a look," Sterling responded faintly, his gaze sweeping over the silver coins and bone dice on the table. Black looked utterly frustrated, staring at the dice on the table, his voice filled with deep dissatisfaction. "Today my luck is just awful. Not only have I lost several rounds, but this guy Lucas keeps rubbing me the wrong way." Lane leaned in close to Sterling's ear, lowering his voice. "Black and the others are really having bad luck today. Lucas and his group don't hold back on their insults. They take advantage and rub it in. This situation is going to erupt into a fight soon. Can you help Black regain some dignity?" Seeing the dejected expression on Black's face, Sterling's heart stirred slightly. With his sharp perception, he could easily gain advantages in games involving dice, but he didn't prefer exploiting this ability. However, given the special circumstances, he also did not wish to see Black and the others causing conflicts due to the gambling, which would affect the unity of the entire Frostwolf Guard. "I'm not very good at this, but I think I'll try today." Sterling ultimately decided to intervene. Walking up to the table, he indicated for Black to step aside, then gently picked up the dice on the table, sensing its weight and texture. The eyes of the surrounding soldiers all focused on him, clearly expecting something from him. Lucas snorted coldly, crossing his arms. "All right, Sterling, want to join in a few rounds? Don't say I bullied you." As Lane explained the rules nearby, with the sound of "start rolling," the game officially began. Seemingly staring at the dice cup in Lucas's hand, Sterling instead concentrated, feeling the flow of spiritual energy in the dice cup in his own hand. His acute sensitivity allowed him to perceive the subtle changes in the movement of the dice at that moment, as if the faint sounds of the dice colliding with the wooden table reached his ears. When the dice rolled in the cup, Sterling could clearly sense its trajectory. After being thrown, the dice landed lightly on the table, spun a few times, and finally stopped at the highest number. 3 sixes. The surrounding soldiers murmured in astonishment. Black's eyes lit up instantly. So unlucky." In the following few rounds, Sterling, relying on his keen perception, won several victories consecutively. Every time the dice tumbled in the cup, he could sense those subtle changes and adjust his technique to ensure that his roll surpassed Lucas. Black and Lane's faces gradually lit up with smiles, whereas Lucas' expression grew increasingly grim. His companions also began whispering amongst themselves, clearly dissatisfied with their string of losses. Sensing the rising tension, Sterling knew it was time to call it quits. He had no intention of letting the gambling spiral out of control and lead to a confrontation. All right, brothers, that's enough. Sterling suddenly stood up, pushing the silver coins in his hand forward with a smile. Let's use these coins to share a few rounds of drinks tonight, on me. His tone was calm, yet carried an unspoken authority. The surrounding soldiers hesitated for a moment before bursting into cheers. The tense atmosphere that had been brewing just moments ago was immediately diffused by this proposal. Everyone put down their guarded expressions and began excitedly discussing the night's drinking session. Lucas' previously strained face relaxed as well. He glanced at Sterling and gave a slight nod, accepting this resolution. Fine, you guys were just lucky today. Luca waved a hand, getting up and turning to leave the tent with his group. Watching Luca walk away, Black finally let out a sigh of relief and patted Sterling's shoulder gratefully. Sterling, you always know what to do. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known how to end this. It's nothing. Go grab some more drinks and send them over. Let's gather everyone together tonight. Sterling smiled faintly. Next time, don't get too carried away. We're all comrades here. No need to create unnecessary conflict over something like this. Black nodded in agreement while Lane took off with a few other soldiers to fetch wine from the inner city's tavern. The nights in the western frontier were always freezing, with biting cold winds whistling through the camp. Frontier soldiers were accustomed to warming themselves with a few drinks. By the time Lane and the others returned with several large barrels of wine, a bonfire had already been lit, around which soldiers gathered, raising simple wooden cups. The air was permeated with the aroma of wine, and the flickering flames illuminated their weathered faces, radiating warmth and camaraderie. So, did you see the innkeeper's daughter? Isn't she just as beautiful as I described, like a celestial being? One old soldier teased Lane. Lane blushed slightly but grinned, revealing 2 rows of teeth. Why wasn't I sent on such a pleasant task next time? Another voice chimed in with jest. Here's Sterling. Black approached, carrying a full cup of wine and laughed, saying, Thanks to you. We got back all the coins we lost. Good buddy, cheers. Sterling chuckled softly and clinked his cup with him, not speaking much, but finishing the drink in one gulp. As the alcohol slid down his throat, a warmth spread through his chest. Just as they were drinking, Lucas suddenly walked over with 2 cups of wine, sitting down casually beside Sterling. Despite his massive build, his movements were natural and free-spirited, with a straightforward look on his face. Sterling, weren't you cheating during those rounds this afternoon? Lucas smirked, though there was no hint of accusation in his tone, more like friendly teasing. Sterling gave a somewhat awkward laugh and fiddled with his cup. Kind of, yeah. Upon hearing this, Luca burst into hearty laughter, patting Sterling's shoulder. Cheating or not, who cares? You've shown skill on the battlefield, and that's where real men earn respect. I've seen how fiercely you fought against the undead the other day. You're stronger than me, and I respect you. After speaking, Luca held out one of the cups to Sterling, raising his own glass generously. Come on, this one's for you. Sterling paused briefly before laughing. He could tell that Luca's intentions were genuine, without any pretense. There was a rare purity and openness about him. One drink. Without hesitation, Sterling lifted his cup and drank it in one swallow. The fiery liquor flowed down his throat, feeling like a burning flame in his chest, dispelling the cold of the night. Putting down the empty cup, Luca beamed broadly, slapping Sterling's shoulder again. Good brother. From now on, we'll fight side by side, and knowing you're here makes me feel secure. Sterling simply nodded, keeping silent but revealing a quiet acknowledgement in his eyes. The bond between comrades sometimes didn't require many words. One drink was enough. The firelight illuminated everyone's faces, and the laughter and chatter of the soldiers echoed under the starry sky. You can never predict who will still sit by the fire sharing drinks at this hour tomorrow, and who might fall cold on the battlefield, becoming a patch of dust on the barren plains. The battlefield knows no mercy, and every soldier in the Border Defense Force understands this. None of them knows who will return from the next campaign, and who will be forever left on the field. But it is precisely because of this uncertainty that their present joyous gathering feels all the more precious. Lucas's hearty laughter still rang in everyone's ears as he took a large swig of his wine. With an unruly smile on his lips, he said to the group, As long as we're alive for another day, let's live it to the fullest. Tomorrow? Who knows whose fate will turn? But today's drink represents our bond as brothers. Whether or not there'll be another tomorrow, today we must drain this cup. A surge of valor also rose within Sterling's heart. Yes, no one could predict what tomorrow's battlefield would bring, but at this very moment, they were still alive, the wine was still in their hands, and their brothers were by their side. The camaraderie among comrades didn't need promises for the future, only the need to seize the present. Come on, let's finish this together. Sterling once again raised his cup and drained it in one go. The soldiers around him also followed suit, lifting their cups high. The aroma of wine mingled with the warm air from the bonfire, as if it could melt the cold wind of the western frontier. This single cup of wine seemed like an unspoken agreement between them. Perhaps one day, perhaps the next, one of them might fall in battle and never return to sit by this fire or share a drink with their brothers. But it was precisely because death could come at any time that they cherished every moment right here, right now. Sterling quietly looked at Lucas, Black, and the other comrades in arms, his eyes flashing with a complex emotion. They were his comrades in arms, his sole support and reliance in this cold and desolate land. Life and death on the battlefield are fleeting, but in this moment, they were all brothers. The night breeze was cool, yet the soldiers' enthusiasm did not wane even slightly. Laughter and the clinking of wine glasses echoed repeatedly, making the atmosphere of this cold night exceptionally warm. Future battles would only grow harsher, but tonight they would all remember having shared drinks, laughter, and lively moments under this same starlit sky. This brief, yet treasured time belonged entirely to them. Perhaps someday, some would fall, others sacrifice themselves, but none of them would forget. On this cold night in the western frontier, the brothers had raised their cups together, enjoying this short-lived yet precious warmth. At that time, they weren't drinking for tomorrow, but to celebrate today's reunion. Chapter 28, Crucial Intelligence. After consuming strong liquor, even though Lucas had an astonishing alcohol tolerance, he still passed out by the bonfire, snoring loudly as a few underlings dragged him back to his tent. Sterling didn't drink much. More often, he was like an observer, enjoying the lively atmosphere of the crowd from the sidelines. It wasn't that he wanted to avoid complete intoxication. Rather, it was because according to their agreement, tonight was the night for Xiaogu to return and report. Sterling stood on the city wall as the cold wind brushed against his face, carrying a hint of wilderness chill. The summoning contract allowed him to faintly sense Xiaogu's approach, with a familiar tremor stirring deep within his soul. Xiaogu has arrived. Sterling concentrated, silently thinking. Xiaogu stopped 10 miles outside the fortress, establishing contact with Sterling through the summoning contract. Before long, a vast amount of information surfaced deep within Sterling's soul. This was the intelligence Xiaogu had brought back from deep within the undead army. Sterling closed his eyes, receiving the fragmented memories Xiaogu transmitted. As the images became clearer, Sterling furrowed his brows tightly, his hair standing on end. He immediately communicated with Xiaogu through the soul contract to confirm the intelligence he had just received. Xiaogu, is this real or not? What exactly did the undead guard say? Sterling was quite anxious in his heart. If the intelligence Xiaogu had uncovered turned out to be true, then the Bone Fortress would be in grave danger. All that could be heard was Xiaogu's intermittent voice echoing in his mind. I overheard them talking inside the Black Tower. Some guards said, in a few days, their leader will lead the undead army to break through the fortress, and at that time, they can absorb more soul fires. This message hit Sterling like a heavy hammer. Is the Bone Fortress going to fall? This fortress, which had stood for hundreds of years without ever being breached, is now about to be described lightly by the undead commander as falling? Do they really believe they can break through? For hundreds of years, the Bone Fortress has never been captured by undead. Sterling still couldn't fully believe this intelligence. Xiaogu paused, recalling for a moment before continuing. They say, this time is different. The leader himself said. He intends to make all of Far East become the land of Far East undead. Sterling's breath caught. He suddenly recalled a few murmurs from Chief John when he first arrived at the Bone Fortress. How does this Black Lich pass through the Bone Fortress and enter the forest sea snow plains? By all means, no one should be able to slip past unnoticed. One must know that the Bone Fortress stretched for tens of kilometers, and even with 4 legions totaling 300,000 people guarding, theoretically, not even a mosquito should be able to go unnoticed. But yet, a Black Lich managed to reach the Snow Forest province and coincidentally shot down the supply bearing flying birds. And, don't go to Blackstone Fortress. Another sentence instantly flashed through Sterling's mind. At the time, Freya handed him the sheepskin scroll, but his thoughts were all consumed with how to revive the beautiful girl, completely ignoring the last sentence. Freya must know something, or at least she discovered something. Damn it. Why did I overlook such an important matter? Sterling hurriedly used his inner vision to check the summoning space, trying to see if Freya had awakened. However, Freya remained asleep, barely holding onto her life force. How did the Black Lich suddenly cross the Bone Fortress into the forest sea snow plains? What exactly is he planning? Is it merely to hunt Freya? These fragmented clues began piecing together in Sterling's mind, instantly clearing away any remnants of intoxication. Connecting all events, a rough outline of a conspiracy gradually emerged in Sterling's mind. The Black Lich crossing the Bone Fortress, the elf girl being chased, the frenzied attacks of the undead army, and Xiaogu personally hearing the undead guard talk about the fall of the Bone Fortress. None of this was coincidental. It seemed like there was a massive conspiracy lurking behind all these incidents. Sterling couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. The Bone Fortress was undoubtedly the most crucial barrier resisting the undead in the western frontier. Even Douglas MacArthur, the famous general of the Ares Empire, once said, if it weren't for the Bone Fortress, we would have perished 20 times. From this, it was clear just how vital the Bone Fortress was. If the fortress falls, the entire western region of the Ares Empire would be completely exposed to the undead's invasion. Beyond the Snow Forest province and the Red Earth plains lay the imperial capital. No, there must be some human elites colluding with the undead. Otherwise, how could the undead army be so sure that the fortress could be breached? And how could the Black Witch pass silently over the Bone Fortress? This thought quickly surged into Sterling's mind, chilling his spine. The fortress defense was tight, unbroken for 100 years. Unless there was a traitor secretly undermining it, why would the undead army be so confident? A betrayer? Who could it be? Sterling's mind rapidly flashed through various possibilities, making the entire situation in the western border more complex and unpredictable. And the Bone Fortress, this steel fortress once boasted by the Ares Empire, seemed to be heading step by step toward collapse. Sterling stood on the city wall for more than 10 minutes, still feeling confused. Master, what should I do next? The voice of Xiaogu finally came in his soul, waking up Sterling. Xiaogu, you did well. This intelligence is very important. Sterling took a deep breath, trying hard to calm down his emotions. Next, you keep hiding and continue gathering information, especially the detailed plans of their next moves. When there are new messages, try your best to inform me as soon as possible. It's a matter of great importance, and utmost caution is needed. Don't get discovered. Actually, whether the Bone Fortress survives or not, for Sterling, it didn't concern him that much. But at present, being reliant on the Bone Fortress, if it were breached, then no nest would survive without collapsing. Sterling sighed inwardly. Why had he been cursed from the beginning, meeting all sorts of misfortune? Was he born under an unlucky star? With his strength alone, he definitely couldn't handle it. After pondering deeply, Sterling went directly to the main camp of the Frostwolf Guard. In the dead of night, General Ivar was still awake. In the tent, the fireplace was full of logs, and the candlelight on the table was weak, its wick emitting a slight crackling sound. With recent numerous tasks, daytime was spent directing training in the camp, forcing military matters to be dealt with at night. New recruits had enlisted, and the entire camp's training plan required his final decision. These new recruits were fresh blood for the troops, and if trained well, they'd be fierce fighters next year. Another bloody battle was coming. After the battle, many affairs had to be handled personally by him, tallying casualties, tallying battle achievements, distributing rewards. The hardest part was compensating the fallen soldiers. Ivar rubbed his weary eyes, sighing, while the list in his hand trembled slightly. It was the roster of the fallen soldiers. As for the living soldiers, they could be easily arranged for, but the ones who fell in battle, looking at the roster of deaths, their former vivid faces floated one by one in Ivar's mind. They were all excellent young men. Grodd, a soldier of 1 full year, from the Blue Lake province. 2 months ago, he had received news from home. His wife gave birth to a son before he joined the army. Grodd was full of joy back then, loudly asking the literate people in the camp to come up with a strong name for his son. Now, that child will never see his father again. Hail from Ironwall province, already served in the army for 2 years, and was going home next year. He said he sent the money he earned during these 2 years and the silver coins exchanged for merits back home, and his mother entrusted a matchmaker to find a local girl for him, waiting for him to come home and marry her. Sigh. Ivar let out a sigh. What grieved Ivar even more was those soldiers who lived alone. There was no one to mourn after their death, no place to send their compensation coins. They had no relatives, nor anyone to worry about them at home, as if they had left no trace in this world. The only thing they cared about was the military camp. They had stayed there year after year, considering it as their home long ago. If not for the war, these people might have had a simple life. Chapter 29, Astonishing Guess. Sterling came to the main camp and, seeing that the candle was still lit, walked in. Ivar, seated at the head of the table, heard the footsteps, looked up, and upon seeing Sterling, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Still not resting this late at night? Hit a bottleneck in your training?" "Not that. Is it about what happened this afternoon?" "I've already heard about it. It was handled quite well. No worries. Our frontier here is harsh and cold. Having a bit of alcohol is no big deal. The one thing is that those on patrol or guard duty absolutely mustn't drink." "Not that either." Ivar, with growing curiosity, stopped the matters in his hands and asked Sterling to sit down and talk in detail. "Master, there is an extremely urgent matter, and for a moment, I didn't know how to bring it up." "Extremely urgent? Go ahead, don't hesitate." "Master, in these 2 months, you are the only person I trust. This matter concerns the security of Whitebone Fortress." "Concerns the security of Whitebone Fortress?" "Sterling, don't tell me you've drunk too much tonight and come here to spout nonsense." "Master, I am very clear-headed." "Master, do you remember that incident this year when flying cranes transporting troops from Emerald Heights were destroyed by the Black Lich?" "How could I forget? Half of the transported soldiers were Frostwolves sent out. Even now thinking back, I deeply regret not going personally at the time." "Master, after the plane crash in the Sea Forest Snow Plain, when I led away the leader-level demonic bear, I encountered a young elven girl who had been infected with undead poison." "Undead poison? You're saying, the Black Lich's trick?" "Yes, I speculated then that Black Lich had chased after the elven girl." "Have you told others about this?" "No, Master. At the time, I informed the Grand Commander, but there was something crucial I overlooked." "What?" "Spit it out all at once." "That young elven girl handed over a confidential letter to me before her death, instructing me to deliver it to the higher-ups of the human race. She also said one sentence: 'Do not go to Blackstone Fortress.'" After Sterling finished speaking, Ivar immediately stood up, suddenly aware of something. "Blackstone Fortress? That's its old name. Are you saying she meant that you shouldn't come to Whitebone Fortress?" "Whitebone Fortress has issues." Ivar looked intently at Sterling, speaking each word clearly. "Master, I just recalled this tonight. It's all my fault. I ignored such a critical matter." Sterling said, "Not good. I have to find Gabriel, Master. Come with me right now." Ivar turned around, grabbing Sterling, ready to go outside. "Master, wait, let me finish." "All right, continue." Ivar calmed down slightly. "I remember when the Grand Commander mentioned that Whitebone Fortress is heavily guarded. No one can sneak past under his watch and enter Snowpine Province. But there was indeed a Black Lich who passed through. Also, Master, may I look at a map?" Ivar quickly returned to the main table, searching through, found a volume of maps, and spread it open. "Master, the elven girl appeared in the Forest Sea Snow Plain. The Black Lich obviously went to hunt her down, but according to my knowledge, the Misty Forest is here. Sterling pointed at the southeast corner of the map. See, if the Elven race were to come to our Iris Empire, they would only need to pass through here, crossing the Elwyn Alliance, then proceed through Caldera's Wind Valley Province, directly entering our Iris-controlled Blue Lake Province, entirely avoiding the Snow Pine Province. So, this means the elves chose a longer way, coming from beyond the borders and walking along this path. Sterling pointed at a mountain range on the map. Sterling, you mean Bloodslaughter Ridge? Exiting west from the Misty Forest, crossing over the Bloodslaughter Ridge, then heading north into the Infernal Flame Desert, and eventually reaching Whitebone Fortress. Following Sterling's finger direction, Ivar incredulously said, "That's Bloodslaughter Ridge and the Infernal Flame Desert, 2 of the 10 Great Perils. What purpose would justify such a dangerous route? I guess that since they couldn't find another way out, they took this risky route. Master, the reason should be obvious now. Demon clans have surrounded the Misty Forest, blockading its northern border. However, Master, the most important issue now is this. The Elven girl entered through Whitebone Fortress, the Black Lich also entered through Whitebone Fortress, yet we know nothing about it. Does this make sense? Moreover, that Elven girl explicitly warned me not to come to Blackstone Fortress. Therefore, I boldly speculate, there's a traitor in Whitebone Fortress, and a high-ranking one at that. But everything is based solely on what I've seen and heard, without any evidence. I can only confide in you, Master. I swear upon my soul that every word I speak is true." Sterling looked at Ivar sincerely. "Sterling, I believe you. Let's go and discuss this matter with Master Gabriel now. I'm certain Master Gabriel will also trust you." "No, Master, at this moment, we can't trust anyone. Not even Gabriel, Master." Sterling immediately held on to Ivar. "Master Gabriel isn't trustworthy? Then why do you trust me?" Ivar retorted. "Master, please forgive my frankness. If I were a high-ranking member of the demon clans, I wouldn't choose to collaborate with a 6th-grade Great Spirit Knight." "Ho there, Sterling." Ivar was momentarily at a loss for words. But after careful reflection, he understood Sterling's sincerity. At that moment, he wasn't sure whether he should admire or encourage Sterling. Here was a young soldier who had only been in the army for 2 months, yet his thinking was so meticulous, truly awe-inspiring. However, the situation was critical now. Ivar bore a heavy burden, unsure of what to do. After all, he was just a commander, usually following instructions from above. He had never dealt with something so urgent. "Sterling, you're clever. Do you have any ideas? The safety of Whitebone Fortress is of utmost importance, and absolutely nothing can go wrong." Sterling lowered his head and pondered deeply. After a long while, he slowly said, "Master, I speculate that the demon clans haven't finished their arrangements yet, and the number of traitors must be small. Otherwise, during the recent undead siege, they would have taken us down in one fell swoop and wouldn't have retreated so quickly. It seems they still need time to prepare. The demon clans aren't fools. If only one section of the fortress is open, they would enter and soon find themselves surrounded by us. The 4 armies of Whitebone Fortress support each other strategically, which poses the greatest threat. So I guess they need to launch a comprehensive attack and capture at least half of our defenses. With such a big operation, it's impossible for them to leave no traces. Therefore, our current plan is to conduct a full inspection." "Sterling, are you saying we should check every part of Whitebone Fortress?" I don't have the authority. Moreover, we generally don't interfere with the defense zones of the other 3 armies, lest we alert them unnecessarily." Ivar said helplessly. "That's why, Master. I have an ingenious plan." Chapter 30, The Battle of Valen. Inside the great tent, the fire in the wall fireplace was burning brightly. "What idea?" Ivar's tone was urgent, much more anxious than Sterling's. After learning about the tense situation at the Whitebone Fortress, Ivar's nerves had been on edge. The Whitebone Fortress was crucial for the survival of the entire empire. Sterling slowly began to speak, his voice steady. "Lord, several days ago, when the undead army attacked the fortress, I personally witnessed the Blood Frost Wolves fight fiercely. Each warrior was incredibly brave, living up to their reputation as the most elite soldiers of the empire. However, during the battle, I discovered a common issue." Ivar's gaze tightened slightly, and his expression became serious. "Oh, what is the problem?" "The Frost Wolves are indeed fearless, but their endurance is lacking. The undead army knows no fatigue, whereas our soldiers quickly exhaust themselves if the battles drag on too long, which leads to a decline in morale. If we don't address this issue, future battles will be even more perilous." After hearing this, Ivar frowned deeply. He understood perfectly that what Sterling said was true. Though border guards were usually fierce like wolves, the oppressive power of the undead army prolonged each fight to hellish lengths. Even if the soldiers were valiant, high-intensity combat over long periods would inevitably make them feel increasingly powerless. This was why General Gabriel had always employed a rotation strategy for defending the fortress. Even the bravest warriors could not maintain peak condition throughout long engagements. After all, strike hard once, weaken the second time, and be exhausted the third. This was an unshakable law of human warfare. Sterling continued, "The undead army doesn't sleep or rest, so the only thing we can do is extend the amount of time our troops can sustain their ferocious efforts and strengthen their endurance. If we achieve this, the Frost Wolves will surely become invincible in future wars." Ivar nodded slowly, but doubts remained in his heart. "You're right, but how does this relate to investigating the Whitebone Fortress?" Sterling revealed a faint smile and explained, "My lord, we can use the excuse of training the soldiers' endurance and propose to General Gabriel a large-scale cross-country exercise. but the training area would likely have to be within the entire Whitebone Fortress region. A gleam of insight flashed through Ivor's eyes. Cross-country exercises? That's correct. Our Frost Wolves could organize a cross-country exercise along the walls of the Whitebone Fortress and the nearby mountains. At the same time, to encourage the soldiers' participation, we could place treasures like spirit stones and crystal cores in various hidden corners, motivating the soldiers to actively explore. This way, the soldiers can train their physical stamina while thoroughly inspecting every inch of the fortress. Sterling's tone was firm. Ivor's eyes sparkled with deep thought, pacing back and forth inside the tent. If other legions refuse us entry into their defense zones, wouldn't it mean our plan fails? Sterling chuckled softly. My lord, this is precisely the key point we need to investigate. If certain areas stubbornly refuse our proximity, there is likely something amiss with those places. Conversely, if they agree, we may take the opportunity to search the fortress and discover any suspicious points. Ivar clapped his hands, admiration flashing in his eyes. This is truly a brilliant plan. However, what if the other three major legions do not allow us access to their defense zones? Lord, then it depends on the capabilities of the Supreme Commander and General Gabriel. Sterling smiled helplessly. Well, General Gabriel enjoys great prestige, and I must also tell you, Sterling, anyone could be a traitor, but General Gabriel would never betray the Ares Empire. He is a true hero of the Empire. Sterling nodded slightly, understanding Ivor's respect for Gabriel. Yet, he still wasn't sure whether Gabriel fully understood all the secrets hidden within the Whitebone Fortress. After all, the threat of the undead was ever present, and any oversight might lead to ruin. Ivar gazed far away, his eyes gradually growing profound, as if crossing the barriers of space and time, returning to the unforgettable Battle of Valen that had stayed with him his whole life. In the year 3177 before the end times, the long-prepared demon race launched an encircling attack against the human empire. In no time, the Ares Empire faced life-and-death challenges. To the west of the empire, the Whitebone Fortress was under full assault by the skeletal demons, and in the north, the icy undead hordes led by King Catrion, Lord of Cold Nights, loomed menacingly. In the south of the empire, tens of thousands of insect demons under the command of the vessel demon god swarmed towards Valen City in the southern part of the Ares Empire, launching their final assault. Valen's city walls stood towering, yet faced with the endless wave of insect demons, the once impregnable defenses now appeared dangerously fragile. The soldiers within the city were exhausted, their arrows nearly depleted, the camps filled with wounded, and morale on the verge of collapse. Leading only 5,000 remaining soldiers, Gabriel guarded the city walls, with Valen City teetering on the brink of disaster. On the city wall, Gabriel stood amidst the wind, his gaze sharp like that of an eagle. Clad in battered armor stained with blood, his face exuded unwavering resolve. Lord, it's been 15 days already. How come the reinforcements haven't arrived yet? Have we been abandoned by the Empire? A soldier's voice trembled, his eyes filled with despair. Another soldier tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand, his tone laced with helplessness and frustration. How much longer can we hold out? The arrows in the city are almost depleted, and even the stone-throwing machines have been dismantled to repair the walls. He looked down at his own tattered armor, his eyes devoid of light. Those cowards from Alwyn. They promised mutual support among allied nations, so why haven't they sent troops yet? Valen is only 5 days away from the Alwyn alliance. Gabriel's expression was solemn, but his eyes were as firm as steel. Standing on the city wall, he scanned the distant horde of insect demons, already aware of the dire situation. Yet, he could not retreat. If Valen City fell, the southern border of the Empire would be wide open. At that time, the Empire would face overwhelming pressure, besieged on all sides. The Empire will not abandon us. Even if the reinforcements do not arrive on time, it does not mean they have forsaken us. Gabriel's voice thundered across the wall, each word resonating in every soldier's heart. He continued, I know you are exhausted, but remember, we are the Iron Bastion. We are the shield of the Empire, defending our homeland and our people. As long as we have a single breath left, Valen will not fall. The soldiers, hearing these words, were reinvigorated, the desperation in their eyes replaced by renewed determination. Gabriel pointed his sword toward the distant insect demon army and gritted his teeth. Even if we fight until our last drop of blood, Valen City will never fall. The battle for Valen lasted a total of 33 days. The insect demon army surged forward wave after wave, trying to break through Valen. Yet Gabriel led the soldiers without ever stepping back. Beyond the walls, bodies lay scattered. Inside, rivers of blood flowed. Gabriel always stood at the forefront, his long sword moving like the wind, sweeping away countless enemies. Faced with the encirclement of 6th, 7th rank insect demons, Gabriel unleashed his innate power with unwavering will, bear spirit possession. In that moment, he became like steel and iron itself, forcefully holding off all the insect demons beyond the walls. His body was like a mountain, always solid, always dependable. On the morning of the 34th day, the city ran out of arrows completely, and the wall was barely standing. But finally, the rescue forces arrived. The Dwarven Legion of Ironforge had come. With Ironfoot riders rushing from the south, the dwarf warriors mounted on fully armored black rock goats, wielding heavy war axes, charged into the battlefield. Everywhere they went, insect demon bodies were cleaved in half, instantly turning the tide of the battle. Gabriel, seeing the long-awaited reinforcements, wiped the blood from his face and joined the remaining soldiers with the dwarves in launching a counterattack. In this protracted battle, Valen City was ultimately saved. And the legendary tale of Gabriel holding Valen alone with only 5,000 soldiers became one of the most celebrated chapters in the history of the Ares Empire. The name, Iron Bastion, thereafter echoed throughout the Ares Empire. The memory cut short. Ivor's gaze once again rested on Sterling. He spoke slowly. The battle 23 years ago when Lord Gabriel led us to defend Valen City and preserve the southern domain of the Empire remains the most difficult, yet the most glorious moment of my life. No matter when, I will always fully trust Lord Gabriel. Chapter 31, Crisis Lurking Everywhere. What Sterling had not anticipated was that the cross-country drill he proposed on a whim would not only become the beginning of endurance training for the Frostwolf Guardians, but also, many years later, evolve into an annual tradition within the Imperial Army. The night was already deep when Ivar and Sterling tentatively finalized the details, deciding to meet Gabriel at noon the next day to discuss the matter further. With Gabriel's support, things would be far easier, provided that Gabriel had not betrayed the human race. Ivar's words spoke volumes, leaving Sterling no choice but to reluctantly trust Gabriel. For some unknown reason, deep down, Sterling could sense that Gabriel was trustworthy. Perhaps it was destined from the moment he joined the Iron Bastion Legion. The next day, at noon, the main tent of the Iron Bastion Legion. Inside the tent, Gabriel was staring intently at a large map, his brows furrowed as if troubled by the current situation. Today, Gabriel wasn't wearing armor. Instead, he was dressed in civilian attire, a fur coat that made his already tall and imposing figure look somewhat bulky. Sterling scrutinized the middle-aged man before him. The traces of battles etched into his face bore witness to countless brutal struggles on the battlefield. Upon seeing Ivar approach, Gabriel raised his head slightly, his voice deep and resonant. Ivar, you've come at the right time. I was just about to discuss the deployment of the Frostwolf Guards with you. His gaze then shifted to Sterling, questioning curiously. And who might this be? He looks unfamiliar. Is he your newly chosen deputy commander? Ivar stepped forward respectfully, briefly introducing Sterling before revealing every detail of last night's discussion with him to Gabriel without reservation. Sterling did not expect Ivar to be so loyal to Gabriel, even divulging plans like using the pretext of a cross-country drill to investigate potential abnormalities in the Whitebone Fortress. This revelation left Sterling somewhat tense inside, fearing that Gabriel might harbor suspicions or doubt their intentions. Gabriel listened silently, brows knitted tightly, his expression growing increasingly serious. His sharp eyes scanned Sterling up and down, as if examining the motivations behind each word he had spoken. The atmosphere within the tent grew heavier with his silent contemplation. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Your analysis is not without merit. Indeed, these past few days, the actions of the undead have been abnormal. Not just their methods of attack, but also their coordination has become more murky than ever before. Perhaps, as you suggest, someone has indeed betrayed the human race. Sterling secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, admiration for Gabriel rising unbidden within him. However, Gabriel continued, shifting his tone. To conduct a cross-country drill across the entire defensive zone, we will need the agreement of the other 3 corps commanders. They guard their own defensive zones very strictly, and without their cooperation, the training plan may be difficult to carry out smoothly. Ivar nodded. You see things clearly, sir. But I believe, if we cite the enhancement of soldiers' combat capabilities and add your persuasion, they should not refuse. If anyone really does reject, I dare to venture forth under cover of darkness to ascertain the truth. Gabriel stood up immediately. I'll handle it myself. You too stay calm. The Whitebone Fortress won't fall anytime soon. In the inner city of Whitebone Fortress, in the council hall, at Gabriel's invitation, the other 3 corps commanders arrived one after another. Being the oldest and most accomplished, no one would dare make trouble for Gabriel. Upon hearing from the guards that Gabriel wished to discuss something, all military affairs were set aside, and they came to the meeting hall. Sebastian, still dressed in his elegant robes, appeared gentlemanly, exuding a nobility that was hard to conceal, though the pride in his eyes was impossible to hide. He and Gabriel both hailed from the capital and had nearly spent 10 years at Whitebone Fortress. Under normal circumstances, with the influence of his family and his exceptional talent, Sebastian wouldn't have needed to come to such a remote place as Whitebone Fortress for training. Alas, he was bewitched. Next to arrive was Diane, his face brimming with smiles, his somewhat plump figure looking quite out of place. However, the depth of thought in his gaze revealed someone not to be underestimated. Lastly, Alicia entered, clad in a rose-red suit of battle armor that accentuated her voluptuous figure. The chest plate fit snugly over her ample curves, and a magical emblem signifying affinity with fire elements hung from her waist, making her appear both spirited and alluring. Gabriel surveyed the 3, speaking first and summarizing the plan for the cross-country training drill. In this battle, I've discovered that our border troops' biggest shortcoming against the undead is stamina. The undead don't need rest, but our soldiers have limited physical endurance, especially when the enemy initiates continuous attacks, stretching the battle line longer. As a result, the soldiers' energy depletes rapidly, eventually leading to the collapse of the defensive line. If we can't improve the endurance of our soldiers, when we encounter such an all-out attack again in the future, the situation will be even more dangerous. So, I have a new idea, starting with the Frostwolf Guardians under my command. We'll carry out cross-country drills throughout the Whitebone Fortress to enhance their stamina. A flicker of doubt flashed in Sebastian's eyes, but he remained silent. Diane furrowed his brow slightly and cut straight to the point. Cross-country drills? You mean, You intend to conduct training across the entire Whitebone Fortress? Why choose such a large area? Isn't the local defense zone sufficient? Gabriel responded calmly. The entire fortress is a complete defensive system. Although local drills can exercise the soldiers, they cannot prepare them for combat needs that require crossing zones in actual battles. The area is too small to maneuver effectively. Dian squinted his eyes, his smile laced with probing inquiry. This kind of training is not a small-scale operation. Are the Frostwolf Guardians trying to use this opportunity to probe our secrets? What I mean is, there are places in the Whitebone Fortress that aren't accessible to just anyone. Gabriel had anticipated Diane's concerns and smiled lightly. Dian, I understand your worries. This drill will strictly adhere to the regulations of the Empire, and we will inform all the defense zones beforehand so that everyone is aware. We are all fighting for the Empire, and Whitebone Fortress is the last line of defense for the Empire. I believe we should trust each other. Alicia interjected. What Dian said does make sense. If we are to conduct drills across all defense zones, I need to ensure that my zone will not be compromised in any way. Gabriel looked at the three of them, his tone calm yet firm. You've all seen the recent developments. The undead army is preparing for a full-scale offensive, and they never tire. If we can't even trust one another, how long can this fortress withstand the siege? This training aims not only to enhance the soldiers' combat effectiveness, but also to familiarize them with the complex terrain of Whitebone Fortress, ensuring mutual support during future battles. Alicia replied, all right, it sounds like a good plan. Let you try first. The mages of our Dawnlight Vanguard Legion do need more training. They're rather delicate indeed. Dian added next. If Alicia agrees, so do I. However, such a large-scale movement by the Frostwolf Guardians shouldn't interfere with our normal training routines. And by the way, I'd better say this up front. Stay clear of my main tent where I sleep. I don't like being disturbed. Gabriel nodded in agreement. Certainly, none of the drills will disturb your regular military affairs. In fact, I'm planning to hide some spirit stones and crystal cores along the route as rewards to boost morale and enthusiasm among the soldiers. Sebastian revealed a brief, barely noticeable frown that quickly disappeared. Since Alicia has agreed, I have no objection either. Gabriel slowly rose to his feet, his tone solemn as he concluded. Since we've all agreed, then let's settle this matter here. Everyone, what we protect is the Empire's last line of defense. In these difficult times, regardless of personal doubts or conflicts, I hope all of you remember that our responsibilities outweigh everything. His words resonated like a war drum, making the atmosphere heavy once again. Alicia, Sebastian, and Dian silently nodded in agreement. Behind the curtain in the meeting room, Sterling and Ivar exchanged glances. With the approval of the three corps commanders, Sterling inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief. But all of this was just the beginning. Chapter 32, Turning the Tables, Part 1. Sir, the Steel Bastion Legion has arrived at the Southern Pass. They claim to have been ordered to train in our defense zone. What should we do? Should we let them in or not? In the dim room, a deep voice echoed through the corners. The speaker was clad in the armor of a deputy general, his face tense as if he were uneasy about what was about to happen. The person sitting in the chair, however, remained calm and composed. With his back to the door and wearing a large coat, his eyes were deep and penetrating, as though he had foreseen all this already. What's there to panic about? I'm aware. That person slowly spoke, his voice deep and devoid of emotion, indicating that everything was under his control. Let them in half an hour later. But what about those items? The deputy general hesitated slightly, seemingly aware of some secrets behind the scenes. I've already sent people to deal with it. Don't worry, they won't find anything. That person's tone remained calm, but a trace of underlying anxiety could be sensed within his words, subtle though it may be, enough for the deputy general behind him to pick up on something amiss. The deputy general looked up, glancing at the person seated on the chair, carefully continuing. Master, things happened suddenly. Could it be they caught wind of something? They shouldn't have. Only a few of your trusted confidants know. Gabriel is by nature cautious. Perhaps he's using this opportunity to probe the defenses of the Whitebone Fortress, speculated the one sitting on the chair. Master, I assure you, I've leaked no information. To those below us, we've explained it as executing the Supreme Commander's secret operation. Kylon even specially used mind manipulation to ensure they wouldn't divulge any news. They're absolutely loyal to you now, and will not reveal even half a word. I trust your loyalty, but their coming this time suits my intentions just fine. I was actually looking forward to having someone to watch a show, said the person slowly seated on the chair. Master, there is another matter I haven't yet reported. There were several soldiers with rather strong soul forces who couldn't be controlled anymore. I've already dealt with them secretly. Dealt with them? The man's voice instantly turned icy cold, and he abruptly turned around, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Who gave you the authority to act without orders? The soldier immediately felt a chill, never expecting such an intense reaction from his superior. He quickly knelt down. Master, I merely wanted to relieve you of this burden. Please forgive me, Master. The atmosphere became suddenly oppressive, as if the breathing sound in the room disappeared entirely. The seated figure took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and walked toward the kneeling deputy general, a flash of cruelty passing through his eyes. Do you know why I didn't allow you to harm them? His voice was low, but every word stabbed like a blade into the deputy general's heart. Dealing with one person is simple, but dealing with these could cut off our only possible retreat route. You'd leave evidence. Understand? Add those people to the casualty list. The deputy general was shaken to the core, never expecting his master to say this. Retreat. The aide was stunned, raising his head, confusion filling his eyes. Master, haven't we already reached an agreement with the undead? Isn't the plan we're executing? That person did not answer directly, but instead turned towards the window, gazing at the dark night outside. The white-bone fortress in the distance still stood tall and unmoving, resembling a sleeping giant. And he himself stood on the edge of two completely different fates. I have made an agreement with the undead, but do you really think the undead will keep their promises? He slowly spoke, a hint of barely perceptible hesitation in his voice. We are nothing more than their pawns now. Upon hearing this, the aide was shocked. He had never heard his master speak so frankly about these things. So what do we do now? The aide wanted to say something, but stopped short when the words reached his lips. He dared not continue, fearing that the answer might be unbearable. The master fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering or struggling internally. Finally, he opened his mouth. Betrayal. What is betrayal? We're all fighting for survival. In a few years, Nessax will recover to its peak. Do you think humanity will produce another Zhao Qingqiu? The undead's promise isn't reliable, but we have no other choice. Either stand with them, or die. At this moment, the aide fully understood. He had never seen this master so restless, and perhaps this master had never truly trusted the power of the undead. Master, then, what should we do? That person let out a cold laugh. We wait for the opportunity. The undead might break their promises, but right now, we can gain more benefits and grow stronger. Once we're strong enough, even they won't be able to easily abandon us. Therefore, we need to stand firm in critical moments and take risks to seize what we can get. Remember, don't make any rash moves anymore. Follow my instructions completely. The aide nodded, lowering his head, not daring to say anything further. The master walked back to the chair, sat down, and his gaze became gentler. As for Frostwolf Camp, let them in. Allow them passage half an hour later. Remember, all our training routines remain unchanged. Ignore them entirely. And, tell Kai Lan to bring over the few people I've chosen. Yes, sir. The aide responded softly, then turned and left the room. The Whitebone Fortress stretched for dozens of miles, with the advanced team of the Frostwolf Guards, armed with passes, crossing several heavily guarded checkpoints. Ivar walked at the front of the group, breaking the silence with a soft voice. Sterling, just now in the meeting hall, who do you think was most likely the betrayer? Sterling hesitated slightly, pondered for a moment, and shook his head. Hard to say. Such matters shouldn't be concluded lightly. His tone was calm, but his eyes gleamed with cautious thought. If we jump to conclusions, we'll fall into subjective judgment. If we're wrong, it could ruin everything. Ivar chuckled softly, carrying a hint of approval. Good lad, caution is indeed valuable. He paused, lowering his voice. But, don't you suspect Commander Tian? Sterling's eyes narrowed slightly after some reflection and replied. Tian? His reaction seemed somewhat reasonable. Anybody would dislike other troops entering their own defense zone, especially in a place as sensitive as the Whitebone Fortress. A single misstep here can cause chaos. Ivar nodded gently, agreeing with Sterling's point while his eyes wandered, as if there were still uncertainties in his heart. You make sense, but I can't help but feel he was overly sensitive. He suddenly shifted the topic, asking abruptly, what about Blaze Rose? What do you think about her? Sterling frowned slightly. Blaze Rose? Who came up with such a vulgar nickname? Ivar laughed, his eyes glinting with mischief. Vulgar? I find it quite fitting for her character. Corps Commander Alicia is one of the greatest talents of the Inferno province in the past few decades. Despite her cold and proud exterior, her power mustn't be underestimated. They say her flame burst rivals the destructive power of a crystal main cannon. It's like having a human magic artillery piece, beautiful yet lethal. And on top of that, she's gorgeous and has a great figure. Well, I've heard that Director Sebastian has been pursuing her non-stop. Sterling's eyebrows twitched, surprised that Ivar, despite appearing so rigid, remained so interested in these affairs, forcing a chuckle from him. Director, we are currently on a mission. Could you please stop being so gossipy? Don't be so serious, Sterling. Ivar lowered his voice, with a glimmer of slyness in his eyes. Anyway, Sebastian's feelings aren't exactly a secret. All within the fortress know about it. He continued with a slight smirk. In my opinion, Sebastian and her are a good match. Sebastian is from the Angers family of the capital Rock Dragon, with both strength and a noble background. And by the way, good looks too. Sterling raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat helpless toward Ivar, yet a shadow of doubt flickered across his mind. Besides, you may not know this, but Sebastian is a Sky Knight. His mount is a 6th-level commander class, White Pegasus, a magnificent creature entirely snow white. Every time it appears on the battlefield, it seems like divine light descends. Silver Spear, White Horse, truly embodying aristocratic grace. Sebastian? At the conference hall, when Director Gabriel mentioned it, he didn't seem to oppose it much. But wasn't his agreement a little too easy? So carefree? Unusual circumstances always indicate trouble. Chapter 33, Turning the Tables, Part 2. Commander, do you really know what kind of person General Tian's is? Sterling still wanted to obtain some information from Ivar. After all, he had only been here for such a short time. Since arriving at Whitebone Fortress, most of the rumors he heard about Tian were negative, especially from the mouths of Blake and others, who expressed strong disdain for Tian. In their descriptions, Tian was a cruel and bloodthirsty man, almost like a tyrant. Blake even mentioned that within Tian's legion, there was a group of women kept with the army. Before every major battle, Tian would forcibly abuse them, using this method to vent his violent emotions. Of course, rumors are not always trustworthy. Could a commander leading 10,000 border defense troops rely solely on ruthlessness to earn respect? Sterling hardly believed it. Ivar fell silent for a moment, as if weighing how to respond. General Tians? I can't say I understand him very well. After all, we rarely deal with each other. However, one point is certain. His nature is indeed brutal, and his methods extremely harsh. He said this with a trace of unease on his face, clearly showing he did not have much liking for Tian either. But his background is rather unique, did you know? Tians is not a noble. In fact, he does not even count as common folk. Ivar's voice was lowered, even laced with a hint of disdain. He comes from being a refugee at the Empire's frontier, born in a tiny village in the farthest reaches of the Snow Forest province. That village was wiped out by undead creatures decades ago, with nearly no survivors left. Even though the Empire had fortresses for defense, the length of its peripheral territory made it vulnerable to attacks by undead forces. The lives of ordinary people were fraught with hardship, and the destruction of villages happened frequently. Sterling felt a shock upon hearing this. Such a humble origin, even having once been a refugee, explained why so many looked down on him. After all, the continent was still entrenched in a class-divided era. Commanding an army was a power almost exclusively held by nobility. Young nobles receiving strict military education could climb to high ranks through their bloodlines and family connections with ease. With such a lowly background, how has he risen to his current position? Indeed, his origins are considered a disgrace by noble generals. A civilian, or worse, a refugee-born individual, how could they possibly be seen as equals, let alone command an army of 30,000? It said that Tians awakened to his talent during that massacre. Ivar continued, his tone complex. I've only heard it, but when he was just a child and witnessed his hometown destroyed and his loved ones slaughtered before his eyes, this hatred unlocked a hidden power within him. Awakened talent? What exactly is his talent? Sterling asked, and gradually, his image of Tians became more blurred. I don't know exactly what it is, but apparently, in combat, he uses the soul artifact called abyssal claws. From his fingertips extend claws about a foot long, making him exceptionally fierce on the battlefield. He has no family, no favored status, and his way of doing things is very different, naturally leading to suspicion. Look, earlier in the conference hall, how resistant he was to Gabriel's proposal. It seemed he didn't want us to enter his defensive zone at all. Ivar's voice carried a note of doubt. People like him tend to have extreme personalities, making them prone to go astray. Maybe he's just worried about us interfering with his plans, Sterling said coolly. He did not outright dismiss Ivar's suspicions, but still hadn't formed any conclusions. In Sterling's opinion, Tian's character itself was his survival strategy. On this continent, the authority of the nobles was overwhelming and unshakable. Tian's very existence represented a challenge, a rebellion against the deeply ingrained class system here. Precisely because of this, Tian stood out among those highborn nobles. On the other hand, not too long afterward, an aide came leading a group into the same room they had been in earlier. Even though it was daytime, the room was still somewhat dim. Light seeped in quietly through the cracks of tightly shut windows, as if offering one last defiant spark of hope amidst darkness. The flickering candlelight on the walls cast elongated shadows. Valide stood in the center of the room, spine straight and head slightly bowed, appearing especially respectful toward the figure seated above him. As an old soldier of Whitebone Fortress, he was originally just a squad leader, but after so many years of service, he had become disinterested in training drills, causing his physique to lose its previous form. However, several months prior, for reasons unknown, he suddenly gained the trust of high-ranking officials within the military. Because of his decisive actions, he was gradually promoted to the role of confidant, thereafter becoming increasingly fervent in serving his superior. At this moment, he was standing respectfully in front of the superior, with a squad of soldiers neatly lined up behind him. Their stances were straight, but their eyes revealed an underlying cold indifference. This indifference was not voluntary, but stemmed from some deeper influence. The gaze of the man seated above swept over the soldiers like a blade, flashing with piercing intensity. The aide's face remained calm as he slightly turned his body, subtly glancing at the figure seated on the high seat. My lord, I have confirmed that these men have all been subjected to Kalen's mind-altering spell and are absolutely loyal to you. The aide said respectfully after glancing briefly at the person dressed in mage robes beside him. Kalen, dressed in a long black mage robe, stood quietly on one side of the room. His face bore a faint expression of detachment. He was thin, with deep-set eyes, and the magical emblem on his chest stood out prominently. Those familiar with the magical regulations of the Lingyun continent could instantly recognize it as the mark of a 6th-grade magician. The mage robe was embroidered with intricate runes, and occasional flashes of faint blue light emanated from it, indicating that it was far from ordinary cloth. Kalen gave a slight nod, signaling his approval. The effects of the mind alteration spell are stable. At present, their minds are entirely under my control, and they hold an extreme, fervent loyalty for you. My lord, rest assured, there is no possibility of betrayal. His voice remained calm, exuding absolute confidence in his power. The superior nodded, showing a barely perceptible hint of approval. He waved a hand and spoke softly. The few sets of armor on the ground, change into them. The line of soldiers behind Valide quickly obeyed the order, efficiently donning the suits of armor placed on the ground. These armors were unmistakably of the Eris Empire style, somewhat different from those they had taken off. The most noticeable differences were in the processed marks on the shoulder and chest guards. Good. The superior praised, examining them with satisfaction. His tone held an undeniable authority. Come forward. In the coming days, you must follow Valide's commands completely. I have an important mission for you to carry out. Valide felt a sudden alertness and asked in a low voice. My lord, What exactly is this mission? The superior gently waved his hand, signaling Valide to come closer, and whispered, "You all know the increasingly frequent anomalies among the undead forces recently. The supervisor suspects that someone within Whitebone Fortress has been controlled by a black witch. Your mission is to secretly investigate, and if necessary, eliminate the traitor. This matter is crucial, and not a single word must be leaked outside." The squad immediately knelt down, responding firmly, "We will not betray your trust, my lord. We will remain loyal and not divulge even a word." Satisfied, the superior nodded. "Good. Await orders outside." With a wave of the superior's hand, Valide was instructed to stay behind while the other soldiers left upon receiving the command. Valide did not move, remaining where he was, looking conflicted. At this moment, only the superior, the aide, Valide, and Kalen still stood in the hall. Then, the figure on the throne retrieved a piece of armor from behind and handed it to Valide with a composed tone. "Valide, put this armor on." Without hesitation, Valide complied. The superior revealed a knowing smile. "Turn around and let me see." On Valide, the armor belonged to a high-ranking general, its patterns and design on the shoulders highly distinctive. After watching Valide circle once wearing the armor, the man nodded with evident satisfaction. "Good. You look very convincing." Standing nearby, the aide couldn't help but ask, puzzled, "My lord, haven't you said they should not yet know our plans? So what does this mean?" "Precautions prevent failure. They want to investigate various defense zones in our Whitebone Fortress, so we'll give them some truths." Kalen's eyes lit up suddenly, finally comprehending the superior's plan. A smile crossed his face. "An excellent strategy, my lord. Misleading them and shifting blame, allowing Ironwall to chase wild goose chases and struggle to find the truth. It's killing two birds with one stone." The superior walked to the map and pointed at several key areas. "Valide, over the next few days, lead these soldiers accordingly." 5 minutes later, Valide left with his orders. The aide beside him now fully understood the superior's intentions. This will surely confuse them and waste their time and energy. "My lord, do you truly trust the undead?" Recalling the earlier conversation, Kalen suddenly asked in a low voice. The figure on the throne didn't respond immediately, narrowing his eyes as though pondering something deeply. After a pause, he slowly replied, "Trust? Huh. In this world, the only thing worth trusting is power." Kalen nodded. In this bizarre and intricate puzzle, he only needed to play his part, perform their roles satisfactorily, and leave the rest to fate. The storm was about to break, and in the Whitebone Fortress, each player harbored their own thoughts. In the distance, the low murmurs of the undead seemed to have already begun, heralding the arrival of a great storm. Chapter 34, Outsider. Today's Frostwolf Guard camp had a different atmosphere than usual, and the soldiers' emotions were unusually high. While they normally complained bitterly about daily training, this time around, the exercise sparked everyone's interest. The news of the field training had spread across the entire camp. It was said that this wouldn't just be a long physical test, but would also include some surprises hidden throughout various places. "Did you hear? This training isn't going to be simple." Andrew excitedly organized his gear with an anticipatory smile on his face. "Simple? I heard we'll have to march all around the Whitebone Fortress. It's dozens of kilometers away. Mountain cross-country running plus hidden mechanisms and traps. We're bound to be exhausted if we survive," complained Green from the side. "Green, why don't you want to go? You need more training." Lucas approached after overhearing Green's complaint. Seeing Lucas, Green fell silent as he dared not say much more. He wasn't afraid of others, but Lucas wasn't afraid to hit him. Are there really traps and mechanisms? Last year's new recruit, Philip, sounded quite excited, as he'd never been outside the main part of the Whitebone Fortress before. "I heard the captain talking yesterday. There will be some mechanical traps set up along the way." Andrew slapped Philip on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, it won't kill us." As the horn sounded, the soldiers immediately gathered into neat formations, waiting for Gabriel's final speech. Today's training exercise is not only testing your stamina, but also your teamwork and adaptability skills. Gabriel loudly proclaimed, glancing through the ranks where some soldiers looked eager to begin. "There are several checkpoints along the way, which you must find and get through. And yes, I've prepared unexpected surprises for you. Be prepared, you'll need fast reactions and strong perseverance. There's no room for weakness. Move out." As the command was given, the soldiers departed in groups. Though the icy winter mountain air was chilling, the soldiers' enthusiasm warmed their hearts enough to drive away the cold. Each carried their marching rucksacks, the weight making breathing difficult, just as the commander instructed. Bring beddings as this exercise would last longer than a day, with plans to stay overnight at a brother regiment's base. "Sterling, why haven't you been attending training these past few days?" Black greeted Sterling as he came back. "Definitely off enjoying some private tutoring again." Ian teased. "With my idol's capabilities, whether or not he participates in training doesn't matter much. Once talent kicks in, he could easily crush those skeleton shells." Leon seemed particularly lively. "Well, here I am to attend training now." Sterling gave an awkward laugh. He'd spent these days exploring the Whitebone Fortress with Ivar, leaving no time for daily drills during the daytime. On the way, the soldiers traveled alongside the Whitebone Fortress. It was their first such field training. At first, it was straightforward mountain hiking, followed by more complex woodland paths. Most thought it would just be a regular drill, and kept up an upbeat mood while teasing each other every once in a while. "Green, didn't you wash your boots last time?" Andrew joked. "Do you think I had time? Every day after training, I'm practically dead asleep on my bed," Green muttered while continuing his march. After ascending a slope, the soldier's pace slowed down, and their breathing became labored. Suddenly, Philip ahead cried out, "Be careful! There's a trap up ahead!" His foot slipped, and he landed flat on his back. Others startled and looked down, spotting fine grass-covered hidden ropes on the ground, easy to trip over without care. "Damn, this is the surprise the commander talked about, right?" someone murmured, and the rest of the troop cautiously pressed forward. Sterling, on the other hand, had known about these small traps since they were designed by his reconnaissance team. As they moved further in, more surprises continued to emerge. Dugout pits appeared underfoot, and a few soldiers accidentally fell in, rolling around inside before struggling back up. Even scarier, some trees hung with scarecrows. When touched lightly, rope mechanisms triggered above, startling everyone. Who set up all these things? Commander Ivar? Philip couldn't help complaining. Probably not. It sounds more like Deputy Commander Rowan's work. He excels at tormenting us. Andrew chuckled. But we have to admit, the designs of these mechanisms are truly ingenious. Green stepped carefully past a hidden pitfall and admired its design aloud. The soldiers, though bickering, gradually felt a sense of competitive spirit growing in their hearts. Many of these traps were actually Sterling's ideas, showcasing his painstaking efforts. The main goal was to take advantage of this opportunity to hone the Frostwolf Guard's reflexes. After marching for most of the morning, the sun climbed higher into the sky, and the soldiers' stamina began to dwindle. The weight on their shoulders, their sweat-soaked vests, and the sticky mud made every step feel heavier. How much further? Andrew panted as he asked. We're still in our Iron Bastion Brigade's defense zone, so don't even think about slacking off. Green wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just then, distant shouts could be heard. The soldiers exchanged glances and quickened their pace. What's ahead? Finally, we've reached the first checkpoint, Philip said excitedly. After an exhausting march that covered most of the morning, they entered the Dawnlight Vanguard Corps' defense area. Ivar had arrived early to greet them and communicated with the checkpoint guards. Subsequently, the Frostwolf Guard smoothly entered the Dawnlight Vanguard Corps' territory. As soon as they crossed into the defensive zone, Ian whispered conspiratorially to Sterling. Sterling, did you know? The Corps commander of the Dawnlight Vanguard is a beautiful woman. Before Sterling could respond, Black interrupted. Ian, your news is already outdated. I told Sterling long ago. He paused, his expression turning slightly serious. But there's one thing you might not know. They have a special garrison with fewer than 500 people. 500 people? That's barely enough for a large camp. Ryan, who had been following alongside, couldn't help but furrow his brow at this revelation. You think it's small? Don't underestimate them. Black teased cryptically before lowering his voice. This is the Blaze Rose's elite guard unit, and everyone in it is a mage. These 500 individuals are all gifted geniuses who awaken magical talents. In fact, during battles, the entire army of several tens of thousands within the Dawnlight Vanguard Corps is actually protecting this elite guard unit. The mages are the core strength of the entire Corps. All mages? Sterling looked surprised, raising his eyebrows. Wouldn't it be risky gathering all the mages in one place? If something went wrong, all the mages in the Corps would be lost. I don't know either. Why don't you ask the Blaze Rose yourself? Black laughed and shrugged his shoulders. In truth, Sterling's concern wasn't unfounded. Concentrating all the mages in one location certainly carried strategic risks, but there was a deep historical reason behind this decision. The previous commander of the Dawnlight Vanguard Corps had specially arranged a spirit-gathering formation inside the camp. This formation significantly boosted the efficiency of magic absorption for the mages. Therefore, concentrating the mages together aimed to accelerate their growth and increase the combat power of the whole Corps. Given the complexity of setting up the formation and the enormous resource consumption, it could only cover this one particular garrison and could not be dispersed across multiple sites. Sterling and the others didn't realize that the primary reason for concentrating the mages into one garrison was due to the fact that only one spirit-gathering formation could be established, helping these mages absorb spiritual energy more effectively. Thus, this specialized elite guard became the most powerful force within the entire Corps, yet simultaneously became the core group that required the most protection. Chapter 35. Entering the plot. The field training exercise was still in full swing when Sterling took the opportunity to leave the main group. According to the initial agreement, the large contingent of the Frostwolf Guards mainly acted as a smokescreen. On the other hand, Sterling and another confidant sent by Gabriel, Cassander, were responsible for investigating traces. Cassander was a level 6 Great Spirit warrior and one of Gabriel's personal guards. Sterling suspected that Cassander was likely sent by Gabriel to monitor him. Nevertheless, it worked out perfectly. With the assistance of a Great Spirit warrior, things became much easier for Sterling. Most of his strength came from Hong, but Hong couldn't always stay by his side. On the contrary, last night, Xiaogu transmitted an extremely critical piece of information back, giving Sterling a clearer direction for his investigation, arrays. Sterling naturally couldn't tell Cassander all the specific details, but fortunately, Gabriel had instructed Cassander to cooperate with Sterling on the mission. During the night, Xiaogu had sent word back after overhearing a conversation between some secret-ranking level 7 undead lords within the Necropolis Black Tower. They had mentioned a strange term, Great Reincarnation Array. The Great Reincarnation Array could reverse yin and yang. This immediately set off Xiaogu's alarm bells, who quickly relayed the news to Sterling. In fact, there was a key issue that Sterling hadn't been able to figure out recently. Even if a certain legion betrayed Fort Bonekeep, it wasn't that easy to conquer it. So why were the undead so confident they could break through Bonekeep? Moreover, since there was already a traitor inside, why didn't they attack during the total siege then? What are the upper ranks of the undead waiting for? Now hearing about the Great Reincarnation Array, this unfamiliar term sent warning bells ringing in Sterling's mind. Everything seemed to be gradually falling into place. He began to suspect that the undead forces intended to set up an array around Fort Bonekeep and use it to seize the fortress. What exactly was this Great Reincarnation Array? Even though Sterling had once read countless ancient texts and books, he found no mention of this particular array. Regardless, we must find the traces of this array set up before they succeed, Sterling whispered to himself, determination flashing in his eyes. The two moved swiftly, inspecting over a dozen suspicious locations. Most of these places were heavily guarded, forcing them to abandon their efforts. For some unknown reason, maybe because they were outside their usual operational zone, Sterling felt as if he were being constantly watched. Sterling and Cassander eventually infiltrated deeper, reaching the inner city of Bonekeep. As they quietly made their way along the stone paths of the inner city, they both paused upon noticing something unusual. That building ahead, Sterling pointed at a distant, low structure with an iron plaque hanging under the eaves marked, Restricted Military Supplies Area. Why are there only 2 soldiers guarding it? According to the map provided by Gabriel, this should have been the location of the Military Supplies Office, where the fort's most crucial materials and war readiness equipment were stored. Such weak defenses sparked immediate suspicion in Sterling. Cassander stood beside him, frowning deeply, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. In a hushed tone, he said, a restricted military supply area should naturally be heavily fortified. Only 2 people? This isn't normal. How did the fort commander arrange the defense? This kind of defense struck Sterling as peculiarly odd. He focused sharply on the 2 soldiers, trying to determine if they might be high-level awakened warriors. But they appeared to be ordinary soldiers. Could it be that they had been replaced in the absence of the overseer? Sterling started to harbor some doubts. As the 2 were observing covertly, an elderly man slowly emerged from the building labeled as the Restricted Military Supplies Area. Bent and dressed plainly, he carried a lantern in one hand and leaned on what looked like an unremarkable wooden staff in the other. His pace was slow. Sterling followed the old man's movements with his eyes, watching as the elderly figure continued walking without stopping or speaking to anyone, heading directly towards the wall of the fort and disappearing into the shadowy moonlight. Who was that? Sterling frowned slightly, perplexed. Why would such an important location allow an old man like him to simply come and go unnoticed? Moreover, those 2 soldiers seemed completely unconcerned about the presence of the old man. Is that him? Don't you know who he is? Cassander voiced a quiet murmur, his face betraying a hint of strangeness. Know him? Who? Sterling asked in confusion. I don't actually know his name either. Cassander crossed his arms, lowering his voice. But many veterans in this fortress refer to him as the Night Watcher. He's been here for so long that he might have considered Bonekeep his home. As for his true identity, not many people care. The Night Watcher? Cassander's tone carried a trace of disdain. Many soldiers say he's strange, and after dark, they often see him pacing on the walls. But he never acknowledges anyone, nor has anyone ever seen him take action. Still, no one dares to underestimate him. Why would someone like this be allowed to live near a crucial military supply area? Sterling began to feel more questions arising in his heart. The elder's appearance was definitely not coincidental, especially at such a sensitive moment. There's probably nothing we can uncover here. Let's check other places. After observing for a long time without seeing any movement, Cassander said. Subsequently, the 2 left quietly. Valid had recently been plagued by an indescribable sense of unease. Initially, he firmly believed he was carrying out a secret mission for the Master, investigating soldiers rumored to have defected to the undead faction. But as he delved deeper, he realized that it involved much more than that. Why do we have to bury these things under every section of the city wall, as required? Valid secretly questioned. However, just as this doubt arose, his thoughts became suddenly blurred, and a burning force surged in his heart. His eyes gradually turned wild with zeal, and his sanity seemed devoured by some invisible power. The figure of the Master appeared in his mind, majestic and inviolable. We mustn't betray the Master. One of his subordinates whispered, his gaze similarly burning with fanatical loyalty. Valid's fingers trembled slightly. The voice of reason faded in his mind, replaced by absolute devotion to the Master. His inner doubts were instantly swallowed by some intangible force, and every instance of questioning seemed dissolved by this fiery magic. 2 days passed, and Sterling and Cassander had already circled around Fort Bonekeep several times, but still found nothing, which made them both anxious. Sterling even began to suspect whether what Xiao Gu had mentioned, the Great Reincarnation Array, had anything to do with Fort Bonekeep. We've circled 3 times now, Cassander murmured softly, a trace of impatience in his tone. If we don't find any traces soon, we'll be wasting our time endlessly, and it might all come to naught. Sterling furrowed his brows, feeling a faint unease rising within him. They had followed Fort Bonekeep's defense map, thoroughly checking all suspicious areas marked on it, yet they found absolutely nothing. It was as if everything had disappeared right before their eyes. Let's wait a bit longer, perhaps. Before Sterling could finish speaking, he suddenly heard a faint noise coming from afar. Both stopped immediately, their gazes simultaneously drawn toward the source of the sound. Then, a group of shadowy figures appeared quietly in their line of sight. A few soldiers dressed in black cloaks cautiously walked through a narrow path, taking extremely careful steps, as if deliberately concealing their movements. Their actions in the quiet night stood out conspicuously. They were certainly not normal patrol teams. Cassander frowned slightly and whispered, "Damn, we've searched so hard, and now we bump into them. Could this really be a coincidence?" A flash of suspicion crossed Sterling's mind. This was too convenient. This is too coincidental. Sterling mumbled softly, a look of alertness flashing in his eyes. Forget it. Let's follow them and see what they're up to. Let's not alarm them first. Sterling trailed along as well. Under the faint moonlight, the two carefully followed the soldiers, maintaining a safe distance. Soon, the soldiers arrived below a stretch of wall that wasn't patrolled by anyone. Suddenly, one of them took out a black-red crystal and methodically buried it beneath the base of the wall. Sterling suddenly felt movement inside the precious book, a desire of the bloodthirsty mantis for blood. What is that? It seems to emanate a blood-like aura. As Sterling hesitated, Cassander suddenly stiffened, unable to suppress his eagerness to seize the opportunity for glory. He burst forth from the darkness, swift as lightning, and instantly pounced upon the soldiers. His form was as fierce as a predator, moving incredibly fast, his awakened ability evidently related to speed. The long blade in his hand glinted with cold steel as it aimed directly at the soldiers. These soldiers clearly didn't expect someone to launch a surprise attack, and they panicked. One among them tried to draw his sword in resistance, but was kicked flying by Cassander, landing hard on the ground, coughing up blood. Take them alive. Sterling quickly shouted, but it was too late. After Cassander subdued the men, the soldiers showed no fear on their faces and reached for their waists without hesitation. In an instant, they swallowed poison vials they carried with them. The bodies convulsed immediately and collapsed, dead in an instant. Frowning, Sterling approached to inspect. These soldiers were obviously rigorously trained operatives who preferred death over revealing any intelligence. Damn, quick look. Sterling watched as the faces of the deceased began to twist, their flesh soon turning mangled and unrecognizable. Trouble, what kind of vile technique is this? After death, even the facial skin rots away. Watching the dead soldiers transform into horrifying, unrecognizable forms, Cassander was chilled to the bone. The work of a black witch. What are we going to do? Do you still remember what they looked like? There's no telling who they were now. Chapter 36, entering the plot, 2. At the Whitebone Fortress, in the great military tent of the Steel Fortress. A bird perched on the table, about 3 feet long with a streamlined body, covered in silver gray and light blue interwoven feathers. This bird was called a wind-speaking falcon pigeon, a Type 3 magical beast. Known for its gentle nature, it was extremely fast, naturally possessing a strong instinct to return to its nest. Relying on its acute sense of direction and perception of magical auras, it could accurately find its destination, and was commonly tamed by people to deliver confidential messages. Gabriel carefully rolled up the secret letter he had just finished writing, placing it securely in the small cylinder under the falcon pigeon's claw, then gently patted its head. The wind-speaking falcon pigeon, as if sensing something, emitted a soft chirp, then spread its wings and flew out of the tent, blending into the night and disappearing in the wind. Although in recent decades, Goblin-developed magical communication devices have been able to communicate over hundreds of miles, the Eris Empire has also established a rough communication network using these devices. Still, Gabriel preferred this primitive way of sending secret letters. While communication devices are much faster, only 3 days would be needed to relay information from the Whitebone Fortress to His Majesty. The communication network required multiple transmissions and involved too many people. Such a significant matter at the Whitebone Fortress, once it is known, affects everything. The more people who know, the greater the panic cost. Selecting the method of delivering the secret message via falcon is far more reliable. It is estimated that it will take 7 days to reach the capital, but this wait of 7 days ensures absolute confidentiality. Gabriel watched as the wind-speaking falcon pigeon disappeared into the distance, feeling slightly less burdened. He hoped that this news would quickly reach His Majesty's ears. With His Majesty's wisdom, sending a few high-level fighters early will ensure that the western border remains perfectly secure. In a corner of the city wall, Sterling and Cassander were full of regret. The leads they had found with great difficulty were interrupted again with the deaths of several individuals. Their sole gain was confirming that someone within the Whitebone Fortress had already colluded with the undead forces. After unearthing the buried red crystal, Sterling carefully examined it, as if recognizing it from a book. Shadow Blood Crystal? Truly the handiwork of black wraiths. The Shadow Blood Crystal was originally created by a deranged alchemist 800 years ago through a dark ritual, where the blood of sacrificed victims was condensed into the crystal. It contained a concentrated essence of blood spirits, rumored to even seal souls inside the blood crystal. Due to its extreme malevolence, it was explicitly banned in all countries. TSK, what a foul method. Cassander spat at the sight of the bodies on the ground, anger rising. Who knows what benefit these people got from aligning with the undead? Even in death, they find no peace. Sterling remained calm. He squatted down and meticulously inspected the bodies. Suddenly, his eyes focused intently, pointing at one of the corpses. Look at this. Cassander followed his finger and noticed under the corpse's black cloak, there was an exposed piece of metal armor. Clearly the Imperial Standard Uniform armor. Imperial Regulation armor? Cassander hesitantly removed the outer clothing of the soldier, revealing the main part of the armor. It is Imperial armor, but strangely enough, the symbols of all legions have been stripped from these armors. Sterling furrowed his brows, sensing something wasn't right. Hold on, the style of this armor appears to be outdated? I kept feeling it was odd. Cassander suddenly slapped his hands together as realization dawned upon him. We phased out this style ages ago, but the army of undead blades still uses it. Army of undead blades. A flicker of confusion crossed Sterling's eyes, as everything seemed to get more and more complicated. There appeared to be an invisible hand pulling the strings behind the scenes. He continued to press on. Why is the army of undead blades still using old-style armor? Cassander explained. I heard that Legion Commander Tien said these armors have been adapted to suit the soldiers' needs for a long time, so they didn't switch to the new models. Many in the army mock him, calling him too penny-pinching, saying he embodies typical civilian thinking. But isn't there any other Legion wearing them? This seems too coincidental, Cassander. Don't you think it's strange? Knowing the Frostwolf Guard was practicing throughout the whole defensive area, they still took the risk to move around. What puzzles me most is, why do they need to wear military armor? Sterling felt himself like a puppet, being pulled along by some unseen thread towards an unknown abyss. Cassander smirked disdainfully. Humph, there's nothing coincidental about this. Tien was never a good person anyway. Being a refugee, let alone having received formal military education, he didn't even go to the academy. He only rose to his current status after awakening a soul-bound artifact. Sterling crouched down, inspecting thoroughly, even pulling at the sleeve of the armor. Cassander continued. If you ask me, they must be in a hurry and definitely thought we were just here for training. After all, Lord Gabriel's excuse was quite reasonable. Sterling did not respond immediately. After checking everything, he said, all right, let's return and report this situation to Lord Gabriel. Now that we've stirred up the hornet's nest, it'll be harder to track their movements. We need to be extremely cautious about our next steps. The two quickly covered up the scene, taking several bodies with them, quietly retreating under the cover of night. Meanwhile, in another hidden room, how's the task going? A deep voice asked. Master, tonight, Valid sent out 4 squads at various places. 3 soldiers have gone missing, likely because they were discovered by the other side. No survivors? Rest assured, Master. Each soldier carried erosion bone poison, and I've already added those 3 to the list of casualties from the city defense battle last month. No information will leak. Never expected the poison given to us initially would come in handy now. Erosion bone poison is extremely potent. Once ingested, it acts instantly, its most horrifying aspect being the corrosion of the victim's face. Black spots spread rapidly, leading to the rapid necrosis of facial flesh until it becomes unrecognizable. Frankly, I once thought this poison too vicious and didn't want them to use it. You are merciful, Master, but the circumstances now are exceptional. We have no choice. The adjutant flattered, his tone respectful. Master, I don't understand something. The adjutant spoke aloud his doubts. Since the places intended for the shadow blood crystals have been discovered, wouldn't our actions be exposed? Truth mixed with lies, without giving them some real truths. How could our fakes deceive them? Giving them part of the truth will buy us 2 days. I've already sent messages outside. Everything is prepared. You'll understand in a few days. The master paused slightly, as if weighing whether to explain further. After a brief silence, he slowly said, You've followed me for many years. It's time you understood the principles behind this. The quantity of those objects merely determines the strength of the grand array. If the formation is too powerful, our role will instead be weakened. The undead can't easily conquer the Whitebone Fortress without our assistance. I understand, Master. After a moment of silence, the voice from the main seat resounded again. Gabriel's people will finish their training tomorrow. Let Valid's men quickly deploy the remaining items. Now we have no retreat. When necessary, do not hesitate. Understood, Master. Was bowed his head and stepped back slowly. Not until dawn did Sterling and Cassander, carrying the corpses wrapped in black cloth, return to the military tent in Steel Fortress. If it hadn't been for Cassander, a level 6 Great Spirit warrior, exerting his strength along the way, Sterling would have been utterly exhausted. After a short rest for an hour, the two met with Gabriel. Inside the tent, Gabriel stood before a large map, holding a piece of uneaten jerky in one hand, and on the table was a bowl of steaming porridge. It seemed he was studying the military situation while eating breakfast. Cassander quickly approached Gabriel and reported softly, Master, last night we found a suspicious troop of soldiers. They wore old Imperial armor and seemed to be colluding with the undead forces. Then, he provided detailed reports of the events from the troops' furtive behavior to the final poisoning of the soldiers. Subsequently, Cassander handed over 3 shadow blood crystals to Gabriel, instantly releasing a strong blood aura throughout the tent. Master, your subordinate suspects that those colluding with the undead and betraying the Empire are Tient's undead blades. Gabriel's brows furrowed more tightly. He didn't say anything directly, instead looking towards Sterling. Sterling, do you agree with this? Master, every word Cassander said is true, as witnessed by your subordinate, but... Chapter 37, A Cloud of Suspicion. But what? Gabriel slightly narrowed his eyes. But, sir, don't you think all of this is too coincidental? Sterling's voice carried a note of suspicion. Gabriel nodded, signaling for Sterling to continue. Sterling continued his analysis. The Frostwolf Guard's field training isn't a secret anymore. They've been making a big show of their cross-country drills, yet those soldiers still dared to act at this moment. Could it really be that they were under such time pressure that they had no choice but to take the risk? Somehow, it feels like this was deliberately staged for us to see. I find it strange too, Gabriel whispered lightly. But feelings alone can't prove anything. Do you have any more concrete evidence? Sir, there are 2 things that make me suspicious. I remember the military rule. Soldiers must have served 3 years or more to qualify for metal armor. When I first joined, I received a set of leather armor. Indeed, there is such a rule, mainly because metal armor is much more expensive to produce. The Empire's annual military budget is limited and cannot afford to outfit every soldier with metal armor. Sterling slowly walked over to the corpse and pointed at one of them, his tone calm but sharp. Look at this man's hands. Thick calluses from holding a spear for years. It fits the profile of a veteran who has served at least 3 years. Wearing this standard-issue metal armor poses no problem. He paused for a moment, glancing at the other 2 corpses. But these 2 are entirely different. He crouched down, lifting the hand of one of them, gently running his fingers over the palm. You see, the calluses here clearly indicate use of a blade, and the calluses are quite thin. It's obvious they haven't developed the hardened layers of an experienced soldier. Sterling spoke calmly. This is clearly a new recruit's hand, lacking sufficient battlefield experience. Why would he be wearing a veteran's armor? Cassander stood nearby, furrowing his brow, quickly adding, I thought it strange last night. Their reactions were too slow, their combat movements utterly disorganized. Even my random strikes could easily bring them down. They were completely ineffective. By all accounts, veterans shouldn't be so weak. Hearing this, Gabriel's gaze grew sharper. He stepped forward and personally examined the palms of the corpses, finding indeed, as Sterling said, a mix of callus types. One belonged to a veteran, the other 2 were clearly new recruits. Crucially, their identities did not match the qualifications required for wearing such armors. And, Sterling continued, lightly pulling up the sleeve of the deceased veteran, revealing an excessively long portion of fabric. Sir, look at the size of this set of armor. The sleeve extends beyond half a palm. Clearly, it's ill-fitting. I remember the Grand Commander specifically emphasized that standard-issue armor must fit perfectly. Gabriel's expression grew darker, his voice deep. Your meaning is that they intentionally wore armor that wasn't theirs, trying to confuse our perception. Behind all this, someone wants to manipulate the situation. Sterling hesitated for a moment before solemnly speaking. My subordinate doesn't dare to conclude. If judged by old standards, the core of undead blades would be the prime suspect. However, something about this seems very irregular. Gabriel pondered silently for a moment, then slowly nodded in agreement. As you say, these individuals may just be pawns on a chessboard. Someone is manipulating events from the shadows, trying to steer us toward a certain conclusion. But who is the mastermind behind all this? Sir, there is actually another method. If we can investigate the casualty lists of other units, since these 3 have been arranged to appear here, whoever's orchestrating this will have tampered with the records. If we can identify soldiers matching their profiles, we may be able to pin down the mastermind. Casualty list? I'll find a way, Gabriel declared. Sterling continued. Sir, based on my instincts, we can provisionally exclude the core of undead blades from the suspects. If this truly is Tion's move, his intention might be exactly to deflect our suspicion, guiding us to believe this is not the work of the core of undead blades. If that's true, then his schemes run quite deep. This Tion fellow, born into humble origins, lost his family at a young age, and climbed his way up step by step. His experiences differ from ours. Gabriel sighed softly after a brief pause. After a while, Gabriel went on. Outsiders all say that Tion is ruthless, cruel, without mercy, but they don't know that the casualty rate in battles involving the core of undead blades is often the lowest. Tion believes that it's better for soldiers to bleed on the training grounds than to lose their lives in actual warfare. He favors intense training, which, though sometimes overly harsh, does have its merits. Cassander stood beside them, opening his mouth to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. Nonetheless, the expression on his face was quite complex. Sterling nodded in agreement, but still harbored doubts. So, sir, do you also feel that we can temporarily exclude the suspicion of the core of undead blades? Gabriel pondered for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. Based on my understanding of Tion, he indeed is unlikely to be involved in such a conspiracy. Given his character, he wouldn't engage in such underhanded dealings behind the scenes. But I cannot rule out the possibility that some of his generals may have secretly defected to the side of the undead. Sterling looked somewhat puzzled. If the higher-ups among the undead truly wanted to collude with them, they wouldn't choose to collaborate with just a minor leader, would they? A regular general could only influence so much of the situation. Gabriel put down the dried meat in his hand, walked to the table, and tapped lightly on the map, his gaze sharp. Precisely because of this, we must be more cautious. Any small crack within the army can become an opening for our enemies. As for the other 2 legions, they are still suspects. I've already written to His Majesty. The Duju should return soon. Time is not on our side. Sir, sending a letter from here to the capital will take at least half a month for the round trip. Can we really afford to wait that long? With the absence of the Duju, if the undead were aware of this information, they would surely take advantage of Baigu Fortress's weakened defenses by collaborating with traitors. On top of that, there was still the reincarnation formation, whose location remained unknown. Sterling had a vague premonition in his heart. The real great battle was about to begin soon. Gabriel's expression became somber. During these 15 days, I will ensure the 10 battalions remain vigilant at all times. And I will dispatch additional men to accompany you too on your investigation. Understood, sir. Now, I believe no matter what, we must replace all the shadow blood crystals covertly. Sterling spoke after recalling the red team's blood chi resonance. Do you think you can manage to replace the shadow blood crystals? I believe so. Very well, then I'll leave this task to you. This is my official order. Additionally, Cassander will ensure your safety while I figure out how to investigate the casualty lists. There's no time to lose. Let's act immediately. Following this, the tent fell into a brief silence, heavy with oppressive tension. Over the barren plains, dark clouds gathered. As far as the eye could see, there was only deathly stillness. Just then, a pitch-black crow flew in from the distant wasteland, flapping its wings through the gloomy sky. Its feathers glistened as though drenched in black venom, each flap of its wings distorting the air's aura around it. Red light flickered in its eyes, as if it sought a predetermined destination. Through the perspective of the crow, it circled over the desolate land before finally spotting a towering black tower cloaked in misty darkness in the distance. The crow hesitated not a bit, flying straight toward the peak of the black tower, familiar with its path. Remarkably, when the crow approached the top of the black tower, the ominous black fog began spreading like a tidal wave around it. Without uttering a sound, the crow landed silently on a windowsill of the tower, perching atop a black stone spire. It remained still, red eyes fixed intently inside the tower, seemingly awaiting something. Soon enough, Dark Witch Eldrick appeared by the window, opening it. With a slight flick of his emaciated hand, the crow's gaze became sharper, as though comprehending some kind of summoning. Lowering its head slowly, the crow emitted a low, solemn cry. Back, huh? Eldrick's eyes glowed with ghostly green light, his elongated fingers gently stroking a black obsidian ring in his hand. His voice rasped. What news have you brought? Chapter 38, Rebirth Array. The raven's body began to tremble slightly. Moments later, its wings abruptly unfurled as its body contorted violently. Accompanying an eerie crackling sound, its bones snapped with a chilling noise. Feathers fell away one by one, revealing in their place a translucent soul-like figure emerging from within the raven. This was no ordinary magical beast. In fact, it wasn't even a living creature. Rather, it was a modified magical beast husk, hosting within it the soul of a puppet. Eldrick watched this soul with satisfaction and lightly waved his hand. The air inside the black tower immediately swirled with a surge of death energy, enveloping the puppet's soul. This masterpiece of borrowing a corpse for reanimation was a perfect creation that had taken him decades to research. He was very pleased with it. As the shattered remains of the raven dispersed into the air, the puppet soul floated suspended in midair, emitting weak sounds, cold and raspy, barely discernible. Great Envoy, the Sky Knight asked me to bring back this message. The fragile soul whispered softly, its tone cold and mechanical. Everything is proceeding smoothly, and the preparations for the rebirth array are progressing accordingly. His subordinates are intensifying their work on the final base carvings of the array. Moreover, he also said that he will help us eliminate a level 7 powerhouse along the way. A flash of light shone in Eldrick's eyes as he nodded approvingly. The staff in his hand tapped gently on the black stone table, producing a low echo. Very good. Once the rebirth array is complete, the Whitebone Fortress will be like a lamb ready for slaughter. Our victory is just around the corner. Just as the words were spoken, Kazak's imposing figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Clad in a crimson cape, his face grave, his eyes glinted with a hint of malice. Eldrick, can we truly trust this rebirth array? It is crucial to capture the Whitebone Fortress. I cannot afford any errors at this critical moment. Eldrick gave a derisive laugh, glancing disdainfully at Kazak. You worry too much, Kazak. This array is the finest work of the leader of the rotting poison demon tribe, Serikris, the Lord of Decay. Serikris may be insatiably greedy, but his mastery over rotting poison magic is unparalleled. His array uses shadow blood crystals as the catalyst, rotting poison as the base, reversing life and death itself. It will transform the Whitebone Fortress into a barren land of death. Serikris. Kazak's brow furrowed slightly, clearly familiar with the name. Exactly. Serikris may be greedy, but our sacrifices have been sufficient. Eldrick's voice deepened, tinged with a trace of mockery. We helped intercept fleeing elves for him, and Lord Sockham sent him valuable gifts. It was through these exchanges that Serikris agreed to hand over this array to us. Kazak paused for a moment, gazing deeply beyond the black tower into the silent dark plains outside, suffused with death energy, as if awaiting some great upheaval. After a long while, Kazak spoke slowly, his voice carrying an icy ruthlessness. The Whitebone Fortress must fall. Only then will humanity in the Far East become my ultimate sacrifice. Eldrick, mobilize all your troops immediately. They must all be deployed before John returns. With one decisive battle, we will eradicate this thorn in our side, the Whitebone Fortress. The low-ranking human soldiers are easy to deal with, but what about the high-level warriors and the fortress barrier? These matters I will handle. Your responsibility is solely to breach the fortress. At the stairwell entrance of the Black Tower, neither man noticed that the guard previously stationed there had been replaced by a necromancer commander. Had Sterling been present, he would undoubtedly recognize the streak of red soul flame. This belonged to Little Bones. As evening approached, Gabriel hastily summoned Sterling and Cassandra. His expression was serious as he tightly clutched a list in his hands. Under the dim lamplight, his face looked unusually grim. I investigated the casualty list of the Undead Blade Legion, but found nothing unusual. Gabriel took a deep breath, his tone somber. However, in the list of the Holy Radiance Guard Legion, I discovered this. Look. Sterling took the list and carefully examined it. On the latest page listing casualties, 3 names were written next to each other, a 4-year veteran spearman and 2 2-year veteran swordsmen. Sterling's heart sank heavily. The identities and features matched perfectly. He glanced up at Gabriel, whose brows were knitted together. The implication of betrayal seemed obvious. Could it really be Sebastian? Gabriel recalled how, not long ago during the meeting in the conference hall, Sebastian had acted strangely. At the time, he hadn't paid it much attention, but now upon reflection, Sebastian's demeanor during recent discussions has been off. I thought it was merely stress from frequent combat, but now looking back, it seems he likely conspired with the undead forces. My lord, At this moment we must devise a plan to expose him. Since he wants us to suspect Commander Tion, then let's do this. Sterling suddenly felt a tremor in his soul as he stepped out of the tent. Is it Little Bones? Such urgency. What could have happened? Sterling quickly made his way to the nearest fortress wall. Sky Knight. The images transmitted by Little Bones played through Sterling's mind. It really is Sebastian. Has he betrayed the human race? Of noble birth, with a prestigious family name, a Sky Knight, and possessing remarkable strength. No matter how hard Sterling tried to think, he couldn't understand why Sebastian would side with the undead. And it seemed that Sebastian was about to make a move against Tion. No matter what, he had to warn Tion. There were not many high-ranking powers left in Whitebone Fortress. If Tion got injured, that would be no small loss. Sterling circumvented the checkpoint and ran all the way to the Undead Blade Legion's defensive area. The campfire flickered in the darkness, casting shadows of patrolling guards. He stealthily avoided several yawning guards, inching closer to Tion's command tent. 2 armored soldiers stood guard outside the tent, their expressions stern. Calmly approaching them, Sterling whispered, "I am here under the secret order of Gabriel. I need to urgently see Commander Tion." The 2 guards exchanged glances. One coldly said, "Sir is resting. No one can disturb him." Sterling's heart sank, but remained composed. "You'd better inform him immediately. This concerns the life or death of Whitebone Fortress. Delay is unacceptable. It is the secret order from Gabriel himself. If you delay, you will be held responsible." The 2 soldiers hesitated. Finally, one turned back into the tent, only to return moments later with furrowed brows. "No, Sir has ordered that no one should disturb his rest. Come back tomorrow." "Tomorrow? You are delaying something monumental. When things go wrong, you'll be waiting for the military court." After a brief hesitation, the man chose to report. "Go ahead then. You better have a good reason to disturb his rest." His tone carried a strong warning, obviously fearing that this unannounced intrusion would upset their master, leading to each of them receiving 20 lashes. Without responding, Sterling pushed aside the heavy curtain and entered the tent. Inside, the firelight was dim, and the air was filled with an intimate ambience. Tion reclined on a couch half-dressed. Beside him lay a young woman, her cheeks flushed red, clearly just having emerged from pleasure, still carrying traces of languidness and irritation. Hearing someone enter, Tion's gaze turned cold, and he thundered, "Who dares disturb me at such a time? Do you have no respect? Are you looking for your death?" Unmoved by the pressure, Sterling remained calm and declared, "An urgent secret order from Gabriel concerning grave matters. I must speak to you, sir." Tion's face darkened. He gestured for the woman beside him to leave, picking up a nearby robe and putting it on as he stood and approached Sterling. Examining Sterling from top to bottom, Tion's eyes radiated disdain. "You're just a rookie recruit, daring to barge into my tent directly. Secret order? If Gabriel has important news, why send you? Why not send someone more qualified?" A wave of pressure swept over Sterling, nearly causing him to buckle. Tion gave Sterling a glance and snorted lightly. "I don't have time to waste on you. Go back and tell Gabriel that we can talk tomorrow." Seeing that Tion was about to order his men to drive him out, Sterling knew he couldn't wait any longer and spoke immediately. "There is a traitor within Whitebone Fortress who has sided with the undead, and the ones captured wearing Imperial-style metal armor." Chapter 39, Switching the Beam. This one sentence was like a bolt of thunder, exploding in Tien's ears. His steps suddenly halted, and the air seemed to freeze in an instant. Old-style armor? Tien was a smart man. Upon hearing about old-style metal armor, he immediately realized that this was related to the Undead Blade Legion. After all, the issue of old-style armor had once caused quite a stir. Within the Undead Blade Legion, someone had colluded with the undead. Tien suspected one of his subordinates had done it behind his back. Thinking of this, Tien's anger flared up instantly, his fists tightly clenched, every muscle in his body taut like a bowstring. "Where's the person? Such a thing has occurred within the Undead Blade Legion. I must see who the traitor is. I'll skin him alive." Tien raged, his voice resounding like thunder, leaving the guards inside the tent frozen in terror. Sterling stared intently at Tien, realizing the opportunity had come. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep tone, "Master, those traitors have already taken poison and committed suicide." "Took poison and committed suicide?" Tien repeated. "Yes." Sterling took a deep breath and continued. "Master Gabriel suspects that someone behind them is trying to frame and implicate the entire Undead Blade Legion." Framing. Tien's voice was low yet filled with a dangerous shadow. His sharp gaze cut through everything like a blade. "So, your large-scale drills and training across the whole fort were all for investigating this matter?" Sterling swallowed nervously, then nodded. Tien snorted coldly, the rage still burning in his eyes but quickly restored his calm. "Then, do you have any results from the investigation? It seems my suspicion has been cleared, otherwise you wouldn't have come here alone." Sterling tightened his grip on the sword handle and continued. "Yes, master. After our investigation, we suspect the real traitor is Sebastian. He has struck a deal with the undead and plans to completely destroy the defense lines of Whitebone Fort." "Sebastian?" Tien's expression became even graver. Clearly, he didn't expect this name. His brows furrowed, his tone filled with strong doubt. "You dare to suspect an Imperial Sky Knight?" "Master, I know this sounds like a fairy tale, but it's the truth. Before revealing his true nature, please cooperate with us in staging a performance." Tien fell silent for a while, finally nodding, his voice low and cold. "Fine, I will cooperate with you. But if your intelligence has any errors, I'll kill you with my own hands." Outside the large tent, the wind began to pick up, an unknown time when a howling gale started, like a knife cutting through the curtain of the tent. The temperature dropped sharply. Veterans stationed at the frontier long-term immediately noticed something was amiss. They glanced at each other silently, tightening their cotton clothes, a sure sign of an impending blizzard. As Sterling stepped out of Tien's tent, he looked up at the dark sky. The sound of the wind grew increasingly urgent. There was no time to waste. He had to act quickly, searching for all the hidden shadow blood crystals before the battle began. Without the natural sensitivity to blood by the bloodthirsty mantises, this task would be harder than climbing to the heavens. The Whitebone Fortress walls stretched for tens of miles, and it was difficult to find more nose-sensitive canines in such a short time. During his conversation with Tien, at Sterling's request, Cassander had fetched a huge barrel of stinking pig's blood along with the crystal core obtained from Gabriel. Since hearing Sterling's brilliant analysis earlier in the day, Cassander's opinion of this seemingly ordinary new recruit had changed entirely. Initially, forced by Gabriel's order, he only viewed accompanying Sterling as completing a task, but over these past 2 days, he came to recognize that Sterling had incredible insight and extremely cool-headed judgment. Now, Cassander began to look at him differently, even feeling admiration, and from the bottom of his heart, started to trust this soldier with just 1 year of service. The two met at the appointed location. All things are prepared. What's next? Cassander asked in a low voice. We search along the city walls, doing our best to find those shadow blood crystals before the battle starts, replacing them with crystals soaked in pig's blood. Sterling's tone was resolute. Just the two of us. Cassander paused, frowning slightly, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. He glanced around at the towering walls stretching endlessly, realizing how much more complex the matter was than he'd initially thought. Doubts welled up in his mind. Given the enormity of the Whitebone Fortress, it would seem nearly impossible to thoroughly inspect inch by inch and replace all shadow blood crystals in such a short time. He doubted and continued towards Sterling, saying, This wall isn't small. If we want to search each section ourselves, it might take us a month, or even longer, to finish. It's him. Sterling waved his hand, and suddenly a red glow appeared in the air. A moment later, the bloodthirsty mantis, Red, quietly materialized. Its elongated body was equipped with a pair of enormous blood blades, like 2 curved sickles, shimmering with a cold glint under the moonlight. Red's shell gleamed with a deep, dark black luster, as if absorbing all the light around it. Accompanied by its low, humming sound, an oppressive feeling spread imperceptibly. Seeing Sterling, Red raised its massive front legs slowly. Its razor-sharp claws gestured at Sterling in the air, making Sterling's scalp tingle as he felt through the binding force that Red was playfully coquettish. But this wasn't playful at all. This was clearly about to kill someone. This is your awakened talent. Cassander, seeing Red, froze for a moment, emitting a hoarse murmur from his throat that couldn't be suppressed. The mantis-like magical beast before their eyes emitted a bone-chilling aura, akin to a creature born solely for slaughter. Its name is Red. In fact, I am a summoner. The task of finding the shadow blood crystals would now be handed over to Red, and Sterling had already promised Red that whatever treasures were found would be fed to it. This made Red buzz excitedly. As for whether it was forbidden or not, in this age where human life was as cheap as grass, the boundaries between good and evil had long since been blurred, and Sterling would absolutely not become a moral crusader. Besides, after all the hard work he'd put in, without even time to rest, and doing tasks normally assigned to a legion commander, he surely deserved some reward, Sterling thought privately. Red is extremely sensitive to blood energy. It will lead us to the shadow blood crystals, Sterling said. Following along the Whitebone city walls, the bloodthirsty mantis quickly locked onto a shadow blood crystal buried at the base of the wall. Sterling and Cassander immediately went into action, carefully digging out the crystals and swiftly replacing them with crystal cores soaked in pig's blood. The pig's blood seeped into the minute grooves of the crystal core, gradually entwining like crimson ribbons around it. The crystal core also emitted faint magical fluctuations, flickering with a soft glow that perfectly concealed the traces of tampering. Pig blood mixed with the crystal core. What a clever sleight of hand. Chapter 40, The Undead Siege, Part 1. A sudden heavy snowstorm swept down unexpectedly. Snowflakes fell thickly from the heavy dark clouds, like a cold curtain enveloping the bone fortress in a deadly chill. Report. The undead army is gathering. Report. The undead army is heading to the bone fortress. Outside the bone fortress, the silhouette of the undead army began to emerge. Inside the conference hall, the atmosphere was equally frigid and tense. The 4 regiment commanders had gathered, each displaying a stern expression. Gabriel stood in the center holding a list, his face serious and his voice low and grave like the wind. With the undead army at our doorstep, we should unite to resist the enemy. Yet, at this critical moment, someone has conspired with the undead, intending to sabotage the fortress. After finishing his speech, he waved a hand, and soldiers carried in 3 bodies covered by black cloth. Conspiring with the undead? Gabriel, what do you mean by that? Alicia asked beside him, puzzled. Gabriel looked around the room, trying to discern something unusual in their eyes. Finally, he shot a cold glance at Tien and asked heavily, Tien, if there were traitors like this in your regiment, what would you do? Tien stood across from Gabriel. Upon hearing the question, his complexion changed dramatically. After a brief pause, he slowly moved forward, lowering his head to examine the bodies, frowning deeply. Colluding with the undead? Tien muttered under his breath. His eyes suddenly grew sharp and full of uncontrollable anger. They should be flayed alive. Whoever betrays the fortress, I will tear them into pieces. Gabriel let out a cold laugh, his voice even colder. Is that so? Then look at these bodies. The armor they wear, it's outdated armor. These types of armors were discontinued 2 years ago. Are they worn only by your soldiers? How do you explain that? Upon hearing this, Tien's expression faltered. He quickly walked to one of the bodies, lifted the armor, and carefully examined it. When he saw the distinctive mark of old-style armor, shock flashed through his eyes. What explanation does this require from me? Tien's complexion turned slightly pale as he suppressed the rage in his heart. Are you accusing me of condoning my subordinate's conspiracy with the undead? Gabriel slammed his hand on the table, his voice thunderous. Regiment Commander Tien, don't think your few evasive words can cover up the truth. With the undead army approaching, some of your people are colluding with the undead. If these people hadn't been discovered by my subordinates, who knows what calamity this plot would have caused? You must immediately hand over your military authority to avoid further chaos until the chief returns to uncover the truth. Hand over military authority? Tien snorted coldly, flashing a look of anger in his eyes. Gabriel, aren't you overestimating yourself? Just based on a few corpses and old armor, you want to deprive me of my command? I, Tien, have never betrayed the Bone Fortress in my entire life. The two stared at each other fiercely, neither willing to back down, making the atmosphere abruptly tighten. As the situation became increasingly intense, Alicia stepped forward, attempting to mediate. Calm down. Now the undead outside are gathering. We should unite against the enemy, not engage in internal conflicts. At that moment, Sebastian also stepped forward with a faint smile, seemingly trying to ease the tension, but a shadow of malice could be detected in his eyes. Master Gabriel, Regiment Commander Tien has contributed many war merits to the fortress. Perhaps there's more to this matter than meets the eye, and it might not be deliberate negligence on his part. Our urgent task right now is dealing with the undead army. Let's set aside this internal strife for now, and investigate after the battle. Hearing this, Gabriel scoffed coldly. With the undead army at our gates, we certainly cannot afford confusion within our ranks. But precisely because of this, internal traitors must be eliminated, otherwise, our rear will completely collapse. He paused briefly, glaring sharply at Tien. Now, Regiment Commander Tien, you must surrender your military authority and undergo investigation. Otherwise, I will personally step in and arrest you. This sentence cut into Tien like a blade, instantly freezing the air inside the Great Hall. Alicia cast a suspicious glance toward Gabriel, whom she had never seen this forceful before. Gabriel, aren't you too arrogant? Gabriel replied coldly. The undead are assembling outside the city walls. Do you want them to take advantage of our disarray? If you refuse to relinquish your military authority and wait until things spiral out of control, you will bear all the consequences. At this moment, Sebastian stepped forward once again and interjected. Master Gabriel, I agree with your stance. Tien, given the current urgency, to prevent unnecessary confusion, I also believe you should temporarily give up your military authority. We'll let the chief make the final decision upon his return. Tien turned abruptly, casting a cold and hostile gaze at Sebastian as though trying to see through him. However, Sebastian maintained a calm demeanor, without any visible flaws. Sebastian, do you doubt me as well? Tien's voice was icy cold, mingled with anger. This isn't doubt. Sebastian remained gentle, but his gaze turned slightly frosty. It's an extraordinary measure for an extraordinary moment. Tien's forehead veins popped out, and his fists clenched so tightly they were about to crack open. The air seemed frozen, as the intent to kill spread throughout the grand hall. Good, good. Tien suddenly sneered coldly, his laughter permeated by a wild rage. He slowly loosened his fists and spoke icily. If you trust me so little, why bother with idle words? I, Tien, will hand over my military authority today. By then, if the undead breach the fortress, it'll be none of my concern. But Gabriel, Sebastian, remember this well. This debt, I will settle one day. Sebastian kept a calm face, but revealed a hint of smugness. I naturally understand. When the truth is revealed, everything will have its own fair judgment. Gabriel, seeing that Tien had finally yielded, snorted coldly and waved to signal the soldiers to take Tien away. Tien, after the battle, if you're proven innocent, your military authority will be returned. Tien glared angrily at Sebastian, then turned and left, his figure disappearing at the entrance of the grand hall. At this moment, the sneer in Sebastian's eyes grew more apparent, satisfied that an important obstacle had finally been removed. This time, with the undead coming fiercely, we still need to defend our own sectors respectively. Sebastian, your sector is closest to Tien's. Better send a few camps to reinforce his area. Gabriel calmly said. All right, I'll go back and arrange it immediately. Sebastian inwardly laughed maniacally, precisely worrying where the undead army would attack the Bone Fortress. When Tien left the grand hall and returned to his camp, his adjutant quietly approached and whispered lowly, Master, everything has been arranged. For these few days, you'd better stay hidden for now. Tien narrowed his eyes, and his anger vanished completely from his face. Gabriel guessed right. It seems Sebastian has indeed betrayed the Bone Fortress. Be cautious of the Holy Light Guard Corps. I suspect many of them have already betrayed. Master, we will keep an eye on them. Chapter 41, The Undead Siege, 2. The snowflakes raged with the gale, plunging the Whitebone Fortress into an atmosphere of grim silence. Sterling, ahead is the defense zone of the Holy Light Guard Corps. What shall we do? After a hard night's work, Cassander and the other had finally replaced most of the shadow blood crystals. They looked extremely tired, but the bloodthirsty mantis appeared particularly energetic. Its carapace, which was originally dark black, gradually turned dark red. We can only sneak in. There are so many people on the wall now, all in chaos. If we pretend to be messenger soldiers, no one should notice us. Cassander nodded, but still had some concerns. If we're discovered, it might cause a lot of trouble. There's no time to hesitate. If we don't remove these blood crystals, the Whitebone Fortress will become even more dangerous. The two quickly set into action, pretending to be messenger soldiers as they moved about within the defense zone. Outside the city walls, the first wave of the undead army's assault had already begun. The vast undead horde surged forward like a tide, with pale blue soul fires flickering among their ranks. The soldiers on the wall looked tense. In the distance, they could vaguely see countless blue soul fires intermingled with occasional red ones. The overwhelming number struck fear in their hearts. The situation inside the city became increasingly complicated. Sebastian had forcefully taken over Tion's defense zone. The four large camps rapidly took their combat positions, and superficially, the defense seemed flawless. At the same time, Tion's deputy officer had quietly issued orders to lead several elite battalions, retreating from the defense zone to hidden corners of various fortresses, ready to strike at the opportune moment. Most importantly, the barrels of the magical cannons were already aimed at the defense zone that Sebastian had taken over. An invisible encirclement was gradually forming. Are you ready? Sebastian stood at the center of the defense zone, his cold gaze sweeping over the surroundings, a smirk playing on his lips. As the undead assault intensified, the hands within the Whitebone Fortress would soon fall into uncontrollable chaos. At that time, with just a little guidance, the illusion of undead breaking through the defenses could be created, dragging the iron fortress core down along with it. Soldiers on the wall resisted with all their might. Trebuchets and crossbows continuously fired amidst heavy mechanical roars. Arrows flew across the sky in waves, raining down upon the incoming undead horde. Corpses piled up like mountains, yet the undead seemed endless, charging forward without end. Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the tranquility of the night. The magic crystals cannons on a few watchtowers suddenly erupted with piercing blue light, powerful magical energy, clearing a circle of dozens of meters outside the wall. The massive tremor temporarily halted the undead advance, slightly alleviating the pressure on the front line. As time went by, outside the wall, countless low-tier undead surged forward like a flood, climbing upward along bone ladders. They swarmed upward like dense ants. Some undead were missing arms or legs, their rotting flesh emitting unbearable stench. Their battered armor shimmered with a dim glow, appearing eerie in the extreme. Soul fire burned faintly in their eyes. They knew neither fatigue nor fear, nor life and death. They're coming. A cry pierced the air as human soldiers watched helplessly as the undead climbed onto the wall, instantly initiating melee combat. Sounds of steel and bone blades clashing reverberated in the air. Soldiers thrust their long spears fiercely into the bodies of the undead, only to be quickly replaced by another wave. These low-tier undead seemed inexhaustible. Even when stabbed or severed, they continued to twitch on the ground, dragging their broken bodies forward. Kill! A young soldier wildly swung his sword, severing an undead's arm. Blood and black pus splattered everywhere, covering his face, leaving only a mix of terror and fanaticism in his eyes. Panting, he raised his weapon again to chop off the enemy's head. But in the next instant, another undead lunged at him. Its icy bone claws broke through his armor, slamming him harshly to the ground. No, no, he screamed in agony, blood gushing out of his mouth as he was about to be torn apart by the undead. Just then, his comrade rushed forward, pushing away the undead and splitting its skull with a mighty axe. More undead joined in, forcing the soldiers to almost fight them off with bare flesh and blood. On the wall, the battle descended into chaotic, close combat. Human warriors formed makeshift defensive lines, fighting the undead with spears, bows, arrows, and large shields. Yet the number of undead was too immense. They surged forward like a flood, and cries of soldiers falling occasionally rang out on the wall. Some undead directly broke through the defense line, their bone blades slicing through soldiers' armors with cold, deathly aura. A veteran soldier swung his war hammer, smashing the chest of an undead into pieces, but in the next second, his back was pierced by the sharp claws of another undead, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The old soldier fell to the ground, his eyes gradually losing their luster, and his war hammer slipped from his hand helplessly. At the same time, several trebuchets on the city wall were operating feverishly. Every throw carried a destructive force that crushed clusters of undead below the wall, grinding them into rotten bone mud. But the soldiers on the city wall knew that although these machines were powerful, they were far from enough to deal with the huge number of undead. The army of undead was like an endless flood, surging forward endlessly, as if swallowing everything in its path. Hold on, reinforcements are coming soon. A commanding officer shouted loudly, trying to boost morale, but the soldiers only saw despair in their eyes. The undead climbing up the bone ladders continued endlessly. Their bony claws gripping the stone walls emitted a spine-chilling sound, as if death itself was approaching step by step. The archers at the rear kept pulling their bows, shooting arrows like rain at the enemy, but the undead had approached the city wall, making their archery skills increasingly ineffective. On the battlefield, the sounds of flesh colliding with bones, and weapons clashing with claws intertwined, as if the entire Whitebone Fortress had descended into a blood-soaked inferno. Gabriel stood at the high point of the watchtower, his eyes flashing with a cold light, calmly observing every change on the battlefield. His gaze swept over the defense zone that Sebastian had taken over. On the surface, everything seemed orderly, but Gabriel had already made his calculations. As long as Sterling can clean up the blood crystal array base in time, Even if Sebastian's army cooperates with the undead horde, it won't cause any significant trouble. Gabriel's eyebrows slightly furrowed, but there was a trace of unease hidden in his heart. Although the plan was already well in hand, he still felt a sense of unrest. Most importantly, there was no news yet from Cassander and Sterling, which intensified Gabriel's concerns. Moreover, he had vaguely perceived a more powerful presence behind the ranks of low-tier undead. These low-tier undead minions are just the appetizer. The real battle has not yet begun. Gabriel inwardly remained vigilant. It was the fierce battles involving high-tier forces that would decide whether the Whitebone Fortress could hold or not. Gabriel's sharp gaze was akin to blades, and he had already made his decision. Tion has disguised himself as a junior soldier and infiltrated the ranks, waiting for the right moment to attack Sebastian with his incredible speed. Even if it doesn't guarantee a one-hit kill, it will severely injure Sebastian, improving the situation. The fire of battle burned through the night and into the day. Dawn was approaching, but the attacks of the undead showed no signs of weakening, instead becoming more ferocious. The troops defending the Whitebone Fortress had already cycled through one shift, fighting all the way from the night to the day. Blood and remains covered the entire battlefield, and the air was filled with the scent of death. Meanwhile, 10 miles outside the Whitebone Fortress, in the silent wind, faint traces of dark incantations could be heard. Kazak, it's our turn to act, came a deep and icy voice from the void. Eldrick, the 8th-rank Black Witch, slowly floated up from the ground. His eyes flashed with eerie dark light, and his decaying robe fluttered violently in the wind. Behind Eldrick, 4 or 5 other black-robed wizards hesitated no longer. Each of them looked grim-faced, like dark spirits from the abyss of death, bringing with them unstoppable forces of death. In the sky above, a 7th-rank, 3-legged shadow crow broke through the air. Its shadow grew larger as it swooped down. A dark figure leaped onto the crow's back, followed closely by a black-robed wizard who directly ascended into the air, his pitch-black staff gleaming with ominous light in his hands. Trailing him was a handsome necrotic puppet. Its skin was deathly pale, its eyes devoid of life, but it exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spines of anyone nearby. You. Just then, a piercing horn sounded from afar, reverberating across the battlefield, carrying the call of death. From the distance, a blood-red cloaked skeletal figure swiftly approached the Whitebone Fortress. The cloak flapped in the wind, as if soaked in blood. Behind him followed several towering undead skeletons, brimming with aggressive momentum, resembling raging torrents. The presence of an 8th-rank undead overlord began to manifest in the distance of the battlefield, followed by the simultaneous appearance of 10 7th-rank undead lords, each wielding incalculable power, like messengers of death. Kazak, Eldrick's voice carried lethal intent. The Whitebone Fortress shall fall today. Chapter 42, The Battle Begins, Part 1. They're here. Gabriel saw the high-ranking warriors rushing towards them from afar. His heart tightened. As expected, the undead had brought out all their elite forces, making it impossible to counter with regular troops. The undead high-level combatants are here. Initiate the highest level of gathering order. A soldier on the city wall quickly drew his bowstring and lit a specially made signaling arrow as thick as an adult's arm, its flames immediately consuming the arrowhead. Boom! The signaling arrow broke through the sky, ascending rapidly as flames blossomed in the air, painting the entire sky with a layer of red light. This was the Bone Fortress highest level summons, signifying that the situation was dire. All warriors above level 7 were required to rush to the front lines to jointly repel the invasion of the undead army. In the distance, the commanders of various legions looked up at the fire-lit, signaling arrow, their expressions turning grave. After handing over their command duties, they hastened towards the direction of the signal. The first to arrive were Beowulf and Hester, the 2 deputy commanders of the Iron Wall Legion. Both were 7th-level spirit martial masters and possessors of awakened beast souls. Their bodies clad in armor radiated a fierce aura. Beowulf, towering in stature, held a massive axe, his ink-red battle armor gleaming with a fiery light. His beast soul had awakened as the blood banshee, causing his strength to gradually increase with each kill, like a wild beast caught in a blood frenzy. Master, the undead's assault is unusually ferocious this time. They must have come en masse. Beowulf's deep voice carried a heavy tone of concern. So what? The Bone Fortress has stood firm for 100 years. It will continue to do so. Hester's face remained calm, her voice cold as a winter breeze. Her slim figure wielded dual swords, shrouded by shadowy energies, moving with ghostly lightness. Shortly after, a sharp sound of wind approached, followed by a flame-like figure sprinting from afar. It was Alicia, commander of the Dawnlight Legion. Behind her, her Lieutenant Kane followed closely. His eyes glinted with frost, and his body was enveloped in lightning's glow, resembling an angry thunder serpent as the storm power surged around him. Alicia's fiery hair danced in the wind, surrounding her with burning elemental energy. Her emerald green eyes burned with resolve. Gabriel, how is the situation? Alicia walked beside Gabriel, her flaming presence making others dare not approach. At that moment, a chilling current swept through from the ranks of the undead far away, akin to freezing winds enveloping the battlefield. Eldrick, the 8th-level Black Lich, flew into sight. He was draped in black robes, surrounded by a thick cloud of death energy, with his eyes glowing a ghastly green. Eldrick hovered in the air, looking down at the Bone Fortress. His voice was hoarse, carrying endless murderous intent. Bone Fortress, your resistance is meaningless. Today, if you surrender, I can let you become servants of Lord Sockham. obtaining eternal life. Eternal life, huh? A worm condemned to darkness forever dares to talk about immortality. Gabriel's voice resounded like a loud bell. At the same time, another massive silhouette emerged slowly from within the undead horde. Kazak, the 8th level undead overlord. His figure expanded rapidly within the shadows until it reached several zhang in height before stopping. Subsequently, he drew a giant bone sword from behind his body, and his weighty steps pounded the ground, each step resonating across the earth like thunder. Humans, you shall pay the price for your ignorance. Kazak lifted his bone sword high, roaring so loud it seemed like thunder reverberating across the battlefield, igniting waves of chaos. Hearing his roar, all undead soldiers joined in unison as if receiving divine guidance, raising louder roars one after another, becoming increasingly frenzied. Sterling, it's the highest summoning order. Looks like the situation there is urgent, with many powerful beings approaching, said Cassander, his voice brimming with suppressed anxiety. Sterling nodded, unease growing in his heart. The undead army was advancing with an unstoppable momentum. The defenses of the Bone Fortress hung precariously, and this time, the enemy wasn't just low-tier undead, but also high-tier undead commanders, whose presence gave their forces greater confidence. There's still one section of the wall left. We'll handle it soon. Don't worry about them for now. Time waits for no one. If this great formation is initiated, the Bone Fortress would be plunged into unprecedented chaos. Sterling could feel clearly in the defensive zone controlled by the Holy Radiance Guard Legion that the undead attacks weren't too aggressive here. Sebastian must have reached an agreement with the undead force, as this area was likely a feigned attack. The true focus of the siege must be where Tyan and Gabriel were stationed. Above the Bone Fortress, dark clouds gathered with a sense of oppression thick enough to be tangible. The clash between powerful beings marked the beginning of the battle, as an invisible pressure swept across the entire battlefield. Behind Eldrick, a three-legged Minyaj let out a piercing shriek that shattered the silence. The figure of Sorrel, the Black Lich, atop it resembled a ghost in the night. His hands waved, and deep incantations emerged from his dried throat. The ground trembled as countless bones burst forth from beneath the soil. Accompanied by bone-chilling coldness, numerous terrifying undead terror birds were born, their ghastly wings flapping and spreading chilling breaths. Like messengers of death, they turned the sky pitch black in an instant. Go! Sorrel commanded coldly, sending the flock of terror birds hurtling toward the fortress walls like a massive black storm. Just as these terror birds were about to descend on the walls, a streak of crimson fire descended from the heavens. Like an angry dragon, the flames tore through the night, transforming into a blazing barrier which instantly incinerated thousands upon thousands of terror birds. Beowulf's resonant voice thundered across the skies. Your opponent is me. Sorrel's gaze hardened, his eyes flickering with disdain. He slightly lifted a hand, signaling for the mean crow to hover menacingly in the air. In a sinister tone, he said, an old friend. Last time I failed to kill you, but today I won't make the same mistake. Without reply, Beowulf exuded boiling battle spirit. With a mighty stomp, his body shot skyward like a cannonball, his giant axe carving out an arc of bloody red light, rushing at Sorrel with an unstoppable aura akin to thunder. Sorrel dismissively waved his hand, forming a dense bone shield made of black mist to block Beowulf's axe blade. But the moment they connected, Beowulf's axe suddenly unleashed a gale of blood-colored energy, dispersing a bloody scent throughout the atmosphere. Sorrel's bone shield violently trembled, fragments of bone flying everywhere, clearly indicating that Beowulf's strength this time was far beyond previous levels. Sorrel's expression changed slightly, and the magic he summoned grew even more chaotic. Yet soon he noticed something strange. In Beowulf's pupils, there was a hint of ominous bloodlight. Empowered by the Blood Banshee, Sorrel immediately understood Beowulf's enhancement. It was the awakened power of the Blood Banshee. The more kills, the greater the power, immune to pain. Beowulf gave him no time to ponder further. His axe swirled wildly in the air, each strike carrying indescribable terror, enhanced by the awakening of the Blood Banshee. Each slash became quicker, bloodier than before. Who lives and who dies today remains uncertain. Beowulf growled lowly, the bloodlight around him intensifying. Every time he swung his axe, a deep humming sound reverberated in the air. The sharp edge of the battle axe repeatedly shredded through Sorrel's magical defenses, disrupting his incantations to keep up with Beowulf's relentless attacks. With a serious look, Sorrel rapidly retreated, waving his hand to summon more undead terror birds in an attempt to restrain Beowulf. However, as soon as these terror birds neared, they were annihilated by the bloodlight surrounding Beowulf's body. Beowulf had entered a frenzied state of slaughter. Empowered by the force of the Blood Banshee, he only grew stronger in combat, his eyes burning with a sky-penetrating ferocity. You can't stop me, he roared furiously, his axe turning into a crimson rainbow as it slashed directly towards Sorrel. Chapter 43, The Great Battle Begins, Part 2. That level 8 Black Lich is mine. You deal with that skeleton shell, Alicia said to Gabriel. Before her words faded, the fire elemental around her body began to vibrate, and an oppressive sense of scorching heat immediately filled the air. She slightly raised her hand, and a brilliant flame flickered as if it had a life of its own, pulsating in her palm. In just an instant, the flame quickly coalesced into a fiery orb about the size of a coconut, carrying intense magical fluctuations as it shot high into the sky, targeting the Black Lich Aldrich, who was overseeing the battlefield from above. Ordinary fire mages still needed incantations to cast fireball spells, But with Alicia's natural affinity for fire magic, not only could she instantly cast spells, but also enhance their power several times over, making the flames burn like a blazing sun. Aldrich floated in midair, his gaze cold as he watched the incoming fireball, and a faint smirk played on his lips, exuding a tone of disdain. Humph, dare to use fire magic in front of me? Not knowing your place. When I controlled flames hundreds of years ago, your grandfather wasn't even born yet. His voice was deep, tinged with the echoes of distant memories. As the fireball approached within 10 feet of him, Aldrich slowly lifted one hand. Instantly, a dark red fire shield appeared in the void. The fire shield seemed like a black hole that swallowed light, interweaving deep darkness with searing red flames. When the fireball collided with the shield, there was a muffled explosion, and then the fireball was entirely absorbed without even a spark flying out. Aldrich's eyes turned colder. After his descent into darkness, he had forcefully practiced dark magic, perfectly fusing fire magic with dark energy. Now, his flames bore the mark of darkness, with intertwining black and red hues, sinister and domineering. He glanced down at Alicia below and a hint of a sneer crossed his lips. However, before he could make any move, Alicia had already taken out a staff, and as she softly chanted a spell, fire elements in the air wildly gathered. Innumerable sparks converged around her side, and in the blink of an eye, 10 massive fireballs formed. Each fireball burned like the radiant sun, emanating a blistering heat as the flames surged violently. One isn't enough? Then here are 10. A flash of severity crossed Alicia's eyes as she lightly swung her staff, sending the 10 fireballs streaking like meteors straight toward Aldrich. Each fireball carried overwhelming pressure from fire elements. The flames illuminated heaven and earth. The entire sky turned crimson as if blood painted the skies, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Seeing such a dense barrage of fireballs, Aldrich's heart slightly sank. His initial underestimation disappeared as his eyes focused on the staff in Alicia's hands, revealing a fleeting glimmer of surprise. That staff was completely crimson red, emitting unique magical fluctuations. Especially the crystal core embedded at its top emitted a faint orange-red glow. Such pure flame power almost made people gasp for breath. Phoenix breath. So this is that staff. Aldrich was inwardly shaken. Phoenix breath, this legendary grade staff, was forged by combining the phoenix's rebirth feathers of a level 9 legendary grade beast with thunderwood, wielding immense power. And its crystal core came from a level 8 Emperor-class beast known as the Flamescale Emperor Lizard, granting the staff potent control over flames and destruction. He clenched his teeth in determination and let out a cold snort. I see now. No wonder her fire magic is so powerful. Faced with such terrifying enhancements from the staff, Aldrich grew wary and began concentrating all his focus. Underestimation could no longer occur. With the addition of the staff, Alicia's fireball powers far exceeded those of ordinary high-tier magics. If careless, it would come at an enormous cost. Nevertheless, a seed of greed quietly germinated in his heart. Aldrich's gaze lingered on the phoenix breath, his thoughts drifting with a chilling intent. Once I conquer the Bone Fortress, this staff will inevitably be mine. His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, desire surging within while his battle spirit ignited to its zenith. On the other side, Gabriel had already clashed fiercely with the 8th rank Lich King, Kazak. Gabriel roared lowly, spiritual power erupting chaotically throughout his body as his innate ability, Bear Spirit, activated instantly, causing colossal strength to explode outward like a torrential flood. Behind him, the shadow of a 3-meter-tall bear gradually materialized, appearing as if infused with the breath of primeval giants. It roared up to the heavens, its voice shaking all directions. This bear-like aura radiated immense power, instilling fear through its intimidating presence. Every movement revealed a devastating force capable of shattering heaven and earth. The warhammer in Gabriel's hand seemed unnecessary now. With a heavy thud, he hurled it to the ground, gripping his fists tightly as the crackling sound resonated from his joints due to the surging power coursing through him. He completely abandoned his weapon, relying on the enhanced physique brought by the bear spirit's embodiment, and engaged Kazak in the most primitive and brutal hand-to-hand combat. Come on! Gabriel roared as he charged toward Kazak like a cannonball, his fists hammering toward the towering skeleton lord with massive force. Every punch carried terrifying power. The wind from his punches stirred up clouds of dust, and the air shattered with every strike, resonating with thunderous blasts that seemed to shake the very earth. Each blow landed on Kazak with a deafening crack, bones snapping audibly under Gabriel's assault. Every hit was solid and awe-inspiring. Kazak, however, showed no weakness. This undead ruler wielded an enormous bone blade forged from the leg bone of some ancient colossal creature. The blade glowed with eerie, deathly energy, leaving behind a sinister purple afterimage with every swing. Space itself appeared slightly distorted where the ghost flames licked the air. Kazak bellowed as his giant blade swept out in a horizontal arc, carrying strong gales, slicing through the air directly at Gabriel. Gabriel didn't dodge. The shadow of the primal bear merged entirely with his physical form, his arm muscles bulging massively as he met the bone blade head-on with brute fists. Boom! The collision between the bone blade and Gabriel's fist produced a thunderous roar. Shockwaves spread outward from the point of their clash, instantly causing the surrounding ground to burst into cracks, sending splinters of rock flying amidst swirling dust. Gabriel's stance held firm without retreating a single step. Instead, another fierce roar erupted from him as his fists emitted even more ferocious strength, forcing Kazak's great blade back several steps. But Kazak was truly worthy of being an 8th-rank undead ruler, his gigantic frame stable as a mountain. After only momentarily retreating, he quickly closed in once more. Fiery soul flames burned fiercely in the hollow sockets of his skull, seeming capable of piercing through Gabriel's every move. His gargantuan bone blade whistled through the air, each slash filled with devastating power. The battlefield became a place where Gabriel and Kazak collided like two colliding mountains, their weapons' flashes intertwining with surging waves of pressure. Every confrontation exploded into sounds akin to thunderclaps, forcing nearby undead warriors to keep their distance, unable to approach this central area of intense combat. Gabriel's fists repeatedly smashed against Kazak's bone blade, growing ever more berserk with every strike, and with every impact, the primal force within the bear phantom grew stronger. Gradually, his muscles took on a faint reddish glow, and there shone in his eyes a fanatical fervor for battle. Undead Lord Kazak released an angry roar, the bone blade in his hand ignited with stronger death energy, the edges gleaming coldly as it swung down towards Gabriel, as if intending to crush him utterly with a single blow. Yet Gabriel reacted swiftly, clamping the giant blade tightly with hands like iron vices, halting it mid-motion. Though the blade cut deeply into his palms, drawing forth torrents of blood, Gabriel showed no sign of retreat, but laughed even more wildly instead. Just so much, he shouted, exerting force with both hands and violently breaking the bone blade apart. A sharp, grating sound rang out as the broken pieces fell, clearly not what Kazak had expected, causing the soul fire in his eye sockets to flicker erratically. Gabriel gave Kazak no chance to breathe, taking advantage of this momentary opening by charging forward like a rampaging beast. His fist streaked out toward Kazak's chest like a meteor, condensing all 10 parts of his strength. The gale created by his punch rippled through the air as it passed. Chapter 44, Sansanlai Truth. Other mighty warriors also sprang into action, each searching for an opponent, and the battle quickly descended into a protracted stalemate. Kain under Alicia's command stood face to face with Sorrel, the cunning Black Lich. With all his might, Kain launched a thunderous lightning magic attack, which struck Sorrel like a storm. At first, both of them were evenly matched, alternating between offense and defense. However, what Kain had not anticipated was that behind Sorrel, a powerful fighter suddenly emerged. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an elf skeleton puppet. This skeleton puppet was extremely solid, with its eyes burning with crimson soulfire. Just as Kain started chanting his spell, the elf skeleton puppet moved silently like a ghost and lunged directly towards Kain. As Kain was about to be hit, Hester instantly appeared from the flank, with his blade darting out like a venomous snake. In a continuous flow, he delivered several slashes towards the elf skeleton puppet, taking over the assault meant for Kain. On the other side, Varian and Parker, the deputy leaders of the Blade of Undead, finally arrived on the battlefield. Seeing nearly 10 7th-level undead lords attacking the fortress wall, they couldn't hesitate any longer and had no choice but to rely on their awakened soul weapons to barely hold back the 10 undead lords. Varian wielded twin blades, silver light cutting through the night sky in sharp arcs, attacking and defending at times, while Parker used a shield primarily, defending like an impregnable wall. Even though they were momentarily on the defensive, their excellent coordination and the boost provided by their soul weapons allowed them to move with ease amidst the encirclement of undead lords, maintaining a posture of mostly defending and little attacking without putting their lives at risk. In the skies above, Eldrick was accompanied by a cloaked figure, a black lich, who remained unmoving the whole time. His icy gaze coldly watched the white-boned fortress below. A dense wave of dark power surged around him, yet he remained as still as a rock, seemingly waiting. The battles among these great powers, being life and death struggles, involved various means and tactics, making it hard to reach a conclusion within a short period. In the distance, the struggling SOS urgently reached inside his robe for a deep purple magic scroll. Around the scroll were peculiar black runes radiating a sense of extreme danger. So's eyes flashed with ferocity, accompanied by a barely perceptible pang of heartache. Without hesitation, he immediately used the scroll. The moment the scroll unfurled, the runes twisted, flickered, and shattered in midair. Instantly, a profound and freezing dark force surged into So's body like a tidal wave. His body jolted violently, his aura surging instantaneously, blazing anew like a reignited flame. After surviving centuries in this manner, every Black Lich had more than a few items for self-preservation. With the help of the scroll, he gradually overturned his disadvantage, regaining his footing. The corner of So's mouth curled upward slightly, a touch of chill accompanying it. Talent awakening was time-limited. Once this period passed, it would be his death sentence. Thinking of this, the chill in So's eyes intensified. Gabriel's opponent Kazak before him, worthy of being an 8th-level lord, took a straight punch from Gabriel, only staggering back a few steps. After stabilizing himself, it seemed as if he hadn't suffered substantial damage. Kazak's purplish-red soul fire eyes blinked subtly. Even though Gabriel's fierce bear strength was indeed ferocious, in his eyes, it seemed unremarkable. He stretched out a hand and, surprisingly, removed one of his own ribs, murmuring in a low voice, "External things are unreliable. I need to use my own." Being an 8th-level undead, each bone in his body had been tempered and forged, becoming incredibly strong. Raising his new weapon, Kazak glanced at Gabriel with a raspy voice, "You're not strong enough." Upon seeing this, Gabriel grew serious, showing no signs of laxity. Faced with the recharging Kazak, Gabriel swiftly dodged. However, Kazak's speed was extremely fast, striking again. Damn it. Gabriel cursed internally, having no choice but to counterattack with his fists carrying incomparably savage force, hammering heavily towards Kazak. There was a dull thud as the fist collided with the bone hammer. Both men recoiled several paces before steadying themselves once more. An immovable steel fortress, truly deserving of its name. Just as everyone was fiercely battling, there came an urgent sound breaking through the air in the faraway sky. A silvery white shadow flew rapidly from the horizon. This figure, fully armored, carried a holy knight's spear more than a zhang long, and rode a majestic four-hoofed beast completely covered in metal scales, revealing only a pair of eyes. Lord Sebastian, someone whispered in astonishment on the city wall. This was Sebastian, the renowned 8-level sky knight of the capital known as Rock Dragon Holy Knight, finally arriving late. Sebastian riding the celestial horse descended like divine soldiers from heaven. Yet, his arrival did not bring any sense of reassurance to either side. The legions of undead continued their ruthless killing on the ground, while the warriors below were deeply engaged in their own fights. The only person to notice him was a soldier rushing towards the white-bone fortress wall. The soldier's eyes were tightly focused on the battle, his breathing rapid. Sebastian's gaze swept across the battlefield, and a faint smirk appeared on his face. Despite noticing Varian and Parker in grave danger, surrounded by several undead lords, he showed no signs of moving to help. Instead, his eyes were firmly locked onto Gabriel, who was engaged in fierce combat underground. Then, with a low shout, "Lord Gabriel, I am here to aid you." Rock Dragon charge. The celestial horse let out a piercing neigh as Sebastian became encased in rock dragon scales. Surging with spiritual power, he transformed into a silver-white thunderbolt, hurtling down sharply toward Gabriel. His holy knight spear shone brilliantly in the air, its tip pointing directly at Gabriel as it tore through the air, as if even heaven and earth made way for this one strike. Gabriel's heart tightened. Sebastian's charge was so precise and fierce, he naturally understood Sebastian's intention. Roaring furiously, "Sebastian, you dare betray the human race." But Sebastian's eyes glinted with icy mockery, silent in his derision. He had long calculated this move. Whether or not it counted as betrayal was far from his concern. His target was clear, Gabriel. At the critical moment, a swift figure leaped up suddenly from the ground, intercepting Sebastian mid-air with overwhelming killing intent. This figure moved like lightning, appearing before Sebastian, exuding immense lethality. In that instant, Sebastian's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't anticipated someone blocking his path halfway through the attack, leaving him no time to adjust. It seemed inevitable that he would collide head-on with the blade. PFFTT. The blade ruthlessly pierced into Sebastian's rock dragon scales, the tremendous impact catching him completely off guard, causing his entire body to be thrown violently towards the ground. "It's you, Tien," Sebastian exclaimed in shock mid-air, his eyes filled with disbelief and anger. It was Tien, who had been masquerading as an ordinary soldier, waiting patiently for the perfect opportunity. Finally, he seized the chance, delivering a crushing blow to Sebastian mid-flight. Like a kite cut loose, Sebastian plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash, sending dust spiraling into the sky. Though Sebastian's rock dragon scales were resilient, the sudden, severe blow caused excruciating pain throughout his body, his internal energy swirling chaotically without end. Chapter 45 Rebirth Array I. Sebastien Saint-Ouen Guarding Zone. This should be the last dark shadow blood crystal. With a sigh of relief, he stared at the last dark shadow blood crystal in his hand. Cassandra nodded beside him. "Good job, Sterling. Take a small break first, and act carefully. The war in the south is tight. I need to quickly report this news to Gabriel." "All right. With Red's help, ordinary soldiers can't harm me." Sterling knew Cassandra was speed-oriented, so if he accelerated, there would be no way he could keep up with him. After absorbing over 100 dark shadow blood crystals, Red finally successfully upgraded. Red now has reached Commander Tier Demon Beast status, with extraordinary combat power. Cassandra said no more. Without hesitation, his figure flashed instantly, as if transforming into a gust of wind that rushed towards the distance. After confirming he had pulled far enough away from Sterling, Cassandra's eyes focused intently, and from his chest pocket, he took out the signal arrow he had previously agreed on with Gabriel. He looked up at the sky, pondered for a moment, and shot the signal arrow skyward, silently praying. This place shouldn't involve Sterling. He thought to himself that this area should not harm Sterling. Immediately after, he activated his talent and rushed rapidly towards the south. The arrow broke through the skies, releasing its signal, and without any hesitation, Cassandra immediately activated his own talent. Like an arrow leaving the string, he sped off rapidly toward the south. Once the signal of the alarm arrow was triggered, the Saint-Ouen Guard Corps would certainly arrive, leading to a search throughout this area. Sure enough, the light emitted by the signal arrow had yet to completely fade when the soldiers of the Saint-Ouen Guard Corps came rushing from all sides, tightly encircling that patch of open ground. Where did they go? Hurry up and search. A commanding officer, clad in silver armor and evidently of commander rank, bellowed loudly, his sharp gaze sweeping around the vicinity. On the city walls, Eldrick and Alicia, who were exchanging blows, stopped their attacks in sync. When Alicia heard the phrase, Sebast, betraying the human race, her heart shook. Instinctively, she glanced in the direction the voice had come from, and caught Sebast falling to the ground just in time. That once courteous and refined face now wore a nauseatingly sinister expression. "Sebast, how dare you betray Whitebone Fortress and conspire with the undead?" Alicia's anger exploded immediately. Recalling how these years Sebast had pursued her both openly and secretly, with apparent gentlemanly conduct contrasting sharply with today's slyness and cunning, it only made her angrier. Sebast, how absurd. You're still a knight, and have abandoned the glory and faith of a knight, haven't you? Alicia shouted furiously, glaring steadfastly at Sebast as he struggled to stand from the pit. Sebast patted the dust off his body, looking grim. He spat out some blood and wiped the fresh red from the corner of his mouth, contempt oozing from his tone. Humph! You pompous fools! How dare you scheme together against me? Coldly, he scanned everyone present, his eyes emanating with malevolent intent. Do you think your petty plans can deceive me? Trying to frame me like that? Do you not know that I hate those skeleton puppets most of all? I want to grind them into powder. Tyon hovered in the air, radiating intense martial spirit. In this very moment, Tyon had activated his soul artifact talent, 5 gaps between his fingers stretching out 3 1-foot-long claws, shimmering with a dark blue light. Netherworld claws, extraordinarily sharp. I despise the undead, but I hate traitors even more. Sebast will pay the price for your betrayal. Ha ha ha. Sebast burst out laughing loudly. Gabriel retreated several dozen steps after taking a direct hit, and upon seeing the agreed-upon signal with Cassander, finally exhaled in relief. It seems that as long as the people here are dealt with, the crisis of the Whitebone Fortress can be averted. As for the undead servants storming the battlements, though numerous, they had already entered the ambush circle set by the undead blades. They could deal with it bit by bit. Sebast suddenly drew a scroll from his bosom, casting his gaze toward Eldrick. This scroll was the key to initiating the rebirth array. Initially, for fear of being tricked by the undead, he firmly insisted that he alone decide the initiation of the array. Having no choice, the high-ranking undead eventually compromised, splitting the scroll into 2 halves which would need to be used simultaneously to activate the rebirth array. Eldrick also cooperatively pulled out an identical scroll from his sleeve. Whitebone Fortress will surely fall today. Eldrick's voice rasped. You must all die, ha. Sebast appeared mad. Gabriel watched Sebast's actions closely and had guessed correctly to a certain degree, a trace of coldness flashing across his eyes. He smirked coldly. With merely such tricks, you dare to fantasize about capturing Whitebone Fortress? Absolute nonsense. As Gabriel's words trailed off, Eldrick and Sebast simultaneously activated the scrolls in their hands. Several threads of law force scattered from the scrolls, momentarily causing dark clouds to churn in the sky. The heavy, dark clouds quickly concealed what remained of the sunlight, plunging the world into a shadowy gloom. A deep roar reverberated through the air as the sky above Whitebone Fortress slowly tore open, revealing a distorted rift. As the crack widened, black light flickered intermittently, seemingly connecting to another dimension. That scroll can actually tear apart space. Gabriel's pupils contracted slightly, his heart secretly startled as he faintly sensed a trace of spatial law force. As the rift expanded further, a massive head gradually emerged from the fissure, belonging to an absolutely hideous monster. Its head was covered in uneven wart-like growths that continuously burst, releasing clumps of green poisonous mists. This toxic gas had an intense corrosiveness, emitting a pungent odor that permeated the air. It's a bug demon. Gabriel's heart leaped in alarm. Gabriel was extremely familiar with the bug demons. Years ago in Valen City, countless low-tier bug demons had fallen under his hand, even several 7th-tier bug demons numbering more than a dozen. Far away in the north, Sterling also noticed the rift in the sky and his heart clenched. He was carefully making his way back to the Steel Bastion base when the oppressive presence of the enormous creature's head made his heart race faster, amplifying the ominous feeling in his chest. Amidst everyone's bewilderment, a sudden angry shout erupted from within Whitebone Fortress. Vasil, you dare! This roar sounded like thunder, echoing across every corner of the fortress. Immediately after, a massive blade energy shot out from the depths of the fortress, slicing through the air towards the rift in the sky. It carried a destructive aura as if capable of splitting heaven and earth. At this moment, the robed figure hidden behind Eldrick finally made his move. Forming hand seals while intoning ancient and eerie incantations, he unleashed a tide of pitch-black magical fluctuations that surged toward the massive blade energy. The dark magic collided with the blade in midair, producing an ear-piercing boom. The darkness acted like an unfathomable abyss, swallowing most of the blade energy. But then successive waves of blade light arrived, one managing to forcefully repel the robed man's magic. The remaining blade energy continued its advance towards the rift. Not daring to hold back any longer, the robed figure unleashed all his dark powers, hindering the blade's path. Their clash created violent vibrations in the air, trembling the very fabric of the space around them. After a few minutes, the blade energy finally broke through the veil of darkness, viciously slashing towards the rift in the sky. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded as the rift was shattered into pieces, the twisted space slowly healing itself while the monster's head was severed beyond the cracks. The sky once again returned to calm. Chapter 46, Rebirth Array, Part 2. Although the spatial rift had vanished, the air was still heavy with an overwhelming sense of killing intent and tension. Just then, an old man dressed in hemp robes slowly appeared as if walking on air. His steps were light, yet each one seemed to resonate with the energy of heaven and earth. His gaze was stern and sharp as he stared at the black-clad figure behind Eldrick, his voice cold as he sniffed. Humph, a 9th-level Black Witch Lord. What a grand spectacle. Is that him? The veterans on the city walls looked at the elder with astonishment, a few recognizing him immediately. The night watchman, That strange old man who kept watch. Could it be such a powerful being? Before anyone could speak further, the elder swung his long sword through the air, dashing straight toward the black-clad figure, attempting to kill him. The black-clad figure retreated hundreds of meters, while continuously releasing dark shields to fend off the elder. Both figures moved towards the outskirts, engaging in fierce combat. Eldrick thought inwardly. Just as I expected, this rift can only last for a few minutes, but that's more than enough. As soon as the array is activated, the toxic magic of Master Worm God will flow through it. A poison even high-level experts fear. Fortress of Bones. Today, it has finally fallen to me. After a long while, the green toxic gas still swirled in the sky, like a sinister omen hovering above the Fortress of Bones. Gabriel glared coldly, directing his eyes towards Sebast riding his celestial steed once more. He mocked. Tisk, Sebast, what are you waiting for? The shadow crystal blood has already been dealt with by my people. Upon hearing this, Eldrick felt a jolt of anxiety and turned his head to look at Sebast. However, Sebast remained unfazed, even smirking slightly at the corner of his lips. Is that so? Sebast's tone was deep, yet carried an unsettling confidence. Rebirth array activate. As he spoke these words, a dense wave of blood energy surged from every corner of the Fortress of Bones, rising into the sky like howling spirits released into the world. The green toxic gas in the sky also began to move, as if guided by some mysterious force, beginning to swirl slowly. Gabriel's face turned pale abruptly, realizing something grave, an ominous premonition flashing through his mind. Sebast showed no signs of fear. Instead, his voice was icy cold. I figured you would discover the formation base buried beneath the wall the moment I pushed that team out there. So be it. Let you play this meaningless game. A bizarre smirk flickered across his lips, as if everything was firmly within his control. Foul villain. In the distance, Tien erupted in sudden fury, unleashing a terrifying aura once again, charging straight at Sebast. Fiery hatred burned in his eyes, as his murderous intent surged forth like a storm. However, this time Sebast did not dodge or evade. Standing where he was, his power skyrocketed instantly. Rank 8. Shock flashed in Tien's eyes as alarm bells rang loudly in his heart. He never imagined Sebast had already advanced to the 8th level, concealing his true strength all this time. Such profound depth of character made Tien immediately sense impending danger. A cold glint passed through Sebast's eyes, his voice fierce. That was due to my carelessness just now. This time you must die. With those words, his halberd blocked his way, its spear tip cleaving through the air as the darkness within him burst forth like a flood, instantaneously engulfing the entire weapon. Darkness judgment. With Sebast's shout, the Holy Knight spear was entirely consumed by darkness, transforming into an enormous, dreadful black blade that cut through the air, carrying a destructive force that slashed violently toward Tien. The speed of the dark blade was incomparably fast, as though it had torn apart space itself, bearing down on Tien with overwhelming force. Tien's pupils contracted sharply, knowing instinctively that things had taken a bad turn, but it was already too late. Without resistance, the black blade struck his chest, the sheer force sending him hurtling from the air until he crashed heavily onto the ground. The earth trembled, dust filling the air. Lying prone on the ground, Tien was drenched in blood, his consciousness fading rapidly as he slipped unconscious. This abrupt shift sent a chill through everyone present, the situation suddenly becoming unpredictable. Amidst the confusion, Sebast's celestial steed suddenly shook with metallic sounds, shedding pieces of its armor, which clanged loudly as they hit the ground. As the armor fell away, what was once a pure white celestial steed now transformed, revealing pitch-black scales covering its body. From its frame emanated a sinister black aura that exuded a suffocating oppression akin to the depths of the abyss. Everyone watched in shock as this horrifying transformation unfolded before their eyes, none anticipating Sebast's mount to transform into a completely black nightmare creature with fiery red ghostly eyes. Its hooves stepped across the void, causing wisps of black flames to flare up. The surrounding air filled with an unbearable stench of sulfur and scorched flesh. Nightmare. This is actually an 8th-rank king-class demon beast. Someone whispered in terror, eyes wide with fear. Sebast's silver rock dragon armor enveloped his body as he sat atop the nightmare, a black storm swirling around him. The appearance of the nightmare devoured all nearby light, and dark power quickly spread from him as its center. The air turned bitterly cold. It seems you still know too little about me. Sebast smirked coldly, his gaze revealing a chilling malevolence as he looked down at everyone, like a sovereign who controlled everything. Even Eldrick was startled in his heart. He had originally thought that the Sky Knight was nothing but a plaything for him to toy with. Yet now, Sebast's strength even surpassed his own. An 8th-level Sky Knight paired with an 8th-level Monarch tier mount was far more than a simple 1+1 is equal to 2 increase in power. Just as Sebast prepared to deliver the finishing blow to Tien. Sebast, you betray humanity and fall into darkness, yet you still have the audacity to act so shamelessly. Alicia scolded upon seeing Sebast's sudden change, her fire magic growing even stronger. Oh right, there's you. I actually kind of like you, despite your repeated rejections. Sebast turned to look at Alicia. Starting today, if you agree to be my wife, I can forgive all past grievances. I'll give you 10 minutes to consider whether you wish to descend into hell with these people or meet my demands. After 10 minutes, if you don't accept, then you'll forever become my eternal slave. The moment the blood energy surged into the sky, Sterling stood not far away, his mind blank. He stared at the blood-red vapor and the swirling green toxic mist in the sky, filled with doubt. All the shadow blood crystals had been replaced, so why could the rebirth array still activate? What exactly was this strange toxic fog? The poison began to spread rapidly. Sterling watched helplessly as an unfortunate common soldier was enveloped by the toxic mist. The moment that soldier touched the green poisonous gas, his skin instantly rotted away, and blood streamed from his 7 orifices. This horrifying scene made Sterling's heart constrict violently. The soldier let out a piercing scream of agony before collapsing on the ground, his muscles convulsing uncontrollably. Cold sweat broke out on Sterling's forehead, his chest rising and falling sharply as anger began to build within him. This toxin was not only fatal, it also carried a mysterious corrosive power, capable of completely corroding flesh within mere minutes until only bones remained. The rebirth array, huh? The rebirth array turns the living into bones. Chapter 47, Trapped in Desperation. Sterling proceeded cautiously, and suddenly, in the distance, he saw a group of soldiers clad in Saint Radiant's guard armor. Among them, one soldier was emitting an intense bloody aura. His face was devoid of life, his eyes vacant, as if the last remnants of his life were mercilessly being drained away. His body trembled slightly, and his steps were unsteady. Sterling approached for a closer inspection and immediately understood Sebastian's scheme. This wasn't ordinary blood energy. It had been released from shadow blood crystals. Sebastian had hidden those crystals inside the soldiers, turning them into carriers of the blood energy. Damn! Sterling's fury boiled within him as he finally grasped Sebastian's cruel plan. The shadow blood crystals weren't outside, but buried deep within the soldiers' bodies. When these crystals were activated, blood energy surged out uncontrollably from within the soldiers, becoming sacrifices for the reincarnation array. And once their blood energy was exhausted, these soldiers would surely die. Even more terrifying was that, as the reincarnation array operated, the green toxic mist was spreading outward, giving these individuals no chance of survival. Sebastian, you are truly venomous. Sterling's anger erupted completely. Those innocent soldiers from the Saint Radiant's Guard should not have become sacrifices in this sinister plot. But now, they must die, whether by hand or through exhaustion of their energy. They deserve blame only for Sebastian's ruthlessness. Kill the Saint Radiant's Guard soldiers exuding blood energy. They've betrayed humanity. Sterling shouted while running along the city wall towards the south. Don't hesitate. He's already dead. Kill him quickly, or we'll all die. Seeing some hesitating to act against their comrades, Sterling shouted again. As the green toxic mist spread, many ordinary soldiers were caught in it, suffering indescribably. The undead army also attacked the fortress walls, causing the entire Whitebone fortress to fall. Sterling rushed toward Gabriel's defense area, controlling Hong to slaughter undead along the way. For those carrying hidden blood crystals within, there was no mercy. Over the red earth plains, a massive kite soared through the skies, stirring up fierce gusts of wind. On top of the kite, Duke Jonah reclined on his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, a soldier hurried forward, breaking the brief peace. Lord Duke, above the kite, there seems to be someone. Jonah slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharpening. He stood up and walked to the deck outside the cabin, looking upward. In the high altitude, a giant eagle-like beast could be faintly seen. Quickly closed the protective shield. As the kite's protective barrier gradually disappeared, Jonah sprang into the air with astonishing speed, his figure transforming into a black shadow rushing directly toward the person in the sky. In the sky above came a figure in silver-white armor, riding an 8th-rank royal griffin. This person emitted an overwhelming aura, with a dignified look between his eyebrows, his sleeves fluttering violently in the strong winds. Your Majesty, how have you come personally? It was none other than King Alexander Ares of Ares Empire. Alexander glanced westward, his eyes flashing with a hint of unease. Jonah, these past few days I've always felt restless. After you left, I received a secret letter from Gabriel saying there's been movement at Whitebone Fortress. I feel something is about to happen over there. Look at this letter. After reading the confidential letter, Jonah's expression changed. Your Majesty, Whitebone Fortress is fortified with thick walls. To break through its defenses won't be easy. It can't be rushed. Would you like to go back inside the kite for some rest? It's windy, and we still have a long journey ahead. Alexander chuckled and waved a hand. That thing is too slow. It's prepared for those old men. Jonah, let your subordinates head to Whitebone Fortress by themselves, but you come with me. I have a feeling there will be a tough battle at Whitebone Fortress, and we can't delay anymore. Let's hope everything goes well in time. After making arrangements with his men, Jonah reboarded the Royal Griffin. In an instant, the Griffin transformed into a streak of light speeding westward, faster than lightning. After Sebastian's betrayal, the battle in the Steel Rampart defense zone entered another heated phase. 8th level Sky Knight Sebastian siding with the undead effectively meant the undead faction gained 2 additional high-level powerhouses, intensifying the pressure significantly. Not to mention Tan lay unconscious on the ground, fate uncertain. The line of high-level warriors was precarious. At this moment, Sebastian had replaced Aldrich and was battling Alicia, with the assistance of an 8th level nightmare creature. Although Alicia was adept at fire magic, she found herself in perilous situations. Inferno explosion. Seizing a fleeting breath, Alicia abruptly raised her staff, which gathered intense flames. A deep chant accompanied by the flames at the tip of the staff quickly coalesced into a beam as hot as the sun, hurtling straight toward Sebastian. The fire illuminated the entire sky, as if daylight had descended. The intense heat from the fiery beam distorted the air itself, and the surrounding space cracked under the searing temperature. An 8th level forbidden magic spell, it consumed an extremely terrifying amount of magical energy. Even with the assistance of the Phoenix's breath staff, Alicia was left panting, sweat dripping from her brow. Sebastian, mounted on his nightmare beast, watched helplessly as the energy surged toward him too quickly to evade. In a split second, his rock dragon armor emerged around his body. Below him, the nightmare exhaled dark crimson energy that rolled ominously. Its hooves floated in midair as it let out a deep roar, and suddenly, a dark barrier materialized in front of Sebastian. Boom! The flames collided violently with the dark barrier, causing a massive explosion. The scorching energy rippled outward, and a shockwave instantly engulfed the entire sky. Sebastian, along with his nightmare, was thrown back by the residual flames and crashed onto the ground 100 meters away, creating a massive crater. After a long while, a cough came from the depths of the crater, and Sebastian's figure slowly rose from the cracked earth. Now, his once pristine armor lay scorched and torn from the flames, his aristocratic demeanor entirely gone. Although the rock dragon scales across his chest had absorbed most of the damage, the exposed skin was raw and bleeding, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his appearance one of utter disarray. Cough, cough. Sebastian clutched his chest, coughing low and guttural, but his eyes remained sharp and icy. Indeed, you're quite impressive. No wonder I picked you as my woman. A sinister smile flickered on his face. If not for the awakening power of the rock dragon talent protecting him, he would already be dead by now. He remounted his nightmare and fixed his gaze on the distant Alicia, who was now utterly exhausted. Her magic reserves were nearly depleted, her form faltering slightly. But everything should end here. Sebastian spoke coldly, his eyes gleaming with malice. Black energy surged on his holy knight spear. Darkness blade. With his command, a black blade surged from his spear like death's own sickle, carrying an indifferent aura of destruction, aimed directly at Alicia. Her pupils contracted slightly. Gritting her teeth, she swung her staff upward, conjuring a wall of flames in an attempt to block Sebastian's attack. However, the darkness blade effortlessly pierced through her wall of fire and sliced cleanly across her arm, leaving a deep gash. She gasped in pain, her grip on the staff loosening, as blood flowed freely down her arm. Although Sebastian did not intend to kill her outright, this blow was enough to render Alicia incapacitated. And upon the fortress walls, Sterling finally arrived. Watching the almost inevitable defeat from afar, an overwhelming sense of helplessness welling up within him. Whitebone Fortress was plunged into despair. Chapter 48, Re-entering the Dream. Sterling stood on the city wall, his gaze quickly scanning the battlefield. Under the reflection of fierce flames, every corner of the stronghold was embroiled in intense combat. Sterling could sense Xiaogu waiting beneath the fortress for his call. After communicating with Xiaogu's soul, Sterling turned around and suddenly noticed a familiar phantom. It was a spirit-made frost giant wolf, Ivar, the Grand Commander. At this moment, Ivar's left arm hung limp, struggling to hold the heavy sword in his right hand, but refusing to retreat even an inch. In front of him was a knight riding a rock armor beast. Recognizing the armor insignia of the knight, Sterling identified him as one of Sebast's subordinates. A man capable of injuring Ivar must be at least a level 7 Sky Knight. This knight was none other than Sebast's deputy, Wu Zi. Not far from Ivar, by the side of a wall, sat a person slumped straight. His chest had already been pierced, black blood still seeping out. His hands were dangling limply by his sides, clearly indicating that he had been dead for some time. When Sterling saw his face, his pupils contracted sharply. Cassander. An inexplicable wave of anguish surged in Sterling's heart. Cassander, who was just acting alongside him, had met a brutal death on the city wall. That massive wound on his chest clearly indicated penetration by the knight's spear. Despite Cassander's incredible speed, when facing a level 7 Sky Knight with the added advantage of a rock armor beast, the outcome would almost certainly result in death. Still, his steps never faltered. As a warrior, a soldier fighting for the Empire, where was there any logic in retreating before a formidable enemy? Even if it meant death, he harbored no fear. At this very moment, Grand Commander Ivar was utterly exhausted. In the face of storm-like attacks, the shadow of the frost wolf behind him gradually faded, nearly extinguished, barely clinging to life. If action wasn't taken soon, Ivar too would not escape death. I have to save him. A fearless determination ignited within Sterling's heart. He absolutely could not stand idly by and watch Ivar die before his eyes. In an instant, Sterling had made up his mind. Just as the Sky Knight launched his charge, Sterling abruptly activated Blood Shadow Assault, instantly transforming into a red streak heading toward the knight. He realized that the dual blades formed from spiritual energy behind him were far too weak to inflict any harm. Therefore, he tightly grasped in Moon, his weapon, recalling the combat techniques he had memorized days before. In that single moment, Sterling seemed to suddenly comprehend the true meaning of the Phantom Step, every cell in his body calling upon him to move forward. As he closed in on the Sky Knight, the dark moon in Sterling's hand unleashed a power akin to a wild wind, executing the technique, Blood Shadow Slash. The blade light swept across the night sky like a blood shadow, exuding an unwavering determination, aiming directly for the knight's back. Close behind came the red praying mantis, arriving later but reaching earlier, its aim set directly on the Sky Knight. The two strikes converged perfectly in coordination. Poof dash, poof dash. Spiritual force surged forth from within Sterling, and moon piercing into the knight's armor like a sharp arrow. The red skill also struck deep into the foe. Ah, who dare sneak attack me? The Sky Knight grimaced in pain, turning to see Sterling, rage flickering through his thoughts. Having succeeded with his attack, Sterling did not linger and immediately began retreating towards Xiaogu's position. How dare such vermin injure me? The Sky Knight roared, the silver spear in his hand bursting with purple lightning, becoming a thrown spear as it hurtled fiercely towards Sterling. Sterling hadn't expected him to cast away his weapon, watching helplessly as the fatal blow approached. There was nothing he could do against it, his heart sinking deeply. Just then, the bloodthirsty praying mantis darted from the side, blocking Wu Zi's attack with its long blood-stained blade. Hong dash. Red sustained Wu Zi's full-force strike, its entire form sent flying and colliding heavily with the city wall. A dull sound erupted as blood seeped out from its carapace. Sterling also suffered a severe counterblow, collapsing painfully to one knee after being gravely injured. Wu Zi looked coldly at the fallen bloodthirsty praying mantis, shifting his gaze back on his Sterling mockingly. Absolutely powerless. Proceeding forward to reclaim his weapon, intending to eliminate this low-ranking insect, Wu Zi advanced. A movement stirred within Sterling's heart. It was exactly as he had calculated. Xiaogu now. Sterling issued the command immediately. Wu Zi had no inkling of what was coming from behind. Suddenly, a level 6 undead commander burst forth. The bone knife flashed momentarily, closing in instantly, its chilling aura rampant throughout the air. Before Wu Zi could react, his head was mercilessly severed, blood spurting forth like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. Ivar thought himself certain to die, but unexpectedly noticed someone eliminating the knight who betrayed the human race. That familiar mantis beast, was it Sterling? Hurry, run. Ivar intended to tell Sterling to flee. You are no match for him. Before he managed to shout it out, that knight had already inflicted severe injuries upon Sterling with a single turn of his body. All of this happened far too quickly. Ivar didn't have the time to go to the rescue, and right at that moment, he witnessed an undead commander suddenly springing into action. Soon after, the head of the knight who betrayed humanity rolled onto the ground, dead beyond doubt. Sterling, cough, cough. Ivar barely supported his body as he moved towards Sterling. Xiaogu, retreat immediately. After giving Xiaogu the order to withdraw from the battlefield, Sterling's consciousness sank into darkness. In a daze, Sterling found himself once again in front of that mysterious ancient tower. Pushing open the heavy door, grayish stone walls stood silently around him, and the air was filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. The eerie whisper came again from his ears, as if originating from the distant past, carrying an irresistible call. It has been 10,000 years. You finally returned. My lord, break our shackles. Sterling's gaze swept through the tower. What place was this? Why did it keep calling? Finally, Sterling mustered up all his courage and shouted loudly into the air. Who are you? Where exactly am I? Chiyo's blood. Inside you flows Chiyo's blood. Master, you promised that you would return. Chiyo? This name stirred a tremendous wave within Sterling's heart. That was the war god of the ancient times, but Chiyo's blood? How is that related to him? Have you forgotten, Master? We were your subordinates. Back then in Zhuolu, we fought fiercely in the blood-soaked battle, resisting the pseudo-gods of Emperor Huangdi. But we lost, imprisoned in this ancient tower, banished for eternity. As the voice echoed, shadows of vague figures gradually appeared on the walls of the tower. Their massive bodies were cloaked in shadow. Their unusual animal forms seemed to quiver faintly, anticipating the release from those invisible shackles. We were your war beasts back then, trapped here for 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Sterling had never thought that time could be measured in such magnitudes. In that instant, it was as though he saw countless savage creatures and fires raging in the sky, as though he felt the roar of the ancient gods tearing through the heavens in battle. Every scene rushed towards him like smoke and clouds, and what shocked him the most was that phrase. Within him flowed the blood of Chiyo. This is impossible, Sterling murmured to himself. And yet this is the truth, Master. Your blood contains the greatest strength. Your existence is meant to restart the unfinished war. Break our shackles. Let us return to the world. Sterling's inner turmoil surged like waves on a stormy sea. At the moment, Whitebone Fortress was under siege on all fronts, its defenses barely holding. Sterling was trapped within it, potentially becoming the offering for the undeads anytime soon. Each moment brought someone falling. Every instance ended in tragedy. Could it really be that there was no other way? Taking a deep breath, his eyes roved over the colossal strange beasts sealed within the tower, and his internal struggle intensified even more. After hesitating for a long time, Sterling finally spoke up. If I choose to break the seal, what will the cost be? Spirit energy, great amounts of spirit energy, endless streams of it. The voice continued. This is the key to breaking the seal, and the power that allows us to return to this world. Your bloodline has awakened. You need only channel sufficient spirit energy into this tower, and we can break free from these chains, returning to the mortal realm. Chapter 49, Military Supply Stronghold. Sterling, wake up quickly. A familiar voice pulled him back from the darkness. Sterling suddenly opened his eyes, and the cacophony of the battlefield along with the intense heat rushed into his ears. He saw Ivar's blood-smeared face, and behind him, the ethereal frost wolf was almost fading away. The oppressive atmosphere of the battlefield surged over Sterling again, finally bringing his thoughts back to reality. Commander, it's good that you're not dead. Sterling forced a faint smile. Cough, cough. You shouldn't have taken such a big risk. Damn it. That was a level 7 powerhouse. Cough, cough. Ivar said breathlessly, slumping down beside Sterling. His chest heaved violently. Clearly, he had reached his limit. Master, we must kill those Saint Radiance guards who emit blood energy. They possess shadow blood crystals inside them, which drive the formation to activate. They must die, or else, all of us will die. Sterling looked at the dense, swirling green mist and spoke urgently. I'll immediately send the Frost Wolf guards to act. The brothers still alive? Cough, cough. Ivar caught his breath for a while, then struggled to stand up. At this moment, he chose to trust Sterling unconditionally. Sterling paused for a moment, feeling as though every bone in his body had disintegrated. He spat out a mouthful of blood, got up, and walked to the distant wall. Red was barely alive now. Its carapace was full of cracks, covered in blood, having survived an attack from a level 7 powerhouse. Red had only a thread of life left. Sterling squatted next to Red, gently touching its carapace with his hand, feeling a piercing pain in his heart. You fool, fighting so desperately. Sterling's voice was hoarse, and his eyes glimmered with unrestrained sorrow. He extended his hand and carefully wiped the blood off Red's carapace. Sterling could deeply feel Red's loyalty. Red twitched slightly, managing to emit a low, strained growl. Even on the brink of death, it chose without hesitation to protect its master. That was the lethal blow from a level 7 powerhouse, nearly costing it its life. Sterling raised his trembling hand and reluctantly returned Red to the summoning space. Rest well, recover your injuries, leave the rest to me. I won't die so easily. It seemed Sterling was talking both to Red and encouraging himself. Moments ago, the dream and the deep voice from the tower echoed in his mind once more. Essence, an endless flow of essence. Essence, Sterling muttered to himself. Suddenly, he remembered that night when Whitebone Fortress Inner City Supply Stronghold came to mind. There should be a large amount of spirit cores and essence stones stored there. Exactly what he needed urgently. I need to get there. Sterling clenched his teeth resolutely. He glanced rapidly around the battlefield, seeing Whitebone Fortress already fallen. Everywhere were the cries of undead soldiers clashing with human troops. Every second someone was dying, every moment blood was spilling. Sterling understood that everything would change if he took one decisive gamble. Victory would mean survival for the fortress and himself. Failure meant destruction for the fortress and his death. Cough. The old Taoist priest was right. This really is like a hellish mission. That military supply stronghold was the only chance left. This war, I must survive. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his body, Sterling sprinted quickly towards the direction of the inner city. Without Red, he could only rely on himself and the sword in his hand. A somber light flickered from his hand as Darkmoon responded subtly to its owner's intent. Cold winds howled past his ears, his steps making urgent echoes as they slapped against the hard stone pavement. Anxiety welled up within Sterling even further. After cutting down dozens of low-level undead, Sterling finally arrived at the iron gate before him. This was the inner city military supply area, the core section of Whitebone Fortress. Due to the intense battle, the surrounding areas were almost completely devoid of people. A towering iron gate loomed before him, and runes carved upon it faintly glowed with power, indicating the heavy magical enchantments. There's no time. Sterling's eyes flashed with determination. Raising Darkmoon, he swiftly gathered his strength. With a roar, the pitch-black blades slashed down like thunder. Alongside an eruption of essence energy, Darkmoon brutally struck the iron gate. Dozens of slashes followed in quick succession. With a deafening, thunderous boom, the magic runes shattered violently, and the thick iron gate collapsed with a resonating crash. Dust swirled everywhere as Sterling panted heavily, raising his head to gaze at the scene behind the gate. Neatly stacked boxes piled high were arranged centrally in the area. Some box lids were slightly open, revealing glowing crystalline cores and essence stones inside. These resources were treasured military supplies of the fortress, items no one dared touch casually. Now, these essence stones and crystalline cores became lifelines for Sterling in his dire situation. Without hesitation, he approached one of the crates, suppressing his growing fears. With both hands gripping an essence stone, he began channeling essence into his body. The spiritual energy surged into his meridians like a flood. At first, he only felt a sense of relief, as if his long empty body was finally being replenished. However, this comfort soon vanished, turning into excruciating pain. A massive influx of spiritual energy into Sterling's body made it feel as though his limbs and every bone were being scorched by flames. Every inch of flesh and sinew expanded wildly, his entire body swelling as if on the verge of exploding. His skin turned faintly red, as if it could tear open at any moment. Sterling's face contorted in agony, sweat dripped profusely from his forehead, and his eyes brimmed with pain. Yet, he gritted his teeth fiercely, persevering through it all. Even if the pain kills me, I must not give up. It's still not enough. The rush of spiritual energy far exceeded Sterling's expectations, overwhelming him like an endless tidal wave. His insides churned violently as if a river had been overturned, each surge of energy making his meridians feel close to snapping. Pain pierced through his nerves like daggers, while every cell in his body screamed under the pressure, as if about to be shredded by this force. Blood streamed out of Sterling's 7 orifices, red liquid oozing from his nose, eyes, and ears, dripping onto the ground. But he did not retreat, could not retreat. The deep voice from within the ancient tower echoed in his ears, urging him on, calling for him to push forward. I cannot fall. Clutching his teeth tightly, blood mixing with sweat clouded his vision. Each breath cut through him like a blade, pain sweeping over him like a tsunami. His body swelled uncontrollably as the influx of spiritual energy threatened to tear apart his muscles, bones, and meridians. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. Just when he felt he could endure no longer, something inside him awakened, as though a dormant power stirred deep within his veins. An ancient force surged forth from deep within his body, awakening as if from slumber, gradually blending with the flowing spiritual energy. It was the unsealing of the ancient tower's power, a chilling and formidable strength, akin to an ancient savage beast awakening, radiating an earth-shattering aura. Sterling felt the spiritual energy beginning to circulate along his meridians. The once chaotic force now guided steadily, flowing slowly back into the ancient tower. Finally, the unbearable pain started to ease, and the spiritual energy gradually stabilized, circulating smoothly throughout his body. With an explosive exhale, Sterling collapsed, drained of all his strength. He lay there on the cold ground, his clothes soaked with blood, yet he had survived. Not just surviving, but now sensing the ancient tower within his consciousness like never before. It resonated strongly, responding much like a summoner's grimoire. Struggling, Sterling forced himself upright and looked outward. The bloodline of Qiyu, the seal of the ancient tower. All of this is only the beginning. Chapter 50. Guangji Yiso. Sterling's mind flickered, and his consciousness was once again drawn into the mysterious ancient tower. The interior of the tower was now enveloped in a thick mist of spiritual energy. Is this amount of spiritual energy enough? Sterling looked up, his voice echoing in the vast space of the ancient tower. This small amount of energy, not enough, far from it. The ancient voice sounded again, tinged with helplessness. Master, you are still too weak. The amount of spiritual energy you can attract is indeed limited. But it's better than nothing. For now, we will temporarily release the shackles of 2 xuanhuan battle beasts to lend you a helping hand. Xuanhuan battle beasts? He had never heard of such creatures before. Sterling furrowed his brow slightly and asked, what is xuanhuan? The 4 levels, barbaric, xuanhuan, witch, ancestor. This is the second tier. The deep voice resonated through the tower, carrying an ancient sense of authority. The initial barbaric beasts relied purely on their innate physical strength. They were naturally powerful, but lacked wisdom and skill. Upon entering the xuanhuan level, spiritual energy begins to flourish within them. They possess not only robust physiques, but also the ability to control this energy, allowing them to resonate with the heavens and earth and unleash stronger combat abilities. The voice paused for a moment, as if allowing Sterling to digest this information. Further above, there is the witch level. These beings have mastered not just spiritual energy, but also the laws of heaven and earth, capable of casting true miracles and secrets, transforming themselves into calamities on the battlefield. As for the level above witch, ancestor, it approaches the realm of the ancient deities. Their power can alter the cosmos and recreate the world. Barbaric, xuanhuan, witch, ancestor. Sterling muttered to himself, gradually forming a concept of these rankings in his mind. Then, that voice continued with an unwavering tone. Mengji and Jingxiong. Absorb the spiritual energy fully and break through your restraints. As soon as the words were spoken, a part of the ancient tower began to tremble violently, accompanied by deep growls. The ancient murals on the walls started glowing with an eerie light. Sterling's eyes widened as he focused intently on one particular spot. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura burst forth. A rapid shadow darted out from the seal. It was a massive white beast resembling a leopard, yet distinctly different. Its body was covered with snow-white fur, and on its forehead lay a marking akin to an ancient rune, giving it an awe-inspiring demeanor, while dark brilliance flowed over its surface. Its paws touched the void softly without making a sound, as though naturally belonging to the darkness and stealth, ready to launch a fatal attack silently at any moment on the battlefield. Mengji, a xuanhuan battle beast, renowned for its speed and concealment. Now that it has reappeared in the world, although its strength has not been completely restored, it will still be of great assistance to you. The voice explained slowly. Following that, another mural array began to shake. From the condensed spiritual energy emerged a monstrous being. Jingxiong appeared before Sterling. Its form was gigantic, like a moving mountain peak, its fur a deep brown hue. Its crimson eyes glowed fiercely, and on its head grew a lush green tree whose trunk emanated faint traces of life force. Jingxiong's eyes carried a wild power, each step causing the earth beneath it to tremble slightly. Jingxiong, possessing immense strength, the tree on its head continuously replenishes its energy. The voice inside the ancient tower continued. Though most of its strength remains sealed, it is sufficient to serve as a solid shield for you. Roar. Ayo. It was the roar of rebirth. After the roar, both xuanhuan beasts lifted their heads and silently stared at Sterling. Master, you can use the Xuanhai Compendium to summon them back inside. The Xuanhai Compendium? Finally, Sterling learned the name of this summoning compendium. Without further delay, he summoned the compendium. Instantly, the shadows of Mengji and Jingxiong simultaneously merged into the summoning compendium of Sterling, and the spiritual energy within the tower began to dissipate as they vanished, restoring tranquility. After opening the compendium, on the 4th page, sure enough, was Mengji's portrait. Name, Mengji. Race, beast. Realm, xuanhuan. Talent skill, 1000 shadows break strike. A speed-based skill. By utilizing ultra-fast movement, the user leaves behind a series of illusions at the original location instantly, sometimes reaching up to thousands, making it hard to distinguish between real and fake. From these many illusions, the best angle for attack is chosen, rushing toward the target like a gale, using the force generated by high-speed movements combined with weapons to launch continuous attacks against the enemy. On the 5th page was Jing Xiong's portrait. Name, Jing Xiong. Race, beast. Realm, xuanhuan. Talent skill, earth-shattering mountain crumbling. An earth element skill. It mobilizes earth magic, gathering the forces of the surrounding land into itself, then strikes forcefully either with its body or weapon onto the ground, triggering a powerful earthquake. In the instant, the ground rises and falls like waves, forming massive rocks that are hurled toward the intended direction, creating an overwhelming wave that inflicts widespread damage on enemies within the range. Sterling's consciousness returned to reality as his eyes opened, and he sighed inwardly at the sight of the scattered spirit molts all over the ground. If it weren't for the quartermaster's office, he would likely never have uncovered the secrets of the ancient tower. At this moment, Sterling still had a lot of spiritual energy circulating within him, occasionally letting out a belch that expelled a puff of spiritual essence. Time waits for no one. I wonder just how powerful these xuanhuan beasts truly are. With that thought, Sterling sprinted toward the place where the fiercest battles were raging. Aldrich hovered above the bone fortress, looking down at the battlefield below. Smoke rose everywhere, and the smell of fire filled the air. The ground around him was littered with severed limbs and corpses. As he watched the fortress crumbling bit by bit, Aldrich's lips curved into a slight smirk, satisfied with his meticulously planned masterpiece. It's been 800 years. Finally, I'm going back to the blazing sand wasteland, he murmured softly, his voice tinged with an unsettling excitement. I really miss it. His thoughts drifted back to those distant times, the blazing sand wasteland, the Eris Empire, and Karina. He remembered the wooden house in the village, the woman who had died in his arms, her face wrinkled and pale, clutching his fingers as she drew her last breath. Karina, he whispered, a dull ache tightening in his chest. He closed his eyes, and her face appeared before him, the light slowly fading from her eyes. She represented his only tenderness, yet became the nightmare he could never shake off. I've tried countless methods. Aldrich clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. Damn it, I can't break through level 10. Humans, with our miserable 300-year lifespans, we're destined to die. His voice suddenly turned manic, filled with endless hatred and insanity. I found the way to immortality, but she's dead, forever lost. There's no chance to bring her back. Aldrich's face contorted with anger, bloodshot veins bulging in his eyes. The mingling of rage and despair twisted his heart, transforming into a gut-wrenching agony that left him unable to maintain composure. Hara! He burst into mad laughter, his voice dry and strained, as if he were choking on his own breath. What use is immortality? Humans are mere ants, doomed to perish sooner or later. What's the point of living? Everyone must die. His laughter echoed through the night sky, slicing through the once tranquil air like a blade. Amidst this cacophony of madness, a tear unexpectedly rolled down the corner of Aldrich's eye. This sudden act surprised even him. How long had it been? He couldn't remember when he last cried. The cold tear streamed down his pale face, vanishing into the blank expression that defined him now. Karina, so I still cry for you after all, he murmured faintly. Chapter 51, Making a Move. What? Are you still unwilling to become my woman? Sebastian looked down coldly at the bloody rose lying on the ground, her body covered in blood, and sneered. The Phoenix Breath staff had been flung dozens of meters away. Alicia struggled forward on one hand, crawling towards the staff. Every time she got close, Sebastian would knock it even further away. To deal with a proud and haughty woman, one must slowly grind away her pride. On the other side, surrounded by more than 10 level 7 Lich Lords, Warian, deputy leader of the Bladebone Corps, and Parker continued fighting despite their doom. Parker was finally cut down by a Lich Lord's bone axe. His eyes were wide open, refusing to close in death. His gaze was fixed as the Lich Lords crossed over his body and advanced deeper into the Whitebone Fortress. Amidst this chaotic battlefield, Sterling finally appeared on the city wall, Meng-Ji having already been summoned from Sterling's Mountain and Sea Codex. Its figure darted like lightning, instantly throwing 2 level 7 undead lords from the battlements hundreds of meters away. The necromantic flames extinguished immediately, their skeletal forms crumbling like spent candles. Sterling stared intently at Sebastian, mounted upon his nightmare steed far in the distance, as if intending to engrave that person's silhouette onto his very marrow. Sebastian, the root cause of all tragedy, today, you will surely die. Sterling's voice was cold, resolute, and filled with murderous intent. Sebastian's attention had originally been on Alicia, but suddenly he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. He turned to find the source and locked gazes with Sterling's fiery eyes. How could a mere insignificant low-ranking soldier give me such a feeling? A flicker of doubt crossed Sebastian's mind. Suddenly, a surge of overwhelming power rushed toward him. Damn it! Sebastian quickly formed a protective shield to fend off the impending assault. 1,000 shadow strikes. Meng-Ji transformed into countless illusions assaulting from all directions, each strike wielding a thunderous and unstoppable force. In an instant, Sebastian's defenses shattered consecutively. He was powerless against the ferocious attack. With the final blow, Meng-Ji struck squarely upon Sebastian's chest, hurling him hundreds of meters away like a broken kite. Sebastian crashed heavily into the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Blood gushed from his mouth, his complexion ghostly pale. What is this monster? Sebastian glanced helplessly at the sky, shocked beyond measure. He never expected that this soldier he regarded as an ant could possess such incredible strength. Today, you will surely die. Sterling roared with boiling malice. This spectacle caught the attention of Eldrick hovering in the air. The Dark Wizard's icy eyes swept over the battlefield, instantly locking onto Meng Ji and Sterling. A level 8 Sky Knight being utterly incapacitated. What is this monster? Eldrick narrowed his eyes slightly, then focused them coldly on Sterling, his own killing intent flickering within. So this is the one causing all the trouble. Eldrick swiftly raised his hand, uttering cold incantations. A cluster of death energy coalesced into a thick sphere of dark magic in his palm, aimed directly at Sterling. Kill him. A glint of danger illuminated Eldrick's eyes as he raised his hand coldly, chanting the dark incantation under his breath. Death energy rapidly gathered in his hand, forming a fearsome dark magical orb, rushing straight towards Sterling to annihilate him on the spot. If only he dies, everything ends. The dark magic surged forth like a scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper, carrying devastating power rushing towards Sterling, causing the surrounding air to tremble before its might. Just as the magic was about to hit Sterling, a massive shadow suddenly stepped between them. Is that a tree? No, a monster. Eldrick hesitated momentarily, his expression turning grim. What appeared to be a tree-like creature stood unsteadily, revealing something underneath it that was completely unfamiliar. Roar. Sterling lifted his head to look at the arrogant black sorcerer floating in the air. You, who should have long perished, attempt to return to life, harming others, seeking immortality foolishly. Huh, it's a delusional dream indeed. Sterling pointed at Eldrick and shouted furiously. Immortality? Laughable. Since you seek immortality, I, Sterling, will make your soul scatter forever today. After finishing, Meng Ji felt his master's rage, understanding perfectly, and leaped high into the air. Several shadows shot skyward like tigers descending a mountain, carrying a force that shook heaven and earth, directly heading for Eldrick. Eldrick's face grew even darker, sensing the unstoppable ferocity and murderous intent radiating from Meng Ji. Eldrick hastily swung his hands, churning out waves of black death energy that converged into a colossal dark barrier, trying to block Meng Ji's assault. Futile struggle. Sterling's eyes were filled with coldness. Meng Ji's shadow clones attacked simultaneously from all directions, tearing the dark barrier apart as if it were made of paper. Eldrick abruptly swung his staff, releasing several bursts of dark red energy towards Meng Ji. However, in front of Meng Ji's illusions, this dark energy disappeared without a trace, having no effect whatsoever. Thousand shadow strikes. Meng Ji suddenly converged all his illusions into a single force, transforming into a streak of black-red lightning that struck Eldrick's chest directly. Eldrick's face was filled with terror as he attempted to retreat, but Meng Ji's speed far exceeded his expectations. A loud bang echoed as Eldrick's body was hurled through the air like a kite whose string had been cut, slamming heavily into the ground. Ah! Eldrick let out an agonizing scream as blood gushed from his shattered body. He had once floated arrogantly high above, overlooking the battlefield, but now lay helplessly on the ground in disarray. How could this be impossible? Eldrick's eyes were full of fear. He had never imagined that he could be defeated so easily. At this moment, the battle on the ground also underwent a dramatic transformation. The massive figure of Jing Xiong stepped forward from behind Sterling, his eyes bloodshot, and locked onto Sebastian not far away. Sebastian had just climbed to his feet, covered in blood and looking utterly disheveled. Before he could even fully stand up, he sensed a tremendous danger approaching. Earth crush mountain collapse. Jing Xiong roared, delivering a punch that resembled a collapsing mountain, sending boulders flying toward Sebastian. The ground began to tremble as Sebastian tried to dodge, but his strength had already been completely drained, leaving him only able to weakly raise his spear in defense. The nightmare horse in the sky rushed to his aid, but it was too late to make any difference. The power unleashed by the punch was overwhelming, shattering Sebastian's spear under the continuous bombardment of stones. Once again, he was thrown dozens of meters, colliding violently with the ground. Sebastian spat out blood, his gaze dimming as he lay there unable to move. His life force gradually faded, clearly nearing his end. Damn it! Sebastian's eyes were filled with regret and endless hatred, his life coming to an abrupt halt at that very moment. Chapter 52. Unprecedented Chaos. At the same time, Gabriel was being relentlessly pushed back by the Lich King Kazak, his chest armor already shattered and blood flowing freely. But in this moment, the sight of Sebastian's death flashed before Gabriel's eyes. A sudden shock coursed through him, yet unexpectedly, a renewed sense of hope surged within him amidst the reversed battle situation. Sebastian is dead. A flash of joy passed through Gabriel's eyes, the oppressive emotions deep within vanishing instantly. So this is the power of a summoner, truly beyond the grasp of common reasoning. He had thought the Bone Fortress would be completely lost, but the current situation took an unexpected turn as the young one managed to summon such an imposing war beast, reigniting Gabriel's fighting spirit. The Bone Fortress isn't finished yet. Gabriel let out an angry roar, forcing his battered body upward, launching another fierce assault against Kazak. In the distance, Alicia lay exhausted, her entire body collapsed on the ground, unconscious from complete depletion of energy. Her hand lightly touched the distant staff, Phoenix's breath, yet she had no strength left to grip it tightly. And at this very moment, other soldiers and commanders all turned their gazes towards the battlefield. Seeing high-tier fighters fall one after another, the momentum of the undead army began to wane. The fear in the defenders' eyes gradually transformed into hope for victory, boosting morale. Meng Ji stood steadfastly beside Sterling, icy eyes locked onto Eldrick. You wish for immortality, don't you? Sterling spoke coldly. Now, I'll ensure your total annihilation. With that, Meng Ji surged forward with a thunderous roar, striking with overwhelming force directly at Eldrick's chest. Hoom! A colossal impact echoed above the bone fortress. Eldrick struggled to counterattack, but everything was already decided, his body instantly fragmenting, the darkness buried deeply within his soul utterly shattered in that single strike. Thus ended the once overbearing 8th-level Black Lich on the battlefield. However, just as Eldrick was about to be obliterated, he painfully tore open a black scroll extracted from his obsidian ring. What? Sterling furrowed his brows sharply, sensing a tremendous power over space rules burst forth from the scroll. The sky darkened instantly, and above Bone Fortress, a gaping black fissure opened up, as if leading to an infinite abyss. What fresh evil is this? Sterling panicked internally, his gaze intently fixed on the rift, heightening his vigilance. Suddenly, a low, guttural roar emerged from the crack, the sound ancient and reeking of death, sending chills down everyone's spines. As the sound grew, a withered, massive hand slowly emerged from the crack, bones wrapped in countless chains of black smoke. Sterling's heart plummeted as he felt an immense pressure, far surpassing Eldrick. This enormous hand immediately suppressed Meng Ji with crushing authority, incredibly fast, destroying everything with its might, as if intending to pulverize Meng Ji into dust. Meng Ji howled toward the heavens, attempting to fight back, but the power was too great, binding his every move, as though invisible chains had constricted his body. Damn! Clenching his teeth, Sterling watched helplessly as Meng Ji struggled under the oppressive force. At this critical moment, a rapid streak of light sped from the eastern sky, swift enough to carry powerful energy, like a meteor piercing the heavens. Sakem, are you courting death? Coupled with a deafening roar, a figure appeared in the sky, a man draped in golden armor, wearing a crown carved with a blooming golden crest flower. The man held a blade glowing fiercely, surrounded as if encased in rolling golden flames, emanating unparalleled dignity akin to a god descending from the heavens. A crown of the golden crest? The holy flame of the golden crest? These were the two legendary artifacts of the Aris Empire. Upon seeing the sword, Sterling instantly identified the man. Who else could command that legendary blade besides King Alex Aris of Aris? Alex held high the sacred flame sword, its light radiating like the sun, slicing apart the surrounding darkness into scattered fragments. His eyes coldly targeted the decaying skeletal hand above, his voice icy and deep. One mere avatar dares act so recklessly in my Aris territory? Sakem, have you forgotten how your avatar was slain 80 years ago on Sunset Plains? As Alex's words resounded, the sacred flame sword descended sharply, emitting a radiant beam that split the skies, targeting the decaying divine hand, its path clearing the air with roaring lion's cries, driving away the surrounding aura of death entirely. The massive hand which originally suppressed Meng Ji let out a shrill scream, disintegrating rapidly under the brilliance of the sword, evaporating into ashes that scattered in the wind within moments. However, the lingering might of the sword's sweep had yet to subside. The remnant skeletal energy within the fissure seemed to sense something, and suddenly inhaled sharply. This pulled in both the nightmare guarding Sebastian's remains outside Bone Fortress, and what was left of Sebastian's body into the warped crack. Alex's cold gaze intensified once more as he swung down the sacred flame sword again, its power rending through space toward the rift. The sword light pierced through the void, causing the space it passed through to violently tremble. Under the force of the sacred blade, the dark fissure collapsed entirely, dissolving into an empty nothingness. At this moment, Sakem's angry and reluctant voice echoed out from the shattered crack, brimming with intense hatred that reverberated throughout the skies. The Aris Empire's resistance is just a temporary reprieve. In 10 years, I will come here personally and exterminate every last one of you insignificant ants. With this chilling proclamation, silence returned to the heavens. 100 miles away, amidst the dark clouds, a shadow resembling a child suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face dark like night. A group of worthless trash. He growled lowly, his rage boundless. With each reverberation of his voice, all living things within 1,000 meters were immediately shrouded in death-like stillness, trembling at his anger. The power of my avatar is ultimately too weak. Sword, crown, armor, 3 legendary weapons indeed make for difficult adversaries. His eyes glinted savagely but gradually calmed. But still, let another 10 years pass until Master Nethax awakens completely. Then, the entire human race will be utterly annihilated. As the words left the childlike figure's lips, a flicker of interest flashed in his eyes. That night, though, he has some intrigue. Speaking thus, his form disappeared in a blink, vanishing into thin air as if he never existed. Within the Bone Fortress, soldiers who survived the prolonged battle lay scattered across broken walls and blood-stained ground, weary yet still clinging tightly to their weapons. Sterling's expression was solemn as he issued orders to Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu, retreat from the fortress as quickly as possible and return to that black tower. Xiao Gu's soul flame flickered in understanding before swiftly retreating. Before Xiao Gu could go far, another intense gust swept from the eastern sky. A majestic royal griffin soared with immense wingspan, carrying none other than Chief Inspector John upon its back. The chief looked down at the scene below him. Now, the Bone Fortress lay desolate, smeared with blood and littered with corpses in every corner, the pungent scent of war not yet fully dissipated. Up above, Alex took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the injured soldiers beneath him. Suddenly, he sighed heavily, filled with anguish. The crown on his head suddenly burst forth with myriad rays of holy light. The light fragmented and dispersed, traversing walls and reaching everywhere, spreading like healing spells to every place, aiding the severely wounded soldiers and offering them hope for survival. And the green toxic mist, as it came into contact with the holy light, was instantly purified. Yet wherever the holy light reached, the loyal souls who had already closed their eyes forever remained unable to rise again. Alex's eyes dimmed slightly as he exhaled deeply, realizing no matter how great his power, resurrection was beyond even his reach. Alas, he closed his eyes gently, retracting the radiance from his crown. A moment later, he reopened his eyes and gazed distantly towards the ongoing fierce battle further away. Blades and dark magic collided endlessly. Watchman Reg was single-handedly combating a 9th-level Black Witch Fiend, his stance steady as a mountain, every slash imbued with lethal intent. "Teacher Reg, do you require assistance?" Alex focused on the distant battlefield and quietly asked. In the distance, Reg's form moved gracefully as he slashed through the Black Witch Fiend's magic, answering with a heavy tone. "Your Majesty, there's no need. I'm not old enough to have lost the ability to wield a blade." Chapter 53. The entire army charges forward. Just as the avatar of the withered bone demon god was repelled, the 9th-level Black Witch King who had been fiercely battling the Night Watchers had already conceived the intention to retreat. He had originally been conducting research on secret methods to break through to the 10th level in the Dark City-states to the west. However, the withered bone demon god Sakamu issued an order for him to head to the eastern border to provide cover for the reincarnation formation, requiring only a temporary delay of the 9th-level warriors from the Whitebone Fortress. The task was already completed. He never expected that the Empire's Night Watchmen would fight like madmen, each blow forcing him closer to death, leaving no room for escape. The Witch King gritted his teeth internally. 9th-level warriors usually immerse themselves in opportunities to become deities and rarely fight to the death. Such a deranged opponent was extremely rare. Even more unsettling was the newly appeared Emperor. The Golden Sparrow crown, symbolizing the highest royal authority, and the Sacred Flame Sword were instantly recognizable, and both hailed from the legends of the Ares dynasty. This person, empowered by 3 legendary weapons, was unstoppable at the 9th level. Fearing within, the Witch King weighed his options. The cost of this battle is too great. It's better to retreat while the Emperor hasn't made his move. Even though the elder warrior wielding dual weapon arts was someone he couldn't overcome, with some sacrifices, he still believed he had a good chance to flee. Upon deciding, the Witch King's body erupted with surging necrotic energy, secretly retrieving a life-saving scroll hidden in his space ring. He tenderly caressed the ancient runes on the scroll, these 9th-level forbidden curse scrolls being treasures he'd spent 1,000 years collecting, reluctant to use, but necessary when his life hung by a thread. The Witch King decisively tore open a 9th-level fire forbidden spell scroll. In an instant, the sky was filled with blazing flames accompanied by scorching heat, turning into a surging fire wave sweeping away to suppress the Night Watcher Reg. The fire waves roared like fiery snakes, their fierce flames seemingly incinerating voids, compelling Reg to slightly pause. Seizing this momentary gap, the Witch King quickly tore the second spatial transmission scroll. A sudden tearing sound echoed, a spatial fissure opening accordingly. A slight look of satisfaction graced the Witch King's face as he prepared to flash away. However, suddenly, a powerful sense of sword intent swept over from behind, seemingly shaking space itself. Want to escape? Dream on. With eyes like burning torches, Alexander swiftly swung the Sacred Flame Sword, a dazzling blade light descending from the heavens, accurately targeting the Witch King's back heart. With an intense jolt of pain, the Witch King let out a blood-curdling scream, his spiritual aura shield shattering instantly, flung backward into the spatial fissure in disarray. As he fled, fury filled his eyes, then vanishing into the void completely. Alas, I'm truly getting old. The Night Watchman Reg, having seen the Black Witch King escape, muttered to himself somewhat self-deprecatingly before returning to the city walls. Meanwhile, the battlefield situation had drastically changed. Various undead elites realized something was amiss and began scattering in all directions. Notably, 7th-level Black Witch SOS ran fastest, commanding his tripod skeleton ravens to gallop toward the distance immediately after Aldrich's demise. Flying low, they swiftly weaved through the ruins. Though Beowulf angrily pursued, he could not match their speed and eventually watched helplessly as SOS disappeared into the night. 8th-level undead Lord Kazak continued his fierce battle, yet revealed signs of defeat due to isolation without support. Gabriel condensed all his anger into every punch, relentlessly pinning Kazak, keeping the battle at a fever pitch nearly continuously. At this moment, John's figure flashed like a streak of light. His emerald green eyes glinted with a cold luster, awakening power activated, followed by a surge of pure golden bloodline, pristine like the dawn sun, exuding a sacred aura. His strength stemmed precisely from the royal awakening talent, the golden bloodline. It possessed powerful recovery and purification effects and could heal wounds, having a natural suppressive effect against undead creatures like these. John raised his palm, pointing his finger whereupon a burst of golden light skills coalesced, infused with spiritual force, instantaneously bursting forth with dual healing and purification effects. The brilliant golden light burned like the searing sun, directly consuming Kazak's soul flame. Amidst wailing cries, Kazak's body rapidly collapsed, shattering into countless bone fragments, entirely erased by the golden light. Far off, Black Witch Sorrel also perished under everyone's encirclement. The battle of strong warriors concluded, and the lower-ranking soldiers' battles would end soon. In the Battle of White Bones, the human race barely emerged victorious, survivors numbering less than a third. At this point, Sterling could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the city wall. The wild beasts Meng Ji and Jing Xiong had already returned to the Shanghai Classic. They hadn't fully recovered and had expended too much energy during the previous battle. Sterling sensed the thoughts of the two wild beasts. If they were needed again for combat, sufficient spirit energy would have to be absorbed for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fight, akin to even the most skilled housewife being unable to cook without rice. Sighing in helplessness, Sterling knew how immense the spirit energy consumption would be for Meng Ji and Jing Xiong to fight again. Truly, a Herculean task. Difficult, difficult, difficult. From this day forward, Sterling felt that he needed to start hoarding spirit stones, preparing early for future needs. In the inner city of Whitebone Fortress, the chief supervisor's hall, Alex sat at the head of the gathering, his eyes scanning over those present below him. John stood solemnly by his side, while Gabriel hung his head low, sorrow etched on his face. Beside him, Sterling remained silent. As one of the key contributors who had slain Sebast and Aldrich, Sterling was specially permitted to attend this meeting. Alicia, gravely wounded, had only barely survived thanks to Alex's personal treatment, and now lay bedridden in recovery. Tian, who sustained critical injuries, had almost lost all vital signs. It was only through Alex's forcible use of spiritual power that his life force had been maintained. His left arm was completely destroyed by Sebast's attack, and he still lay unconscious. My lord, it was my error in judgment that I failed to detect Sebast's treachery in time, causing such catastrophic consequences. Had it not been for Sterling's assistance, the Whitebone Fortress might have fallen. Gabriel's voice was heavy with regret as he recounted the events to Alex. Alex frowned slightly, but continued focusing on more pressing matters. Let's set aside who was right or wrong for now. What about the specific losses? My lord, preliminary statistics show the Whitebone Frontier Army has suffered 60,000 casualties and 30,000 soldiers are injured. Especially hard hit are the Holy Radiance Guard Corps and the Undead Blades Corps. Gabriel's expression grew somber. For a moment, silence fell heavily over the hall. Alex's countenance grew increasingly grim as his brow tightened. After taking a deep breath, he slowly asked, what are the exact details? 2 regiments of the Holy Radiance Guard Corps defected due to Sebast's betrayal, joining the undead side. The other battalions lacked support from stronger warriors and were surrounded for prolonged periods, resulting in heavy casualties among the soldiers. As for the Undead Blades Corps, both deputy commanders have perished, and their leader Tion's survival is uncertain. The Dawnlight Vanguard Corps, which wasn't targeted heavily by the undead main force, still suffered substantial pressure but fared better compared to others. Pausing briefly, Gabriel tried to suppress his guilt before continuing. The Iron Bastion Corps held firm on the front line, but suffered a sudden ambush by 7th-level undead overlords, leading to catastrophic losses. If not for Sterling's summoned beasts coming just in time, the undead forces might have breached our defenses, likely wiping out nearly the entire Whitebone Fortress. His voice trembled slightly. Sterling's timely action was what truly saved the entire situation. So what do we do next? Alex posed the question again. I believe we must rest and recuperate, quickly restoring our strength to prepare for the undead's next assault. Gabriel suggested. Lord, I have a different opinion. Gabriel had not yet finished speaking when Sterling slowly interjected. I think after this battle, the undead forces are weak and vulnerable. Now is the time to go on a full offensive and reclaim lost territory. Chapter 54, Ian's Death. Sterling's words made Alexander pause slightly, his expression becoming complicated. Reclaim lost territories? For thousands of years, every king had thought of this and wished to leave a lasting legacy in history. However, the demon race had always been powerful, continuously supported by reinforcements from the Nether Realm, launching invasions every few years or even decades. The major human empires struggled against the demon invasion and gradually shifted to a defensive stance, trying their best to avoid battles. In the end, they could only bury the dream of revival deep in their hearts, building border fortresses like Whitebone Fortress as strong as iron barrels to defend their lands. Nevertheless, Sterling's suggestion was like igniting a flame in Alexander's heart, reviving the long-lost youthful passion and impulse of his earlier days. He recalled the years when he fought for the throne, leading the Royal Griffin Corps into repeated bloody battles with the demons, achieving remarkable military honors. Especially on Sunset Plain, he and his followers successfully killed the avatar of the skeleton demon god, which made him famous. He won the favor of his father, ultimately receiving the crown of the Fleur-de-Lis and ascending to the peak of Ares' empire. Thinking of this, Alexander felt an ache in his chest. The forced killing of Sakam's avatar back then left him with hidden injuries that recurred as he grew older. Cough, cough. Alexander coughed once, signaling Sterling to continue. Sterling continued. Your Majesty, Gabriel once told me that due to dimensional rule restrictions, if the demon gods of the Nether Realm forcibly descend to Lingyuan continent, they would be suppressed by these rules and at most could only exert the strength of a 9th-level entity. Therefore, they chose to come here in the form of avatars or projections, avoiding greater dangers. Alexander nodded, his deep gaze tinged with a hint of helplessness. What you said is correct. Their true forms, if they came here, would be suppressed by the power of dimensional rules. Although those demon gods are powerful and have lived for more than 1,000 years, they have become more cautious about risking their lives, each of them timid like rats. Sterling asked further, if so, I've always had a question. Why during the Armageddon War many years ago, could 8 demon gods personally descend and drive the human coalition army to retreat step by step? This is due to a special reason. Alexander mused for a moment and slowly replied. According to the imperial historical records, the ruler of the nether realm, Nessax, can temporarily shield the rules within a certain range, allowing demons to unleash all their power without any concern after entering his domain. With Nessax shielding the dimensional rules, his subordinate demon gods went on a rampage inside Nessax's realm, causing the defeat of the human coalition army. Alas, until now, we still live under the shadow of that war. Sterling nodded, making a decision in his heart. Since the demon gods dare not personally descend to Lingyuan continent, I think this is precisely the time to expand our victories and gradually reclaim our territories. Now, after the war, the demon race's strong ones have retreated, and we can fully use the barrier of Whitebone Fortress to encourage the Empire's strong warriors to form hunting parties and venture outside the fortress to fight demons. This way, we can continually weaken the demon race's forces, prevent them from easily regrouping, and fundamentally avoid their counterattack momentum. Alexander nodded slightly, pondering Sterling's proposal silently. Sterling continued, although Whitebone Fortress is a strong barrier, if we rely solely on the tens of thousands of conscripted soldiers stationed there to guard against incursions, it will never bring peace. Why not incentivize spiritual martial experts and magic organizations with military achievements to form hunting parties, encouraging them to take the initiative in attacking demons? This way, we not only weaken the demons' fighting capabilities, but can also use this to gradually reclaim our territory. Alexander's gaze gradually brightened, sensing the foresight in Sterling's words. It was a vision of progressively restoring the borders, establishing defense and counterattack mechanisms, much more dynamic than mere defense. Sterling continued firmly. Moreover, beyond the fortress lies a fertile plain rich in resources and abundant with magical beasts. If we gradually push the defense outward, spiritual martial experts can hunt these magical beasts externally, and during times of peace, the border armies can cultivate these barren lands and establish dual internal and external defense lines. The blueprint of future defenses described by Sterling seemed to unfold before Alexander's eyes. After a long contemplation, his gaze began to reveal a glimmer of sharpness. I need to carefully consider this matter. All of you go rest for now. Sterling followed Gabriel back to the Steel Rampart Legion's base camp. Along the way, Sterling saw the aftermath of the great battle at Whitebone Fortress. The smoke cleared, leaving behind an indescribable sense of sorrowful tranquility. The air still carried the lingering scent of blood from the post-battle residue, while every heavily scarred wall and scorched brick seemed to silently recount the ferocity of the battle. Back at the Frostwolf Guard camp, the soldiers were tallying up their fallen comrades. As they carried out the bodies, every corpse bore the marks of this battle: shattered armor, broken spears, and faces smeared with blood. Off to one side, Ivar, the Grand Commander of the Frostwolf Guard, leaned against a broken stone wall. A ghastly wound stretched from his left eye down past his mouth, though fortunately, he was still alive. Sterling, you've returned. We owe much of our success in this battle to you. Who would have thought you could summon such a powerful war beast? It must have taken quite a toll, Ivar said as he walked over to Sterling. Sterling suddenly remembered the piles of spirit molds he had seen in the military supply area and felt a headache coming on. He wasn't sure how to explain them. If he didn't bring it up, no one might ever know who did it. However, Sterling knew he wasn't the kind of person to hide things, so he decided to report honestly to Gabriel. Commander, your injuries are severe. You should sit down and rest. How are the brothers doing, casualties? Sighing, Ivar replied. The men of the Frostwolf Guard are all good warriors, none of them cowards. Sterling had already guessed what had happened. He had told Ivar to kill the soldiers of the Holy Radiance Guard Corps who harbored shadow crystals, and he'd seen Ivar lead Deputy Commander Rowan and others to fight in the northern battlefield. How come we haven't seen Deputy Commander Rowan? Dead. He was ambushed by a 6th-level mage from the Holy Radiance Guard. That man disguised himself as someone persecuted by Sebast, but turned out to be ruthless. We were deceived. Rowan was killed by him in an ambush. Commander, please take care of yourself. Sterling knew the deep bond between Ivar and Rowan. The two had commanded the Frostwolf Guard together for nearly 10 years, becoming brothers in life and death. I've avenged him. I cut off that mage's head with my own hands. He was insane, laughing wildly even as he died, saying that he wanted humanity to perish in his hands. After some further conversation, Sterling learned just how perilous things had been for the Frostwolf Guard, caught in a dual assault from undead creatures and traitorous allies. To survive and complete their mission was truly remarkable. Oh right, Ian. Ian is dead. Before he passed, he asked me to tell you that he would repay your kindness in another lifetime. Hearing this, Sterling's heart was struck with sorrow, and the image of the bearded old soldier surfaced in his mind. I don't have a wife, only my old mother remains. If any of the brothers make it back, could you help keep an eye on her now and then? There's nothing too important. It happens to everyone eventually, doesn't it? Live well. I believe you'll become renowned throughout the Whitebone Fortress. Don't worry, these low-level undead are weak. With one swing of my blade, I can take down 3 or 4 of them. Chapter 55, Rewards for Merit. Sterling eventually came to accept this fact. He had few friends in the Frostwolf Guard, and veteran Ian was one of them. Just as Sterling was feeling a little down, a young soldier ran up to him. his eyes slightly red. Sterling looked up and saw it was Lane. The Lane of now was no longer the chubby-faced person when they had first met. After these great battles, Lane's countenance bore a touch of resolve. Sterling, Ian, he was killed by the undead commander while protecting me. Lane's face was filled with sorrow, his tone laced with a stifled sob. Sterling took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his emotions, and lightly patted Lane on the shoulder, slowly saying, Lane, I know. Don't blame yourself. Ian was a true warrior. Upon hearing these words, Lane let go of any restraint over his tears, which silently rolled down his cheeks, but there was also an appearance of determination on his face. Clutching his fists tightly, Lane choked out, Sterling, from now on, I will train twice as hard. I want to grow stronger, to personally avenge Ian and slay those undead. Sterling nodded lightly and embraced Lane tightly, feeling the unspoken understanding between brothers. These silent guardians of this land may not be remembered by the world, nor celebrated in historical records, but their souls will forever become part of Bonefort, turning into undying spirits. Afterward, Sterling also met a few other acquaintances, including Blake, Cuss, and Lucas. Lucas smiled upon seeing Sterling, his voice tinged with some self-mockery. Sterling, I've heard everything. Never would have thought that our Frostwolf Guard would produce such a famous person, a summoner no less, truly amazing. Sterling managed to force a smile. Still, we couldn't avoid losing some comrades. Lucas appeared quite composed. Hey, all of us, since we arrived at Bonefort on the first day, didn't value our lives so much. Every day we survive is another day gained. Holding on to this land means there aren't many regrets. This plain sentence resonated deeply within Sterling. Throughout history, books always praise heroes, yet forget to write about the ordinary soldiers. Those people's names, those people's stories, will remain buried beneath the wind and snow of Bonefort forever. The next day, King Alexander gathered all the troops of Bonefort in the inner city square. Alexander stood solemnly atop the podium, dressed in golden armor, grave and authoritative. A moment later, he took a deep breath and rose slowly, his figure reflected in every soldier's gaze. Warriors, his voice was deep and powerful, resonating in every heart. You are the most fearless among Ares Empire's warriors, the strongest shield of Bonefort. You faced overwhelming undead armies without retreating or faltering. With your own flesh and blood, you stopped the flood of undead and defended the peace of the Empire with your lives. In the square, though the soldiers showed signs of exhaustion on their faces, their gazes ignited with long-lost pride due to these words. The meaning of their hard-fought battles was to protect the Empire from the invasion of the undead, and their achievements were acknowledged. Your blood has been spilled on this land. Alexander's voice grew somber, filled with resolve. Countless soldiers fought valiantly for the Empire, even till their final moments. I, King Alexander of Ares, assure you here that the Empire will never let the heroic sacrifices be forgotten. The names and efforts of all who died defending Bonefort will be eternally recorded above the fortress, remembered both by the Empire and by history. This battle was brutal, and many of my people perished. I hereby promise that the families of all fallen soldiers will receive full compensation from the Empire. None will be overlooked. As for each hero present today, you are all merits of the Empire. Regardless of the extent of your contributions, each of you will receive fair rewards. With all of you around, the frontiers of Ares' Empire will forever stand tall and unwavering. Alexander's eyes shone with steadfastness, looking at each soldier below. On Ares' territory, as long as your brave spirits linger, no invaders shall ever cross this line of defense. Being the king of Ares, motivating the masses indeed, was something done effortlessly. As soon as his words ended, the square was alive with excitement as soldiers raised their weapons high, shouting through their emotional voices. Long live Ares' Empire. Long live the king. Bonefort stands eternal. Victory for the Empire. Because he had discovered and exposed Sebast's betrayal, destroyed the Rebirth Array, and killed the level 8 Black Witch. After all statistics were tallied, Sterling earned more than 500,000 merit points. This was an unprecedented feat on the frontier of the Empire, and if this military merit were entirely exchanged for cultivation resources, it would amount to a staggering fortune. Moreover, due to the killing of Eldrick, King Alexander had specially granted the space ring previously held by this Black Lich as a war trophy, including all its contents, awarding it to Sterling. This ring was forged from a space crystal and refined gold, delicate and smooth, with an inlaid black obsidian gem of deep luster on its surface as an adornment. King Alexander also publicly praised Sterling's performance in front of many officers and bestowed upon him the title of Viscount. Sterling was greatly surprised by this ennoblement, for even in the Empire, only the commanders of the 4 great legions were honored with such a title, and he was merely a soldier in the Frostwolf Guard despite his significant contributions. It was clear that King Alexander's conferring of this noble title was more than just recognition. It was a gesture of goodwill towards Sterling, whose potential the king valued. To secure the loyalty of a future powerhouse, Alexander conferred the esteemed title of Viscount upon him at this early stage. Sterling reflected that although he was born into a noble family in the Emerald Highlands, the only member of his family to hold a noble title was their clan leader, a mere low-ranking baron. Now, having received the Viscount title independently, not only did Sterling elevate his status in the military, but according to imperial law, he also gained the authority to recruit 1,000 soldiers. Moreover, there would be opportunities to acquire his own fiefdom. But these were matters for later, as Sterling currently had no intention of returning. After receiving the rewards, Sterling paid a visit to Commander John. John looked at Sterling before him and could not help but feel deeply impressed. Just half a year ago, he was still a mere new recruit newly arrived at Bonefort, and now he was ennobled as a viscount and had awakened with the gift of a summoner. His prospects truly seemed boundless. Commander, sir, during the crisis when Bonefort was overrun with undead, I had no choice but to make private use of some spirit stones from the military supplies. I felt I should explain it to you. Sterling said sincerely. Oh, it's a trivial matter. You've rendered such great service to the Empire. Using a bit more is fine too. John had thought it would be a small thing, just a few spirit stones. Not until he visited the military warehouse again and saw the vast pile of used shells on the ground did he gape in shock. This is just a bit. This equals the 6-month salary of the entire Bonefort army. Chapter 56, The Spatial Ring. This is just a bit, but it's the salary for the Whitebone Fortress army for half a year. Alright, without that kid, the Whitebone Fortress would probably have fallen by now. A voice came from behind, and an unknown watcher had already stood behind John. To summon such a powerful summon beast, the pain he endured is unimaginable for ordinary people. John turned to look at the elder dressed in hemp clothes behind him, obedient like a young student, with no trace of the usual demeanor of a governor. Teacher Reg, you're right. I was just a bit surprised. Later, I'll figure out a way to get some spirit stones and crystal cores transported over from the Empire. That boy has good character. If he had awakened a soul weapon, I might really have had the thought of taking him as my apprentice. Teacher Reg, are you going to take him as your apprentice? John paused for a moment, then revealed a look of surprise. This man in hemp clothes is one of the strongest fighters in the Arise Empire, yet he actually had thoughts of taking an apprentice. Reg simply waved his hand and gave a faint smile, with a touch of nostalgia, his gaze falling on the distant direction of the capital. Never mind. Taking an apprentice is too much trouble. I am old now. It's better not to mislead others. Teacher Reg, you are still very young. When did you learn to flatter me? When you were at the academy, John, you were quite arrogant. Let's not talk about those things that happened long ago. Instead, I remembered there was an old guy at the academy, who seemed to also be a summoner, recruited by me when I used to teach at the academy. What's his name again? Reg shook his head slightly helplessly. Getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be. You mean Mentor Edwin? John hurriedly asked. Upon hearing this name, Reg nodded. That's right, Edwin. Back then, I had just been appointed as the dean of the academy. Edwin entered the academy and displayed astonishing summoning talent, breaking through to level 6 within a decade and becoming a summon master. After so many years now, he should at least be an 8th level summon master by now. After numerous rewards were settled, Sterling finally had the chance to carefully examine this 8th level Black Lich's spatial ring. Among all the gains, the most anticipated was undoubtedly this ring. The activation of the spatial ring requires blood pact magic to initiate. Sterling specially consulted Grand Commander Ivar to learn the blood pact technique. Ivar, upon seeing this ring, almost drooled. Such a large space crystal. Very precious. I saw a storage ring once at the Gabriel Corps Commander. You, young man, hit the jackpot. The size of the internal space of the storage ring is usually determined by the size of the space crystal, and it doesn't necessarily have to be made into the shape of a ring. Things like bracelets and necklaces can also work. How it's made mainly depends on the user's habits. For someone like Sterling, who has never used storage space before, it wouldn't matter if it was a ring or a necklace. Following Ivar's method, he used the blood pact technique to envelop the ring, his spiritual force permeating inside. Since the Black Lich was completely dead, only a pale residual mark remained on the ring, which Sterling easily broke. As a strand of spiritual power entered the interior of the ring, he instantly felt the space within, a fully packed independent space measuring 5 square meters. Sterling could hardly contain his joy, dumping all the items out onto the table and began checking them one by one. On the table were piles of various items, nearly filling half the room. Risking death to kill enemies and seize treasures, but the reward was incredibly rich. Indeed, honestly accumulating battle merit, where would it come close to the satisfaction of killing and seizing treasure? Especially slaying a 1,000-year-old old monster, Sterling couldn't help but feel exhilarated secretly within himself. First caught his eye were large stacks of spirit stones and crystal cores. Even though Sterling had seen spirit stones at the supply office before, seeing these now still left him emotionally stirred. These are all high-end goods, a pile of superior spirit stones, and none of the crystal cores are lower than 3rd grade. He roughly estimated, and if all of these were converted into premium spirit stones, there would be hundreds of blocks worth. Back at the supply depot, the spirit stones absorbed by Sterling, although looking numerous, were all low-grade spirit stones, adding up to approximately 100 premium spirit stones. But these items here are different now. Just taking the crystal cores for example, fire element crystal cores are the most numerous, deep red and glossy, numbering in the hundreds. Dark element crystal cores come second, shimmering with a mysterious light, and there were also thunder element, ice element, and wind element crystal cores. Sterling even recognized the origins of several crystal cores, such as 4th grade Thunder Eagle crystal core, 5th grade Shadow Leopard crystal core, and 3rd stage Frost Giant Wolf crystal core. The most valuable item was an 8th-level Magic Beast crystal core. It was extremely large, about the size of a fist, and kept emitting a highly concentrated fire element spirit power. Sterling couldn't resist touching the surface of the crystal core, and the fiery spirit force surged through his fingertips like electric currents, refreshing his mind and body. There were more crystal cores that Sterling had never seen before, but he didn't care much about them all, neatly organizing them into different small bags. Got rich. Got rich. Stealing, killing, makes golden waistband. They weren't lying. Indeed refreshing. With just these spirit stones and crystal cores, if I don't use them for summoning strange beasts, they'll be enough for me to cultivate up to the 7th level, and there will still be surplus. Sterling marveled secretly. Then, his gaze fell on a pile of mithril and secret law metals nearby. These metals mostly glimmered with silver, blue-green, and black light. Among them were no shortage of top-tier materials used to forge high-grade weapons, such as mithril ores, magma stone essences, shadow knight steel, dark current gold, and other rare materials. All the treasures that master smiths dreamt of. Sterling carefully classified and stored them, filled with joy in his heart. If well utilized in the future and handed over to a skilled artisan weapon maker, these materials would suffice to forge dozens of top-tier weapons. Next, Sterling opened a few heavy silver boxes and instantly felt a chilling aura waft towards him. Inside the boxes were neatly placed several dark black scrolls of magical spells. The scrolls were full of ancient and eerie runes, emanating dangerous dark forces. Sterling cautiously lifted one scroll to inspect it, only to discover shockingly that it recorded long-lost dark magic and soul control techniques. Is this soul control technique? Sterling carefully picked up a scroll, hastily scanning it over, his heart slightly trembling. This was one of the secrets of the Black Lich, used to refine undead puppets by using the remnants of souls as guidance, converting recently deceased bodies into puppets, something difficult even for the Imperial Capital Academy of the Arise Empire to find complete formulae of. Apart from the dark magic scrolls, vials of potions also drew attention. In many transparent crystal bottles were quietly sealed deep black red and dark green liquids. Their lids were carved with complex runes, emanating an aura of decay. Sterling carefully examined the labels and read out the words inscribed on them. Night Shadow Poison, Phantom Bone Corrosive Poison, Nightmare Blood, Soul Dew of the Dead. These dark witchcraft elixirs were experimental samples from Eldrick's necromancy, clearly lethal weapons against enemies. Even inhaling their vapors could make one feel dizzy. For these items, Sterling had almost no use, but they could be turned in, exchanged equally for other treasures at the military supply depot. Finally, his eyes rested on a wrapped-up dark symbol stone. The symbol stone was pitch black as night, radiating faint dim lights. Upon touch, one could distinctly feel the powerful magical fluctuations within it. The symbol stone contained a type of magic response similar to a summoning formation, clearly indicating some peculiar summoning function. Realizing its power was still beyond his depth, Sterling dared not recklessly attempt anything, so he meticulously sealed it away, leaving further study for when his cultivation improved in the future. Having carefully checked everything, Sterling looked at the bounty before his eyes, unable to suppress the excitement within him. Having survived a life-and-death battle, reaping such rich spoils truly validated that old saying, horses won't fatten without midnight grass, and men won't grow rich without unexpected gains. Indeed, the pleasure of slaying foes and seizing their treasures was no different from becoming stronger through cultivation. It was thrillingly satisfying. Chapter 57, Sweeping the Black Tower. Do you think this is the end? When Sterling ordered Little Bone to retreat, he also gave Little Bone a command to quickly go to that black tower and see if there were any valuable items. With the big shots all gone, they should raid it as soon as possible and hide everything in a safe place. Through the power of the pact, Sterling's perspective shifted to Little Bone. As soon as the connection was established, Sterling was shocked by what he saw. Little Bone was staggering under the weight of a large bone table on his shoulder, his two small bone hands clutching two bone stools. His tiny bony body was almost completely filled with loot, making him wobble precariously as he walked. Wait, Little Bone, put those things down first. What kind of chaos is this? Sterling couldn't help but speak up to stop him. Little Bone hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly put down the bone table and stools, gazing around with an expression of aggrieved confusion. These bone chairs may look pretty unique in design, but wouldn't they hurt to sit on? Even if we took them back, who would want to sit on them? Sterling teased, shaking his head helplessly. Little Bone pouted after hearing this, looked at the table and stools once more with a tinge of reluctance, then threw them aside. Sterling sighed in relief. This little guy really did collect anything and everything, dragging whatever he could find in the Black Tower onto himself. All right, let's not worry about these tables and chairs. Hurry up and look for something truly valuable, Sterling transmitted through their bond. Upon hearing this, Little Bone immediately discarded the useless clutter, shook his bone claws, and began searching seriously. Sterling's perspective followed his gaze, sweeping across the area. As expected from Kazak's treasure trove, the Black Tower was stuffed with various kinds of materials and objects, radiating a strong aura of undead energy. In the upper bedroom, several ghostly blue soulfire crystals emitted faint soul fluctuations. Little Bone excitedly rushed toward them and hastily stowed them into the bag hanging from his back. This soulfire crystal isn't bad. It's quality stuff. Eating it can directly enhance one's soulfire, Sterling chuckled, feeling inwardly smug. This was truly unexpected spoils gained by taking advantage of someone else's misfortune. Little Bone, don't rush. There's much more here, Sterling continued. We've got to make use of the time before those escaped Lich Lords come back. All right, let's break into this locked room. Bang! Without hesitation, Little Bone kicked the door open and began moving swiftly with his bone claws, frequently stuffing glowing materials into his bag. After a while, Little Bone found a small skeleton rack among some bone shelves, loaded with all sorts of rare undead materials, dark magic corrosive liquids, soulfire crystals to boost undead souls. There was even a tiny vial of extremely rare spirit marrow tears, rumored to be incredibly effective in strengthening the soul powers of undead. This could assist Little Bone when it came time for him to advance to the next level. Little Bone, this spirit marrow tear is excellent. Sterling couldn't help but praise. This thing is very precious, just what you need. Keep it. It will greatly aid your soul fire when you ascend. With satisfaction, Little Bone carefully stored the vial and continued rummaging through the surroundings. Soon after, Little Bone discovered several bone knives and axes wrapped in steel among a pile of random items. They looked heavy and sturdy, faint bluish light flickering faintly across their surface. Little Bone's eyes gleamed, instantly hugging these newfound treasures as though they were precious gems, his delight evident. What's so great about these bone pieces? Sterling felt somewhat confused. Although the bones were hard, they were nothing special, just regular bone shards. However, Little Bone held onto them protectively, quickly sending back waves of jubilant emotions, as though he'd stumbled upon an incredible treasure. These are soul steel. They absorb and store soul energy. All right. These must be magical weapons used by the undead. You keep them, Sterling comforted him. Let's see if we can find anything even more valuable. Continuing upward, Little Bone inadvertently rounded a corner and arrived at a half-open room. Pushing open the bone door, inside lay piles of countless skeletons, stacked densely in ways that made the hairs on the back of anyone's neck stand on end. Each skeleton appeared fully intact, both human and beast bones neatly sorted and arranged, evidently organized by someone. Is this a bone heap? Sterling was stunned, disbelief coloring his tone. Who had such a strange obsession, gathering this grotesque collection? Seeing the stack of bones, Little Bone leaped with excitement like a child finding treasure, flipping through them eagerly as though he'd struck gold. Sterling couldn't help but laugh dryly, transmitting a thought. Little Bone, what do you need these bones for? Don't tell me you're collecting them. Little Bone cackled, enthusiastically conveying a fervent mood to Sterling, indicating how these bones would make for excellent enhancement materials for undead beings. At this point, Sterling finally realized. These bones could be used by Lich Lords to strengthen their skeletal durability. For Little Bone, a high-ranking undead officer, these bones were treasures among treasures. Well, if you like them so much, carry some back. But don't take too many. We still need space for other treasures. Sterling said helplessly. These skeletal materials would indeed aid in Little Bone's development. With unbridled joy, Little Bone carefully selected over a dozen bones that gleamed with a silvery sheen and gingerly stuffed them into his bag before hopping around enthusiastically to continue searching. Through his viewpoint, Sterling saw that Little Bone was eagerly embedding a few suitable bone fragments into himself from the heap. Moments later, Little Bone's frame began to shimmer with a brighter luster than usual, appearing even more robust and formidable. Good grief, after all that tinkering, your skeleton really has been upgraded quite a bit. Sterling couldn't help but laugh. Next time we encounter low-level undead, I bet you could flatten them with just one swing of your bone axe. Little Bone rattled his bones proudly as he continued scavenging for items. Then, he stumbled upon a secret corner containing several precious vials of bone oil, which he carefully stored away. Bone oil could polish skeletons and prevent bone deterioration. A true treasure for Little Bone. All right, haul it. These materials will be useful to you. Find a safe place to hide them for slow use, Sterling encouraged him. This trip raiding the Black Tower turned out to be quite a fruitful venture. Just as Sterling and Little Bone reveled in their spoils, a sudden raspy, deep voice echoed from the depths of the Black Tower. Who's there? What are you doing? Sterling immediately tensed, his heart pounding wildly. Damn it, Little Bone, is a high-level undead coming back? No. Stay still and get ready for battle, or prepare to retreat. Little Bone swiftly flattened himself against the wall, gripping his bone claws tightly, ready to fight at any moment. The sound rang out again inside, yet no one appeared. Breaking into a cold sweat, Sterling decided to observe for a moment longer before cautiously issuing orders. Little Bone, get closer and check the situation. Though uneasy, Little Bone crept to the doorway and peered cautiously inside by clinging to the doorframe. Holy cow, ghost. Chapter 58, The Imprisoned Soul. Through Xiao Gu's perspective, what came into view was a translucent, azure entity slowly drifting in the room. The range of its drift seemed restricted by some kind of restraint, only allowing it to hover within several paces around the room. Is this a soul entity? Or a ghost? Sterling scared himself. The translucent body resembled semi-solidified soul fire, with faintly flickering cobalt flames on its surface. Its sunken facial features could be seen. It was the face of someone who had endured immense torment. Its mouth hung slightly open, exuding an aura of painful resentment. Xiao Gu's skeletal frame trembled involuntarily, as if sensing the icy chill emanating from the translucent entity. Sterling cursed under his breath. Even if it is a ghost, I will kill it today. Though uneasy upon hearing his master's order, Xiao Gu still edged a few steps closer into the room. At that moment, the azure translucent entity appeared to suddenly notice something and turned its head slightly. Its hollow eye socket stared straight at the spot where Xiao Gu was positioned. It emitted a deep voice, accompanied by a hoarse and eerie echo. Intruders? You can't escape. Before the sound faded, the transparent entity began to drift toward a crow-shaped corpse located somewhere inside the room, gradually merging with it. Instantly, the dim patterns on the surface of the crow's bony structure lit up, dyed with a sinister cobalt glow, as if imbued with some forbidden life force. Damn, this thing can even control corpses. Sterling's heart tightened. He swiftly issued orders. Xiao Gu, watch its movements carefully. Instinctively, Xiaogu raised his bone knife in preparation, keeping a tight watch on the possessed crow. The crow's eyes glinted with eerie blue light, opening its sharp beak and emitting a low incantation of dark spells. The atmosphere in the room abruptly shifted. A wave of darkness rapidly gathered, and immediately after, black mist shot out of the crow's mouth, rushing violently towards Xiaogu. Startled by the sudden attack, Xiaogu let out gag cries and darted sideways just in time to narrowly evade the black mist's assault. However, the black mist dispersed mid-air, forming several shadowy claw-shaped apparitions filled with ferocious energy, which mercilessly clawed toward Xiaogu. Not bad, it knows dark magic. Sterling couldn't help but inhale sharply and quickly commanded, Xiaogu, finish this quickly. Attack directly, cut off its main body. Xiaogu obeyed, shaking his bone knife with renewed vigor. Unleashing his full potential, he charged rapidly toward the crow. The soul-possessed crow seemed surprised and hastily ascended into the air to dodge, simultaneously letting out low cries while instantly conjuring up layers of shadow barriers all around, trying to block Xiaogu's attack. Yet, the bone knife carved through the air with a sharp white radiance, producing an extremely piercing breaking sound as it ruthlessly split the barriers apart. Crack, and the barriers shattered. The crow shrieked in a shrill cry, flapping its wings desperately in an attempt to flee. But Xiaogu didn't give it any chance, charging forward again. His bone knife gleamed with cold light and swung down sharply with a crack, slicing both the crow's head and the soul entity cleanly in half. As the bone knife struck, the azure soul entity emitted a heart-rending scream before dispersing into tiny specks of cobalt sparks, thoroughly vanishing into the air. Thank you, finally, I'm freed. Lost in thought, Sterling heard a voice coming from afar. Looking ahead, was that the soul entity? Could it really be possible to imprison souls within these translucent entities? Truly disgusting, those black witch whites. Without giving further concern to this small interlude, Sterling couldn't resist praising Xiaogu. Good job, Xiaogu. Xiaogu proudly wiggled his bony claws, transmitting a sense of victory through the contract back to Sterling, causing his skeletal frame to relax like a sigh. Sterling felt gratified within. Thanks to Xiaogu's quick reaction, we've dealt with that unfortunate soul entity. Next, we must hasten our search for a distant place to stash all these scavenged items. And then activate closed-door training mode. Things went smoothly afterward, with no one left to disturb them. Xiaogu continued his journey of scavenging and finally emerged carrying a large sack filled with various treasures from the mysterious Black Tower. Among all the treasures, without question, the most precious item was that vial of spirit marrow tears. This high-grade potion was exceedingly rare for undead beings and greatly enhanced their soul force, which formed the very foundation of undead power. For the undead, soul force was akin to the volume of a container, determining how much soul fire an undead could hold. The larger the container, the more soul fire it could carry. The more intensely the soul fire burned, the stronger the undead would become. Therefore, growth in soul force directly affected the potential and rank of the undead. Soul fire crystals, on the other hand, represented another type of valuable resource, equivalent to the energy fuel for undead. Absorbing these crystals directly could make the soul fire burn even more fiercely, providing ample energy support for soul force. If the enhancement of soul force gave undead beings greater room for improvement, then absorbing soul fire crystals would rapidly fill their soul containers, enhancing the actual combat power of the undead. For Xiaogu, this vial of spirit marrow tears and the bag of soul fire crystals were undoubtedly great nourishment. After absorbing them, Xiaogu had a chance to break through and advance to the undead lord stage. The more Sterling thought about it, the more excited he became. Having an undead lord as a little brother meant that all enemies below the 7th rank wouldn't stand a chance against Xiaogu's blade. It was simply too thrilling. After collecting his thoughts, Sterling enjoyed a comfortable sleep. That night, he slept especially deeply, with even a smile on his face. He had a dream. In the dream, he stood on a battlefield, commanding Xiaogu who had already advanced to the lord stage. Xiaogu held a bone knife, with roaring soul fire behind him, swinging the blade toward every approaching enemy. All those who blocked their path were inevitably chopped down and turned into dust. A few days later, in the inner city meeting hall, Alex summoned John and Gabriel to discuss military affairs. Your Majesty, do you really intend to leave seclusion and chase after the undead? Gabriel couldn't help but ask when he heard Alex's plan to exit seclusion and kill the undead. Sterling has a point. Now, all high-ranking undead in the West have been wiped out, leaving them leaderless for the short term, like scattered sand. We should take advantage of this opportunity to weaken their strength so they cannot gather their forces again, Alex said as he looked at the ancient map of the Western frontier hanging on the wall. It was an old map of the Western frontier. Alex's eyes shone with determination, reflecting a sense of firmness. His finger traced over the vast borderlands, each inch carrying the brilliance of the empire's past. 1,000 years ago, the territory of the Ares Empire was incredibly vast, Alex murmured, seemingly talking to himself or reminding himself. He paused for a moment, as if remembering something, and continued, until the demonic race invaded, and the empire retreated step by step. Several generations fought to death defending these lands, losing them bit by bit, until finally we took our last stand at the Whitebone Fortress, relying on its treacherous terrain to maintain this fragile balance. Gabriel silently nodded, his eyes filled with a hint of sorrow. They had been stationed at the Whitebone Fortress for nearly a decade. Gabriel well understood the cruelty of guarding the frontier. The unceasing assaults by the demon race never ended. So many brave warriors lay buried here, forever asleep. But they could not retreat anymore. Retreating further beyond the forest sea snowfield and the red earth plains would bring the threat straight to the heart of Ares, the imperial capital Altonville. Your Majesty, Gabriel's voice carried a note of caution. The border defense army suffered uneven casualties from the recent battle, adding to heavy losses. Rashly pursuing the undead may be inappropriate. I fear complications will arise upon exiting seclusion. Upon hearing this, Alex furrowed his brow slightly, but decisively waved his hand. Before ascending the throne, Alex, who had gone through countless military campaigns throughout his life, naturally understood Gabriel's concerns. But this time, he had made up his mind. Gabriel, this time, I don't intend for the army to leave seclusion. Chapter 59, Demon Hunting Corps. Did you not intend to send the army beyond the pass? Gabriel gazed thoughtfully at Alex. Alex's eyes gleamed with a hint of insight. After the Battle of White Bone, all high-level undead warriors were wiped out. The western frontier no longer has the strength to organize large-scale offensives. If we can weaken their remaining forces during this opportunity, we will be able to completely suppress them once and for all. This is a chance to turn the tide, one we cannot afford to miss. The Empire had long been preoccupied with defense, allowing many awakened warriors to become complacent. It was high time for them to revitalize their fighting spirit. So, Your Majesty's intention is to send more elite fighters from the domestic territories? That's correct, Alex continued. For years, these awakened ones have solely focused on cultivation, seeing themselves as those superior to others, enjoying countless privileges. Now it's time they get a taste of their own blood. If we continue coddling them like hothouse flowers, the Empire will have no future. As Sterling suggested, we can establish Demon Hunting Corps that mobilize the domestic awakened to form various hunting groups. They can venture deep into the borderlands to eradicate remnants of the undead forces, reducing their combat capability and preventing any resurgence. Gabriel felt a chilling realization stir within him. In the past, awakened warriors often preferred exploring ruins or dangerous areas within the Empire or allied nations rather than engaging in combat at the borders, leading to insufficient reinforcement for the Whitebone Fortress. Unfortunately, with established imperial laws amidst prolonged wars, coupled with avoiding internal disturbances, the Empire had continually endured such neglect. Your Majesty's foresight is commendable, Gabriel bowed. However, motivating the awakened to go beyond the pass will likely require some incentives. Otherwise, they might not wish to join the fight. Precisely. Alex nodded approvingly at Gabriel, then proceeded, I've made my decision. Starting today, the Demon Hunting Corps system will be established. Demon Hunting Corps camps will be built, with designated personnel overseeing matters such as registration and point exchanges. All powerful individuals may register for the Demon Hunting Corps. By slaying demonic undead, completing related tasks, and accumulating demon hunting points, one can exchange these points for rewards. The Empire is willing to provide rare cultivation resources, high-grade armors, and weapons, even some lower-ranking titles. If one desires fame and power, they must show their strength through hard work. Your Majesty's far-reaching consideration indeed makes this an excellent plan. In the previous period, didn't the Rudolph Sister from the Capital Academy release a small magical device that can record images? This could be very useful for recording activities for the Demon Hunting Corps. Although this Sista isn't strong in combat, his skill in designing intricate magical devices is exceptional. Alex further stated, currently, Alicia's injuries are stable. I intend to first let her handle the establishment of the Demon Hunting Corps camp, with Aldrin taking over subsequently to manage and maintain order within the camp, ensuring the steady implementation of the system. This battle at Whitebone Fortress has sounded an alarm. Though perilous, the lands beyond the passes hold opportunities. It's essential to quickly finalize the incentive systems, clearly outline rewards, and demonstrate the Empire's sincerity, so everyone is motivated to give their lives in this fight. Upon hearing Aldrin's name, John, standing nearby, silently agreed. Aldrin was an 8th-tier Lingwu master proficient in both power and strategizing. He was also one of Alex's original retainers before Alex took office. Not only was Aldrin formidable in combat, but he served simultaneously as the Emperor's strategist, holding immense prestige accumulated over years in the capital. Handing the Demon Hunting Corps matter to him was undeniably the best choice. Fortune favors the bold. The risk of adventure to gain benefits would attract countless participants. Moreover, within the Empire, numerous academies harbored large numbers of students eager to gain battlefield experience for renown and glory. Alex fully understood this point. After a slight pause, his gaze settled on Gabriel, adding, all academies in the Empire usually assign external cultivation missions. Replacing these missions with anti-undead objectives, upgraded with higher stakes, should not be difficult. The younger generation needs to experience combat firsthand. Your Majesty's vision reaches far ahead. These young awakened ones cannot stay cocooned in ivory towers forever. Let's use this occasion to give them missions against the undead so they truly understand the responsibilities of the Empire. Suddenly, Alex's voice turned colder. Furthermore, after this campaign, the performance of the Holy Light Guard Corps disappointed me greatly. Their heavy casualties notwithstanding, 2 battalions even mutinied. The Angus family has always prided itself in loyalty to the Goldfinch family and to the Eris Empire in the capital. As things stand now, they're merely hollow pretenses. I've made up my mind. The structure of the Holy Light Guard Corps will no longer be preserved. All remaining soldiers will be incorporated into the Undead Blade Corps. Moreover, considering the severe losses this corps suffered during the campaign, reinforcements will be necessary. John's expression turned heavy upon hearing about the betrayal of the Holy Light Guard Corps. As the supervisor of Whitebone Fortress, he was least inclined to witness such occurrences. The traitors on the fortress defense line have troubled your majesty greatly. It's due to my oversight. The Undead Blade Corps suffered significant losses this time, with both deputy commanders perishing in battle. Incorporating the entire Holy Light Guard Corps will enhance the defensive capability of our forces. Gabriel remained silent beside him, realizing that the betrayal within Whitebone Fortress had truly angered the Emperor. Alex continued. Beowulf will temporarily assume the position of commander for the Undead Blade Corps until Tien recovers and further arrangements can be made. During this battle, he demonstrated outstanding loyalty and performance, and I intend for him to lead the Undead Blade Corps in restoring their strength. John solemnly acknowledged the order, understanding the Emperor's intent clearly. Given the incident involving the Holy Light Guard Corps, its current structure would no longer be preserved. The Undead Blade Corps, having endured severe casualties, desperately needed a stable leader. This arrangement seemed justifiable and reasonable. After a brief moment of contemplation, Alex turned to Gabriel and said, "Once the demon hunting corps camp is established, we may allow the awakened experts within the fortress to form small hunting teams and venture beyond the pass to chase down the undead, investigating enemy movements. This serves as a trial, allowing them to initially grasp the perilous environment outside the passes. When the official system rolls out, they will possess greater experience and thus minimize unnecessary losses." Gabriel nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty has considered everything thoroughly. Although the undead suffered heavy damage this time, caution must still remain at the forefront as we initiate offensive actions. With the Demon Hunting Corps, we aim to weaken the demonic forces and drive the front lines back beyond the passes." Alex gazed deeply into the distance and gave a slight nod. "Henceforth, let Whitebone Fortress truly become the pivotal hub for our counteroffensive. If the Demon Hunting Corps system is implemented steadily, Whitebone Fortress may no longer simply be a defensive stronghold, but instead an outpost bridging the Empire towards the outer domains." A wave of emotion surged through Alex as he looked at both men and spoke solemnly. With this campaign, Whitebone Fortress shoulders even greater responsibility. Do not tarnish its name as the last shield of the Empire. John and Gabriel both nodded in affirmation. Gabriel already foresaw that after this campaign, Whitebone Fortress would undergo unprecedented reform. Once the Demon Hunting Corps system took root, it might rewrite the history of Whitebone Fortress itself. Future historians recounting the origins of the Demon Hunting Corps always added embellishments, recounting this period in detail. In the 3200th winter of the post-apocalyptic calendar, during heavy snowfall, the undead launched a massive invasion, collaborating with human traders inside and out to try to capture Whitebone Fortress. In a moment of crisis, Sterling, the Light of Emerald Heights, summoned powerful battle beasts, fighting against numerous formidable opponents and aiding humanity in turning the tide to victory. After the war, the wise Emperor Alex implemented the Demon Hunting Corps system, thus opening a new chapter in humanity's counterattack against the demonic race. In the following years, hundreds or even thousands of Demon Hunting Corps sprang up like mushrooms after rain, causing the trend of crossing the pass to hunt demons to spread across the entirety of the Empire, with signs indicating it might further expand into allied nations. Chapter 60, Redrawing the Map. Upon hearing the news that border troops could form a demon hunting squad, Sterling rushed to the Demon Hunter camp without delay. After completing a series of registration procedures, the Spark Demon Hunting Squad was thus established. Under Sterling's persuasion, Veteran Black, Rookie Ryan, and Bully Cassius joined the Spark Demon Hunting Squad one after another. Although there were only 4 of them, they were willing to be sparks capable of setting off prairies aflame. Even if they only shone faintly, it would be enough to lead the way. To facilitate the recording of demon hunting points, every member of the Demon Hunting Squad would receive a magical device called the Recording Medal. In appearance, it looked like a pale purple crystal stone with runes engraved on its surface. At its core were perception and recording magic embedded, used to track and record the user's combat situations. This device could either be hung on the chest or worn on the wrist. A light touch on the surface runes could activate a light curtain, displaying the total number of undead creatures killed. Moreover, based on simple soul force fluctuations, the medal could judge the strength of the undead, ensuring the accuracy of the records. Sterling gathered the 3 members together and spoke straightforwardly. "I must warn all of you. In the previous battle, I basically used up all my cards. Now, I am no more than an ordinary second-level summoner apostle." In order for everyone to prepare, he had to reveal his current situation candidly. Apart from a few war techniques I just learned, even dealing with a low-tier third-level undead servant alone would be difficult. What Sterling said was true. The actual situation was indeed not optimistic. To protect Sterling, Hong suffered serious injuries and was still recovering in the treasure book space. The elven girl had been in deep sleep since the conclusion of her pact, and the 2 most powerful summoned beasts, Meng Ji and Jing Xiong, classified as top-grade summons, would consume dozens of premium spirit stones each time they were called upon. Given such a hefty cost, unless it was a matter of life and death, Sterling did not plan to summon these gold-guzzling beasts. The only one who could fight was Little Bone. However, at this stage, there wasn't any need, and Sterling still didn't want to let others see Little Bone. Just in time, Sterling also prepared to use this opportunity to train his swordsmanship and combat skills, attempting to step out of the comfort zone of a summoner. The first mission received by the Spark Demon Hunter team, or the first mission received by most Demon Hunter teams at this stage, was to redraw the terrain map between 50 to 100 miles outside the Whitebone Fortress. Under a long-term defensive strategy, the terrain changes outside the Whitebone Fortress have been significant. Due to the disturbances of the undead and monsters, the wilderness has undergone drastic landscape alterations. The previous records were not only inaccurate, but even the once familiar landscapes have almost been changed beyond recognition. Moreover, the surviving demonic beast species have scattered individually, occupying different habitats. This mission required the demon hunting team to mark as many changes in the surrounding terrain around the Whitebone Fortress as possible before the snow seals the mountains, in preparation for future actions by demon hunting teams to avoid potential harm. This is a great opportunity to understand the surroundings. We don't need to rush into battles against the undead. Completing our task successfully is our goal. Black glanced at the rough map in his hand and smiled, saying, "It's like reconnaissance missions from the military days, but without too much risk." Sterling agreed as well. After bringing sufficient supplies, the four left the Whitebone Fortress. Thanks to the spatial ring that Sterling possessed, the supply issues were greatly alleviated. Most supplies were stored within, making their heavy gear relatively light despite the fully loaded journey. The air outside the fortress was exceptionally icy, with sporadic dead trees and short shrubs scattered around. Withered yellow leaves were sparsely clinging to the crisscrossing branches, as if declaring the tenacious vitality of this land. In the wilderness, from time to time, skeletons or severed limbs and bones could be seen, half buried in the sand. They had weathered for countless days under wind and snow, now forming part of the barren plains. This made Ryan, who had a timid heart to begin with, somewhat ill at ease, feeling uneasy. Ryan didn't know how he ended up agreeing to join the Spark demon hunting team, largely due to Ian's death, which made him braver. To prepare for unforeseen circumstances, Sterling secretly contacted Little Bone, instructing it to meet up with him quickly and follow far behind. Before long, Little Bone silently followed behind the four people, keeping several kilometers away, neither too close nor too far. With the power of their pact, Sterling and Little Bone could mutually sense each other, as though equipped with a built-in navigation system. After walking for about a few hours, the four marked a few prominent hills and ravines. These places had complex terrains, some of which could serve as natural shelters. Sterling carefully recorded the changes in these terrains and marked detailed symbols on the rough map. Black was equally proficient in reading the topographical maps, charting the best route for the team. Step by step, the four gradually adapted to this desolate scenery, making the atmosphere slightly more relaxed. But tranquility didn't last long. Just as they were concentrating on drawing the maps, a chilly aura slowly crept closer. Sterling looked up at his surroundings as a few wobbly undead servants slowly emerged from a low bush. The eye sockets of these undead servants burned with faint blue flames, their limbs moving stiffly, seemingly devoid of any consciousness, only mechanically moving forward. There were 6 undead in total, with remnants of broken armor on their bodies, moving slowly and emitting sounds of bone friction. Sensing the presence of humans, the unconscious part deep within the undead servants made them charge towards Sterling and his group. Cassius was unperturbed. These are probably some low-level undead servants that got lost while fleeing. They don't pose much of a threat. I remember we earned 1 point for killing one of these, right? What are we waiting for? Let's go. With that, he drew his regulation long sword and charged forward first. Still, be careful. Ryan, make sure to take care of yourself. Ryan nodded, touched his longsword, and finally decided to unload the longbow from his back, aiming it at one of the undead servants. Cassius, after all, was a brute force type. He knocked down 2 undead immediately upon engaging, and didn't forget to deliver a finishing blow to prevent them from standing up again, a habit he'd learned in piles of corpses. Ryan shot an arrow through the skull of 1 undead servant, leaving just 3 remaining almost instantly. The death of their comrades had no effect on them. They continued to charge forward numbly, their movements clumsy. Sterling did not rush to act. He was lost in thought beside them. He was contemplating how exactly one could establish a powerful demon hunting squad. Just like the mage camp of the Dawnlight Vanguard Corps, gathering mages' power together. Each individual might not be so formidable on their own, but combined, they formed wave after wave of relentless magic attacks, unmatched in strength. Like the common iron cavalry armies among humans, where heavy armored cavalry would charge fearlessly ahead. But if there were no strong warriors, just regular soldiers, could it still be done? Coordinated combat between different troop types? Or specialized operations by highly capable individuals? In Sterling's mind, he reviewed all the campaigns he knew from his past life. The invincible armies across various dynasties whose prowess could not be matched. Not relying on powerful individual soldier strength, but rather achieving victory through the flexible coordination of multiple troop types with efficient tactics. These intricate strategies would never become outdated, even when applied to this world. After a moment of reflection, Sterling arrived at a final conclusion in his mind. Only through revolutionary, cross-era reform could a powerful demon-hunting squad be built using regular soldiers. The musketeers, gun formations, if they could be realized here, it would certainly look quite different. Sterling's eyes lit up slightly. Muskets have historically been such disruptive weapons. All right, then for revolutionary combat, they would have to let them experience the power of technology. There must be an opportunity to advance musket technology and form a powerful artillery battalion. Chapter 61, Aldrin. Xiao Gu's message interrupted Sterling's thoughts. Master, there are a large number of undead ahead, rapidly approaching. Xiao Gu's voice carried a trace of urgency. Sterling immediately climbed to a higher vantage point on the rocks and looked into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a dark mass of undead surging towards them, numbering in the hundreds. Everyone be careful, the undead are surrounding us. We must end this quickly or we'll be trapped here. Sterling drew the Moon longsword. Blake and Cassius quickly dealt with the remaining undead and retreated. However, a group of undead that had surrounded them from the flank arrived prematurely. Sterling's gaze turned cold, and he decisively activated his combat technique, Phantom Step. Injecting spiritual energy into his feet, his speed increased abruptly as he dashed forward with trailing afterimages toward the incoming undead servants. Subsequently, he unleashed the wind-walking sword technique. The Moon longsword moved like a snake, emitting several streaks of sword chi mixed with spiritual energy, instantly shattering the skeletons of the undead servants blocking the front, cutting them down swiftly. Hurry up. Seeing this, Blake and Cassius grabbed Lane and ran. With one swing of his sword, Sterling's blade swept horizontally, clearing all the undead closing in front of them. Without looking back, he followed the three others and quickly retreated in the opposite direction. After half an hour, on the snowy ground in the distance, all of them were out of breath, certain that no undead were chasing them. They marked the area on the map simply, noting the presence of undead for other demon hunting teams to avoid sudden ambushes. Thus, the 4 members of the Starfire demon hunting team spent more than 10 days exploring in the wind and snow outside the border, finally bringing back a rough map of the frontier region. Though crude, the map was filled with symbols and warnings, and it also included comparative annotations with previous maps. At Sterling's request, Xiaogu never interfered directly, only acting as the eyes of the 4, making their journey relatively uneventful. On the way, they encountered various stray undead and occasionally found ancient bones buried in the snow. The 4 worked in perfect coordination. Cassius preferred to clear the way first, splitting paths with his long sword, while Blake observed the terrain in the middle, judging the direction. Lane served as the crossbowman, and Sterling found that Lane had some talent in archery. Perhaps frequent use of the bow made him skillful, as his aim was unusually precise, almost always hitting the undead's head with one arrow. Sterling also used this opportunity to refine his 3 combat techniques. When there were many undead servants, he would step in to reduce the pressure on his teammates. His nimble steps paired with his fierce swordplay resulted in every strike being clean and efficient. His swordplay gradually became more proficient, his speed continuously increasing, giving him a great sense of accomplishment. After each battle ended, Sterling quietly recorded the terrain along the way, sketching new routes on the map, drawing carefully and attentively. The most thrilling moment occurred one night when the 4 reached the foot of a rugged mountain range. The mountain path was perilous, the snow piled up thickly, and the surroundings were eerily silent. The 4 leaned against a massive rock for a short rest. There used to be a road leading to the southwestern boundary here, but now... Sterling murmured softly, his pen tip lightly moving over the map. Suddenly, the rock beneath their feet shook slightly. Huh? Did the ground move? Lane widened her eyes, puzzled as she glanced around. Before anyone could react, that rock suddenly split apart, revealing a massive stone-laden jaw, as if a huge mouth lunged toward them. Hurry up and retreat. Sterling was quick on his feet. Drawing the Moon sword, he swung it behind him with a blood shadow slash, severing downwards like a line of blood, halting the giant maw for a moment. Seizing the chance, the 4 stumbled backward. As soon as they stabilized themselves, the entire body of the rock armor stone beast emerged. This isn't a rock. This is actually a rock armor stone beast. Blake sucked in a cold breath, still shaken. The rock armor stone beast was colossal, yet slow, its surface covered in uneven layers of rock, bearing the marks of weathered time. Its specialty was camouflaging itself as a rock, hiding between valleys and canyons, sometimes staying motionless for months. Due to the late hour, none of them noticed the abnormality in the boulder. Oh no, this beast is of the commander class. Cassius roared in a low voice, drawing his sword defensively. His body tensed, and a hint of fear flickered in his eyes. The rock armor stone beast let out a low growl and pounced again with its colossal mouth, accompanied by a resounding heavy momentum. In a flash, Sterling thought and leaped aside, commanding, run in different directions. It's slow, so we need to create distance. The 4 immediately followed his instructions, dodging the frontal attack of the rock armor stone beast. Just at that moment, the ground suddenly erupted into a swirl of sand and dust. The stone beast roared once more, and from the dust storm, several sharp stone spikes condensed, whistling through the air with lethal force, speeding toward the 4. Be careful, Sterling shouted, quickly activating the phantom step to evade the rapidly incoming rock spikes. Blake and Lane also rolled out of the way to either side, narrowly avoiding the attack. At this critical moment, Lane lost his footing and slipped down from the rocky slope. Seeing this, Blake quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him up, breathlessly saying, "Run, don't stop." The 4 tumbled down the slope with all their might, escaping the range of the rock armor stone beast in a disheveled manner. Looking back, they saw the rock armor stone beast still slowly pacing on the mountain path, letting out an unsatisfied low growl. After making sure that the rock armor stone beast would not pursue them anymore, the 4 collapsed on a large stone in relief, catching their breaths heavily. Lane patted his chest, showing a terrified look as he said, "My God, I almost became its midnight snack." Blake burst into laughter. "We have great luck. We escaped it." Sterling dusted off the dirt from his clothes, taking a deep sigh of relief. "This time we were lucky. These monsters are really good at disguising themselves. Hard to notice if you're not careful. Since there are rock armor stone beasts here, we must mark it clearly." The maps submitted by the group would be compared and integrated with those submitted by other teams, forming a more complete and accurate terrain map of the Bone Fortress area. It would then be distributed to all demon hunting groups as an official guide for future use. Not long after Sterling's group returned, the sky above the bone fortress resounded with piercing sounds as a hovering kite-like vessel descended slowly. The arrival of the flying kite sparked discussion among the soldiers in the city, who noticed the emblem of the imperial capital on the cabin, indicating that someone important had come from the imperial capital Aldertonville. The person was none other than Aldrin, appointed by Alex as the coordinator of the demon hunting camp, a legendary figure who had followed Alex through many battles. As an 8th-level spirit martial master, Aldrin was also renowned for his strategic planning, and outsiders often described him as a calm fox. Upon receiving Alex's orders, he had immediately set out on an urgent journey from the imperial capital Aldertonville. After gaining an initial understanding of the situation at the Bone Fortress, Aldrin swiftly convened a meeting with commanders of various legions and representatives of the demon hunting groups, soon formulating a formal set of regulations for the demon hunting groups. This system included core contents such as a grading system, reward mechanisms, and task models. Chapter 62, Demon Hunting Core System. In the Demon Hunting Manual distributed by Aldrin, the Demon Hunting Corps was first divided into 5 ranks, rank 1 being the lowest and rank 5 the highest. Each rank corresponded to different privileges, maximum numbers of members, and various levels of task difficulty. Rank 1, the lowest level, could recruit up to 10 members. Rank 2, 30. Rank 3, 100. Rank 4, 300. A Rank 5 Demon Hunting Corps could enlist up to 1,000 members, holding a status equivalent to that of a Grand Camp Commander. The Demon Hunting Corps implemented an xuanhuan system where individual points earned by members and team points gained from completing tasks were combined into the overall xuanhuan total of the Demon Hunting Corps. Hunting undead, finishing missions, and submitting intelligence all contributed towards earning xuanhuan. As the Demon Hunting xuanhuan accumulated, the Corps could be upgraded level by level, enabling the recruitment of more members. Aldrin announced that the Empire would provide cultivation resources monthly as rewards to those Demon Hunting Corps members with high xuanhuan rankings. The rewards varied widely, including spirit stones, crystal cores, specially crafted weapons, armor, healing potions, and other precious resources, aiming to boost the morale of the Demon Hunting Corps and inspire members to enhance their combat strength. The glory of being a member of the Demon Hunting Corps was not limited to xuanhuan rewards. They would also receive various privileges granted by the Empire. Groups and individuals who accumulate battle achievements to a standard can apply for promotion in Imperial nobility. Most significant was the stipulation that ordinary commoners could exchange xuanhuan for noble titles. In this particular regulation, Aldrin meticulously listed the correspondence between each level of xuanhuan and Imperial nobility. With 20,000 xuanhuan, one could become a baron. With 1,000,000 xuanhuan, one could become a viscount. Although difficult, this opened up an avenue for commoner advancement, though success often comes at great cost. To prevent mutual exclusion among Demon Hunting Corps due to disputes over interests, the Empire strictly prohibited malicious competition between teams. Any violations would result in severe punishment. To allow more people to understand the advantages of the Demon Hunting Corps system, Aldrin specially created promotional imagery. He activated the magic of a recording scroll, presenting the Demon Hunting Corps system through video format. In the video, he explained in detail the many advantages of the Demon Hunting Corps system, including honor, rewards, and opportunities for growth, inspiring the soldiers watching to yearn for membership. An unknown nobody, you too can rise to legendary status. Want glory and power, prestige and riches? Join the Demon Hunting Corps. Use your courage and sweat to achieve your own legend, renowned throughout the Arius Empire. Aldrin's words drummed up excitement like war drums. It can be foreseen that when the king takes this promotional video back to the capital, it will cause quite a stir. After Sterling submitted his mission and added up all the undead kills on the journey, the Starfire Demon Hunting Corps had accumulated to 160. At least 1,000 xuanhuan are needed to promote to rank 2. Most of the missions released by the Demon Hunting base involved killing undead. For a period of time, it was akin to a game, continuously accepting and completing missions. With Little Bone as an inside helper, the Starfire Demon Hunting Corps was thriving. 2 years later, 80 miles outside the Whitebone Fortress, there was a simple dwelling. Sterling received a message from within the Whitebone Fortress. Currently, the Starfire Demon Hunting Corps has already become a rank 3 Demon Hunting Corps, enjoying a bit of renown within the Whitebone Fortress, with its numbers increasing to nearly 100. Most of them were adventurers from all over the Empire responding to the king's call to come to the Whitebone Fortress. Besides Captain Sterling, who broke through 6 months ago to officially become a level 4 summoning spirit master, there were over 30 awakened strong ones who joined due to reputation. The strongest among them was Delta, a level 6 great spirit warrior, whose awakened soul weapon, the wind whistle illusion dance whip, when swung, could produce strands of wind that could coalesce into sharp blades following the whip's movements, cutting through enemies with piercing whistles. Given so many people, to make management easier, they were divided into 10 smaller squads. And Sterling used Demon Hunting xuanhuan to procure a few sets of small communication devices for the Starfire Demon Hunting Corps, enhancing communication efficiency. Although these devices were costly, Sterling fully understood the immense advantage that quick communications provided. What did you say? A squad sent out a rescue request? 100 miles north of the Spikestone Forest? Why go that far? Isn't that area marked as extremely dangerous? Sterling stared at a perilous area marked with an exclamation point on the map beyond the borders, which was approximately 100 miles north from the Spikestone Forest. According to past intelligence, a level 7 undead commander was stationed there, and the powerful figures within the fortress hadn't had time to deal with the problem. This undead commander seemed to find the place suitable, thus settling down there. The reward for this mission is as high as 50,000. Let the nearest demon hunting corps quickly go to support. Hearing the message transmitted via the communication device, Sterling felt conflicted. While he wasn't too far from the location now, dealing with a level 7 undead commander still posed great risks. Although 3 months ago, Little Bone had successfully advanced to level 7 and was currently only a kilometer or so behind him. After pondering for a moment, Sterling decided to go there alone with Little Bone. The other members, if brought along, would most likely be liabilities as he feared not having enough energy to take care of them. After instructing the team to remain in place, Sterling packed away the communication device and dashed toward the perilous area. A kilometer later, an undead creature that had been sprawled out in a small pit looking at the stars suddenly flipped over, leapt up, and chased after Sterling's direction at full speed. Master, wait for me. One day prior. Chloris, do you want to oppose this too? We've had smooth sailing all the way. A few minor undead commanders are nothing. Killing one earns just a few 100G finesse. We're all advanced students here. Taking down even a level 7 undead lord wouldn't be a problem. Joshua patted the long sword in his hand confidently. Chloris furrowed her brow and glanced at the map ahead. That area is marked as dangerous. Are you really sure about going in? Her voice carried a note of hesitation, but when she looked around at the others, their faces showed no sign of wavering. Aren't we the elites of the capital city academy? Would we really fear a few skeletons? Hollins beside her snorted coldly, casually tossing a throwing axe that shattered 2 undead foot soldiers into pieces. Then the axe returned to his hand as if it had its own guidance system. Besides, it would be such a waste to pass up on a high-reward mission. This time, the Academy Demon Hunting Group's excursion outside for training was meant for Chloris to gain experience. However, she hadn't expected these so-called prodigies to be so dismissive of the dangers beyond the Whitebone Fortress. As a level 6 Grand Water Mage, she knew her strength wasn't inferior to anyone else's, but she also vividly remembered the warning her grandfather gave her before they left. Undead creatures are different from other magical beasts. Low-level undead may not have strong combat abilities, but they charge recklessly without fear of death. And those who reach high levels have intelligence and can command large numbers of low-level undead. They must not be underestimated. Yet, her warning fell on deaf ears now. Within 3,000 meters ahead, there might be high-level undead. Chloris tried again to remind them, but Joshua and Hollins had already led the others rushing inside, seemingly fearing missing out on something. High-level undead, perfect for earning G-Fin-S by killing. Once we return, we can directly upgrade to become a level 3 demon hunting corps. Helpless, Chloris could only follow closely behind. An unsettling feeling surged within her, causing her to instinctively touch a few high-level magic scrolls hidden under her mage cloak, her grandfather's gifts for saving her life. Chapter 63, Surrounded. The group pressed forward, the number of undead increasing. Impressive students from the capital's academy lived up to their reputation. 10 advanced students displayed their unique skills, cutting down the undead as easily as slicing through melons. Xiao Xiu held a longsword, unleashing various combat techniques, each swing sending multiple enemies flying. Judging by our speed at killing these undead, I wonder if the recording badge can keep up. If you ask me, it can't match the speed of my wind spirit sword. This thing is crafted by Master Zista. What? Don't you trust Master Zista? Still, Xiao, your sword is quite nice. It must have cost a lot. It sure did. My father spent a fortune in the Irwin Alliance commissioning a dwarven master to craft this sword. It's close to an epic-level magical sword. The processing fee for just this sword alone cost 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, not to mention the value of the materials used to forge it. Your family business really makes money. If my house had that much money, it would be great. Come on, how poor are your people? Besides, all of you can awaken soul weapons, so you don't even need tools like weapons. Not like me. Xiao Xiu, Holan, there's another wave of undead coming ahead. Be careful. Edley, who had transformed into a black tiger, reminded everyone. Edley now looked entirely feral, his human form completely gone, running on 4 legs. Watch me. Meteoric fall. A boy behind them swung his staff, muttering incantations. With a wave of the staff, several massive rocks gathered in the sky and crashed down onto the encroaching undead horde, creating powerful gusts as they fell. Bang bang bang. The rocks shook the earth with impact, raising dust everywhere. The lower-tier undead were crushed into smithereens, brittle like paper. Great job, Oliver. Your spellcasting has become faster. The boy named Oliver whistled, seeming to enjoy the compliment. Relax, I'll keep up the magic bombardment. The team looked at their recording badges on their wrists, the points rapidly increasing, and they became more excited the more they fought. Hee hee, this feels good, said Holan, dual axes spinning out like ghosts in the mist. Accompanied by cutting sounds, undead servants were sliced into bone fragments, shards scattering everywhere. Unbeknownst to them, black mist was gradually rising around them, vision becoming hazy. Suddenly, a horrifying roar came from the darkness, and a flashing red undead figure appeared suddenly. It's a level 7 undead lord. Xiao Xiu's eyes immediately locked onto the undead lord, filled not with fear, but with excitement. There it is, exactly what we've been waiting for. Everyone, stick to the plan and surround him. As soon as Xiao Xiu spoke, he surged forward first, weaving a streak of sword energy. Holan, Alex, and Wilton followed quickly, launching attacks from both sides. Axes flying, spells casting, causing a spectacular light show in the brief moment. Roar. The undead lord let out a deep growl, the surrounding air abruptly freezing. Black mists roiled, and more undead emerged from the shadows. Although these undead were relatively weak individually, their sheer numbers overwhelmed the group. In addition, there were a few high-level undead leaders among them, swiftly boxing the group in without any way out. Damn, why are there so many undead? Chloe's heart sank heavily as she saw that the rear was surrounded too. Don't panic. Magicians, focus on dealing with these lesser undead. The rest, continue the assault on the undead lord. Xiao Xiu shouted, completely oblivious to the imminent danger. Chloe's had no choice but to fight alongside her teammates, wielding her staff to conjure a water barrier in front of everyone. It repelled the advancing undead minions. Despite her efforts, unease crept deeper within her chest. The surrounding black mist grew denser. Even sounds seemed to be suppressed. The oppressive silence was suffocating. But the geniuses of the Capital Academy paid no attention, treating the black mist like special effects, their eyes gleaming with the thrill of battle. As time ticked by, all began to tire. Still, the undead kept pouring in relentlessly. The geniuses of the Capital Academy finally noticed something amiss. Their usual arrogance melted into expressions of growing tension as they exchanged looks. The situation isn't right, there are too many of them. Retreat immediately, Xiao Xiu ordered, trying to lead the team out of the encirclement. However, just as the group turned to retreat, even more undead swarmed out of the dark behind them. Growls came from every direction, completely sealing off their escape route. There's no way out, we're surrounded from behind. Chloe gritted her teeth, hastily chanting a spell to summon a water shield, barely managing to hold off the attack from the undead in front. If we can't retreat, we force our way out. Two of us hold off the Lich Lord in front, the rest attack the rear. We carve a bloody path out of here. Xiao Xiu roared, trying to keep the team's morale up. At that moment, a denser black mist quietly gathered, and a towering Lich Lord suddenly emerged from the darkness. His eyes burned like crimson flames, indifferently looking down on these trapped youths, his hoarse voice as if coming from the depths of hell. Foolish humans, today you all die, the Lich Lord said lowly, his bone warhammer flashing with a cold light as he swung it toward the crowd. Another Lich Lord. Oliver's hands trembled, the incantation nearly stopping, his pupils shrinking rapidly as he couldn't believe what he saw. They had originally thought that with their strength they could surround and kill one level 7 Lich Lord, but at this very moment, it was now 2 level 7 Lich Lords attacking them, making the difficulty double instantly. However, the Lich Lord gave them no chance to catch their breath, swinging the bone hammer down forcefully. Adley, having transformed into a black tiger, pounced forward to counterattack, attempting to cover for his companion's retreat, but there came a boom sound, the Lich Lord's huge hammer striking Adley directly, the clear sound of shattering bones audible. With a wail, Adley's massive tiger body slammed heavily onto the ground, almost lifeless after the heavy impact, his eyes barely opened before closing completely. Adley, Chloe couldn't help but cry out. Healing magic, immediately releasing a healing spell, attempting to save the fallen Adley. However, that blow from the Lich Lord was as heavy as a falling hammer, breaking its bones and causing internal organs to be churned violently, killing him outright. Watching helplessly as her companion died, Chloe felt her heart turn icy cold. The others also were pale-faced. None of them had ever seen such a scene, and their pride shattered instantly. Adley's brutal death caused their sanity to wash away like receding tides, and survival instincts gradually took over. Damn beasts. You all deserve death. Holland roared, his flying axes continuously hacking towards the Lich Lord, a fierce flame essence roaring around the axe blade. However, this newly appeared Lich Lord simply lifted his hand coldly, catching his attack and suppressing all the fiery aftermath. Next, with a swipe of his sharp claws, Holland was hurled away, crashing heavily onto the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, his face turning instantly pale and unable to move. Chapter 64. Instinct for Survival. Hollands, hurry, hold this side. The panic of the group reached its peak. The undead around them continued to attack, tightening their encirclement. Facing the threat of death, Kuxua, Aelif, and others hastily took out their life-saving scrolls, disregarding any need to conserve resources in order to save themselves. They quickly activated the power of the scrolls, releasing high-level magics such as frost, fire, and lightning one by one, instantly clearing away the surrounding undead. They even managed to repel one of the undead lords. The black mist could no longer be sustained, dissipating and revealing the skeleton beneath. The armor worn by that undead lord was shattered, and several bones inside were also broken, showing signs of serious injury. Finally, we've repelled it. Kuxiwa panted heavily. However, before anyone had time to catch their breath, another undead lord coldly glared at them, letting out a low roar, and hurled a bone spear from his hand, bringing a gust of wind with tremendous force. Another cry of anguish echoed as Wharton was hit, falling unconscious on the ground, his condition unknown. Damn, Wharton. Kuxiwa stumbled and stretched his hand toward the fallen companion on the ground, only to find Wharton's chest pierced through by the undead's bone spear, bleeding profusely. These ones, who used to be arrogant at the Imperial Capital Academy, now had terror all over their faces, with their daily pride long swallowed by fear. He just died like this. Aelif stared blankly around, trembling while gripping the staff. Chio, we must retreat. Let's retreat immediately. If we wait any longer, we will die too. Retreat. Xuanhuan angrily shot a glance at Aolive and shouted hoarsely. Do you see how we can retreat? There are undead ahead and behind us. How do you expect me to leave? Fear made his tone harsh, exposing a look of despair in his eyes. Completely forgetting about the boastful words they made when they first rushed in. The heavy panting sounds filled the air, each person overcome with fear and hopelessness. They lowered their heads without a word, lost in confusion amidst their desperate situation, when suddenly someone stood up shaking, yelling, "There's still the distress signal. We haven't sent out a distress signal. Hurry, contact Whitebone Fortress and send out the distress signal." Only then did someone remember to seek help. Xuanhuan, as if awoken from a dream, immediately pulled out a communication device and sent out a distress signal to the base station. They were now hundreds of miles away from the Whitebone Fortress, unsure whether anyone would see the signal and come to rescue them, or even if seen, whether the rescue would arrive in time. This group consisted of geniuses from all over the Empire, awakened to their talents at a young age, entering the Imperial Capital Academy to study, and now upgraded to advanced students, reaching the 6th level of strength. Moreover, protected by various noble families, each possessed one or two means of self-preservation. If there had been only one undead lord, getting injured might have been likely, but breaking out of the encirclement should not have been difficult. However, there is never an if. A shadow of death swarmed into the minds of these few people. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly tore open a scroll, chanting a spell, and a barrier shimmering with a pale blue light instantly rose, enclosing them within. The translucent and strong curtain isolated the undead outside, creating a sound of grating friction as those dark creatures collided against it, temporarily unable to get close. This is absolute domain. Aolive, upon seeing the curtain, whispered in astonishment, his voice trembling. This is forbidden magic. 8th-level magic, absolute domain, which can temporarily isolate all attacks from the outside. Xuanhuan froze, a hint of hope appearing in his eyes, but soon turned to Xuanhuan, bursting with anger. Why didn't you use this earlier? If you had released this forbidden magic earlier, Wharton and Adley wouldn't have died. Upon hearing the accusation, Xuanhuan slowly raised her head, looking at Xuanhuan with cold eyes. She tightened her grip on the staff, never expecting that at such a critical moment, Xuanhuan would still blame her. This was the absolute domain, isolating attacks, but it also isolated the hope of escape. So Xuanhuan hurriedly sat down to restore her strength. At the beginning, I advised you not to take risks. Why didn't you listen? Now you blame me for not using it sooner? You don't understand the price of this forbidden magic. Once the absolute domain is released, we cannot leave here. The duration of the light shield is limited, and once it disappears, we will surely die. But isn't it better than watching our comrades die in front of us? Xuanhuan resented bitterly, completely ignoring the underlying desperation in Xuanhuan's words. Aolive looked at the light shield and shook his head, saying, Xuanhuan is right, Qiao. This shield can only protect us temporarily. Hundreds of miles away, at the Whitebone Fortress, who knows if anyone will come to rescue us. At this point, we can only wait for a miracle to happen. Xuanhuan said again, hurry and restore your strength. When the light shield breaks and no one comes to save us, we will each have to dash out and leave it to fate. These words left everyone silent. The undead surrounding the light shield formed a tight circle. Pale blue soul flames flickered, filling the air with the smell of decay. In the darkness, the occasional low roar from an undead lord could be heard, directing lower-level undead to attack the shield relentlessly, showing no patience as they awaited its collapse. Aolive held his staff and whispered hoarsely, Xuanhuan, how long can we hold on? If we're lucky, the absolute domain might last for 3 hours. Once the final moment arrives and no one has come to save us, it will dissipate automatically. Then, we'll have to flee separately. Xuanhuan's voice was indifferent, laced with a hint of nearly hopeless coldness. In the silence, the growing fear within them all became increasingly apparent. Aolive lowered his head quietly, his face deathly pale. Xuanhuan clenched his teeth, unwillingly gripping his long sword tighter in his hand. Death. Since birth, he had experienced nothing but success and smooth sailing, never once imagining that he would encounter death. He was a level 6 Great Spirit Knight, a genius among the new generation of his family. Yet now, death loomed so close to him that he already felt half his body turn icy cold. Will we really die here? A soft murmur came from someone nearby, trembling with terror. Those undead love conducting experiments on corpses, right? No matter what, I don't want to become one of their zombies. Aolive screamed, glaring intently at the outside undead lord while clutching a potion bottle tightly in his hand, gulping it down to replenish his spirit power. A sigh escaped Xuanhuan's lips. Disappointment gleamed in her eyes as she glanced at her classmates, who were usually arrogant and untouchable. The pride of the Imperial Capital Academy, before true life and death situations, turned out to be so fragile. She cast her gaze once more beyond the light shield where those undead still wandered within black mists, their soul flames shimmering eerily like a grim vision of hell. Each moment of waiting felt excruciatingly long, with the shadow of death growing heavier. Grandpa, this time I may really not be able to return. Please take care of yourself. Xuanhuan thought of her grandfather. After her father passed in battle, her grandfather poured all his hopes into her. But now, Xuanhuan took a deep breath, lowering her head and closing her eyes, beginning a silent prayer. Chapter 65, The Undead and the Girl. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. The light barrier was about to shatter, and still, no rescuers were in sight. After calming down, the 7 survivors seemed to have overcome their fear of death. They stopped trembling and blaming each other, and their eyes gradually revealed a look of determination. The light barrier trembled slightly, its cracks spreading like a spider web. 7 directions, each breaks out on their own. Life or death is left to fate. Joshua stood up resolutely. Snap! The light barrier suddenly shattered into pieces, and the fragments fell like rain. Run! In an instant, the 7 figures darted off in different directions, each using every trick in the book to flee as fast as they could. However, a scream of agony soon echoed through the dark mist, sharp and piercing. The others had no time to care. They only regretted not practicing more survival skills during their usual training. Perhaps favored by heaven. Fortunately, the 2 undead lords each pursued one person. However, none chose to chase after Chloe. Chloe staggered forward, too scared to look back. She cast low-tier spells without hesitation, as if they cost nothing. Even though no undead lord was chasing her, the surrounding low-tier undead refused to let her go. Each time she swung her staff, cold water fog magic erupted around her, creating an opening. But those annoying undead captains hidden among them were just too troublesome to kill right away. Exhausting a great amount of mana quickly drained Chloe's remaining power. Just as she felt exhausted and almost hopeless, a tall figure appeared ahead on the road, fully clad in bone armor. This undead lord was tall and majestic, with a cold gaze, resembling an ancient, unmoving stone statue. Chloe almost forgot to breathe for a moment. She instinctively took a step back, trembling slightly in her heart. Red Soul Fire. How could there be another undead lord? Chloe confirmed that this undead lord before her was absolutely not one of the 2 from before. Chloe's heart turned icy cold. Was she really going to die here? Roar! The undead lord roared, and the surrounding undead servants seemed to instantly receive some silent command, slowly retreating. Did it really take a personal appearance from an undead lord to kill me? As Chloe hesitated, a blade-like chill flashed toward her from the side. It was a disobedient undead captain. She had no way to evade it. Chloe lifted her staff one last time, attempting to cast a water shield for a final resistance. Snap! More baffling events unfolded. The undead lord swung his bone sword, blocking the attack from the undead captain. He smashed the attacking skeleton into dust. This way, go! The deep voice of the undead lord sounded in her ears, like ripples disturbing a tranquil surface. She instinctively looked up, disbelievingly staring at the undead lord before her. His eyes, glowing faintly red with soul fire, stared back at her. Was it an illusion? Chloe even thought she saw a hint of softness in them. You are speaking to me? Chloe's voice quivered slightly. She couldn't believe an undead would save her on the battlefield. Hurry, go! The undead lord seemed somewhat impatient, but moved rather slowly, clearly not skilled in verbal communication. While saying this, he used his bone blade to push aside the chaotic undead minions around him. His steps were steady. Each one caused a slight shake, like a giant beast traversing the darkness. After a brief hesitation, Chloe decided to follow his footsteps, secretly observing his strong bone arms and the faintly glowing red soul fire. Anyone who saw this scene would be shocked. On the chaotic snowy ground, a towering undead silhouette moved slowly, the heavy bone armor producing a faint friction sound. Sharp bone spines jutted out from his shoulders, his limbs slightly clumsy. And behind the undead was a particularly delicate and frail figure, wearing a long wizard robe. Her steps were slow yet unsteady, resembling a lost fawn that mistakenly entered a sinister place. The surrounding group of undead retreated respectively, bowing and dispersing, making way for them, carving a dark path. From time to time, Chloe would glance up, catching glimpses of the undead lord's back. Although his face still held a cold, lifeless expression, his clumsy step somehow gave her a strange sense of security in some way. His bloodless face, his towering figure, and his silent pace contrasted sharply with the surrounding silence, causing a strange warmth to rise in Chloe's heart. At this moment, Chloe's feelings were extremely complex. On this lonely snowy field, the undead lord had become her only support, like a desolate night. She was reminded of her childhood, when her father was still alive and walked ahead of her while she struggled to keep up. As they proceeded, the undead lord remained silent, clearing the way and driving away any undead that attempted to attack. Thank you. Unable to contain herself in the stillness, she whispered this softly. The undead lord did not respond, but merely glanced down at her, his deep red soul fire eyes flickering faintly in the dark like ripples on water before turning back toward the front. His actions inexplicably stirred a bit of curiosity within her. Why had he saved her? Could he have feelings too? They walked for an indeterminate length of time, until the undead lord suddenly stopped and turned back, muttering quietly, "Ahead. It's safe." She gazed blankly at this tall, mighty yet quiet, and awkward undead lord. In her rigid perception, undead were nothing more than terrifying beings of mindless slaughter. Since birth, she had been indoctrinated with the belief that undead and humans were enemies. Undead deserved to die. "What is your name?" she asked softly, driven by an almost incomprehensible sense of curiosity. The undead lord hesitated slightly, his soul fire trembling faintly, as if he sensed some complex meaning behind her voice. Ultimately, he simply replied lowly and slowly, "Little Bone." His tone was still deep and slow, carrying a hint of unfamiliarity. "Keep going east. Whitebone Fortress." After saying this, Little Bone turned back towards the danger zone. The undead lord who had saved Chloe was none other than Little Bone. After arriving here with Sterling, Sterling found a safe spot to hide himself. With so many undead ahead, he did not recklessly rush out to save anyone. With his newly ascended level 4 strength, entering would have been tantamount to suicide. Naturally, he wasn't foolish enough to put himself at such risk, instead choosing to send Little Bone in first to investigate the situation before making decisions. From afar, it seemed that the battle hadn't ended yet, which meant there were still survivors. Right then, Chloe happened to escape their way. After directing Little Bone to take Chloe to safety, Sterling decided not to make his presence known. It was still too early to reveal his connection to Little Bone, so Sterling sent Little Bone back again to check if there was a chance to rescue others. Chapter 66. Reginald's Fury. Inner city of the Whitebone Fortress. Reginald, the night watchman, had a cold look in his eyes. His turbid pupils flickered with barely concealed anger. He quickly turned and rushed towards the demon hunter camp, arriving at Aldrin's command room. I heard that Augustine's granddaughter was surrounded by undead outside the frontier. Upon seeing it was Reginald, Aldrin hurriedly stood up to answer. Mr. Reginald, the information is indeed accurate. I've already contacted the nearest demon hunter team for rescue, and also informed Captain Kane of the Dawnlight Corps stationed at the fortress. Hopefully they will arrive on time. Why were they trapped there? Were they carrying out a mission? Who assigned it? They only took a routine slaying task. Theoretically, they shouldn't have ventured so deeply into such dangerous territory. Aldrin explained, his brow furrowed with a hint of worry. It wasn't just Augustine's granddaughter trapped within the encirclement. Other individuals were children of prestigious families from the capital. This time it was my negligence. There were signs that an advanced undead existed there. My intention was to let it serve as a sharpening stone for those demon hunter teams, but no one promptly cleared out that Lich King. Reginald let out a cold snort, his expression growing darker. Others I don't care about, but if anything happens to Augustine's granddaughter, how do I explain myself to him? Give me the exact location, and I'll go take a look. Mr. Reginald, your injuries haven't fully healed. You yourself once said you couldn't leave Whitebone Fortress in such a short period of time. That's none of your business. A level 8 Lich King? Forget one. Even if more came, I'd still annihilate them all. Aldrin tried to dissuade him further, but was stopped by Reginald's severe glare. Reginald paused momentarily, his thoughts drifting slightly. Just a few days ago, Chloe arrived at Whitebone Fortress, her first action being to visit a peculiar old man on behalf of her grandfather. The reason why this eccentric old man of Whitebone Fortress deserved particular respect was simple. Reginald was her grandfather Augustine's master. Augustine Cassad was once his most brilliant disciple, now the principal of the Imperial Academy. In memory, the handsome youth who followed him from young age through numerous adventures has now become a celebrated figure of Eris Empire. 50 years ago, after Reginald ascended to level 9 and traveled to Whitebone Fortress for the protection of the nation, Augustine assumed the responsibility of nurturing talents. Nowadays, Augustine is the leader of the Imperial Academy, each of his actions representing the honor of the institution, and Chloe is precisely his only granddaughter. Thinking of Augustine, Reginald could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. 10 years ago, his eldest son Talion Cassad perished at Xuanhuan Pass in the north, sacrificing his young life for the Empire, a parting which caused Augustine great pain. Now, Chloe is Augustine's sole descendant. As her master, how could Reginald allow harm to come to the granddaughter of his student while he guards Whitebone Fortress? He himself had solemnly sworn to defend Whitebone Fortress with his life, to protect the citizens of the Empire. And now, he cannot even protect his own student's granddaughter? I know too well the grief Augustine feels. I cannot sit idly by and watch his last family member perish here, muttered Reginald with deep guilt. Give me the specific location, Aldrin. Mr. Reginald, it's there, north of the stone forest. Seeing Reginald's determination, Aldrin no longer persuaded and nodded. Sterling secretly directed Little Bone to keep the Lich King distracted, saving the other remaining people quietly before preparing to retreat from the perilous place. Including the female mage, a total of 5 people escaped, intelligence indicating they were members of a full-strength first-tier demon hunting group, numbering 10 members. It appeared likely the others were dead. This area was extremely dangerous. It concealed as many as 5 7th-level Lich Kings. Among them, 3 were clearly injured, their energies unstable and showing traces of weariness. When they saw Little Bone approach, they immediately retracted their hostility, signaling for him to hide together and gather strength. After a series of tests, they attempted to invite Little Bone to temporarily stay with them to recuperate, accumulate energy, and wait patiently for opportunity. Little Bone feigned hesitation for a moment, then slowly shook his head, excusing himself from leaving this troublesome spot. Sterling estimated that this hidden force of undead might be a troop defeated 2 years ago in battle. This place held immense danger. Upon returning, he must relay this message to Lord Aldrin and raise awareness of its hazardous level. What frustrated Sterling the most was that despite his efforts in saving those people, he had no way of claiming credit. That amounted to 50,000 points, which would otherwise require killing over 50,000 lower-grade undead. Sigh, saving one life equals building a 7-story pagoda. Who made us so kind-hearted, eh? Consider it luck accumulating for oneself. Blood seemed to drip from Sterling's heart as he rapidly led Little Bone away from the scene. Not long after Sterling left, he heard a violent vibration from behind. The ground seemed to tremble. A low humming sound came from the sky, like the howling wind, making one's heart race. He turned back and vaguely saw a burst of dark knife light in the mountain ranges. Then came a cold snort. Looking for death, Reginald's sole weapon, the xuanhuan knife, descended with overwhelming power, instantly devouring and annihilating all the lurking undead lords. The blade, the voice, so familiar, it's Reginald. That old freak has made his move. Sterling was inwardly startled, but also felt somewhat relieved. Reginald was a level 9 powerhouse. Even though his abilities were enhanced within the Whitebone Fortress due to its formations, his strength outside of it would wane. However, dealing with 5 level 7 undead lords should be no problem for him. Sterling took out a map and crossed out the dangerous exclamation mark. How did he come here personally? Wasn't it said he couldn't leave Whitebone Fortress? Sterling stopped pondering and hurried back to his team's temporary quarters. Reginald stormed in, sensing 5 undead lords inside. He immediately unleashed his wrath on them. Only upon not seeing the girl's corpse there did Reginald feel slightly reassured. He then started flying at a low altitude, carefully perceiving any surrounding movement. Chloe, she should be safe. Finally, on a spacious mountain road to the east, he spotted her familiar figure. Chloe. Reginald swiftly dived down, his eyes filled with concern as he looked toward her who was on the move. Upon hearing his voice, Chloe turned around and watched as Reginald's silhouette gradually became clearer from afar. After a moment's daze, tears finally spilled from her eyes. All her fortitude and suppression crumbled in an instant. The fatigue in both body and mind almost left her unable to stand steady. Her lips quivered slightly. Grandmaster Reginald. Reginald gently nodded, a faint softness flickering in his gaze. He slowly approached, placing a hand on her shoulder, his voice hoarse yet firm. Good child, I'm glad nothing happened to you. Chloe took a deep breath and recounted everything she had experienced to Reginald, especially about that undead lord who helped her escape during a crisis. Recalling this, doubts surfaced in her eyes. I didn't expect an undead would save me. After listening, Reginald furrowed his brows slightly, some thought crossing his mind before he promptly dismissed it. He glanced at Chloe once, then took out a silver necklace from his bosom and kindly instructed, wear this necklace. It contains a strand of my blade energy. In critical moments, it can protect your life. As Chloe received the necklace, she felt the surging spiritual power within, warmth welling up inside her. She nodded and quietly said, thank you, Grandmaster. You're a good kid. If you're safe, then I'll have something to tell your grandpa when I see him. Chapter 67. Seclusion for Breakthrough. In the dim valley, somber black mist enveloped the surroundings. In front of a pile of disordered dry bones stood a man in a black cloak with an innocent face resembling that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. His eyes glimmered faintly with silver light, yet his face wore a smirk that was extremely out of place. This man in the black cloak was none other than one of the avatars refined by the skeletal demon god. He slowly extended his finger, and a wisp of dark force as delicate as a spider's silk swirled over a low-tier undead at his feet. The small-framed undead let out a scream, struggling and kneeling down on the ground. Its soul fire began to fluctuate violently and immediately started to swell, twisting in a manner visible to the naked eye. Agonizing pain forced the undead to emit a guttural roar. Its entire skeleton seemed on the verge of cracking, emitting a creak sound of fracture. Humph, worthless piece of trash, not even capable of holding a garrison point. Guess I have to handle it myself. Sockham frowned, kicking the broken skeletal fragments on the ground impatiently. With the infusion of his magical power, the size of this undead began to expand. Its bones gradually reformed, bone spurs on its limbs grew longer, and the glow of its soul fire became deeper and darker. What a waste of my energy. Sockham's eyes showed a tinge of disdain. Yet in his murmuring there lay a hint of sarcasm. Humph, though its soul fire can barely reach the level of an undead lord, its self-awareness is far too weak. How could it be compared to Kazak? Sockham lowered his head to scrutinize the undead currently undergoing enhancement and shook his head with contempt. He still remembered vividly the day he cultivated Kazak, which took him exactly 10 years. The Kazak he cultivated not only had his own consciousness, but also strong desires, capable of organizing an army centered around himself for offensive and expansionist actions, certainly unmatched by these numb, regular undead lords. The greed of Kazak has become his greatest advantage. Sockham's smile was cold and filled with satisfied reminiscence. He devoted himself entirely to expanding my power. Indeed, it was a successful experiment. As he softly sighed to himself, a deep roar from beside him shattered the silence. Next to him stood a nightmare beast with 4 hooves stepping on black flames. Its pitch-black fur was covered in full-body armor, and with each breath, a concentrated putrid smell spread through the air. On top of it sat a knight dressed in black armor, the knight's body like cast iron, resonant and unyielding. Turning around, beneath the armor was a pair of bottomless hollow eye sockets, with thick flickering soul fire within them. Death chi flowed between the cracks of the knight's bones like water, radiating an oppressive chill. Sockham turned towards the knight on the nightmare beast, his gaze flashing with a hint of sly meaning. This time, don't disappoint me. He slowly spoke, his tone laced with anticipation. The humans thought they could gather forces at the border and hunt down my kind. Let them taste what it feels like to be hunted. The knight slightly tilted his head, and a ghostly flicker appeared in the empty eye socket beneath the helmet. Then, he nodded lightly as if acknowledging the command. John, Gabriel, Alicia, and that little brat, wait for me. Sooner or later, I will eliminate all of you. The nightmare beast sensed its master's intent, let out a low growl, and stepped heavily. A dense black fog swirled around it, gradually merging the entire silhouette into shadow. After returning from 2 missions, the appearance of Bone Fortress had already changed. More and more demon hunting teams poured in successively, causing construction near the inner city to boom. Almost every day brought change, and countless new dwellings and shops had been built. On the streets, demon hunters were everywhere, exuding subtle pressure against one another. The aura of strength constantly swept past from various directions. Sterling observed all this and couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Wow, are there really so many powerful people in the Empire? And why have they all come here? Next to Sterling were two 6th-tier experts. Compared to them, Sterling's strength did seem a bit weak. I need to break through as soon as possible. Sterling lightly sighed. Returning to the base of the Starfire demon hunting team, Sterling decided to temporarily go into seclusion to focus all his energy on breaking through to the 6th level. Climbing 2 consecutive levels was definitely no easy task. Sterling had already made up his mind. If it takes an entire year, then so be it. He wouldn't exit seclusion without achieving his goal. He handed over the leadership of the demon hunting team to the veteran Black, with special instructions for Delta, the 6th-tier spiritual warrior, to assist, ensuring stable development of the demon hunting team during his seclusion. Black, I trust you. You've got long-term seniority in the group, good rapport with the guys, and they respect you. With Delta aiding you, surely you'll lead the Starfire demon hunting team well. Sterling patted Black's shoulder earnestly. Black's eyes held determination, pounding his chest in response. Leader, rest assured, I'll give it my all. After all handovers were properly completed, Sterling returned home and tidied up his room meticulously. Before going into seclusion, he sat by his desk, picked up his pen, and wrote a letter to his mother, Isla. As the night deepened, he had so much to say, yet in the end, only a few words were written. All is well, no need to worry. Signed, Sterling. Over the years, his mother had endured untold hardships. Now that he'd grown strong, he felt guilty for still not being able to take proper care of her. He stared at the letter, his thoughts drifting back to the snowy highlands, to the distant and dilapidated but warm place on the emerald upland in the north. Mother, how have these years been for you? He murmured softly, then folded the letter and entrusted it to someone heading for the emerald upland. With Uncle Sam watching over her, there shouldn't be any issues, Sterling consoled himself. After finishing the letter, Sterling let out a long sigh, gathered his focus, and began preparing for seclusion. This retreat was accompanied by a substantial stockpile of crystals. Cultivation resources weren't lacking. Cross-legged inside the meditation chamber, a ring of crystal-clear spirit stones surrounded him, faintly emanating an aura of spiritual energy with a soft glow. Sterling's breathing grew steady and deep, and with every inhale and exhale, the spiritual energy flowed into his body like a gentle stream, soothing and enduring. But things weren't as simple as they seemed. He had already opened a small channel to the prison tower within him. For every 10 units of spiritual energy absorbed, 3 would gradually flow into the prison tower. This fundo of spiritual energy accumulated inside the tower, forming a vague aura that gently nurtured the powerful sealed creatures within, like a steady drip of water feeding them. Tranquil mind, sustained effort, Sterling whispered softly, calming his spirit and beginning to fully absorb the spiritual energy. Every moment of his seclusion was spent attempting precise control of each thread of spiritual energy entering his body, solidifying his foundation while continuously striving toward higher realms. For 10 months, days and nights merged like flowing water. He barely left the meditation chamber. The spiritual energy within him had long reached saturation, circulating through his meridians like surging tides, impacting all major channels. His consolidated 5th-tier realm was now unshakably solid, and he could vaguely feel a latent force stirring within, as if brushing against the threshold of the 6th level. Achieving the 6th level, becoming a more advanced summoning spirit wielder, was his immediate goal, and breaking through seemed just around the corner. These days, apart from accumulating spiritual energy, he devoted time to refining the 3 combat techniques he had practiced: Blood Shadow Slash, Phantom Step, and Windwalker Sword. In combat techniques, the key was integrating spiritual energy with the movements seamlessly to unleash incredible power. Inside the secluded room, he leapt up, eyes closed, and the sword light erupted like a rainbow. The dim moon in his hand carved a rapid streak of sword brilliance in the air. Each strike was meticulously executed, not wasting even a strand of spiritual energy, honing each technique into greater perfection. Through months of relentless practice, Sterling's understanding of the Blood Shadow Slash had reached a new level. Each slash unleashed blood-colored blade shadows that darted away from the edge of the sword, infusing every part of the sword glow with spiritual energy, with coagulated killing intent that didn't dissipate. Repeated training enhanced his agility, making the transitions between different combat techniques smoother and more fluid, like clouds moving effortlessly across the sky. 10 months later, Sterling slowly opened his eyes. His gaze gleamed like lightning, and the spiritual energy inside him surged like a river, stable and robust. Orders came from the fortress. These days marked the end of the 3-year military service period, and Sterling was among those whose service would soon conclude. Many soldiers prepared to return home, bringing their frontier guarding duties to an end. Chapter 68. Turmoil in the Emerald Plateau. On that morning, Lane arrived at Sterling's house and waved with a smile. Sterling, Commander, this time you really don't intend to go back, do you? Sterling looked at Lane, who was no longer the young boy he used to be, smiled faintly, and shook his head. I'm on the verge of breaking through right now, so let me rest for a bit. Over these 3 years, this place has also become home. He paused momentarily, softening his tone. Lane shrugged with some regret. It's hard to imagine. Just 3 years ago, Bone Fort was filled with dead silence, but now it's bustling with energy. Time sure flies, Sterling said with a deep gaze, as if he had returned to the first time he saw Lane, when Lane still had a chubby face. Back then, you sat beside me, fat and talkative. Did I? Although looking back, I must admit I was a bit overweight. Lane chuckled lightly while pinching the muscles on his arm. But now things are different, Commander. Look, I'm all muscle now. Sterling laughed, patting Lane hard on the shoulder. Great job. Fatty turned into muscly. Lane, thank you. Without your care, I can't even imagine surviving these past 3 years. Sterling patted him on the shoulder with an air of calmness. You've grown up, and you've become a true warrior. Before parting ways, Lane suddenly turned around. Commander, is there anything you want me to bring back? My family also owns some property in the Emerald Plateau. You can trust me with it. Sterling thought for a moment and whispered, take care of my mother. If you have the chance, visit her for me. Lane solemnly nodded, gripping Sterling's hand firmly. Rest assured, I will personally see her and let your mother feel at ease. That evening, the Starlight Demon hunting team bid farewell to Lane. Dozens of old comrades gathered together, clinking glasses and chatting merrily. The moonlight poured through the windows, illuminating their cups, and Sterling, looking at these brothers he'd known for years, felt countless emotions within. As midnight approached, Sterling abandoned his usual discipline and indulged himself drinking freely with everyone until they passed out drunk. That night, he seemed to return to the Emerald Plateau, sitting cozily by the fire with his mother exchanging pleasantries. At dawn, with traces of alcohol still present, Sterling quietly sat in front of the house watching the sky slowly brighten in the distance, feeling both reluctant and full of hope. When the first beam of sunlight entered the room, Sterling came back from his reverie and stepped back into the closed-off meditation room once again. Life inside seclusion was monotonous and long. Each day was dedicated to practice, the accumulation of spirit energy, circulating gradually accumulating, flowing into the prison tower inside his body, leaving behind piles of shed spiritual skins. However, thousands of miles away on the Emerald Plateau, in the grander family side courtyard, Sterling's mother Isabella found herself increasingly worried each day. Since Sterling's departure, she prayed daily, hoping that her son would come back soon. Yet what she could not know was that Charles, the youngest son of Victor Grander, harbored ill intentions towards her. This Charles was Victor Grander's late-in-life child, pampered from birth. A man of leisure, carefree, recently becoming even more unrestrained. He often took opportunities to approach Isabella, speaking flirtatiously, and once boldly teased her. Sister-in-law, isn't it rumored that your husband died long ago in the Blackshine wasteland? Poor thing, you don't even have a man standing by your side anymore. Approaching a few steps closer, excitement gleamed in his eyes. Judging by how lonely you seem, if you agree to secretly become my woman, I can ensure that you live comfortably. Isabella couldn't bear the disgrace, responding coldly. Charles, your insolence disgusts me. Be mindful of your words. Leonard was your elder brother, and he was the pride of the Grander family. After hearing this, Charles burst into laughter, his eyes growing even lecherous. Pride? Just look at yourself. You're nothing but a useless person in our family. Why cling to someone who's already dead? It would be much better for you to comply with me, and I'll make sure you lead a comfortable life. Faced with Charles's vile words, Isabella was filled with anger, turning away immediately and tightly closing her door. But Charles wouldn't leave her alone. He repeatedly pressed on, forcing the issue. The worst-case scenario Isabella feared eventually occurred. One day, during daylight hours, Charles came staggering drunkenly into the northern wing court. His eyes were bloodshot, a wild grin spread across his face. Seeing the closed doors, Charles kicked them open forcefully, approaching Isabella reeking of alcohol. Do you think you can ignore me forever? Let's see just how long you think you can keep resisting me. Startled, Isabella quickly retreated. Watching this unbridled Charles before her, her eyes blazed with anger. Just at this critical moment, her personal maid Lena noticed the commotion inside the room, quietly covering the doorway. After sensing the situation was dire, she immediately turned and ran to seek help from Master Calvin, the third uncle. The servant ran all the way and finally found Calvin in the garden. Master Calvin, lady. Lady is in trouble, she panted desperately, and Calvin's face immediately turned serious. Without a word, he rushed to Isabella's room. At the same time, Charles had already revealed his true colors, reaching out in uncontrollable fury to grab Isabella. Isabella coldly glared at him, fearlessly shouting, "If you dare disrespect me, Sterling will return, and he won't let you off." Charles sneered, disdainfully muttering, "You're good for nothing, son? He hasn't returned in 3 years, probably dead at the hands of some undead by now. Today, you'll submit to me, or, if you resist, I'll make you beg me right here." With that, Charles violently lunged to seize Isabella's wrist, his face distorted with uninhibited ferocity after drinking. Isabella trembled inwardly but quickly retreated, her fingers touching the sewing scissors on the table. A surge of furious courage welled up within her, and she raised her hand, fiercely stabbing toward Charles. Charles hastily blocked her attack, but the sharp scissors sliced across his hand, leaving behind a painful cry. Tear. As a bloodstain formed on his palm, and droplets fell steadily to the ground. In pain, Charles stepped back a few paces, clutching his hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His voice grew icy cold. "You wretched woman, how dare you injure me?" With an angry snarl, Charles slapped Isabella hard across the face. She tumbled to the floor, her ears ringing, her vision spinning dizzily. Charles's bloodshot eyes brimmed with brutality as he growled lowly. "Today, you'll learn what it means to cross me." Seizing the moment while Charles was distracted, Isabella scrambled for the scissors from the ground and swung again at Charles in self-defense. But during the struggle, the blade accidentally slashed across her own cheek, tearing a long gash. Crimson blood flowed slowly down her cheek, dropping to the floor, shocking to behold. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from outside the door. Startled, Charles glanced through the window and saw a servant rushing to guide someone in. Shocked, he hastily fled out the back door, his shadow disappearing chaotically into the night. Calvin rushed into the room, only to find Isabella standing shakily by the table, her face smeared with blood. Fury surged within him. There was a flicker of pity in his eyes as he quickly ordered the servant to help Isabella stand up. Glaring in the direction Charles had escaped, Calvin's gaze turned icy cold. That bastard Charles, he dares to act recklessly within the family. Isabella struggled to her feet, trembling, wiping away the blood on her face. Her eyes were brimming with tears, anger and grief seething inside her. Originally from a humble background, she had met and fallen in love with Leonard, eventually marrying into the grander family. Now, with her husband's whereabouts unknown and her son far away on the frontier, she felt utterly alone, waves of sorrow and resentment surging through her heart. Calvin sighed softly, regret evident in his eyes. Sister-in-law, I have a house in the suburbs which isn't usually occupied. You should move there to recuperate for a while. Inside this family estate, Charles will likely continue to harass you. Under Calvin's arrangement, Isabella quickly packed her belongings and left the side courtyard, accompanied by Lena. Chapter 69, Level 6 Spirit Summoner. Wilkes was once a Level 5 Great Spirit Warrior who fought against the undead armies in the northern frontier of the Empire. Upon hearing about the establishment of the Demon Hunting Corps by the king, he gathered a few brothers who had fought alongside him through life and death, and came to Whitebone Fortress to establish the Snow Wolf Demon Hunters. In their early years, the brothers were tested in battle, easily dispatching the undead as if it were second nature. Over several months, they moved cautiously and completed a few missions, gradually building a reputation around the outskirts of Whitebone Fortress. This night, the Snow Wolf mercenary group was resting at a camp beneath a sheltered slope outside the fort. They lit a bonfire and roasted game from their hunt. Sitting around the fire, Wilkes gazed at the flames, contemplating that after completing this mission, he would use the hard-earned points to exchange for magic armor for all his brothers and pick some suitable weapons. Even if it was only basic equipment, it would be enough to significantly enhance their combat power. Brothers, do you think the points we've accumulated this time are enough for everyone to get a good weapon? Wilkes took a bite of his dry ration and asked casually, Boss, let's do a few more jobs and accumulate more points. Then we can swap out for better ones, Jackson replied from beside him. Yeah, boss, I've been eyeing that magical sword. When we go back, I'm definitely going to trade one for myself. It's prettier than a girl when you hold it. Hee hee, you fool. The brothers cheered, their smiling faces illuminated by the bonfire, making Wilkes feel proud. They had followed him for many years, fought for each other, and shared blood together. It was exhilarating to be able to fight off the undead with him at Whitebone Fortress and make achievements together. With full stomachs and wine satisfied, as night deepened, the originally tranquil edge of the camp began trembling slightly in the snow. Boss, there's something. A few words later, they grabbed the weapons nearby. At that moment, Wilkes suddenly felt an abnormal chill, like a cold wind in the stillness of the night. Soon after, a chilling sense of ominous death spread slowly toward them. There are undead, Wilkes muttered in warning, drawing his sword and signaling for everyone to be on guard. His eyes searched through the darkness as he began hearing howling winds rushing past his ears. The cold sensation became even stronger. Suddenly, a dark red figure appeared silently at the edge of the camp, casting a black shadow over the snow-covered ground. Riding a nightmare WIRM whose hooves burned with strange fire, this figure wore an iron helmet and black armor. Beneath the armor, there was nothing. Only burning crimson soul fire flickered within its hollow eye sockets. Wilkes' heart sank heavily. He had never felt such overwhelming death energy. Damn, this is a nightmare? We're encountering a strong enemy. Everyone prepare for battle. Wilkes wielded his sword and stood in front of his team, giving quiet orders to defend and maintain formation. But before his words could fully echo, the Nightmare Knight raised his hand. A black spear materialized into his grip, radiating a suffocating chill. Form the defense. Wilkes shouted loudly, leading everyone to establish a defensive position. However, just as they stood firm, the Nightmare Knight transformed into a streak of shadow moving as fast as lightning, appearing instantly before Wilkes. Pooh! The black spear broke through the air and shattered Wilkes' shield in an instant. He was flung away with his sword, collapsing onto the snowy ground and spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The brothers rushed forward, swords drawn, but they were defeated one by the terrifying speed of the Nightmare Knight. The spear pierced through the chests of several warriors in succession, dyeing the snow bright red. They struggled in vain, finding themselves completely unable to resist even a single blow from the Nightmare Knight. Brothers, Wilkes watched his fallen comrades, attempting with all his might to stand up, but his body lacked the strength. All he could do was watch helplessly as the dark nightmare swallowed all his brothers. Within less than a minute, silence reigned in the camp, leaving only spreading pools of blood across the snow. The Nightmare Knight raised his hand and pulled the spear out of the last soldier's body. Black and red flames licked the ground, devouring the scattered soul fires. He looked coldly at the corpses that had long since stopped moving and gave a mocking laugh. Foolish prey, utterly defenseless, he murmured quietly to himself. Then he swung himself onto the Nightmare WIRM and glanced coldly towards the direction of the fortress. This is the first. Next, you will be hunted down one by one. With a gesture, the Nightmare galloped off into the distance, carrying with it the surrounding aura of death into the night. Only the broken tents and the dead bodies left behind remained amidst the white expanse of snow. At the same time, inside the secluded room at Whitebone Fortress, Sterling suddenly sensed a disturbance. The spiritual power within the depths of his soul began to resonate wildly. For the past 2 months, he had almost halted his combat skill training, dedicating himself fully to absorbing spiritual energy and solidifying his level 5 stage in hopes of reaching level 6 by following the natural flow. Now, the accumulated power finally reached its tipping point. It was just a matter of time before it burst forth. He held his breath, focusing his mind and spirit as one. Slowly lifting his hands, he guided the spiritual energy from the surrounding crystals toward him, gradually concentrating it in his palms. The pure spiritual energy flowed like a trickling stream converging into a river, with tiny points of light flickering, as if a luminous river surged through his body. Sterling rode the momentum, channeling the spiritual energy within him so that the current of power cascaded down and circulated through his entire being. Moments later, the previously unstable spiritual energy began to coalesce, gathering steadily in one place. His senses expanded beyond his body, detecting the full saturation of his own spiritual energy, like a bottle filled to the brim, ready to erupt at any moment. As time passed, the spiritual energy emitted by the piles of crystals surrounding him surged in like an unstoppable tide, continuously flooding into his body. Sterling closed his eyes, taking control of this immense power and smoothly guiding it through every vein in his body. His breathing grew slow and deep, his heartbeat more stable. The flow of spiritual energy ebbed and flowed like ocean tides, bringing a sense of indescribable harmony. Suddenly, a surge of force shattered the final barrier, unleashing an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy through Sterling's meridians. His eyes snapped open, sharp as knives, radiating the strength of level 6, which brimmed within him like boundless fighting spirit. Sterling had finally ascended to the rank of a level 6 spirit summoner. He felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, as though all his senses had become sharper and the world looked refreshed through his eyes. More importantly, he felt an inner peace. It had been 4 years since the awakening of the treasure tome, and he had finally achieved the rank of a level 6 spirit summoner, catching up to some of the prodigies. Taking a deep breath, he slowly reabsorbed the spiritual energy after his breakthrough. After a night's worth of consolidation, his mind became even clearer. The powerful surge of energy gradually calmed, nourishing his body. Outside the seclusion room, the first light of dawn shone through the window lattice, casting a beam of sunlight onto the ground. Sterling looked down at his hands, where the flow of spiritual energy pulsed, leaving him filled with satisfaction. What a pleasant surprise. Red, you've finally awakened. Chapter 70, Reagan's Invitation. After Sterling emerged from his secluded cultivation, he felt a familiar tremor in the precious tome space. It was Hong. Sterling quickly summoned Hong. It had been a long time since they last met, and now there was immense joy of reuniting. At this moment, Hong was exceptionally exuberant, once again showing off her dual blades before Sterling, making crisp sounds. Master. Hong's voice echoed in Sterling's mind, and the familiar sound warmed Sterling's heart as well. Hong, you couldn't have woken up at a better time. Sterling smiled and patted Hong's carapace. The results of my seclusion were good, and I never expected you to be fully recovered. Perfect timing. I have something for you. After saying that, Sterling flipped his palm, and a gem-like stone as translucent and blood-red as amber appeared in his hand. It was the rare resource, blood amber, that he had spent 50,000 points exchanging on Hong's behalf long ago. He kept it in the spatial ring, ready for Hong. When Hong saw the blood amber, her forelimbs trembled, her eyes glowed, and her wings almost shook into afterimages. Master, is this for me? With deep gratitude, Hong swallowed the blood amber in one gulp. The spiritual force of the blood amber surged like a tide into every part of her body. Instantly, Hong's entire body emitted a faint blood light, her carapace and wings becoming even more resilient and lustrous, resembling armor slowly solidifying in the glow. Master, I feel like I'm stronger. Hong leapt into the air, flapping her twin-bladed wings and bringing forth a sharp gust of wind. Her blood-red carapace shone with increased thickness and brilliance compared to before. Good. Sterling watched this companion who had signed the earliest contract with him with satisfaction. He could sense that Hong would soon break through to level 5. At that point, Sterling would gain another main surprise attacker. After letting Hong absorb the energy of the blood amber thoroughly, Sterling summoned the members of the Starfire Demon Hunting Guild. Black was indeed a good team manager. When Sterling first noticed him, he already thought Black had leadership potential, and now it proved true. Black managed the Demon Hunting Guild in an orderly manner. Under Black's management, the Starfire Demon Hunting Guild had transformed dramatically. When Sterling appeared before the members, everyone paid their respects. Black approached immediately, excitedly saying, "Leader, you've finally emerged from your seclusion." Seeing that familiar face, Sterling gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. There was a hint of excitement in Black's voice. "Leader, our Starfire Demon Hunting Guild has successfully advanced to the rank of a 4th-grade guild, and the number of members is approaching 250. Many new joiners are elite warriors from other regions of the Empire." Sterling slightly nodded, gazing at the members below, marveling at how quickly the Starfire Demon Hunting Guild had developed. From its humble beginnings as a small squad, fighting side by side with just a few people, to growing to its current size of hundreds, the Starfire Demon Hunting Guild had become a prominent existence within the Whitebone Fortress. On the Demon Hunting Guild rankings, the Starfire Demon Hunting Guild stably held the 8th position. This kind of achievement not only rewarded the hard work of its members, but also affirmed their strength. "Black, you've done an outstanding job. You're truly worthy of coming from our Frostwolf Guard." Sterling patted Black on the shoulder. Although Black's strength might not match some of the high-level experts in the demon hunting group, his leadership abilities were undeniable. Black modestly smiled. You're flattering me, leader. All of this is the result of everyone's combined efforts. Without the hard work and sacrifices of the brothers, we wouldn't be where we are today. The newcomers in the crowd glanced curiously, their eyes flashing with respect. Seeing this, Black loudly introduced. This is the founder of the Starfire Demon Hunting Guild I often talk about. Our leader, Sterling. Throughout the year, Black always referred to himself as the vice leader, causing many newly joined members to be highly curious about the real leader. Additionally, Black occasionally told stories about Sterling to the others, making Sterling seem all the more mysterious. As a result, when many people looked at Sterling, their eyes sparkled with admiration. After all, Sterling almost single-handedly reversed the situation in the Whitebone Fortress, slaying an 8th-grade strongman, and establishing the Starfire Demon Hunting Guild. Black continued. Our leader has always been in close cultivation, but his power is now even greater. You must all put in extra effort and take the leader as a role model. As his words ended, applause erupted around them, with many newcomers looking exhilarated. After the group dispersed, Black leaned closer, his expression suddenly turning serious. Leader, there are a few things I must report to you. Sterling reined in his smile and nodded, signaling Black to continue. Black lowered his voice, his expression adding a layer of seriousness. Recently, the situation surrounding the Whitebone Fortress has become increasingly complex. Moreover, it has been confirmed that several demon hunting teams have been completely wiped out outside the fortress. Among those casualties was even the death of 7th-grade strongmen, leading everyone to suspect that the necromancer forces have sent their powerful individuals into action. A 7th-grade strongman? Sterling's brows furrowed slightly as he realized the severity of the situation. He wasn't unfamiliar with the news of demon hunting teams being wiped out during missions, but he never expected that even 7th-grade awakened individuals wouldn't escape unscathed. Black continued. These attacked demon hunting teams left no rescue signals at all. By the time the patrol team discovered them, their bodies were already cold. What's more bizarre is their manner of death. Every single one had their chest punctured through, leaving behind a translucent hole. A translucent hole? Sterling immediately thought of Cassandra, who died 4 years ago by the city wall, and felt a chill down his spine. This type of wound. It's very similar to a spear thrust. It indeed raises suspicion. At this point, none of us have seen that necromancer, so everyone has become more cautious on missions. Black's expression turned grave. I've already ordered our members not to take missions too far from the fortress unless necessary, as we don't have the absolute certainty to deal with him. Sterling nodded solemnly. You're right. The lives of our members are paramount, and no one wants to see more sacrifices. There's another matter. Black's voice softened slightly. Mr. Reagan, the watchman, came looking for you. When he learned that you were in seclusion, he asked that you meet him as soon as possible after your emergence. Reagan is looking for me? Sterling was momentarily taken aback, a mix of respect and caution crossing his mind. Reagan was a 9th-grade powerhouse, a figure hailed as a war god in the Empire, and the guardian of the Whitebone Fortress. Sterling wondered what could possibly prompt him to seek an audience. Since Reagan had gone out of his way to find him, it must be something important. After pausing for a moment, Sterling replied slowly. All right, if that's the case, I'll go visit Mr. Reagan as soon as possible. Black nodded in understanding, a confident smile flickering across his face. Captain, I'll continue leading the brothers while you're away. Let's push Starfire Demon Hunting Guild even higher in rankings. Sterling gave him an appreciative pat on the shoulder, gratitude shining in his eyes. Good. Thanks for your hard work, Black. After seeing Black off, Sterling tidied himself up briefly before leaving the Demon Hunting Guild quarters, heading toward Reagan's residence. Chapter 71, Dean's Token. Arriving at the small cottage where Leg lived, before Sterling could knock, Leg's voice came from inside. Come in, Sterling. Sterling pushed the door open and entered, seeing Leg sitting upright on a wooden chair. A quick sweep of his eyes revealed that the room was extremely simply furnished with only a bed, a wooden table, a bookshelf, and 2 old chairs. Leg was still wearing his rough linen robe, looking like any ordinary elderly man, but his gaze held a faint glimmer of vitality. This was a grade 9 war god. Sterling remembered the day of the great battle at Whitebone Fortress, when an overwhelming blade energy surged into the sky. Mr. Leg, you summoned me, Sterling said respectfully. Leg looked at him, his eyes holding a hint of approval. It seems your secluded cultivation has been quite effective. Your spiritual energy concentration has reached grade 6. Sterling humbly responded. It's all thanks to the resources I obtained through the military logistics office that enabled me to accelerate my practice. That's because of the war merit you earned, allowing you to summon such a powerful combat beast to kill an 8th grade Black Witch. Such skills are rare in the Ares Empire, and there haven't been any for hundreds of years. Leg slightly smiled, his demeanor becoming more serious. Your talent for summoning, it's clear to me, is extremely rare. If you continue to pursue this path, in the future you will surely become an outstanding summoning master. But, even though your spiritual energy concentration has already reached grade 6, your knowledge in the art of summoning magic is still too shallow. Are you willing to study at the Capital Academy? Sterling was stunned, somewhat puzzled. I awakened my talent too late to participate in the entrance exams of the Capital Academy. Leg waved a hand gently. The Capital Academy isn't just for young people. As long as you have the talent and work hard, the gates of the Academy will always be open to strong individuals. Moreover, the training of summoning magic is inherently very challenging, and the academy provides systematic magical training. That is the best place for summoners to grow. Sterling, do you know that summoning magic is an extremely powerful talent? An excellent summoner, if properly coordinated, can match up against thousands on the battlefield. Leg paused briefly, his gaze thoughtful as if recalling something. Back during the siege of Whitebone Fortress, from the sky, I saw your giant spirit beast break through the enemy ranks, and even in 8th grade which fell under your summoned creature. At that moment, I knew not only could this fortress be defended, but you have the potential to become a great summoner. Leg's eyes flickered with a trace of emotion and he continued. That scene hasn't happened for many years, a perfect cooperation between summoner and spirit beast. This is the true essence of summoning. Sterling bowed his head humbly. To protect the fortress is my duty as a soldier. Leg smiled contentedly, then slowly said, I once taught at the Capital Academy, doing so specifically to ensure talented students wouldn't be overlooked. Do you know Augustine? Augustine, the dean of the academy? Sterling heard this name and recognized it well. One of the most powerful 8th grade spirit martial masters in the Empire. Augustine was a student I personally trained back in the day. Leg's eyes sparkled with nostalgia. At that time, when he first entered the academy, he was a gifted young man who worked diligently, and indeed did not let me down later. He carved out his own path. Sterling nodded in understanding, his admiration growing further, realizing that Augustine was actually a disciple of Leg. After breaking through the 9th grade, I trusted Augustine with the academy and came here. It's been 80 years since then. Mr. Leg, your dedication to the Empire will be remembered by future generations. Leg chuckled with a hint of pride. Protecting the Empire is our generation's responsibility. I once swore that if the fortress were to fall, I would rest with it forever. He leaned forward slightly, looking at Sterling with a more earnest gaze. Sterling, in the future, if you become capable, the heavy responsibility of protecting our homeland will fall upon your generation's shoulders. Our elders' time is running short, and we truly hope to see the growth of young men like you. Sterling seriously nodded, feeling the added weight of responsibility on his shoulders. I'm telling you these things in hopes that you'll go to the Capital Academy. There is systematic foundational knowledge for summoning magic. If you wish to grow stronger, you should delve deeper into studies there for some time. Upon hearing this, Sterling replied, Mr. Leg, you've given much thought to this. I will spare no effort in applying everything I've learned to improve myself. Leg slightly nodded, smiling more deeply, and then pulled out a black golden token from his sleeve, offering it to Sterling. This is the Academy's special pass token. With it, you can access certain places freely once inside the Academy. Don't waste time while you're there. You need not only enhance your summoning abilities, but also remember, whatever happens, strength comes first. Sterling accepted the token. On it were inscribed 4 characters, Dean's token. Sterling could feel the faint flow of spiritual energy pulsing through the token, as if it resonated minutely with his own. This was the first class pass token of the Capital Academy, symbolizing the recognition of the Academy's dean. Among the summoners at the Academy, there is an old acquaintance of mine named Edwin. He's a grandmaster in summoning magic, with 8th grade power and extremely profound achievements in the summoning field. Leg paused briefly before continuing slowly. I will write you a letter of recommendation. Once you arrive, you can give it to him and follow his arrangements. After saying this, Leg personally retrieved writing supplies and steadily pinned the letter with a strong hand. Once finished, Leg handed the sealed letter to Sterling, reminding him earnestly, Mentor Edwin is a highly talented summoner. He is knowledgeable and composed, and will provide you with systematic guidance. Sterling solemnly accepted the letter and thanked him. Thank you very much, Mr. Leg. Leg nodded, a trace of satisfaction lighting up his face. However, remember well, summoning isn't merely about obtaining strength. It's about connecting one's heart with the summoned creature. I've noticed your perfect coordination with your spirit beast, which shows great potential in this aspect. It is for this reason that I believe that you will progress farther and achieve greatness on the path of summoning magic. Back at the Demon Hunter Corps, Black rushed in, holding a neatly sealed envelope with a serious look. Captain, we received an urgent letter for you from Emerald Heights. Sterling took the envelope, recognizing the familiar handwriting. The letter came from Lane. He quickly tore it open. The writing inside appeared hurried and somewhat messy, as if scribbled down in haste. Captain, following your request, I visited your mother Isabella upon reaching Emerald Heights. However, the servants informed me that your mother wasn't within the family compound. After extensive investigations, I have finally located her recently. She now resides in a secluded cottage outside the city with her maid Lena. She appears frail, having suffered from a severe illness, and bears a scar on her face. From Lena, I privately learned that she was bullied by Charles from the Grandale family and fled to escape his mistreatment. And she nearly endured unimaginable humiliation. Captain, I've already brought Mother to the safety of my family estate. Please set your mind at ease for now. Even though I told her that you are now powerful, she insists that I mustn't tell you any of this, saying she doesn't want to cause you any trouble. But after careful consideration, given what has happened to your mother, I feel it is something you should know, Captain. No one should suffer such injustices without remedy. Chapter 72, Burning with Anger. Sterling finished reading Ryan's letter, and every sentence hit his heart like a hammer. When he reached the last line, his hand gripping the letter trembled slightly, and anger surged within him, nearly consuming him. He thought of his mother, Isha, the gentle and quiet woman who had accompanied him through his growth for over a decade without a single complaint. Though not bound by blood thicker than water, his affection for Isha had long surpassed blood ties, filled with respect. Yet, such a peaceful and virtuous mother was now bullied by the wicked in the clan, even forced to leave the family, hiding in the countryside with scars and tears. Charles, you are courting your own death. Sterling silently cursed in his mind. He had always known Charles's erratic character, who usually relied on his father's authority as head of the house, bullying others around Greengrass Highlands. But this time, he dared to bully his mother, which had utterly crossed Sterling's bottom line. Gradually, a cold fury began to take hold of Sterling's heart. He closed his eyes, but couldn't bear to imagine his mother's helplessness when facing Charles's bullying alone. These years he had worked tirelessly to become stronger, not only to protect the empire, but also to one day return to his mother's side, to prove himself and support her under the sky. However, his mother was now in such a predicament because he wasn't there. This made Sterling feel unbearable guilt and uncontrollable rage. Sterling slowly folded the letter. After a long while, his breathing gradually calmed down, but his eyes revealed a chilling, murderous intent. It seemed as if he would slash everything before him at any moment. Those familiar with Sterling would know that he was on the edge of madness, and that bloody massacre was unavoidable. This anger was not just towards the undead, but towards anyone who dared to harm his family. In the past, the targets of his slaughter were undead soldiers. But now, it would be a person. Finally, Sterling made up his mind. Standing under the moonlight in the camp, he summoned Deputy Captain Black. "Captain, what is it?" Black looked at Sterling's rarely serious expression with slight surprise. Sterling coldly said, "Black, temporarily pass the command of the Demon Hunting Corps to you and Deputy Captain Delta. I have an urgent matter to attend to in Greengrass Highlands." His voice carried a suppressed, murderous intent, making Black momentarily startled. Black hesitated and asked, "Captain, do we need to set off together?" "Whatever it is, we Starfire Demon Hunting Corps will be willing to go to war with you." Black's eyes were resolute, revealing unwavering loyalty. "Thank you for your kindness, but this time it's my personal matter, and the brothers of the Starfire Demon Hunting Corps still need your leadership." Sterling patted Black's shoulder, his tone filled with gratitude. Black nodded in agreement, his expression solemn as he said, "Then please be careful. The Starfire Demon Hunting Corps will always wait for you to return." He well understood Sterling's character. Since it was a personal matter, he surely didn't want to drag his brothers into it. As night deepened, Sterling stood alone on a high slope at the edge of the camp, overlooking the land bathed in moonlight. With a flicker of thought, he called back Little Bone, who had been secluded in a mountain hollow practicing outside the border for years. Over the years, Little Bone, practicing alone beyond the frontier, had grown more powerful. "Little Bone, tidy up, tomorrow we'll go home," Sterling called out softly. Little Bone leaped up immediately, sensing his anger, ready for action. Seeing this, Sterling couldn't help but smile, lightly patting its head, though the fire in his heart burned even fiercer. The next day, as Sterling was packing his baggage and preparing to depart, a sound of footsteps came. Looking up, it was none other than Lord John and Gabriel personally coming to see him off. "Sterling." John smiled with satisfaction, his black gold cloak fluttering slightly in the wind. "I heard you withdrew from military service and are planning to return to Greengrass Highlands?" Sterling immediately went forward to pay respects. "Lord, Master Gabriel, I did not expect you two to personally come see me off, which truly makes me feel honored." His tone was respectful, yet failed to hide a hint of urgency inside. Gabriel imperceptibly nodded, showing a tinge of reluctance on his steady face. "Sterling, after guarding Whitebone Fortress these years and establishing great achievements, should you leave, the Empire will certainly not forget your accomplishments." Sterling's eyes sharpened, clenching his fists again, slightly bowing his head. "Thank you for your concern, masters. This trip home indeed comes due to a family incident needing resolution, and I've handed over the Starfire Demon Hunting Corps to Black and Delta." John patted his shoulder, smiling faintly. "Sterling, all your performances in the Demon Hunting Corps have been witnessed by us. You are a warrior of our Whitebone Fortress, a hero of the Empire. Following the usual practice, your honor will also go with you this time when you retire and return to your hometown. His Majesty's appointment letter for ennobling you as a Viscount should arrive at your family together with you. This is a commendation for you personally, and also a promise of the Empire for your contribution to the Whitebone Fortress." Sterling was stunned for a moment, and his eyes flickered with a hint of complexity. He came from the Greengrass Highlands without having awakened his powers, and now returned as a Viscount of the Empire, an immense honor. Gabriel looked at him and added, "The title of Viscount is not only the reward of the Empire, but also a form of protection for you. With such identity, perhaps your family will take your matter seriously. After all, you are no longer the unknown little soldier from years ago, but rather a respected Viscount of the Empire." Sterling nodded in gratitude, saying firmly, "I understand. The kindness of the lords, I will always keep in mind, and Sterling shall not fail the deep affection of the Empire." His tone was resolute, his gaze unwavering. John and Gabriel exchanged glances, both revealing satisfied smiles. Gabriel said solemnly, "Return home well, Sterling. Now the fortress is temporarily peaceful, there is nothing to worry about. Your family is your concern, and the Empire is your belief. Protecting them well makes you a true hero." Sterling bowed deeply to express his thanks to the two elders. As they parted ways, John specially reminded him, "Sterling, no matter when, the gate of the Whitebone Fortress will be open to you." Sterling replied with a firm smile, and paid a formal salute to the two elders before turning to leave. On the morning of the next day, Sterling set off for his hometown. Instead of choosing the ordinary long journey, he spent one premium spirit stone to take the Empire's flying swallow transport, speeding quickly towards Greengrass Highlands. During the flight on the swallow-shaped craft, he stood high up, looking down upon the vast earth below, the wind howling by his ears, making the murderous intent in his heart grow stronger. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes cold. Charles, I must kill you to avenge my mother's disgrace. Chapter 73. The genius of the Grandel family returns. 5 days later in the early morning, Sterling finally set foot on the land of Emerald Heights. The familiar air brought him a strange, emotional fluctuation. Unlike the carefree past, he was now filled with anger. Years of battle and growth have gradually taught him to control his emotions, but he still couldn't calm down about the humiliation of his mother. Following the address given by Ryan, Sterling entered a luxurious estate. The moment he saw his mother, it was as if time had reversed, and memories flooded back instantly. After 4 years apart, though her face remained youthful, the faint scar from a blade on her cheek pierced Sterling's heart deeply like a thorn. Mother, Sterling is back. Sterling's voice choked with emotion. Isa looked at her son before her, wanting to speak, but unable, tears quietly rolling down her cheeks. She ultimately couldn't hold back and ran over to embrace Sterling. Sterling, let me take a look. You must have suffered a lot these years. Isa's voice was weak as she checked Sterling for changes. For years had passed, and Sterling had grown taller, with strong muscles all over his body. The most significant change was the sharpness that could be seen between his eyebrows. You're looking more and more like your father every day. Isa lifted her head, tears flowing uncontrollably. She watched as the young and innocent boy she once knew transformed into a stronger man, someone who reminded her so much of that person she could only meet in dreams. Mother, during these years, you've endured much hardship. Sterling tightly held Isa's hand, knowing this seemingly delicate woman had a heart as strong as steel. After a brief conversation with Ryan, Sterling gazed thoughtfully at this luxurious estate. Though Ryan's family was an aristocracy, they amassed vast wealth through their incredible boldness in commerce. Ryan's father, Charles Weldon, was a commercial genius who expanded his business across the borders of all countries within the alliance. According to Ryan privately, the Weldon trade also smuggled goods to the dwarves of Ironforge Keep, a gray zone full of profit temptation, exactly the forte of Ryan's father, Charles Weldon. It should be known that trade with other races was permitted only by official governmental approval. Privately trading among common merchant guilds was considered a serious offense. But where there's profit, there will be people willing to risk it. With profits multiplying many times over, there would be those daring enough to go through fire and water. This also brought immense wealth to the Weldon trade. What plagued Charles Weldon was the short duration of his family's rise to prominence, without any noble titles ever bestowed upon them. They were merely new rich families in the region of Emerald Heights. Even with money, they couldn't shake off the deeply embedded label of merchant. And Ryan, with average talent and no awakened abilities, could only serve in the army. Despite not being favored by the high-ranking families due to this, their considerable wealth allowed them to recruit a large private armed force. Upon hearing that Sterling was Ryan's savior, Charles specially prepared a grand feast to entertain him. After resting, Sterling procured the finest four-wheeled carriage, bought 2 Grade 3 superlative magic beast horn horses to pull it, and hired an experienced coachman to drive. He intended to return home honorably with his mother, and then personally slay that bastard, Charles. How dare he bully my mother? Fine death. No matter how privileged the son of the clan leader might be, Victor, that year, it was him who took over his grandfather's title and showed such mercilessness toward his entire family. Sterling's previous incarnation even died at the hands of this grandson. This vengeance must be avenged today. Upon learning that Sterling planned to intrude alone into the Grandel family, Ryan was still somewhat uneasy. He specially arranged for a team of guards for Sterling, led by a 4th-grade great spiritual warrior. According to Ryan, strength lies in numbers. Although Sterling alone could defeat these 10 men, these powerful guards would at least bear the responsibility of protecting Lady Isa, preventing anyone from secretly harming Lady Isa while Sterling engaged in combat with the experts of the Grandel family. There was another point Ryan didn't voice aloud. If there were no outsiders present, who would spread Sterling's fame? Ryan admired Sterling greatly, as the renowned captain of the Starlight Demon Hunting Brigade at Bone Fortress. Though Ryan believed completely in Sterling's capabilities, he still appealed to his father to send an elder to follow secretly. This elder, named Rivers, was one of Charles's personal guards. Backed by the immense resources of the Weldon trade, Rivers now possessed power reaching an 8th grade. Even if Sterling found himself outmatched, Rivers would surely provide some resistance, aiding Sterling to escape. After generously rewarding the coachman, the rest of the guards mounted horses, and thus they set off in great procession. After traveling through day and night, they finally arrived at dawn at a gathering place 10 miles away from Grandel Castle. This place was inhabited by the collateral line of the Grandel family and their Fusu families, marking the official entry into the domain of the Grandel family. Not long after moving forward, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from ahead. Several private soldiers of the Grandel family dressed in guard uniforms blocked their path, coldly eyeing Sterling's group. Who goes there? Stop. Up ahead lies the Grandel family castle. Who among you has been invited? The lead guard's voice boomed. This guard named Halder carried an air of arrogance, having been promoted to the position of captain of the guards thanks to his sister catching the eye of an important member of the Grandel family. Even though he wasn't a direct member or even collateral bloodline of the Grandel family, his rise was inevitable once his sister entered their favor. Halder's promotion to guard captain at the entrance brought him much wealth. Visitors often tipped with silver coins. and those generous ones tossed dozens of silver coins without blinking an eye, providing him enough for a lavish night out. It is I, Sterling. Sterling leaned out, sitting beside the coachman. From this point on, he would have to be ready for anything. Ahoy, Sterling? Isn't that the so-called waste of talent from a few years ago? One of the guards spoke with obvious contempt, glancing back at his companions with a mocking grin. Yes, you may not know about him since you came late. He went off to join the army at the Whitebone Fortress. I thought for sure he'd met his end there. Huh, you idiots know nothing. Nowadays, Whitebone Fortress doesn't have any undead anymore. Ever since His Majesty formed the Demon Hunting Corps, no undead dare go near it. It's quite the advantage for the younger generation, unlike my time when things weren't so easy. Halder laughed scathingly. While spouting these sarcastic remarks, their eyes gleamed with disdain. Hearing rumors from others had only fueled their lack of respect for Sterling. So what? Aren't you going to step aside for me? Sterling said icily. Sterling, young master, don't we get some silver as a token of appreciation upon entering? Otherwise, passing through this gate might prove difficult. Chapter 74, Beating the Dog Servant. A few ordinary guards dare to block the way. Sterling gave a cold laugh, and a flash of fierce killing intent crossed his eyes. Give them a lesson. Before his words even finished, from behind the group, a tall spirit warrior riding a warhorse stepped forward. The spirit warrior's energy erupted instantly, with an awakened ability similar to enhanced strength type. Pale blue spiritual energy quickly enveloped his whole body, making his muscles as hard as steel, resembling an indestructible iron tower. The guards were still immersed in their easygoing laughter, completely unaware of the caravan of warriors trailing behind the carriage. It wasn't until he shot them a cold glance that the guards felt the oppressive power of someone not to be trifled with. Their smiles froze on their faces. This, Guard Captain Ga's face turned pale immediately, a sudden chill rising over him. Trying to force a smile, but it was clearly very forced. Brother, do you know where this is? This is the land of the Grandal family. You dare to act wild here. The spirit warrior completely ignored Halder's speech. Clamping his legs against the horse's hooves suddenly stomped down heavily, rushing straight toward the guards blocking the front. Bang! A thunderous collision sounded. Several guards were sent flying like paper scraps and scattered onto the ground. The heavy force of the horse hooves slammed down directly onto a guard's chest. That guard didn't even have time to groan. A severe chest pain surged through him, and he fainted instantly. You dare! Halder's eyes were filled with terror as he struggled up from the ground. Though his body hurt beyond description, he gritted his teeth, fury almost consuming him. Do you know who I am? My sister is a woman of Charles. Do you dare hit me here? Just wait. I will surely make you pay. Upon hearing Charles, Sterling's eyes instantly turned sharp, anger flaring up within him. Charles, he softly questioned back, a flash of cold light in his eyes as he leaped off the carriage. Smack! Smack! Two resounding slaps echoed loudly. Sterling used just 2/10 of his strength for these slaps, which directly toppled Halder to the ground. His mouth was bleeding profusely, the drops of blood instantly falling. Charles, You are merely a dog of the Grandal family, and yet you dare bark. The intense pain on Halder's face nearly deprived him of consciousness. The two slaps carried great strength, and his cheeks swelled up at once. Blood kept seeping out from the corner of his mouth, rendering him momentarily speechless. Sterling, don't create a fatal situation. Isla peeked her head out from the carriage, seeing the guards sprawled on the ground, and spoke to stop Sterling. No worries, mother. This group of dogs, killing them would dirty my hands. Sterling asked Isla to return inside the carriage and wait. He then pointed at Halder lying on the ground and coldly said, Get lost, and tell Charles to come see me. You? Halder was extremely enraged. He stood up, gasping and brushing off the dirt on his clothes. Staring furiously at Sterling, his eyes almost spewed fire. You will regret this. The Grandal family will not leave you alone. My sister is a woman of Charles. You dare touch me? Beat me? You will regret it. While angrily cursing, Halder clenched his teeth and stormed towards the castle. I'll show you consequences soon, he shouted while running, seemingly trying to attract more reinforcements. Sterling watched his retreating figure, a smirk forming in his eyes. I'm looking for you anyway, Charles. No need for me to search everywhere. Continue advancing. He turned around and returned to the carriage, commanding the coachman faintly, slow down and continue moving forward. The coachman hesitated slightly before respectfully nodding and driving the carriage slowly ahead. Seeing the air of authority from Sterling's group, the other guards instinctively moved aside, lowering their heads and not daring to look directly. All the mockery they had moments ago vanished under this current moment of dominance. Inside the castle, Charles's courtyard. Damn! Charles's face darkened, a tinge of unease passing through him as he glanced at the disheveled woman lying beside him. The woman lay in bed, showing no concern for the change in Charles's emotions. She rested comfortably against the pillow, turning her head to look at Charles. She wasn't concerned about the disputes in the mansion. Her task was simple, to please Charles. Being disturbed during an intimate moment made Charles furious, but it was Halder who interrupted him. He did enjoy his relationship with Halder's sister. Having gotten used to gourmet food, occasionally tasting some wild vegetables from the mountains wasn't bad. It mainly refreshed him. Seeing Halder's face swollen like a pig's head, what happened? Why did it end up like this? Brother-in-law, you must stand up for me. That good-for-nothing Sterling has returned, and he's acting outrageously. Without any reason, he beat me up. But it's not just me he's hitting. It's your face he's slapping. Sterling. At the mention of this name, Charles was immediately reminded of Isla, his sister-in-law, whose appearance truly left one breathless. especially her air of haughty elegance, stirred in him a sense of excitement and forbidden thrill. He couldn't believe that the waste of space was still alive, and now coming to avenge his mother. If only Calvin wasn't around, Charles thought it would take no time at all to deal with someone like Sterling. Though Charles himself wasn't particularly strong, he was after all a legitimate son of the Grandal family. Even if he didn't train regularly, having consumed various rare herbs and treasures had helped him achieve the 4th rank of strength. How could this compare to someone like Sterling, who couldn't even awaken any kind of talent? A disgrace to the Grandal family. Charles patted the shoulder of the woman lying beside him. "Wait for me for a moment," he said, then turned towards the door. Outside the courtyard, more than 20 thugs were already waiting for him. As soon as they saw him come out, they quickly surrounded him. "Master Charles, what are your orders?" one of the thugs asked respectfully. "Get ready. Follow me to the city gate to teach someone a lesson." Charles coldly chuckled, his eyes flashing with a trace of excitement. Leading his group of thugs, Charles set off toward the city gate in high spirits. A gust of cold wind swept by, carrying with it a chill. The thugs kept their formation neatly behind Charles as they walked. This type of mission was something they had done countless times before. Anyone who offended Charles needed to be taught a harsh lesson so they would understand the true authority of the Grandal family. That Sterling is nothing but a waste of space. He dares to lay a hand on me, showing that he clearly doesn't know what death means. Charles sneered, his sharp gaze echoed by affirmations from his subordinates. Yes, Master Charles should definitely give him a taste of real power. Despite their bravado, Charles grew increasingly restless as he continued walking. The memory of Halder's bruised appearance stirred a spark of anger within him. Halder was right. It was indeed an insult to him personally. How could a direct descendant of the Grandal family allow some useless individual to act so arrogantly? Hurry up. Don't waste time. Sterling probably hasn't reached the castle gates yet. Charles impatiently urged them forward. As the group's steps crossed the city gates, they could see the carriage approaching slowly from a distance. The sound of the wheels rolling grew louder and clearer as it drew near. Perched on top of the carriage was a red beetle-like magical creature. Oomph. This fool has no concept of life or death. You stop right there. Chapter 75. A coffin for you. As the carriage slowly came to a stop in front of the grander castle gate, Sterling rose from the vehicle, his icy gaze locking onto Charles as if he were already a dead man. Charles looked at Sterling's carriage and felt an oppressive aura, which made him uneasy. He muttered to himself, could this kid really have some backing now? He then regained his look of contempt, thinking, still just a piece of trash, trying to scare me. However, his eyes scanned behind the carriage and saw a group of heavily muscled, imposing riders, making his heart stir slightly while he tried to maintain his air of disdain. He lowered his voice and gave an order to someone beside him. Go find Commander Ivan and tell him to bring reinforcements. That person immediately understood and quietly slipped away. Sterling noticed someone leaving but internally sneered with no intention to stop them. Sterling observed all this and let out a cold laugh, unfazed. His goal today was to cause a big commotion, the bigger the better, preferably in front of the entire family, to make Charles pay in blood for humiliating his mother. The coachman, seeing over 20 people come out from the opposite side, quickly became afraid and wanted to retreat, but Sterling kicked him off the carriage. Sterling turned around, his cold stare fixed on Charles, his voice frigid like frost. Charles, for daring to humiliate my mother, today is your end. As soon as the words were spoken, a ring in his hand flickered, and an old wooden coffin burst forth with a thunderous sound, landing on the ground. The lid cracked slightly. He had come today to collect Charles's body. Charles saw this and sneered coldly. Humph, a waste of space, after several years, actually has the nerve to return and act arrogantly. His figure trembled slightly, and suddenly spiritual energy surged within him. Behind him, it manifested as a pair of wings, and he flapped up into the air, looking down upon Sterling like a high-flying eagle observing its prey. With a few useless lackeys, you think you can turn the tables? Attack. Beat him mercilessly. With a wave of his hand, over 20 subordinates rushed forward, their spiritual energies erupting, revealing various awakened talents. Some had wind-like palm strikes while others displayed tremendous physical strength. The one named Hong atop the carriage merely lifted her head slightly, lazily yawned, flipped over, and thought these ants unworthy of her attention. Overestimating yourselves. Sterling waved a hand, and the knights behind him charged forward too. Fewer in number, each of them was exceptionally powerful. On the battlefield, the clash of spiritual light was intense, blades meeting flames and air currents creating quite the spectacle. Charles's goons who used to bully the weak were no match for the cavalry unit brought by Lang. In a short moment, more than 20 individuals lay sprawled haphazardly on the ground, with only a few left groaning in pain. Sterling's guards showed no mercy. Every strike with the blade was fatal, leaving no chance for those aiding evil to beg for their lives. Seeing this, Charles's face drastically changed. He cursed inwardly. You good-for-nothings. All that spent on spirit stones wasted. Now I must act myself. Furious and humiliated, he moved his wings and abruptly pulled out a magical long spear that radiated chilling brilliance. Spiritual power surged forth as the might of a 5th-level spirit warrior covered the area instantly. He looked down from midair and mocked. A waste is still a waste. Bringing a few more stray dogs won't change your fate. Sterling gave a cold sniff. We'll see who's the insect here. Enraged beyond measure, Charles gripped the long spear and dove lightning fast towards Sterling. In the instant he descended, Sterling's form blurred, ghost-like appearing above Charles, his gaze cold as a blade, full of ruthless intent. and with that, he violently kicked towards Charles's chest. Charles was hurled from the air, crashing hard into the ground. His bones snapped audibly, several ribs broken cleanly. Boom! Charles fell flat, gasping in pain, struggling to rise but unable due to the excruciating agony throughout his body. If not for Sterling holding back, Charles would have been dead already. Charles's eyes widened in fear. He couldn't believe he had been so easily taken down by Sterling, questioning when exactly this waste had become so strong. You dare treat me like this? I'm Victor's son. Charles gritted his teeth, shouting angrily. Yet there was a slight quiver in his voice, his former arrogance gone. Sterling cast a cold glance at him. Letting you die now would be too kind. Waving for two knights to approach, they dragged Charles next to the carriage and tightly tied him to the back with ropes. Charles struggled fiercely, but with every attempt, the excruciating pain from his broken ribs worsened, leaving him helpless and wailing. Sterling then fastened the old wooden coffin with ropes to the back of the carriage, letting it follow alongside Charles in front and behind. Move out! Sterling personally wielded the whip, driving the carriage toward the central square of the Grander family at full speed. Charles was dragged along behind, stumbling and disheveled. His clothes were torn, his face and limbs cut and bloody. His cries for mercy and curses were as weak as dust beneath the sound of the horse hooves, pale and powerless. As they went, the servants within the castle all cast sidelong glances. Some were shocked, others whispered quietly, and still more stayed far away, fearing to invite trouble upon themselves. Sterling's gaze remained cold, never pausing on any of the bystanders. Today, he had but one goal, under the very eyes of the Grander family, to completely crush this wicked man who had insulted his mother and to send a message to all the lesser members of the clan. Halt! In the distance, 100-man cavalry finally arrived late, led by Commander Ivan, whom Charles had summoned earlier. Master Sterling, this is the Grander family estate. How dare you act so recklessly? Quickly release Lord Charles and surrender yourself to the family tribunal. Ivan spurred his horse in front of Sterling's carriage and, upon seeing Charles's pitiful state, was taken aback internally. At that moment, Ivan only thought to quickly save Charles and then find a red-robed priest for treatment. Charles, after all, was the most beloved son of Chief Victor. By rank, Sterling should even address him as uncle. This Sterling acted without respect for hierarchy, truly believing himself to be a true Grander family heir. Did he not know that the current Grander family was under the rule of Chief Victor? Seeing Ivan, Charles felt like he'd found a lifeline and weakly cried out, "Ivan, save me. Sterling, I order you to release Lord Charles immediately, or do not blame me for showing no mercy." Ivan drew his longsword. He was a genuine 6th-level powerhouse, far stronger than Charles. Behind Ivan, nearly 100 private soldiers of the family all drew their weapons in unison. For a moment, the tension was palpable. What? Do you also intend to stand in my way? Today, anyone who blocks me dies. Chapter 76. Death to those who block me. After these words were spoken, Ivan's face darkened, and he bellowed. All of you listen up. Seize Sterling for me now. Whoever dares to resist, kill without mercy. No sooner had the words faded than nearly 100 private soldiers swung their knives in unison, charging at Sterling with overwhelming momentum. You 10, protect the carriage well for me. Sterling turned around and ordered. Then he looked at the Grantaire family's guard cavalry. Ivan fought fiercely, his blade-wielding prowess like that of a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. There was even a faint sound of breaking air, an ability enhanced after awakening his talent. After enhancing himself, Ivan's strength multiplied, and his speed was much faster too. The warriors behind him also surged forward, trying to completely surround Sterling's group. With a wave of his hand, a streak of dark light burst forth from the ring, exuding a bloodthirsty aura, and the dark moon appeared. On top of the carriage, Red slowly raised its head at the master's summoning and gazed upon the plentiful prey scattered on the ground. Red, go, Sterling said with composure, as if commanding some trivial pests unworthy of significant attention. In an instant, Red transformed into a red lightning bolt rushing out, moving so fast that it left no trace behind. Almost immediately, screams of agony erupted from the formation of the private soldiers. A dozen cavalry members didn't have time to react. They only felt the bone-chilling cold wind before multiple heads tumbled down to the ground, without them even seeing the enemy's shadow. Shadow ambush, blood-drenched skies. Red's single strike sent blood and flesh flying everywhere. As Red darted back and forth through the air, wherever it went, there lay corpses strewn across the ground. Like a sharp blade, Red tore through the enemy lines. Seeing this, those cavalrymen couldn't help but panic. A group of low-level guards could never withstand Red, who had already reached the 6th-tier commander rank, and thus they retreated and fled chaotically. Red let out a low roar in the air, scaring those people almost senseless, not daring to advance any further. Behind Sterling, the guards sent by Lane could only look on speechlessly. They'd only heard Master Lane say Sterling's fighting capabilities were extraordinary and the journey would be worry-free, never expecting such a powerful combat beast. This was nothing less than a nightmare, a blood-red ghost bringing death. Are you insane enough to publicly massacre our family's soldiers? Ivan's face turned livid with rage. Clutching his knife tightly, his imposing demeanor surged abruptly, sending waves of violent energy surging around him, emitting a sense of oppression characteristic of a 6th-tier powerhouse. Since you insist on courting death, I will grant it to you. Ivan wielded his sword forcefully towards Sterling, a tremendous burst of spirit energy following the edge, forming a cleft air blade that shot directly towards Sterling. Sterling's eyes grew cold. The dark moon trembled slightly, condensing a pure and sharp sword intent, transforming into a crimson blade light rushing straight to meet Ivan's blade. Blood shadow slash. Sterling cried out, the sword glow sweeping like a hurricane with unstoppable might. The two powers clashed, producing cracking sounds in the air, shaking surrounding private soldiers back on their heels. Although Ivan's offensive was fierce, it seemed he hadn't expected Sterling's battle skills to be so lethal. After their powers collided, his figure violently shook, and he was pushed back several steps. Sterling's lips curved into a mocking smirk. His figure flashed as he instantly approached Ivan, the movements of the dark moon resembling thunderous winds, his attacks cascading over the opponent like a storm. Ivan panicked, struggling to block each blow, but every hit deflected ingeniously under Sterling's manipulation. His spirit protection kept being struck repeatedly, issuing crunching sounds of imminent collapse. When did you reach the 6th tier? Ivan asked incredulously, growing more fearful in his heart. That's none of your concern, Sterling said coldly, quietly activating the phantom step. His figure became shadow-like, landing a strong kick directly to Ivan's chest, launching him flying backward, where he slammed onto the ground heavily. A mouthful of blood spewed from Ivan's mouth, his bones making crackling noises. He struggled to rise, but was seized by Sterling, pinned down firmly, unable to move. After another stomp from Sterling's foot grounded him, all of Ivan's enhancements were undone, leaving him powerless to resist further. With a flick of his hand, Sterling commanded his guards to tie up Ivan and hoist him, treating him the same way they'd done to Charles earlier. Dragged behind the carriage once more. Before the carriage, Sterling casually gestured for Red to continue clearing out the remaining private soldiers. Roaring again, Red dashed into the fray, turning into a bloody whirlwind. Everywhere Red went, private soldiers screamed and collapsed in pain, blood pooling on the ground with dismembered limbs scattered everywhere. Sterling smiled indifferently as he looked at this gory scene, coldly scanning the surroundings. His voice deep and chilling. Those who leave hereafter, live. Those who block me, die. The Grantaire family's cavalry escorts were thoroughly stunned by this sight. They had never witnessed such ruthless killing. Sterling's overwhelming dominance shattered their existing perceptions of the typical young master of the house. Is this really the waste of space, Sterling? Run, someone shouted. The dozens of remaining riders scattered like beasts fleeing in all directions. Sterling retrieved the dark moon, his eyes cold as he scanned over the private soldiers who were still fleeing. He calmly walked back to the carriage, with Red leaping onto the roof and staying by Sterling's side like a blood-red guard ready for action at any moment. Sterling pulled the reins, urging the carriage forward. Behind the carriage trailed Ivan and Charles, barely alive. Covered in blood, they let out weak groans as the carriage bounced along. When they arrived at the family square, Sterling stopped. Go tell the elders of the clan, he said solemnly, that I, Sterling, have returned today to seek justice. After speaking, he flicked the reins of the carriage, dragging the bloodied evidence toward the center. Then, he hung Charles upside down on a pole and placed the wooden coffin beside it. All the family members, servants, and guards standing by the street were shocked by this horrifying scene, filled with fear for Sterling's ruthless methods. A major event has happened in the family. Rumor has it that at the central square, young Master Sterling, he slaughtered an entire cavalry. A servant came running breathlessly, panic-stricken. Sterling, another servant scratched his head in confusion, frowning. Who's Sterling? Ah, right, you joined the family 2 years ago, so it's normal you don't know. Young Master Sterling is Leonardo Lord's son, the grandson of the previous head of the family. The person lowered his voice, as if merely stating these identities was startling. Oh, I've heard of him, but isn't he just a wast? His words were cut off as the other person glared at him sharply, warning him not to speak recklessly. Hush, that was before. The current young Master Sterling is no longer the waste he once was. The person whispered, a trace of fear evident on their face. I don't know what happened, but he killed the family guards without hesitation, scaring everyone who passed by earlier into not daring to approach. They say, it was practically a river of blood. My God, is he really that cruel? The listener gulped nervously, casting a glance towards the square while unwilling to move a step closer. Who knows? Surely the family leaders will have to intervene soon and deal with this. Sigh, we'd better be cautious, lest we get caught up in this. There are many people gathered there, and Sterling declared that those people committed unjust deeds. He executed them as a warning to others. As for the rest, he won't kill innocents indiscriminately. Sterling stood quietly in the central square, with only occasional wails reaching his ears. Chapter 77. Charles, the Wretch. Half an hour later, hurried footsteps finally sounded in the central square. Victor, the patriarch of the Grander family, rushed over with fury on his face. Awoken from seclusion for training, and then seeing his son Charles dragged over looking disheveled and barely alive made his anger boil even more. Sterling, how dare you? Victor shouted coldly as oppressive energy spread around him, filled with a menacing air, his body pulsing with 7th grade spiritual power. Release Charles at once, or I will remove this peril from our family today. Sterling stood proudly, his eyes cold, unfazed by Victor's oppression. Looking directly at Victor, he said icily, let him go? Victor, you have always let your rogue son wreak havoc without any hindrance, ignoring his heinous actions. Since you refuse to discipline him, I'll do it for you today. Victor's face darkened, the fire in his eyes blazing stronger as he bellowed. Sterling, your arrogance knows no bounds. Don't forget that by seniority, you should address me as uncle. Sterling gave a cold snort and mocked. Uncle? That's laughable. Do you even deserve that title, Victor? Let me ask you something. How did my grandfather become so deranged? Wasn't he a formidable 8th grade Sky Knight, driven suddenly mad? Coincidentally, you ended up claiming the headship of our family at that very time. Did my grandfather go mad, or was it all your calculated scheming? Once these words left Sterling's mouth, the square erupted into chaos, the servants and guards glancing at each other nervously, secretly alarmed. A flicker of cruelty flashed in Victor's eyes, but he forced himself to appear calm as he roared. Sterling, stop spreading lies among the crowd. The madness of your grandfather was merely an accident. Do not allow yourselves, young as you are, such unbridled insolence. But Sterling's icy gaze caused a trace of unease to rise within Victor. What does he know? Victor pondered inwardly. This brat can't possibly have any evidence. But those words have already ignited killing intent within me. At this moment, 2 figures appeared on the square. Victor's eldest son Will arrived hastily. His eyes immediately fell upon Charles lying helplessly on the ground, furrowing his brow slightly, revealing a complex look. Will knew about this half-brother's absurd behavior. He had long since disregarded him, even somewhat enjoying his antics which would pave the way for clearing any obstacles to his inheriting the position of family head. Still, Sterling's audacity was alarming, slaughtering even the family guards. This couldn't help but make Will suspicious. Could it be that Leonardo's son has been hiding something? The other figure was Darwin, Sterling's third uncle. Upon seeing Sterling actually daring to confront the clan leader, Victor, face to face, Darwin's expression changed drastically. Realizing the situation was on the brink of explosion, Darwin quickly approached, shouting loudly, "Sterling, do not act rashly. Charles indeed committed unforgivable sins, daring to bully your second sister-in-law Isabella, and even attempting violence against her. Such vile acts are intolerable. However, regardless of everything, we should still hand him over to the enforcement hall for disposition. Surely the enforcement elders will give you justice." Darwin understood that at this critical point, it was essential to reveal the crimes Charles had committed in order for everyone to comprehend Sterling's rage. Sure enough, after Darwin's statement, the bystanders were thrown into an uproar again, murmuring quietly amongst themselves. Continuing, Darwin said, "Charles's behavior has crossed the Deshan of the Grander family. There's no doubt that Patriarch Victor will decide rightly between right and wrong. Sterling, do not continue to act recklessly." Darwin looked at Sterling, worry filling his eyes. He thought to put Patriarch Victor front and center first, hoping to shield Sterling in this way. After all, the head of the family is a 7th grade powerhouse. If he truly decided to attack, there would be no stopping him. Sterling is the last bloodline of his elder brother. Sterling must not perish during these family struggles. After speaking, Darwin turned his gaze towards Victor, making his meaning quite clear. Although Charles sinned first, if you really dared kill Sterling today, it would surely not satisfy public opinion. Darwin planned to protect Sterling in this manner for now. Yet, Sterling seemed completely unconcerned. Looking out to the crowd, he announced loudly, "My father fought bravely for the benefit of our family. My older uncle shed blood across the borders. Yet, your son Charles dares to repeatedly humiliate my mother. According to our family rules, this crime deserves death. Today, my mother is here, and I shall clean house before all members of the family as a warning to others." Speaking word by word resolutely, Sterling concluded his speech by slowly turning around and opening the carriage door. Isabella emerged from the carriage, tear stains evident on her cheeks, concern clearly etched into her eyes. Though she tried to remain composed, her steps were trembling. Her eyes never left Sterling, fearing for the dangers awaiting his next move. Clutching her handkerchief tightly until her knuckles turned white, the anxiety weighed heavily upon her breathing. Her eyes were slightly red, tears glistening in her gaze, and though she tried to suppress it, her heart was filled with restless anxiety. Isabella knew deep down that Sterling had risked standing alone against the entire family for her sake. Despite Sterling telling her several times not to worry, assuring her he could handle everything well and felt confident in dealing with Victor, Isabella remained deeply troubled. "Sterling, my child, I'm not worth this from you. You're still young. Stop getting involved in these matters." Her voice choked as she could no longer resist urging him gently. There was a trace of tenderness in Sterling's eyes as he softly held Isabella's shoulder and said gently, "Mother, you've endured too much pain. All this must come to an end." His words were firm, powerful, like a sword about to leave its scabbard. But Isabella only felt her heart tremble violently, unable to bear the weight. Isabella lowered her head slightly, letting a tear silently fall, her hand unconsciously tightening its grip on Sterling's arm. "Today, everyone in the family is present here. Charles deserves death, and his death is necessary." Sterling turned sharply towards Victor, speaking coldly. "Sterling, don't act recklessly. Let go of Charles first, and let the family punishment hall decide his crime." Darwin feared that Sterling might enrage Victor, in which case even Darwin would be powerless to help him. But since Sterling questioned the legitimacy of Victor's role as family head, Victor had already harbored killing intent. He coldly stared at Sterling, slowly drawing a magic longsword brimming with spirit energy from his storage ring, an epic-grade weapon, its blade faintly shimmering. In a chilling tone, he said, "Sterling, I initially intended to spare your life. Yet, you dare to spread falsehoods and show no respect for your elders. From this moment on, I shall cleanse the family. Starting now, Sterling is expelled from the Granther family. Whoever kills Sterling shall become a family elder." As he finished speaking, Victor's 7th grade spiritual power surged around him, manifesting into 2 wings behind his back. With a sudden flapping, a storm-like pressure swept across the entire central square. The turbulent airflow acted like an invisible tempest, the awe-inspiring strength of a true powerhouse, forcing all onlookers among the clan members to retreat instinctively by a few steps, their faces pale. Outside the Granthor family estate, upon sensing the power fluctuation of a 7th-grade master, Rive's expression tightened slightly. Instantly, he shot up high like a meteor hurtling toward the Granthor castle. What intruder dares trespass on Granthor family territory? Come down. A roar echoed fiercely within the castle walls. In a flash, 2 elders, one each from the family treasure vault and enforcement hall, emerged, both 7th-grade masters. Encircled by strong auras, they moved quickly to block Rive's path, their vigilance evident. Rives calmly surveyed them with a disdainful glance before crossing his arms behind his back, his voice resonating loudly. This old man is Rives from the Wilton Trading House, invited today to safeguard Master Sterling. Are you planning to obstruct me? As soon as his words ended, an 8th-grade level aura erupted from Rives in a tidal wave of immense pressure, causing the faces of the 2 family elders to drastically change, retreating involuntarily by 1 step under the weight of his authority. The oppressive might of an 8th-grade expert was overwhelming, akin to a mountain pressing down. The surrounding air seemed frozen, leaving the 2 elders almost breathless. However, though his eyes flashed with cold determination, Rives refrained from rushing directly into the castle. Instead, he shifted his attention to observe what was happening in the central plaza. He was originally commissioned to secretly protect Sterling's safety. If Victor's actions posed a threat to Sterling, Rives would definitely intervene immediately. However, if the situation didn't spiral out of control, he preferred allowing Sterling to handle it himself. After all, this was a personal favor entrusted by Ryan, to step in only when necessary and avoid overt involvement in Sterling's conflict with the family. Additionally, the Wilton Trading House did not wish to publicly sever relations with the Granthor family just yet. Chapter 78. Since you want to die, I'll oblige you. Victor glared coldly at Sterling, his intent to kill growing ever stronger. He suddenly lifted the long sword in his hand, and a surge of spirit energy coalesced into an exceedingly sharp blade of light that surged forward with an unstoppable force toward Sterling. Cleave Earth Technique. Before the blade arrived, the bone-chilling currents already caused the ground around them to crack apart, exuding a menacing aura, terrifying in its might. This was Victor's sky-cleaving sword art. Darwin turned pale upon seeing this and didn't dare take it lightly. Immediately, he summoned his battle beast, a tier leader iron-clad mega-rhinoceros. The iron-clad mega-rhinoceros was completely covered in thick iron armor, its robust frame like a mobile fortress as it emitted a deep roar. Nonetheless, Darwin clearly understood that even as a 6th-level Earth Knight combined with the aid of the iron-clad mega-rhinoceros, it would almost be impossible to withstand the assault of a 7th-level powerhouse like Victor. Yet he refused to yield. How could he watch his second brother's soul heir fall thus? Sterling, don't be rash. Darwin shouted loudly as he stood before Sterling. Uncle too. Right or wrong about this matter cannot be decided by your words alone. Why not wait for the full gathering of the law enforcement elders to make a final decision? But before Darwin's words had finished, Victor unleashed an even stronger aura, bellowing furiously. You fool. Sterling has no respect for his superiors and is no longer a member of our Glendale family. A 7th-level wave of spirit energy descended like a mountainous pressure, leaving Darwin unsteady on his feet, blood surging within him until he nearly couldn't stand. Spitting out a trace of blood from his mouth, Darwin still gritted his teeth, holding onto his long spear tightly, while his trembling body remained standing protectively before Sterling. Sterling, leave quickly. This is something you cannot resist. However, Sterling showed no movement at all, his gaze as sharp as a blade. A burning fighting spirit illuminated his eyes as he looked at the figure blocking his path. In a calm voice, he said, Uncle 3, please step aside. Darwin looked back for a moment, stunned. He saw an unwavering determination in Sterling's eyes, a fearlessness that he had never seen before. Closing his eyes briefly, a torrential flow of spirit energy erupted from Sterling's body, and under the guidance of an incantation, a summoning force gathered in his palm. Suddenly, the dark moon sword in his hand blazed forth with a blood-red light as an overpowering wave of sword chi erupted. Its majestic momentum pointed directly at Victor. The clash of sword light and blade shadow in the air produced an ear-splitting boom, shockwaves tearing open several deep cracks in the surrounding ground. The winds howled and stones flew everywhere, leaving chaos and ruin across the square. Sterling's piercing gaze locked on Victor as he sneered coldly. It's your son who deserves death beyond redemption, yet you blindly shield him and even try to kill me to cover up the truth. Humph. If you're so eager to seek death, then I'll grant your wish. Today, both you and your son can accompany each other to the afterlife. As soon as these words left his mouth, a murmur of panic arose across the square. Those who were spectating among the servants and clan members involuntarily sucked in their breaths in fear, some of the timid ones backing away in terror. Darwin was deeply shocked. Sterling's spiritual energy had already reached the 6th level. Still, compared to Victor's energy, the gap between the 7th and 6th levels was as vast as heaven and earth, a chasm impossible to bridge easily. At this moment, Darwin suddenly heard Sterling quietly muttering an ancient incantation. From Sterling's body emerged a glowing, ancient tome called the Xuanhuan Manual, bathed in soft green light. As the incantation concluded, black mist enveloped the manual, and a shadow sprang forth from the summoning space, revealing its terrifying form accompanied by a suffocating aura of death. It was a skeletal warrior king clad in clanking bone armor, its eye sockets flashing with ghostly crimson flames. In its hands, it held a crude but sturdy bone sword forged from mixed steel as it fixed a cold gaze on Victor. "Lord of the undead," cried the frightened onlookers around, immediately scattering in fear, dreading involvement. Undead creatures were rare beasts from beyond the frontier, practically unseen within the borders of the empire, let alone a 7th-level lord of the undead. Panic erupted across the plaza, the servants fleeing in terror while screaming. In their minds, the undead lord would mercilessly devour them alive. It was truly horrifying. Victor's brow creased slightly, flickering with uncertainty. Moments later, a sardonic laugh escaped his lips. "Sterling, to consort with undead, truly shameless. Do you dare bring such wicked beings into the family? Perhaps you aim to turn the Glendale family into ruins." Sterling stood unmoved, returning coldly. "Enough idle chatter. Today, we settle old grievances." Darwin froze in surprise, obviously not expecting Sterling to summon such a powerful undead creature. He couldn't help but whisper anxiously to Sterling. "Sterling, this is a lord of the undead. If word gets out, it might attract the pursuit of both the Holy Court and the Empire." Yet Sterling's expression was cold and resolute, clearly determined for the battle. Victor's killing intent suddenly flared brightly, wild 7th-level spirit energy roiling clouds and skies as he slashed down with his blade, the blade light rushing like lightning straight toward Little Bones. With a low roar, Little Bones' entire body glowed with a dark bluish-black light. It raised its massive bone sword without hesitation, meeting the blade light head-on. The bone knife was incredibly heavy, and combined with Little Bones' gravity-infused strike, the momentum became even more overwhelming. The two blades collided, sparking brilliant flashes of light, as spirit energy clashed fiercely with death energy in the air. The shockwaves from the impact radiated outward, shattering the nearby houses into rubble. Rivers, observing from outside, couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. His first reaction was astonishment that Sterling could command a lord of the undead. Then, amidst his shock, there arose an underlying worry. This kid is actually allying with undead creatures? That's a grave offense in the Empire. If the Holy Court finds out, even the Glenwood family would be implicated. Victor would never let him off easily. But while Rivers was still weighing the situation, the battle had become increasingly intense. Behind Victor, the Thunder Eagle wings flapped low, and his figure moved swiftly across the battlefield like a shadow. Everywhere his blade passed, it left streaks of devastatingly sharp light. Victor sneered coldly, thinking to himself, "I have the Thunder Eagle wings. With the advantage of aerial combat, one lord of the undead isn't enough to stop me." However, with each strike, he began to sense something unsettling. This skeleton's bones were unexpectedly sturdy, and after using over 10 variations of his cleaving blade techniques, not a single mark remained on its body. Victor's frown deepened. He had slain undead creatures before, but none were this troublesome. The defense of this undead lord was so high it seemed impervious to both blades and projectiles alike. What Victor didn't know was that during these 4 years, Little Bones had absorbed all the treasures collected by Kazak and converted them into immense strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary undead lord. From the side of the square, Darwin watched Sterling fighting alongside Little Bones, his emotions mixed with relief and concern. He felt relieved at how powerful his nephew had suddenly become, truly worthy of his lineage from the second brother, definitely no ordinary person. Yet, seeing the strong death aura emanating from the undead creature, Darwin secretly worried. If word spread about Sterling summoning an undead beast for combat, both the Empire and the Holy Court would be enraged. It would mean violating imperial law, possibly leading to a fatal end for him. Darwin resolved in his heart that today's events must never be disclosed. Chapter 79, Viscount Appointment Letter. As the battle situation fell into a stalemate, Victor's expression grew increasingly grim, and his anger continued to rise. He roared, cleaving sky style. Before he finished speaking, spiritual energy gathered once again on the blade, forming an intense light, and then slashed through the air towards Little Bone with thunderous force. However, Little Bone showed no intention of dodging this attack. The bone armor glowed with a mysterious light, meeting the blade with astonishing resilience, actually forcing the blade's momentum back. A hint of horror flashed across Victor's eyes as his arm trembled, causing the hand gripping the sword to shake slightly. Outside the castle, Rivers felt a stirring in his heart, murmuring to himself, "This young master's captain is truly unexpected, able to control undead creatures in battle. No wonder he acted so arrogantly, daring to intrude alone into the Grander family. But if this matter becomes public, with undead creatures opposing the human race, he will be regarded as a freak. This matter must be reported to the president. It might require long-term deliberation." However, he suddenly sensed a violent aura approaching. Just as he was about to search for it, an abnormal beast instantly flew out from behind Sterling, completely white, resembling a tiger, but not quite, resembling a leopard, but not quite either. Sterling had assumed that with Little Bone, he could kill Victor. Who would have thought that Victor was such a scoundrel, relying on his Thunder Eagle Wings talent and refusing to directly clash with Little Bone? With no choice, Sterling took out prepared spirit stones from his spatial ring to exchange for Meng Ji's one strike. What is this? A trace of panic flickered across Victor's eyes. Before he could react, Meng Ji already darted out like a shadow from Sterling's side, charging straight at Victor. Meng Ji's razor-sharp claws carried a streak of deep blue cold light, instantly slashing across Victor's chest. Victor had no way to evade, looking on in horror as the claws pierced through his body. A massive blood hole erupted abruptly from his chest, spraying blood everywhere, his eyes gradually losing their luster as his body fell heavily to the ground, lifeless like a kite cut from its string. This single strike ended the life of the 7th-rank powerhouse victor. Family dead. On the square, everyone stood speechless, no one daring to utter a sound, all filled with deep fear in their eyes. Who could have imagined that the renowned head of the family in Emerald Highlands province would fall under Sterling's hand, unable to even resist a fatal blow? This chilling power instantly shook the hearts of the entire family. Father dead? Killed by Leonard's waste of a son, Will stood some distance away, his eyes dark and indecipherable. His face was deathly pale, throat trembling slightly as though wanting to say something. But reason told him that under no circumstances should he act rashly now. How could he have ever anticipated? Just moments ago they were evenly matched, yet in the blink of an eye, father was killed without a chance to retaliate. Will felt a chill in his heart. Looking at Sterling now, there was clearly more fear in his gaze. I never imagined that Sterling possessed such strength. Some clan members watching nearby whispered in astonishment, gazes complex. Especially those family members who had previously bullied Sterling were now filled with dread. If Sterling bore grudges against them for old offenses, surely their lives were at risk now. Sterling surveyed his surroundings with a stern gaze. Wherever his eyes met, clansmen would lower their heads to avoid him. Victor brought it upon himself. And the main culprit, Charles, also deserves death today. Sterling approached Charles, who had already passed out, splashing him awake with a bucket of cold water. Charles still had no idea what happened, trembling uncontrollably, shouting, "Sterling, you release me quickly. I am the son of the house master. Let me go now. Perhaps I will forgive you. When my father comes, you will definitely be punished." "Your father," Sterling sneered coldly. "Open your eyes and see if he can save you." Following Sterling's pointed finger, Charles saw the gruesome corpse of Victor, unable to believe it was true. "This is a dream, isn't it? This is a dream. Wake me up, wake me up. Back when you humiliated my mother. You should have foreseen today." After saying that, Sterling gathered spiritual energy into a rope-like form in his hand. He swiftly threw it out, entangling Charles's neck, then with a powerful swing, hung him onto the central pole. Charles let out a scream, struggling desperately, but the spiritual energy-made rope seemed to possess an unshakable force, lifting him instantly and suspending him before everyone. "This is the outcome you deserve," Sterling said icily, devoid of any mercy in his eyes. As the spiritual energy tightened around Charles's neck, his struggles became progressively weaker until finally, his eyes lost all vitality, his body hanging lifelessly. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was deeply shocked and chilled to the bone. Sterling's actions were nothing short of a thunderous means, thoroughly ing everyone within the clan. It further made the entire Grander family realize that Leonard's son had returned. Just as a group of elders rushed to the square, there came a unified and steady set of footsteps from outside. A troop of imperial soldiers in silver armor marched in, their helmets and armor shining under the sunlight. At the forefront was a knight officer who exuded authority. On his shoulder insignia rested the golden broomflower crest, a symbol of the empire. The knight officer carried himself with solemnity, saluting Sterling respectfully before loudly declaring, "Sterling Grander of the Grander family from the Emerald Highlands province, your remarkable achievements at the Whitebone Fortress in guarding the western frontier have earned you great merit. By order of Emperor Alexander of the Iris Empire, we hereby bestow upon you the title of Viscount, granting you the Viscount seal, 1,000 acres of land, and the right to recruit 1,000 soldiers." As the words echoed, a sudden silence enveloped the surrounding area. Everyone stared at Sterling in astonishment, unable to believe their ears. The Empire had actually granted Sterling a noble title? Just a few years ago when he left the family, he was branded a waste. Now, returning with such an imperial decree elevating him to Viscount. Shock turned quickly into activity among the clan's folk. Within moments, thoughts of allegiance spread like ripples in a pond. If not now, when should they pledge loyalty to Sterling? Moreover, the position of House Master rightfully belonged to the Alder bloodline. With poise and composure, Sterling accepted the Viscount seal, satisfaction evident amidst his calm demeanor as he silently acknowledged how fitting this ennoblement was. He then raised his gaze, his eyes sharp and cold as they swept across his clan's folk. With a clear voice, he declared, "Today's events have proven Charles's insult to my mother and Victor's attempted murder against me. The deaths of these two were justly deserved. Are there any objections among the family?" The crowd exchanged wary glances, meeting the sternness of Sterling's gaze. Not a single no dared to emerge. At this moment, a clan member suddenly shouted loud and clear, "We are willing to nominate Viscount Sterling as our new family head." These words acted like kindling, igniting fervor amongst the crowd. More voices soon joined in chorus. "Let's support Viscount Sterling as our new head. Support Viscount Sterling as the new head." The calls arose repeatedly, filled with enthusiasm. A faint smile graced Sterling's lips, his eyes revealing a flicker of determination. He stepped onto the highest point in the center of the square and spoke clearly, "Since all of you have nominated me for this role, I accept humbly and wholeheartedly. From this day forth, all matters of the Grander family will be overseen by me. Family rules must not be broken, and those who continue to act unlawfully will face strict punishment." The elders stood nearby, exchanging looks laced with resignation. In this moment, any resistance or doubt they harbored felt futile. Before them stood a man who had subdued the clan through sheer strength and whose status had been elevated by the imperial bestowment. Unshakable, the elders finally bowed their heads in acquiescence, quietly accepting the inauguration of their new family head. Darwin, standing amid the throng, looked at his nephew's tall stature with both pride and complexity swirling in his heart. This truly was the bloodline of the Eagle family. Behind him, Isabella felt as though she were dreaming. She never imagined that her son could achieve so much. An imperial viscount. Tears slowly streamed down her cheeks. My husband, do you see? Sterling has become a viscount. Above, rivals observed that everything was settled, then gradually withdrew. In the square, the rest of the clansfolk were gathered together, and the newly appointed head of the Grander family, Sterling Grander, officially took office. Chapter 80. The Turmoil of Emerald Highlands. Have you heard? The head of the Grindle family has changed. What? The family head? Isn't it Victor, the 7th level war eagle? Victor is dead? The news spread like a bomb, instantly causing an uproar in the Emerald Highlands. Is it true or false? Victor was a 7th level powerhouse. It's true. It's said that Victor was killed by the new family head. New family head? Who is it? Could it be his son or some other elder seizing power? Not any of those. It's Sterling. Sterling. Isn't he the talentless waste who didn't awaken his abilities a few years ago? A person lowered their voice, their face showing undeniable surprise. Shoo, speak softer, don't let others hear. It's said now that Sterling, like his father, is a 7th level Sky Knight, my brother's nephew, who works for the Grindle family, told me. Another person interrupted immediately. Wait, I heard he's a summoner who can call forth incredibly terrifying battle beasts. The news that Sterling had become the head of the Grindle family spread like wildfire. In no time, it reached every corner of the Emerald Highlands. Rumors multiplied with each retelling, becoming increasingly exaggerated. Fortunately, Darwin personally gathered the people at the square to emphasize that under no circumstances should they reveal the fact about Sterling summoning undead creatures. Otherwise, rumors might have turned into absurd tales like Sterling transforming into undead and seeking revenge on his family. In streets large and small, during tea breaks and dinners, everyone discussed his astonishing rise to prominence. No one could fathom how this once mocked youth without awakened talents now held the position of family head, having personally slain Victor, the 7th level warrior. Inside the family estate, Sterling brought his mother Isabel back to their old, luxurious mansion. This courtyard held many warm memories, where Sterling spent the first decade and a half of his life growing up. Tears welled in Isabel's eyes as she touched the familiar doorframe inside. Sterling, I never thought we would come back here so peacefully. Sterling smiled gently at his mother, his tone resolute. Mother, from this moment forward, you will never suffer any form of humiliation again. After assisting Isabel inside the estate and making sure everything was properly settled, he entered the council chamber for clan elders. Inside the meeting hall, several elder members were already waiting outside the doors. Each carried expressions of reverence mixed with unease. They all knew nothing about what kind of temperament the new head of the family possessed. Even less certain was how Sterling would handle the family affairs. Exchanging glances among themselves, Bell, the senior elder, spoke up first. Leader Sterling, you are now our family head. We will obey your decisions wholeheartedly. Here are the various enterprises within the family. Please take a look. Sterling appeared composed. He swept his gaze over the group and calmly said, I have no interest in the family's mundane matters. All existing operations within the family remain unchanged. Let Darwin manage daily chores, and important decisions should still be handled collectively by the family council. I trust you'll manage everything appropriately. His words were soft, yet firm with unquestionable authority. Bell hesitated for a moment, then exhaled deeply. We will strictly follow the leader's commands, he replied, while the other elders also bowed in agreement, their hearts quietly relieved. Since Sterling showed no intent to meddle in intricate details, the operational mode of the Grindle family remained unbroken. Major stakes and interests remained stable. Leaving the conference hall, Sterling looked calm. He'd already spoken to his uncle. He wouldn't entangle himself in internal family disputes. His goal aimed higher, at the level of superior strength. Upon returning home, clearing all obstacles for his mother would be sufficient. With Uncle Darwin's capable hands managing the situation ahead, there was no concern regarding family matters. And Sterling trusted that his uncle would also properly deal with the descendants of Victor's line. Meanwhile, in the grand mansion of the Durand family on the other side of the Emerald Highlands, a refined room housed Evangeline seated quietly in front of a mirror. She had stayed at her parents' house for nearly a month without uttering a word. By her side, her personal maid, Veronique, cautiously combed her hair. Observing Evangeline's distracted expression, Veronique softly inquired, Miss, have you heard the news about the Grindle family? A complex emotion flickered across Evangeline's eyes as she indifferently asked, What happened? Did you mean Sterling? I caught a servant's casual chatter earlier today. Veronique nodded, lowering her voice further. Yes, Mississippi word is he's returned, and, as the family head, killing Victor with his own hands. Now, Sterling is a 7th level warrior. Moreover, His Majesty has granted him the title of Baron. He returned in glory this time. Evangeline tightly gripped the silver comb in her hand, her eyes reflecting a flicker of disturbance, muttering to herself. He used to be clearly talentless. How could I ever imagine he would become a 7th level powerhouse, let alone receive an ennoblement from His Majesty? Wilhelmina's eyes gleamed as she tentatively asked, Miss, do you regret breaking the engagement? Evangeline gave a bitter laugh and shook her head coldly. Regret? This match was decided by my parents. They never considered my wishes. Her gaze grew colder, as if piercing through the void outside the window. After breaking off the engagement, her parents had chosen her current husband for her, who, though from a distinguished family, turned out to be nothing but a wastrel obsessed with liquor and debauchery, spending without restraint and making Evangeline's life a torment. At one point, she even entertained thoughts of divorce, but her parents' business dealings depended on pleasing others. Despite bringing it up multiple times to her father, he consistently refused. Wilhelmina whispered softly, "But Sterling today is surely no longer the Sterling from years ago. It's said his talent awakened as a summoner. That's why the awakening light pillar was so weak back then. Who would have guessed it concealed such a powerful gift?" Ouch! Inadvertently gripping the silver comb too tightly, Evangeline accidentally pierced her palm. She closed her eyes briefly, suppressing the bitterness in her heart. "Miss, what's wrong? Let me stop the bleeding for you." But Evangeline answered unrelatedly. "Sterling is no longer the waste he once was. Now, with power and illustrious battle achievements in hand, while I am trapped in this house, living without hope of seeing the sun." Wilhelmina looked at her pitifully and muttered, "Miss, if only the Dew family hadn't ended the engagement back then, perhaps things between you and Mr. Sterling could have been different." Evangeline sighed deeply, her eyes revealing a hint of melancholy. She gazed at the night sky beyond the window, feeling mixed emotions within her chest. The unpredictability of life left her, a woman, destined from birth to serve as a tool for her family. Inside the Grendel family estate, Sterling settled his mother into place and once again convened the important members of the clan. This time, his tone was not gentle but carried an unshakable authority as he declared, "From today onward, all matters big or small concerning the family shall be managed entirely by Uncle Darwin. No one is allowed to interfere, and those who dare disobey will face severe punishment." The clansmen remained silent, their faces filled with awe. They were well aware that Sterling always kept his word, being ruthless and decisive when dealing with defiance. Any dissenters would certainly regret their actions. Meanwhile, at the Verdun Manor, Ryan listened intently as Rivers recounted the scene where Sterling mercilessly slaughtered enemies, leaving him filled with admiration. "I've always said it. Our captain is the man who killed the level 8 Black Necromancer. They tell legends about him at the Whitebone Fortress." "Ryan, what's his temperament like?" "Based on your description, he seems to be a man who values brotherhood." "That's absolutely true. We in the Starfire Demon Hunting Brigade are all men who value loyalty and brotherhood." Charles' eyes sparkled with a glint of understanding. "Sometimes, life is akin to gambling. Choosing correctly leads to smooth sailing, while choosing incorrectly could lead to irreversible ruin. Perhaps, the opportunity for the rise of Verdun Trading House lay within Ryan." Chapter 81, Eltonville. On the eastern Great Road of Lingyan Continent, the most magnificent river is named Tangula River. It starts from the Tangula mountain range and flows eastward for 8,000 miles. The Tangula River has countless branches, the largest of which is called Donglan River. It flows into the Eastern Sea, and after countless millennia, the mud washed near the sea accumulated into the Golden Ear Plain. Elra's capital, Eltonville, is located on the Golden Ear Plain, built along the Donglan River into a bustling city. With the Donglan River as the boundary, it is divided into northern and southern cities. The North City is the power center of the Elris Empire with an attitude of ruling from the north and overseeing the south, while the South City is most famous for the Elris Royal Academy. Several large bridges constructed using magical pedestals span across the river between the north and south cities. The entire capital, after expanding over 1,000 years, ultimately formed the pattern where the Golden Ear Plain province encircles the capital city, Eltonville. On this day, in the southern city of Eltonville, a steady figure came forward among a group of people. He was not wearing complicated noble attire, yet his presence was unmistakable. This person was Sterling, who after resting at home for more than a month, finally decided to set off for the capital academy to further his studies. Unlike the peaceful tranquility of the Emerald Highlands, Eltonville was like the heart of a giant dragon, prosperous and vigorous. Towering buildings were breathtakingly numerous. The streets were crowded with people coming and going, and exquisite shops lined up densely. Besides vendors and travelers in various clothing, one could often see nobles dressed in splendid clothing among the pedestrians. Though Sterling had been granted the title of Viscount, he preferred comfort over the complexity of noble attire. In the distance, Sterling saw a tower piercing through the clouds. This was precisely the iconic structure of the Capital Academy, the Cloudtop Tower. Hearing from elders of his clan, the Cloudtop Tower contained 99 floors inside, claiming to be its own dimensional space. Within it, the transformations had lasted for thousands of years, the essence energy abundant. In these late-era times of scarce essence energy, it became the desired cultivation sanctuary for countless geniuses from all countries. Of course, entering the Cloudtop Tower requires a price. The simplest way is by spending points from the Capital Academy. Sterling did not linger on the prosperity of the southern city, but walked toward the direction of the Cloudtop Tower. The grand entrance of the academy was majestic and glorious, with 2 teams of academy guards performing their duties at the gate. They wore excellent armor, were tall and muscular, and their stern faces showed unquestionable authority. Sterling felt the essence fluctuations from this team of guards. They were all above 4th-level strong warriors. No wonder this was the Capital Academy, the gathering place of powerful warriors of Elris. Even the ordinary patrol guards were 4th-level awakened warriors. When Sterling arrived at the door, before he could open his mouth, the guard raised his hand to stop him and said coldly, "Who goes there? Show your academy magic card. Outsiders are not allowed inside." Sterling paused slightly, responding, "I am here to register at the academy." The two guards exchanged glances, a hint of confusion flashing in their eyes. This was not the registration date for students. How would someone come to register now? It must be another arrogant fool. Get lost, ordinary people aren't allowed inside the academy. If you have an appointment with someone, go sign the registry there, and wait for them to come and pick you up. Oh, I want to meet with Master Awakens, Sterling added. Awakens Master? Do you have proof? One of the guards smirked, saying, every year, there are always several people like you, making up random names that you've probably overheard somewhere. Do you really think we're fools? What the guard said was true. The Capital Academy gathers talents, leading to frequently overconfident students who failed exams causing trouble out of arrogance. Some would even claim to be someone's son. The guards had seen too many of such people, so they wouldn't care whether you're some noble's son or not. This is the Royal Academy. Current Emperor Alexander himself is the Academy's honorary principal, and the royal princes and princesses usually also train and study here. After listening, Sterling frowned slightly, knowing that explaining would be futile now. Remembering the plate Reg gifted him, he intended to take it out to show the guard, or if that didn't work, ask for help contacting Master Awakens. However, just as he was about to fetch the token from his ring, suddenly a few soft laughs came from nearby. A young man in a uniform of the Capital Academy had approached at some point, arms crossed, sneering while looking at Sterling. Beside him stood several companions wearing similar uniforms, each eyeing Sterling with mocking gazes. Just based on the clothes, don't tell me you're some bumpkin from nowhere, fantasizing wildly about getting into the Capital Academy. The young man mocked. You're hilarious. See this? This is the student card of the Capital Academy. You, a bumpkin like you, probably won't ever get it. Just stand there admiring at the gate and be satisfied with that idea instead of imagining walking inside, hey. Sterling sighed inwardly with much helplessness. How could he encounter such self-important people wherever he went? Maurice, hurry up, don't waste your time on this hick. Look at his clothes, something like what my father wore decades ago. He obviously isn't from the capital. Sterling glanced at his own outfit, which Isabella had fetched from the cabinet for him. Made of the soft fur of a second-tier chilling lamb beast, it felt smooth and comfortable against his skin, a garment surely crafted by his mother's hands. Sterling brushed his sleeve absently, realizing that the very clothing he found so comfortable was now the reason for someone else's mockery. Forget it, why bother arguing with these brats? Sterling gave an inward smile and focused momentarily, pulling out the plate Reg had given him from his storage ring. Shit, he actually has a storage ring. Eden, this guy's got a storage ring. Maurice, seemingly highly sensitive to spatial fluctuations, instantly detected the spiritual energy when Sterling retrieved the object and fixed his gaze on the ring on Sterling's finger. This glance shocked him even further. Shit, a black card. Eden, come over here, my god. Is this really a black card? What's a black card? You mean the black card? Where? Let me see it. The others nearby rushed forward upon hearing this, staring incredulously at the plate in Sterling's hand, their expressions filled with mixed emotions. In an instant, Sterling felt like a monkey being gawked at in a zoo, completely bewildered. A black card? Could this be the same thing Reg gave him? Was it really so impressive? Holy crap, it's actually a black card. Several students exclaimed in disbelief. Upon hearing this, the guard standing ahead also stiffened noticeably. His gaze fell onto the plate in Sterling's hand, and the arrogance in his eyes vanished immediately, replaced by deep respect. Trembling slightly, the guard stepped closer, speaking humbly with a hint of fear. Master, is this truly the black card? I failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me, and do not let me lose my position. I have an 80-year-old mother above and a 3-year-old child below. Sterling looked at the guard's demeanor and couldn't help but shake his head, thinking to himself, what nonsense is this? When did I ever plan to make you lose your job? Indeed, Sterling had no idea that the token in his hand was none other than the prestigious black card issued by the Capital Academy. Chapter 82, Merit Black Card. In the Imperial Capital Academy, everyone has their own magic card. The magic cards at the Imperial Capital Academy are divided into several levels. Regular students use white cards, elite students have blue cards, ordinary instructors use purple cards, and elite instructors use red cards. Only an extremely small number of people who make major contributions to the Academy or hold prestigious status may be granted this top-tier black card, also known as the Merit Black Card. Even throughout the entire Academy, the number of those who possess a rare black card can be counted on one hand. The black card isn't just a symbol of status, it also represents the right to access the Academy's rare resources. To put it simply, black card holders receive 500 Academy points every month. What does 500 points mean? Many regular students work hard in the Academy for an entire semester, participate in subject assessments, and complete various course tasks just to barely earn 20 points. And yet, the privilege of receiving 500 points every month is something even many elite instructors don't enjoy. In my lifetime, I actually get to see a black card. We're really dealing with a major figure here. Could you possibly be the illegitimate child of some big shot? A student widened his eyes and suddenly said. Sterling's head ached at the comment, and he couldn't help but cough to signal everyone to quiet down. Only then did a few students realize they were out of line and quickly lowered their heads. Some looked at Sterling with admiration, remembering their earlier mocking words, and immediately felt ashamed. It was clear that they had made fools of themselves. As Sterling walked away calmly, some secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that this big shot hadn't taken them, these little calamities, to account. With the Merit Black Card, the guard's attitude changed completely, and the supervisor was quickly called over to escort Sterling into the Academy with extreme caution. The Department of Summoning was quite far from here, So the supervisor led Sterling to a third-grade magical beast, the Cloud Sea Deer. This deer had a 4-person open-top carriage attached to its back, exquisitely decorated with smooth curves and ancient patterns interwoven in a style reminiscent of another world. The supervisor smiled and explained, the Cloud Sea Deer is a specially trained magical beast used by the Academy for transportation. Its nature is gentle, its movement as smooth as floating clouds, and it's fast. There is also comfort magic cast on the carriage, ensuring no fatigue during long journeys. Anybody can use it if they exchange points. Sitting inside the carriage, Sterling couldn't help but marvel internally. Truly, this place is like a big city. This must be the otherworldly version of a luxury vehicle. Half an hour later, Sterling met Professor Iwend, an elderly man with slightly graying hair, whose face appeared kind. Clearly trying to suppress any aura of strength, Iwend didn't reveal even a hint of being a powerhouse, coming off more like an old man playing chess next door. After reading the recommendation letter given to him by Dean Rige, Iwend regarded Sterling with interest. You're Sterling, correct? Iwend asked kindly. I never thought Dean Rige would write such a recommendation for you. He was the dean of my era, and Rige spoke very highly of your talent in summoning. Regarding Rige's word, I have absolute trust. Would you consider becoming my student and joining the advanced class of the summoning department? Naturally, Sterling accepted without hesitation. Iwend immediately ordered arrangements for Sterling's accommodation. Due to the merit black card, Sterling was assigned a detached villa with even a personal housekeeper, living a life that many envied. Indeed, the Imperial Capital Academy deserved its reputation of being long-standing, covering an area nearly 20,000 square kilometers, essentially a miniature city. It's no wonder others say that the southern city of the Imperial Capital is, in fact, an annex of the Imperial Capital Academy. According to what Iwend mentioned, summoning talents are a rare ability, with very few awakened cases. Over the last 10 years, throughout the entire Eris Empire, and even including the allied human nations, fewer than 1,000 people had awakened the summoning talent. This resulted in a low number of students in the summoning department, where there was only one advanced class consisting of no more than 50 students. Furthermore, according to the Academy's rules, the advanced class is a fluid system. At the end of each quarter, the bottom 5 students are demoted back to the intermediate class, while the top 5 from the intermediate class are promoted to the advanced class. The benefits gap between different levels of classes is enormous, driving many below to strive relentlessly to enter the advanced class for better treatment. Therefore, when Sterling, the newcomer of unknown origins, was placed in the advanced class, the existing students showed absolutely no goodwill, especially those ranked near the bottom. The nerve of someone coming in through connections. Even if you're that Duke's bastard, you have no reason to join our class like this. Though no overt hostility was shown, deep down there was definitely a sense of keeping Sterling at arm's length, observing him coldly from the sidelines, and even a desire to see him humiliated during the quarterly competition as he got demoted back to the intermediate class. These individuals, having awakened their summoning talent, were all exceptional talents who endured great hardship to pass the Academy's assessments and gradually climbed into the advanced class. The sudden arrival of this transfer student naturally made others feel resentful. As Sterling stepped into the classroom, he felt an indescribable sense of estrangement. Students around him grouped together in 2s and 3s, whispering softly among themselves. From time to time, some gazes would flicker toward him, glancing curiously or sizing him up, but whenever Sterling tried to meet those eyes, the gazes quickly darted away. Hardly anyone took the initiative to talk to him. It was as if he had become an invisible man. After settling into his seat, Sterling discreetly scanned the room. The course he was attending now, recommended by Iwend, was called The Summoning Chronicles, an advanced subject. It documented the development of summoning magic and the experiences of countless sages, building on the magical incantations painstakingly developed by predecessors. While Sterling was lost in thought, a gentle cough sounded beside him. He turned his head to find his seatmate was a pale-skinned blue-eyed boy with a mischievous grin. This boy was more talkative than others and spoke freely, nodding casually at Sterling and initiating conversation. You're Sterling, right? Care to spill? Whose noble family do you hail from? His voice was low, laced with genuine curiosity. Sterling smiled slightly and answered frankly. Me? From the Grandrel family. The Grandrel family? The boy furrowed his brow, clearly having no memory of such a name. Never heard of them. Could they be a newly minted noble family here in the capital? In the Emerald Highlands province, the Grandrel family might have been considered somewhat well known among the nobility, but this was the imperial capital, where earls were as common as dogs, and dukes roamed the streets. Any passerby likely had some sort of aristocratic lineage. Sterling understood, his smile fading slightly before he could respond further. A slightly chilly female voice rang out from the podium. Both of you, pay attention to class. Startled, Sterling immediately straightened his posture, focusing on the front of the room. Standing at the podium was a beautiful middle-aged woman, exceptionally well-preserved and looking no older than her mid-30s. She wore a light blue magical robe, her sharp gaze leaving no room for argument. She held a thin booklet in her hand, and Sterling recognized her name from the course introduction, Professor Camilla Nolder, responsible for teaching the Summoning Chronicles. Chapter 83, Summoner Mage System. Camilla was a serious teacher. As her gaze swept across the room, the classroom quickly fell silent. Clearing her throat, she began to explain. Dear students, the Summoning Chronicles is one of the most important courses for those studying summoning magic. Mastering it is akin to standing on the shoulders of giants, enabling you to reach the pinnacle of the summoner's path. She lifted the slim book and slowly rotated it so that every student could clearly see its cover. On the ancient leather, there were several lines of runes used in summoning magic, faintly glowing. This slim volume might appear unassuming, but no one dared to underestimate its appearance. It utilized recording magic, making it look thin while actually containing the vast experiences and summoning techniques passed down by countless masters of summoning magic, even including some details of the ancient summoning spells from 10,000 years ago. As long as spiritual energy was infused into it, it would unfold according to your needs. The entire content of this book is several million words. Other students were already well-versed in the principles of summoning magic, but Sterling had practically skipped all the basic classes and found himself completely clueless about many fundamental concepts. Or perhaps he knew absolutely nothing at all. The instructor was teaching advanced summoning techniques and combat strategies, skipping over the finer details of incantations, leaving Sterling utterly confused. Sterling realized the path he had been following in his mountain sea space might be entirely different from that of the traditional summoner mage, but was there necessarily a connection between the two? Or perhaps, could he exploit this similarity to get through unnoticed? To keep up with the lessons, he chose to visit the library, borrowing a large number of related books. One benefit of having the Merit Black Card was that Sterling could freely take books home, where he could read sitting or lying down without needing to stay confined within the library. After spending considerable time reading through a large amount of foundational knowledge, Sterling gained a preliminary understanding of the cultivation system of summoner mages. The earliest summoning magic can be traced back to the near ancient era, roughly 10,000 years ago. A space mage, while researching space magic, accidentally opened a planar space and introduced an outer domain demon beast, which willingly obeyed his command. This marked the prototype of what became known as summoned creatures. As research progressed, they discovered that some people naturally awakened with the special talent of space perception, allowing them to sense and open a summoning space within their bodies, providing a bridge for cross-dimensional summoning. Through gradual evolution, we now have today's summoner mages. The essence of summoning lies in controlling space and reciting incantations, using spells as a medium to tear apart spatial barriers and bring otherworldly demon beasts into our realm. In fact, the summoning process is extremely complex, requiring extensive preparation in advance, consuming large amounts of spiritual chi, and providing corresponding offerings based on the level of the summoned creature. Alternatively, one can sustain the summoning with pure spiritual chi and sign a contract with the demon beast, compelling the summoned creature to obey the summoner's orders. There are different levels of summoning contracts. The most basic type is the ordinary contract. The summoner offers sacrifices or infuses spirit chi to establish a temporary contract with the demon beast via incantation. This type of contract has a limited duration, and if resummoning is required after battle, a new contract must be signed. A higher level version is the long-term contract. If a summoned creature harmonizes with the summoner, even forming a special emotional resonance, they may, with the beast's consent, form a long-term contract. Such contracts consume more resources, but they ensure the summoned creature serves the summoner consistently over time without frequent replenishment of spiritual chi. Finally, there is the blood contract, also known as the lifeline contract, representing the deepest form of contract between a summoner and a summoned creature and symbolizing the summit of the summoner's path. By offering their lifeline essence, the summoner and summoned creature achieve soul-deep resonance, becoming each other's lifeline existences. This contract is called the blood contract. After a successful blood contract, the summoned creature is termed a lifeline summoned creature. It will respond instantly to the summoner's call at any time, share the same fate with the summoner, absorb the summoner's spiritual chi for nourishment, and increase its power along with the summoner's growth. Because a summoner's strength and resources are limited, most summoners only choose 1 or 2 summoned creatures for the blood contract. Once the lifeline summoned creature dies, the summoner will face backlash, ranging from severe injury and coma to death itself. Sterling looked inward gently at the mountain sea cannon within his body, a smug satisfaction filling his heart. Though the Capital Academy had many prodigious talents in summoning magic, the quantity of creatures a normal summoner mage could form contracts with was ultimately restricted. However, the mountain sea cannon granted Sterling abilities beyond the ordinary summoner. Not only could he form contracts with more summoned creatures, but through these contracts, he could borrow the powers of his summoned beasts, a unique capability that was unheard of throughout the entire continent. As evening descended, the standalone villa was brilliantly illuminated inside, surrounded by serene and cold silence. Sterling summoned both Xiao Gu and Hong. Hong's physique grew increasingly robust. After advancing to the rank of 6th level commander, it had acquired a certain degree of intelligence. Though Xiao Gu was merely a level 7 undead, it had a slow and steady disposition, moving languidly and exuding an air of deep melancholy that seemed impossible to dispel. Seeing Xiao Gu's listlessness, Hong couldn't help but nudge it gently with its clawed paw, as if trying to tease the other creature. Xiao Gu glanced at it with an indifferent look, letting out a low murmur in response, showing some signs of impatience. However, in the end, it allowed Hong to play beside it without incident, maintaining a peaceful coexistence. Hong, lively and energetic, darted around the courtyard like an enthusiastic young man full of life, whereas Xiao Gu remained stable and deliberate, much like an idle old man from next door. Seeing the two summoned creatures getting along harmoniously, Sterling felt a genuine sense of relief. He casually flipped open a thick copy of the Summoning Chronicles and focused intently on studying its contents. In addition to the Summoning Chronicles, Sterling also enrolled in Bestiary of Summoned Creatures, where he learned about the various types, characteristics, and interdependent relationships between summoned beasts. Rational pairing during battles could yield greater than expected results, a synergy greater than the sum of their parts. A few days later, Sterling arrived at the Academy training grounds for a practical combat lesson. This hands-on class was led by a female instructor, and Alpha had already warned him about her, referring to her as the fierce dinosaur. Alpha reminded Sterling to be particularly cautious and avoid irritating her at all costs. It was said that this instructor was extraordinarily formidable, achieving the rank of a level 7 powerhouse before turning 30. Only a few years prior, she had been a student in the Advanced Summoner program, ascending through the ranks thanks to her astonishing combat talent. She was now the practical combat mentor for the Summoner department within the Academy. Apart from her mastery of summoning magic, she possessed 3 signature summoned creatures, each contracted in the Empire's perilous dark forest, and each one possessed immense power. On the rankings of promising talents under 30 in the Imperial Capital Academy, she held the 5th position. Emerging as a rising star in the summoning department, she was regarded by everyone in the Academy as the beacon of hope for summoners, since the summoning school hadn't won first place in the Academy martial arts competition for several hundred years. She had the best chance to break this long-standing stagnation. Chapter 84, Genius? After hearing Alpha's various accounts, Sterling was filled with curiosity about this female Tyrannosaurus. On the training ground, the advanced class students had already gathered. Many were whispering, speculating about who would be unfortunate today and get specially trained by the female Tyrannosaurus. Suddenly, the sound of crisp high heels approached from afar. Everyone immediately quieted down, and the training ground became so silent that even the sound of a needle falling could be heard. Sterling looked up to see a tall figure with a cold, beautiful face stepping forward. Dressed in a long blue robe, which swayed slightly with her steps, her hair shimmered like soft gold threads. The long hair falling from her shoulders to her back made her look like a gentle and refined woman. I am Emiliana, and I will be teaching this class. Her voice was soft yet carried an undeniable aura of authority. Today's practical session is on resonance summoning. Don't let her appearance deceive you. Alpha stood beside Sterling, whispering with a hint of respect in his eyes. You can't imagine her methods. She may seem harmless, but in reality, her control is extremely terrifying. Sterling nodded slightly, developing a deeper interest in Emiliana. Emiliana first asked everyone to review the techniques of resonance summoning. She explained that resonance summoning is an advanced skill for summoners and their summoned creatures. By concentrating intensely, a summoner can achieve temporary perceptual synchronization with their summoned creature, significantly enhancing combat coordination. This is not a simple skill. True summoners must precisely control their summoned creatures at crucial moments, guiding them to execute the correct tactics. However, resonance doesn't mean blindly trusting the summoned creature. Emiliana paused briefly and continued. The more powerful the summoned creature, the greater the danger if it loses control. With that, she lightly waved her right hand, and a golden red blaze phoenix emerged. Upon its appearance, the surrounding temperature soared instantly, and scorching heat flowed like an invisible pressure enveloping the entire training ground. The blaze phoenix spread its wings, flames burning and dancing in the air. Each feather seemed to tear through the air, giving off an undeniable sense of threat. A level 7 commander-ranked blaze phoenix. Sterling immediately felt a wave of heat coming, and the temperature on the entire training ground rose dramatically. This is her weakest signature summoned creature. Alpha muttered quietly beside Sterling again. Next, I need one student to cooperate with me in a demonstration. Emiliana scanned around, her gaze passing over everyone. Not me, please not me. Alpha prayed silently next to her, but Emiliana's gaze landed firmly on the area where he stood. What the heck? Not this bad luck. Sterling, the new student, come up. Emiliana said slowly. Alpha breathed a sigh of relief, muttering under his breath. Phew, phew. Sterling, you've really saved my life. Sterling hesitated, surprised to be chosen. Under the gazes of everyone, he walked forward cautiously, a bit nervous. Summon your summoned creature. We'll begin the resonance training. Emiliana still spoke calmly, her tone gentle but not to be questioned. Sterling nodded and summoned Red without hesitation. As soon as Red appeared, it caused a murmur among the audience. A 6th-level commander-rank magical beast. So, this kid has been keeping something hidden all along. No wonder he could jump straight into our advanced class, the students below realized. Emiliana raised an eyebrow as well, calmly saying, Start resonating. Imagine connecting with the soul of your summoned creature. Perceive its intentions while controlling its actions. Resonance. Sterling broke out in a cold sweat inside. Isn't that what? Red and himself are already heart-to-heart. Basically, they hit where they aim, needing no extra resonance. Emiliana gazed coldly at him and softly commanded, Control your summoned creature to perform a forward charge. She waved her hand, and the golden red blaze phoenix suddenly spread its wings, rushing ahead swiftly. The hot flames created a tidal wave in the air, causing the trainees within the venue to step back. The phoenix's charge was swift and sharp, perfect and flawless, akin to warriors jumping out of Emiliana's commands. Her gaze turned to Sterling. Now it's your turn, control Red. Sterling nodded. Though confident, he still closed his eyes pretending to focus, took a deep breath, and activated the contract force. Red charge. He whispered mentally. Almost instantaneously, Red's action was precise as a machine. His massive body leapt forward abruptly, sharp claws cutting through the air and charging ahead. In that instant, it felt as if the whole training ground was being pressed by this fierce momentum, with howling wind all around. Emiliana slightly arched an eyebrow, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes, but she remained silent, continuing with the demonstration. Roll to the right. The blaze phoenix flapped its wings, and its form nimbly rolled to the right, like a dancer in the sky. Red, roll to the right. Sterling issued the order immediately. Despite its massive size, Red carried out the command with perfect precision. It leaped into the air and spun gracefully, drawing an elegant arc as it plummeted toward the ground, landing firmly on all fours. The students watching from below widened their eyes in disbelief. Given Red's towering frame, such fluid movements seemed impossible. Yet, every motion of Red was as though meticulously controlled. A flicker of approval passed through Emiliana's eyes, and she continued. Next, switch to defense mode and prepare to dodge. The blaze phoenix abruptly turned around, spreading its wings to form a protective shield against attacks coming from all directions. Flames danced fiercely in the air, forming a dazzling barrier. Red, switch to defense mode, prepare to dodge. Sterling calmly issued the command. Red suddenly twisted its body midair, quickly changing its posture. Its twin blades crossed, creating a precise defensive stance, each movement executed without hesitation or delay. But this was far from over. Emiliana's gaze suddenly sharpened, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Good. Next, execute more complex actions. Make it dance. Without pause, she issued her command. Blaze Phoenix, spin and jump, performing a set of intricate dance moves. As soon as her words were spoken, the Blaze Phoenix began spinning in the air, its wings sweeping like enormous fans. Each movement was flawlessly executed, akin to a work of art, flames swirling around it in radiant halos that left all observers mesmerized. A wave of astonishment rippled through the students. Such a fierce summoned creature performing so graceful and complex a dance was hard to comprehend. Keep up, Sterling. Emiliana's voice remained calm, but carried an undercurrent of challenge. Sterling hesitated not a moment. Red, get ready to dance. His command to Red was smooth and effortless, without a moment's thought. As soon as his words fell, Red's movements began accordingly. It first bowed its head, and then rapidly spun its body, kicking its legs lightly while its twin blades slapped the ground, mimicking a jumping mantis with speed and power. Then, it leaped into the air, flexing its limbs, starting its own dance. The students' eyes almost bulged out of their heads as they watched this ferocious, bloodthirsty mantis perform such precise and coordinated movements. They could scarcely believe what they saw. Each twist, each jump, even a single unnecessary movement of Red was absent. It was as if it truly followed Sterling's commands to dance. Alpha stood nearby, stunned speechless. How is this possible? He has made no mistakes whatsoever. Other students also whispered among themselves. His control is simply unimaginable. To carry out such complex dances with such perfection is nothing short of magic. This guy isn't ordinary. A glimmer of recognition flashed in Emiliana's eyes. Very good, Sterling. Not only did you successfully complete all the actions, but you surpassed my expectations. The next step will involve a battle between us two. Chapter 85, The Female Tyrannosaurus. Relax, I won't use my full strength. My sparrow will also suppress its power to a 6th level. A faint smile flickered at the corner of Amelia's lips, yet her eyes glimmered with an icy chill, instantly making Sterling feel an undeniable pressure. She didn't give a direct order to attack, but quietly observed Sterling and Red as if waiting for the right moment. Are you ready, Sterling? Her voice was calm but filled with threats, that sense of pressure like an invisible blade slowly approaching. Sterling took a deep breath. Red had already leaped beside him, its eyes burning with fighting spirit. He completely merged his consciousness with Red's, ready to face this battle. Red, attack. Sterling decisively issued the command. Red instantly shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring, fiercely charging towards the skylark hovering in the sky. However, Emilia remained entirely unfazed. A hint of a smirk flashed across her eyes as she said offhandedly, Sparrow, dodge and counterattack accordingly. With her single order, the skylark lightly flapped its wings, its body soaring into the air at incredible speed that almost dazzled the eyes. It made a clever sharp turn in midair, skillfully avoiding Red's attack, nearly becoming invisible. You're a bit slow. Emilia's gaze carried a touch of mockery. She didn't plan on simply blocking attacks in this fight. Her skylark wasn't just dodging, it was secretly adjusting itself, waiting for the next fatal retaliation. Next, the skylark rapidly dived, shaking its wings forcefully, releasing a powerful gust that immediately pinned Red to the ground. Red let out a painful roar, struggling hard, yet was suppressed by this formidable burst of energy. Sterling realized he had lost the initiative. Hastily, he directed Red to adjust their position, attempting to regain control, but the skylark's reaction speed was beyond his imagination. Every move was firmly controlled by Emilia, as if every trap laid out for the fight was silently awaiting Sterling's every step. A trace of a cold smile rose at the corner of Emilia's lips. Your grasp on the battlefield is not yet mature. She pointed ahead, her voice soft but brimming with menace. Skylark, aerial shift, fire circle, surround it. As soon as she spoke, the skylark suddenly altered its flight path, swiftly ascending into the air, then quickly forming a scorching fire circle around Red. Red felt the temperature rise abruptly, flames surging toward it like a flood, practically encasing it within an intangible prison. Not quick enough, Red. Sterling's heart sank. He finally understood that he was being led step by step into the elaborate traps set by Emilia. Each of her commands carried some clever design, as if she were playing with her prey. Skylark, prepare, lock onto the attack trajectory. Amelia's tone was like a chilling command, utterly ruthless. In one fluid motion, the Skylark released a bent beam of flame, precisely striking Red's side. Red let out a pained cry as its entire body was flipped several times, falling to the ground amidst searing currents. Its wings were charred black, and it struggled to breathe. Don't worry, there will be no injuries. Afterward, we'll have Tutor Erlin release a few healing spells on it, and it'll bounce back lively. Emilia explained to Sterling. However, pain cannot be avoided. Skylark, initiate Flame Whirlwind, lock onto the target. Red had fallen into a complete predicament, each struggle leading to even more accurate attacks from the Skylark. Emilia's control was truly unparalleled, able to predict Red's attack direction almost every time, leaving Red unable to break through her offensive rhythm. Anxiety rose in Sterling's heart. Red, get up. Blood Shadow Assault, attack her directly. He knew that if they couldn't counter Emilia, her coordination with the Skylark would make it impossible for them to recover. However, when Red sped up to leap, leaving behind a shadow attempting to launch a surprise attack from behind Emilia, contrary to Sterling's expectations, Emilia had already prepared her second trap. Just as Red approached Emilia's back, the Skylark suddenly conjured a stream of flame from the sky, swiftly cutting down on Red. That flame beam accurately struck Red's abdomen, and with a loud explosion, Red was hurled into the air, its body tumbling until it landed heavily on the ground, almost entirely losing its combat ability, scorched all over. Poor thing. Students below began murmuring. Yeah, good thing it wasn't me. My pet wouldn't endure such a hit. Indeed worthy of the name female Tyrannosaurus. She was too ruthless, showing absolutely no mercy. This is a battle. How can there be mercy? Look, Tutor Erlin is waiting over there. She is a 7th-level divine sacrificial priest with top-notch healing spells. Sterling watched this scene, feeling pain for Red in his heart. Emilia had skillfully laid out her tactics, ensnaring him in her trap from the very beginning. Every one of her actions was like a carefully arranged chess game. Each counterattack he made was just a part of her trap. The greatest weakness of summoners is themselves, Emilia said softly, a hint of confidence in her tone. You have understood it thoroughly, but you were too hasty. She gave a slight smile, her gaze icy cold. Right from the start, I've already protected myself. Every dodge and counterattack by Skylark was to guide you into the trap, and every time you attacked me, Skylark would trigger Flame's trap. Her face showed a look of triumph. And so, you fell for all my traps. Sterling looked at Red lying on the ground, a tinge of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Despite the blackened wounds covering Red's body and its heavy breathing not stopping, Sterling knew deep down that Red hadn't suffered fatal injuries. What appeared to be severe wounds were merely superficial external damage. Once the priest's healing spells took effect, Red's wounds would quickly heal back to their original state. But shame still surged within Sterling's heart, unable to suppress the embarrassment. He hadn't seen through a single one of Emilia's traps, every move under her control. Her tactics and mastery of the battlefield left him utterly astonished. Just as before, what he experienced wasn't a mere contest, but a complete feeling of being dominated. This is the power of controlling a battle. Sterling whispered silently to himself, his expression complex. Each step Emilia took was a custom-designed trap for him, pushing him closer to defeat, while she remained calm throughout it all. Her fighting style didn't rely solely on brute force but instead involved precise tactical arrangements, leading enemies into a dead end until they had nowhere to escape. At this moment, Emilia slowly turned around, her voice filled with authority. Student Sterling has performed admirably, and he has taught you summoners the most important rule. Chapter 86, the first rule of summoning magic. Emilia's gaze swept over every student present. You must always remember, the first rule of summoning magic is to prioritize your own safety above all else. Because if you are alive, the summoned beast is with you. But if you die, the summoned beast will cause even greater chaos. Without your direction, the summoned beast cannot unleash its true potential. The classroom fell silent, the students looking solemn, knowing that Emilia spoke the truth. Despite Red appearing to be in a terrible state, after the divine healer cast their healing spell, Red quickly recovered. This session of brutality was just training, and for Sterling, the gains far outweighed any loss. Red had been ruthlessly beaten by Emilia's Skylark, yet Sterling learned much from it, particularly regarding precise control over summoned beasts, significantly improving in this area. Combat isn't merely about brute strength from summoned creatures. It requires tactical strategy and command skills. At that moment, standing in one corner of the classroom, the other students were whispering amongst themselves. Their perception of this transfer student had quietly shifted. Sterling's performance exceeded their expectations, especially his nearly perfect control, which left many in awe. Sterling's control is astonishing. Even such complex movements are executed flawlessly, one girl whispered in admiration. If I could learn some of his techniques, I believe my summoned beast would become stronger too. Faced with requests for advice from several female classmates, Sterling hesitated momentarily, caught off guard. He lacked teaching experience and wasn't sure how to systematically explain his methods. Was he supposed to tell them that he had a telepathic bond with his summoned creature? But seeing the sincerity in the girl's eyes, Sterling nodded slightly. There's nothing special really. I can only say that synergy between human and beast can be trained. Since you want to learn, feel free to come to my yard. We can discuss specific techniques together. The girls noticeably breathed a sigh of relief. expressing gratitude and exchanging excited glances as they discussed when to visit. While everyone expressed gratitude to Sterling, they exchanged expectant looks, clearly thrilled at the prospect of the upcoming lessons. After impressing everyone during the practical class, Sterling's abilities were soon widely recognized. Besides Alpha, he made a few more friends. Just as Sterling was discussing training methods with the female students, Alpha burst into the villa, breathless and tense. "Sterling, something big has happened." Everyone was startled by his demeanor and paused what they were doing. "What's wrong, Alpha? Calm down. Why are you so anxious?" Sterling handed him a glass of water. Alpha wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke rapidly. "I heard from the academy. A tidal wave of monsters has appeared on the 55th floor of Cloudspire Tower. A scouting team has gone missing there. The last report was, they discovered the eggs of a gold eater queen." Gold eaters. Sterling blinked, memories flooding back from his studies in the encyclopedia. His expression darkened instantly. Gold eaters are highly communal monsters. Individually, they aren't particularly strong, but their advantage lies in numbers. Adult gold eaters can bite through steel, and even warriors above level 6 won't survive if surrounded. The female students looked at each other uneasily. One asked tentatively, "Do we know what level the gold eater queen is? If she's beyond level 7, that would be troubling." "That's true. If there really is a gold eater queen above level 7, it's unlikely anyone will dare to enter past the 55th floor. Not only that, the gold eater queen can manipulate her swarm, which means the entire 55th floor may become their territory entirely." Since coming to the academy, Sterling hadn't ventured into Cloudspire Tower yet, but he was already familiar with the various rules and legends surrounding it. Cloudspire Tower is officially recorded as having 99 floors, each being an independent space with its own self-contained system. The environments differ greatly. Some are barren deserts, others lush forests, snow-covered mountains, or islands. The spiritual energy within the tower is extremely abundant, allowing demons to reproduce faster than in the outside world, practically turning it into their paradise. The reason humans can use Cloudspire Tower is because powerful scholars from the academy have established shelters around the teleportation arrays on each floor. Also, due to the rich spiritual energy and naturally existing spaces within the tower, it contains countless rare treasures. It was common for students to gain opportunities within Cloudspire Tower, their rank skyrocketing. Some had even obtained ancient secret technique rubbings there, mastering powerful combat skills, and leaped to become outstanding among the advanced learners. Cloudspire Tower is brimming with chances and is a treasure trove for student cultivation. Yet, it is fraught with danger. Access into Cloudspire Tower, of course, isn't unconditional. Contributions to the academy are required, which is why there's a system in place where academy points can be exchanged for time spent cultivating inside the tower. Typically, 10 points allow entry for 1 day, and which level one can access is determined by strength. Most missions within are slaying tasks. For example, killing 50 same-level magical beasts from the current floor and submitting crystal cores or designated items grants permission to activate the teleportation array. This rule is quite reasonable, given that the strength of magical beasts on each floor has strict classifications, ensuring those who eliminate targets are ready for the next level. Higher levels may offer richer spiritual energy, but one must ensure survival at the current level. Forcibly entering a higher level is no different from courting death. Moreover, the academy regularly dispatches formidable warriors into Cloudspire Tower to clear out magical beasts that have surpassed their level restrictions, ensuring student safety. After all, this place exists for mentors and students to cultivate in, not to send them to their deaths. The human race, upon entering Cloudspire Tower, establishes shelters around the teleportation arrays, making restocking and item exchanges convenient due to the tower's abundant resources and the acquisition of many rare items. 4 high-level classes like summoners, whose strength generally reaches level 6, the 50s floors are where they frequently train and explore. So an issue at the 55th floor significantly impacts them. A beast tide of this scale means the academy will likely dispatch experts to handle it, Sterling questioned. Yes, a level 7 warrior mentor was sent to rescue the missing team, but also disappeared. This incident gained attention, and now there's chaos over what to do. Looks like something strange is going on. The Gold Eater Queen, such a monster might be interesting. Sterling continued. I haven't ventured into Cloudspire Tower yet, so this might just be the opportunity to go in and see what it's like. Chapter 87, The Cloudtop Tower. Sterling, do you know? There's a magical stone stele at the entrance of the Cloudtop Tower that records the names of those who once intruded on higher levels, Alpha said as they walked, with an expression of longing on his face. The highest record is 99 floors, and no one has surpassed it to this day. Floor 99. Sterling paused mid-step, surprise flashing in his eyes. Who was that person? The sword god, Chao Qingqiu, Alpha said with admiration all over his face. For 3,000 years, his name has always been at the top of the list. Even Kier, the fire god ranked second, only managed to reach floor 90, and that was 1,000 years ago. Chao Qingqiu, Sterling muttered under his breath, his gaze carrying a complex look. He was too familiar with this name. In the ancient history of the Spirit Abyss continent, Chao Qingqiu was everywhere, like an insurmountable peak. Yet there were very few records about him personally, no family, no background, as if he had appeared out of nowhere. According to historical records, after rising unexpectedly and defeating numerous powerful opponents, Chao Qingqiu vanished again. Later, when NetHacks arrived, he wounded the latter with a single strike, but fell himself during the battle. A trace of doubt lingered in Sterling's mind. His name and origin. Why does it seem more like he came from another world? Just like myself. Alpha hadn't noticed Sterling's abnormality and continued saying, this magical stele was built together with the Cloudtop Tower. It records the names of the great warriors of history. Next to it, the Academy has erected a student ranking board, updating our students' challenge rankings in real time. Many students check the Academy's Cloudtop ranking every day to see who climbed another level. Sterling chuckled softly, then followed Alpha towards the entrance of the Cloudtop Tower. There, people gathered densely, discussing and talking incessantly. Did you hear? The genius from the magic department, Xuanhuan, set a new record today at floor 65. So what? Carol reached straight to the 66th floor last month. Interweaved with these voices, Sterling couldn't help but glance around. Looking up, he saw a large stele standing right in the center of the entrance, glowing with pale blue light. Countless names and numbers were engraved within its glow. Sure enough, the top position belonged to Chao Qingqiu, followed by Fire God Kier. Further down, he also spotted some familiar names. Night Watcher Reg, floor 83, ranked 160th. Sterling whispered, a hint of admiration crossing his eyes. Old Mr. Reg had indeed reached floor 83. He must have broken through the 9th level back then, truly worthy of being a war god warrior. As Sterling looked further down the list, he noticed another familiar name, Dean Augustine of the Academy, floor 79, ranked 550th. When he scanned past the 900th mark, a name made him pause momentarily. Alex Aries. Isn't that the current emperor? Alpha smiled and nodded. That's him. But this record was set when His Majesty was younger, still just a noble offspring of the empire. After ascending to power, he probably got busy with government affairs and didn't enter much anymore. With his present 9th level strength, he no longer needs the Cloudtop Tower. Sterling nodded thoughtfully. Just then, his gaze shifted toward a slightly smaller stele, which bore the words Academy Cloudtop Ranking. This was the Academy's real-time leaderboard, specifically documenting the trial results of students, with updates happening frequently. Did you hear? An excited student nearby discussed. Emily of the summoning department has already reached the 64th floor. 64 floors? Another voice carried envy. Truly worthy of my goddess. She's the ultimate in the summoning department. Her 3 soulbound summoned beasts allow her battlefield control to be almost perfect. Alpha tugged at Sterling's sleeve and grinned. Didn't you see? Emilicia is 5th on the list. How could teacher Emilicia be on this list? Hasn't she become a mentor already? Sterling asked with confusion. Alpha laughed wryly. Our Capital Academy automatically includes anyone under 30 on this list, and there's a reason for this. Every 3 years, the college competitions organized by the 4 major alliance empires require participants to be under 30 years old. So even though Emilicia has already become a mentor, she would still appear on the list. I see. Sterling said for the first time hearing about it. So that was how it was. Alpha shrugged and continued introducing. Top-tier students from each department are all on the list. 1. Holy Sword Carol, Warrior Department, 66 floors. 2. Frost Whisperer, Xuanhuan, Magic Department, 65 floors. 3. Iron Wall, Walled, Warrior Department, 65 floors. 4. King of the Skies, Aiden, Knight Department, 64 floors. 5. Wind Whisperer, Emilia, Summoning Department, 64 floors. 6. Thunderstorm, Andre, Warrior Department, 63 floors. 7. Starlight Bearer, Karina, Magic Department, 62 floors. 8. Breaking Spear, Osmond, Knight Department, 62 floors. 9. Crimson Fist, Raiden, Warrior Department, 61 floors. 10. Light Bath, Irina, Priest Department, 60 floors. In our Summoning Department, only Mentor Emilicia is among the top 10. Sigh, who can blame it? Our talent is rare. But Sterling, I tell you, we summoners are not to be underestimated in real battles. Why? If it's one-on-one, we'll just swarm them, hee. Sterling was speechless. In theory, each of us has several summoned creatures, so we should rank pretty high. Why can't I even find your name in the top 100? Sterling cast a teasing glance at Alpha. Alpha turned red with embarrassment. You don't know, there are over 1,000 warriors in their department. It's simply incomparable. The worst is that Carol, she awakened the divine sword talent and can cast healing on herself. Plus, she's a strong offense warrior skilled in more than a dozen combat techniques. She's like a cockroach that cannot be killed. Alright, isn't Mentor Emilicia known as the Wind Whisperer? Why do you all call her female Tyrannosaur? That gentle and quiet exterior deceives too many people. Those who haven't attended her classes naturally give her nice names. We, on the other hand, have been tortured to near death by her, crying out for help to heaven and earth, but receiving none. Speaking of Emilicia, Alpha looked terrified. Oh, Alpha, isn't the 10th person a priest? Are priests really that strong? Sterling pointed at Irina's name and asked. Ho, she's a 7th level divine high priest, extremely powerful. She comes from the Holy Court. She's practically insane. Who knows how they brainwash these believers over there? The Holy Court, those mouthpieces who claim their deities pity all living beings. Sterling didn't particularly want to deal with them either, but he'd heard that the Holy Court had more followers recently, with their main base being in the Caldera Duchy, though they now seem to be expanding into Ares Empire. In times of chaos, people seek faith for peace and blessing. Sterling stopped pondering further, pulling Alpha along as he entered the Cloudtop Tower. Chapter 88, consecutively breaking through 50 levels. With a flash of blinding light, Sterling found himself in an unfamiliar place. Looking around, he saw groups of adventurers scattered here and there. Above, a teleportation array stood at the center, its beam of light piercing the heavens, towering dozens of meters high. radiating an ancient and unyielding aura. Around the teleportation array were the shelters for the adventurers, with glowing rune barriers keeping beasts at bay. These shelters provided temporary rest areas for adventurers to recuperate, trade supplies, and take on missions. The shelter was built on a grand scale, with a large mission stone tablet catching everyone's attention. It recorded the clearance conditions for each level and posted some available tasks, making it convenient for people who urgently needed items to quickly find what they required. Next to it was a trading market where merchants sold spiritual herbs and materials obtained from within the tower, as well as essential weapons and medicines. Sterling approached a registrar dressed in silver armor, registering his identity in Yunding. The registrar's gaze contained a bit of scrutiny, his tone steady. Your first time entering the tower? This is your tower entry token. It will record your points and mission completion status. Remember, in case of danger, the shelter is always your final retreat. The token shimmered with a faint blue light, activating upon touch, displaying his current score and missions. Current mission: defeat 50 level 1 beasts on the first floor, collect their crystals, and submit them to the mission stone tablet in the shelter to unlock the teleportation array leading to the second floor. Stepping out of the shelter, he faced a vast grassland under bright sunshine. The air was permeated with a faint trace of primordial energy. Summoning Hong, Sterling followed the map's guidance to begin searching for prey. Most people wouldn't waste valuable time in lower levels, so the first floor was almost empty. Hardly anyone was encountered. The Yunding Tower indeed possessed a different quality of spirit energy compared to the outside world. Not far along his path, Sterling came across a huge group of level 1 beasts, fire rabbits. There were over 100 of them, possibly due to no newbies having visited this floor for a long while, resulting in these beasts proliferating wildly. Fire rabbits, as a kind of beast, had basically no combat ability. They could only spit out fireballs, which for Sterling were like firecrackers played by children. Hong dashed into the rabbit herd like lightning. With every slash of his sharp claws, a shower of blood followed, causing the fire rabbits to howl in agony before falling. In just a few minutes, Sterling had already collected 50 crystal cores from the corpses, completing the mission. He didn't want to linger, wasting time, so he returned directly to the shelter, submitted the crystals, and stepped immediately into the next floor's teleportation array. The exterior environment of the second floor was mainly still grasslands, surrounded by low shrubs swaying gently, with occasional strange animal roars echoing from afar. Sterling encountered a pack of forest giant rats attempting ambushes from underground holes, but Hong swiftly ended the fight. Continuing onwards, Sterling killed various kinds of extraordinary class beasts: greenfield lizards, underground rock pythons, venomous thorn bees, shallow-eared bats, wind wolves, etc. In front of Hong, their threats seemed as frail as paper. For the next 10 floors, almost all the missions were killing beasts, and after approximately an hour, Sterling smoothly reached the 10th floor of the Yunding Tower. It's too slow, Sterling muttered softly, with a glimmer of impatience flashing through his eyes. He felt his inner spirit power building up, desperately needing stronger opponents to hone himself. Hong, we need to speed up, Sterling said quietly. Hong responded with a low growl, his blood-soaked presence faintly rippling around him. As soon as they entered the 11th floor, a sky full of yellow sand surged toward them, waves of heat rolling like fiery tongues, as if searing every inch of their skin. This desert presented a new challenge: the hidden sand scorpion swarms. Beasts here had undergone evident changes, not only more aggressive but also larger in size. Hong, be careful. Don't make careless mistakes, Sterling reminded him softly. Before his words even finished, a desert giant scorpion leapt suddenly out of the sand, its poisonous tail glistening coldly, swiftly darting towards Hong. But Hong's reaction was quicker. Twin blades behind his back swung down fiercely, splitting the giant scorpion in two. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Sterling extracted the crystal core, smirking slightly at the corner of his mouth. Still not enough. Send more. Over the next few levels, Sterling continuously confronted flying sand swallows, magma beetles, and sandrock beasts. Each beast's abilities were distinct, yet with Hong's assistance and flexible tactics, he defeated them one by one. Even Sterling summarized an efficient way to hunt desert beasts, conserving strength as much as possible while speeding up the killing rate. When he entered the 21st floor, the surrounding environment suddenly changed dramatically. Perilous mountains stood erect, thick fog enveloping everything, narrow paths leaving nowhere to escape, and the beasts here had completely evolved to level 3. Huge rocks and steep cliffs obstructed the view, making the beasts even craftier, adept at ambushes and coordinated group attacks. The threat from these beasts greatly increased. Not long after entering the mountain range, a group of rocklaw bears charged at Sterling. Their thick rocky armor covered their entire bodies, and they possessed immense strength. Normal attacks were ineffective against them. These big guys are tough, Sterling mused for a moment before altering his strategy. He first had Hong use spiritual energy to intimidate the senses of the rocklaw bears. Then he gathered his energy into a spiritual sword, unleashing a sharp wave of sword chi that precisely cut through their defenses. The rocklaw bears fell one by one, and their crystals were smoothly collected. Next, he encountered a much larger group of windblade hawks. These magical beasts moved with incredible speed, circling in the sky and forming an encircling posture. At a critical moment, Hong let out an angry roar, disrupting the formation of the hawks, while Sterling took advantage of the chaos to swiftly strike with his sword, knocking down the magical beasts one by one. The higher the level, the more concentrated the spiritual energy inside the tower indeed becomes. This density of spiritual energy is almost comparable to that produced by a spirit gathering array. No wonder they prefer to train within the tower rather than undergo trials on the frontier. After a brief rest, Sterling's physical condition returned to its peak. Upon reaching the 31st floor, Sterling slowed his pace. Freezing winds like knives attacked him from the frozen ground, the cold making it hard to breathe, but the dense spiritual energy was heart-stirring. In this frozen terrain, he met an ice frost megalizard. This type of magical beast was enormous, excelling at spewing frost capable of freezing anything. However, Hong's blood-soaked power perfectly countered the ice frost megalizard. After a fierce clash, the megalizard ended up badly defeated, and its crystal was pocketed. A few levels later, Sterling encountered a special 4th-rank magical beast, the Frostbone Wolf King. This was the strongest magical beast he had faced since ascending the tower. It was highly intelligent and could summon ice spikes for area attacks. Hong full power. At Sterling's command, Hong's spiritual energy erupted, forming a protective aura around his body as he engaged the Wolf King head-on. Sterling seized the opportunity to find a weak point, concentrating his energy onto his sword. With a low growl, he used Blood Shadow Slash to directly pierce through the Wolf King's throat. When the Wolf King fell, the chilling winds of the frozen land seemed to stop entirely. Sterling picked up the crystal core, and a faint smile appeared on his cold face. Now that's more like it. Chapter 89, shocking the entire venue. Sterling was having a blast killing inside the Cloudtop Tower, but he didn't expect the area outside the tower to erupt into chaos. The reason was that Sterling's name had been scrolling dozens of times on the real-time ranking of the Cloudtop student list, impossible not to notice. Who is this Sterling? Does anyone know who he is? Within the academy, discussions were buzzing everywhere, especially near the magical stone tablet outside the Cloudtop Tower, where a particular name stood out glaringly. Sterling. Didn't he just reach the 44th floor? You're outdated. It just refreshed. 45 floors. What? The 45th floor? It's been less than 2 hours, and he's already climbed another level. This is outrageous. Over 50 level 5 monsters. He wiped them all out so quickly. Exactly. I remember back then when I killed only 3 monsters a day. It took me half a month of continuous fighting to enter the next level. A group of students stared wide-eyed at the rankings as Sterling's name ascended with near-leaping speed on the leaderboard. Every refresh brought his name one step higher. Unable to resist, someone nudged their companion. Do you know this person? Is he from the summoning department? Which year is he? Not sure, but when did our summoning department produce such a monster? Wait, you mean summoning? Can they really solo challenge like that? The summoning department held an awkward position within the academy. Although summoning magic possessed great potential, training consumed vast amounts of time, with limited initial power. This made it hard for them to directly compete against warrior or mage department students. This left many deeply amazed by Sterling's performance. I've just asked a friend in the summoning department, one student chimed in. According to him, Sterling entered the Cloudtop Tower for the very first time yesterday and has already reached the 45th floor. Isn't this insane? From floor 1 to 40, how many monsters need to be defeated? No crystal nucleus collection mission skipped, yet he managed all of this. At the same time, monitoring updates about the Cloudtop Tower had already reached the upper echelons of the summoning department. In deep blue robes, Iwin listened while several young mentors debated. Our new guy, Sterling, is making a name for himself, but how can his climb through the tower be so fast? Egli Rexusis, responsible for the summoning creature contract course, activated a magical crystal projection device displaying the content of the Cloudtop student rankings. With sharp eyes, a deep scar above his right eye gave him a particularly stern appearance. Students called him the Hunter. I'm curious, what exactly is his summon creature? Could it possibly be of king tier? Otherwise, it would be unimaginable. Camilla also curiously inquired. Beside her, Alicia interjected, saying, I have actually seen his summoned creature. It's a mutated bloodthirsty mantis, a level 6 commander class creature. Commander class? I don't believe it. Are you certain it's only level 6? Impossible. Surely he doesn't have just this one summoned creature. Antanes, known as the commander, shot up from his seat after pounding the table. Tall and robust, Antanes strictly researched high-tier summoned creatures, and it was his responsibility to teach students about the Summoning Beast Compendium course. In any case, his control over his summoned creature has reached a telepathic level, far surpassing my own ability. You don't mean it, Alicia. Better than you. Yes, he truly surpasses me. However, his understanding of combat still seems relatively crude. With proper guidance, he could become a good talent. Iglir Rexius' eyes shone sharply. If he can continue climbing to the 50th floor, or even higher levels, I think we in the summoning department should keep a close eye on him. Perhaps providing more resources wouldn't be inappropriate. Giving him more resources? He's got that merit black card. Your little resources likely won't appeal to him. Iglir Rexius continued. Black card. Teacher, I went. Does Sterling come with special approval from you? What background could he have to already possess a black card? Could he be Principal Augustine's illegitimate child? You must control your tongue. How could he be the principal's illegitimate son? The principal's son passed away during a battle years ago, leaving only that granddaughter from the magic department behind. Just stop speculating. Sterling was recommended here by Elder President Lega. Love when interrupted upon sensing the conversation heading in the wrong direction. We must help him grow rapidly. Our summoning department needs a prodigy like him. Outside the Cloudtop Tower, discussions among the students became even fiercer. Some even began placing bets. Meanwhile, the betting scene in front of the stone monument grew crazier. Come on, I bet he'll make it to the 55th floor. I bet on the 58th floor. There's no way he'll break 60. Remember, 60 is the benchmark for top geniuses. Is there anyone daring enough to bet over 60 floors? Tenfold the odds. Bets range from gold coins to crystal nuclei to rare magical materials. Various gambling funds piled up all around the site. An older student shook his head and said, "Do you really think he can make it to the 60th floor? Getting there isn't just about speed, it's a quantum leap. The intelligence and strength of the magical beasts are entirely different. If he keeps rushing like this, sooner or later, he'll be worn down." Sterling inside the tower had no idea about the uproar outside. His gaze swept over the landscape of the 45th floor, a deathly silent valley filled with an air of danger. "Red, something's moving up ahead," Sterling murmured softly. Beside him, Red, the undead lord, growled low, as blood mist swirled around its body. Roar! Several enormous magical beasts leapt out from behind the rocks. Their bodies were pitch black, eyes blazing with blue spiritual flames, clearly cursed shadow gigantic wolves. Red may have trouble dealing with them alone, so come on out, Little Bone. Sterling's handbook manifested, summoning Little Bone into existence. Little Bone, hold nothing back. Upon the command, Red transformed into a crimson bolt of lightning, charging at the pack of giant wolves in the blink of an eye. Red followed close behind, dashing forward, its bloody spirit power surging like tidal waves toward the wolf group. Meanwhile, Sterling stayed in a safe spot, observing the battlefield while occasionally delivering precise strikes of spirit energy. Every move was perfectly calculated, instantly ending the lives of the foes. 2 hours later, the task conditions for the 45th floor were completed. He has reached the 46th floor. As Sterling's name jumped again, the entire monitoring hall erupted in chaos. Is he human or some kind of monster? This guy just registered for the Cloudtop Tower access token 2 days ago, yet he's already slaughtered his way to the 46th floor. An excited student responsible for managing records exclaimed. A student who claimed to have met Sterling couldn't help but add, "I know him. He's a genius of the summoning department, Iwanda's direct disciple. The rising star of the summoning department." Someone couldn't resist mocking. Perhaps, but I'm more curious about what kind of summoned creature he has. It's capable of overwhelming commander-class magical beasts one after another without slowing down. Not fast enough. Inside the Cloudtop Tower, Sterling furrowed his brows slightly, muttering to himself, "It must be faster." Chapter 90. Unexpected Discovery. As Sterling stepped onto the 49th floor, he was greeted by a dim, icy plain where several top-tier crystal ice crocodiles were slowly approaching. A slight smirk appeared on Sterling's lips. "Come on, let me see if you're worth wasting my time." 2 hours later, he moved. Sterling's name has moved again. Floor 50. Awesome. I don't admire anyone, but I admire Sterling. From now on, I'm a diehard fan of Sterling. Sorry, Karina, I no longer love you. With Sterling reaching the 50th floor, Eagresis could no longer sit still. Hurry up and archive this record immediately. It is probably one of the most dazzling performances in Cloudtop Tower in nearly a decade. And at this moment, Sterling had already completed his task on the 50th floor. He was very tired, but extremely satisfied. With Little Bone and Red's cooperation, along with his own combat techniques and damage, he had worked nonstop for almost 2 days, finally rushing to the 50th floor. After handing over the crystal core to the administrator, he looked up at the mission leaderboard hanging in the refuge. 2 days and 8 hours, there's still room for improvement, he said softly, without realizing that his performance had shocked the entire academy. He took out his token and sent a message to Alpha. "Come find me at the 50th floor." The message had just been sent when Alpha replied in shock. "What? The 50th floor? Brother, are you pulling my leg? You've reached the 50th floor, killing at least 3,000 magical beasts must be required to get there. Even if it was 3,000 pig demons, they wouldn't have all been killed within 2 days. After a while, another message from Alpha came through. "Sterling, the situation here at the 55th floor is quite severe. We've all been temporarily called in and cannot leave. Continue exploring other levels, and once we're done here, I'll come down and find you." It seems the situation with the gold-eating ants is worse than imagined. Sterling retracted his thoughts, having rushed from the first floor all the way to the 50th, focusing only on completing the challenge missions. He never had the opportunity to explore each level. The internal space of the Cloudtop Tower was indeed vast. And according to logic, since the Cloudtop Tower was named a tower, the space should grow smaller the higher one went. Yet exactly the opposite was true. The higher Sterling climbed, the more endless the tower's internal space felt. He couldn't help but marvel even further at the heavenly abilities of the great power from long ago. This tower's interior space must have been directly transplanted from somewhere else. Upon entering the 51st floor, Sterling found himself surrounded by a vast white landscape. From here on, even the lowest-ranked magical beasts would be at the 6th level commander rank, so Sterling needed to proceed cautiously. Even with Little Bone leading the charge, facing a large group of 6th level magical beasts would be extremely challenging. Outside the Cloudtop Tower, people were still gathering around the leaderboard. Did you guys notice? That Sterling hasn't been mentioned in the announcements for an entire day. Yes, maybe he's gone back to rest. I doubt it, he's still inside. Ever since he cleared the 50th floor, there have been no further notifications. Could he be stuck at the 51st floor? All floors above the 51st are filled with 6th level magical beasts. It's probably his limit already. Before, I thought someone from the summoning class might emerge as a powerhouse, but looks like it's not going to happen. He must have some sort of treasure or attack scrolls specialized for quickly slaying lower level magical beasts, hence his speed. A student nearby guessed, and others nodded, finding the speculation reasonable. These people didn't know that half a day ago, Sterling had already finished his task. This snow-covered area actually belonged to the Snow Demon people's territory. Snow Demon people are humanoid magical beasts covered in thick white fur, with their heads adorned by slender ice crystal horns. They possess high intelligence and excellent teamwork capabilities. Their tall figures exude immense strength and command ice magic rules, allowing them to manipulate cold energy and blizzards to attack intruders. Sterling's mission was to kill 50 Snow Demon people and obtain their ice crystal horns. Since Snow Demon people were at the 6th level commander rank, if faced individually, Sterling would naturally not fear them. However, Snow Demon people have the ability to call reinforcements. Sterling learned this the hard way. Thinking it was only one Snow Demon person, when it neared death, it began to sound its battle cry, causing over a dozen Snow Demon people to swarm towards him. Had Sterling not fled fast enough, he would have been surrounded and beaten severely. Once he managed to escape the Snow Demon people's sight, Sterling returned, taking greater caution this time. When he spotted a lone Snow Demon person, he let Little Bone unleash its ultimate technique. While the Snow Demon people remained unprepared, he executed Gravity Strike, slicing off its bulky head in one swift motion. After spending half a day hard at work, Sterling finally finished his task. Just as Sterling was preparing to return and hand in his task, a flash of white suddenly appeared far away on the snowy plain. Sterling's sharp eyes caught sight of a graceful and elegant figure, a fox with pure white fur like snow. It gave him a cunning glance before swiftly darting into the snow and vanishing. A white fox. A spark of interest flashed in Sterling's eyes. A 6th level commander rank white fox. What incredible speed. This isn't an ordinary white fox. Since he had the summoning codex, there was still plenty of space left, so subduing more summoned beasts to help with battles would only make things faster. The monsters on the lower floors were trash that Sterling didn't even bother looking at, but this 6th level commander rank white fox seemed like it might be worth his while. Sterling guessed that this fox was probably an ice and snow attribute creature, and thus decided to try and subdue the white fox. Since I've set my sights on you, there's no way you're getting away. He raised his hand, summoning Red and Little Bone, issuing a low command. Follow it, don't let it escape. Red streaked over the snow-covered ground, swift as the wind, heading directly toward the direction of the white fox. Little Bone roared lowly, its massive body crushing through thick layers of snow as it bounded forward in pursuit. Man and two beasts moved incredibly fast. Although the white fox's speed was astonishing, Little Bone, being a 7th level king, quickly cornered the white fox within their encirclement. The white fox seemed to realize it was surrounded, its gaze flickering over Sterling and his summoned beasts, briefly showing a hint of panic before it disappeared again. Little Bone, I want it alive. Just as the encirclement was about to form, something unexpected happened. The white fox leapt lightly, transforming into a streak of white light and disappearing from its original spot, reappearing atop a snowy hill over 100 meters away. Sterling's pupils contracted sharply as his gaze locked onto the white fox atop the snow mound. This is teleportation? Sterling's heart rate immediately quickened. It actually has spatial skills. What a gem. Teleportation, a spatial skill, was extremely rare. Even among king-tier monsters, those who possessed spatial skills were few and far between. This further strengthened Sterling's determination to subdue the white fox. You think you can run? That's too naive. Sterling stepped down hard, infusing spiritual energy into his legs and activating his phantom step technique. His figure became a shadow, chasing after the white fox relentlessly. Chapter 91. Hit the jackpot? The value of a summoned beast with space abilities was so high that it would drive any summoner to madness. Xiaogu, Hong, you two force it from both sides, don't rush to attack. I want to see what other surprises this little guy has for me. Sterling's voice carried a hint of excitement. This thing is astonishingly fast, but teleportation surely comes at a cost. There must be consumption or cooldown time. Amidst the snow, Xiaogu and Hong moved in from both sides in coordinated attacks, steadily closing in on the sprinting white fox. The white fox had a slim and agile figure. Whenever the two beasts were about to get close, it would flash by like a streak of white light and instantly reappear on a snow hill dozens of meters away, leaving behind only a mist of snow. Intriguing. Sterling grew more excited as he chased it. Space ability. If I could bind this white fox in a contract and then perform the spirit attachment skill myself, does that mean I could teleport too? He clenched his fists and resolved firmly within himself. No matter what, I must capture this white fox. The chase went on for nearly half an hour, during which Sterling discovered some patterns of the white fox. Its teleportation ability, though powerful, would pause momentarily after each use, seemingly needing spiritual energy restoration. This brief gap was the best opportunity to catch it. Hong, Xiaogu, drive it towards a complex terrain area and buy me some time. Sterling gave the order decisively while adjusting the rhythm of his phantom steps and observing the direction of the white fox's escape. After several hours passed, Sterling didn't know how far he had run as he followed the white fox. The wind and snow grew stronger and stronger. The chaotic footprints left behind were quickly covered by the wind and snow. Sterling almost merged his entire body with the wind and snow, forming a perfect triangular ambush circle with Hong and Xiaogu. Gradually, the white fox began to slow down. Its spiritual energy consumption made it look somewhat unable to keep up. Finally, it stopped at the bottom of a canyon, seemingly hesitating. This is the moment. Sterling seized the opportunity and took out a gale scroll from his spatial ring. The instant he gently tore open the scroll, a fierce flow of wind elements surged into his body. instantly increasing his speed. He turned into a blurred shadow, rushing past right behind the white fox. However, just as Sterling was about to pounce on the white fox, it strangely paused, looked up, and emitted a sharp cry. In the next moment, its figure vanished. What the hell? Sterling was shocked, his gaze scanning around. He saw a narrow crack at the end of the canyon, where the white fox had already nimbly jumped inside. Sterling immediately rushed to the crack and hesitated for a moment. Something felt off about this place. It seemed some unknown force was surging within the crack. But seeing the white fox enter, Sterling felt reluctant to give up. Great wealth comes with great risk. Today, if I don't pursue it all the way, how can I justify such a fine prey? In the end, Sterling decided to continue the pursuit, ordering Hong to go through the crack first, then following closely behind, while Xiaogu guarded from behind. The passageway inside the crack was pitch black, and the cold wind gradually subsided, replaced by a faint spatial fluctuation, as if the air was filled with subtle pulsations. For several minutes, he slid along until finally, his feet touched the ground. The scene before him instantly stunned Sterling. The mine cave was translucent with glowing crystals scattered on the cave walls naturally growing, emitting faint spatial fluctuations. That light illuminated the darkness, making the entire cave appear like a dream. Spatial crystal mine. Sterling drew in a sharp breath, his chest heaving violently. This was top-tier material used for creating spatial magic formations and magical equipment, and its value was incalculable. This material was most commonly used in the production of storage equipment. Even the Empire would need to mobilize an army to occupy such a vein. More importantly, this place was clearly unexplored. White Fox, no wonder you have spatial talents. Sterling immediately understood. This white fox had likely stumbled here accidentally, long-term nourished by spatial energy, leading to the rare ability to teleport. Before Sterling could fully process this revelation, a cold gleam flashed from afar, and there stood the white fox in the center of the mine cave, watching him warily. At this moment, its body bore a layer of crystal-clear radiance, as if merging with the surrounding spatial crystals. Little one, you truly are my lucky star. But this time, you have nowhere else to run. Sterling laughed loudly and retrieved another barrier scroll from his spatial ring with a flick of his hand. As he lightly tore the scroll, a transparent barrier instantly covered the entrance of the mine cave, completely sealing off the white fox's retreat route. The white fox seemed to have sensed the impending danger and emitted a sharp growl. Once again, twisted spatial fluctuations appeared around its body, and almost instantly, it teleported behind Sterling. However, Sterling was prepared. Spiritual energy surged within him in an instant, and his figure flickered as he narrowly avoided the sudden assault with his phantom steps. Hong, cut off its retreat. Xiaogu, suppress it from the front. Sterling commanded the two beasts to launch a pincer attack without hesitation. Xiaogu pressed forward from the front, his bone blade turning into a chilling shadow of coldness. Han also lunged suddenly, but her fear of killing it outright made her hesitate for a moment. This gave the white fox an opportunity. Its agility was beyond imagination. It used its teleportation ability twice in succession to evade the attacks, and even attempted a counterattack, leaving a deep claw mark on Xiaogu's chest. The battle inside the mine cave reached a deadlock. Sterling realized that brute force alone would not be enough to capture the white fox. He quickly adjusted his mindset, closed his eyes, and used his mental power to sense the changes in the surrounding spatial fluctuations. After several breaths, he opened his eyes, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his lips. I've got you. The white fox had just finished using its teleportation and reappeared in a corner of the cave when it realized that the spatial fluctuations around it had become abnormally heavy. Its gaze swept over the surroundings and discovered that a carefully laid trap formation had already quietly taken effect. It was the spirit lock scroll that Sterling had secretly set up. It's over. Sterling stepped forward slowly, gathering spiritual energy in his palm as the summoning tome's ethereal shadow appeared behind him. The white fox let out an angry shriek, trying to struggle, but the suppression of spiritual energy had already made its movements sluggish. Half an hour later, it lowered its head slowly, a hint of submission in its eyes. Stop struggling. Following me will lead to a better future than staying in this mine cave, Sterling said with a smile. The summoning tome emitted a dazzling light as the binding force suddenly enveloped the white fox. Its body gradually shrank in the light, transforming into a streak of radiant flow, and was finally drawn into the space within the summoning tome. From now on, your name shall be Xuanhuan. Peace returned to the mine cave, and Sterling clutched the summoning tome with a deep sense of satisfaction. A spatial crystal mine and a space-type white fox. This trip today is worth so much. Laughing loudly, he put away the tome, looking around the mine cave, where wealth was all he could see. This place mustn't be exposed. I'll need to find a way to set up seals upon returning. As for the white fox, a sly smile curled his lips. Name, Xuanhuan. Race, Beastkin race. Rank, 6th tier commander Beastkin. Talent skill, teleportation. A space-related skill that instantly tears open the current space, establishing a stable spatial channel that allows for ultra-fast movement to another location. Due to the accompanying spatial fluctuations during the use of this skill, the caster leaves behind a streak of distorted white light during movement, confusing enemies and disrupting their attacks. Chapter 92. Arrival at the 55th level. Sterling collected over a dozen large pieces of space crystals into his pouch, feeling slightly burdened. Even though these crystals emitted a faint spiritual glow and were infinitely valuable, their unique nature troubled Sterling a bit. They could not be stored in a space ring and had to be carried on him. He glanced up at the narrow tunnel not far away and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was easy coming in, but now going out with these treasures has become a burden. This tunnel acted like a natural barrier, not only narrow and winding, but also slanted downwards all the way, looking like an endless dark fissure. Coming in was just following its course, but climbing back with heavy baggage made it seem extremely difficult. Sterling tried returning along the original path several times, but always had to turn back due to the narrow space and overly steep rock walls. Sweat seeped from his forehead as he couldn't help muttering to himself. Truly difficult. Looks like I need to find another way. But then he thought again and accepted it calmly. If this mine shaft allowed free entry and exit, it would have been taken over long ago, leaving no opportunity for him. Sterling stood inside the cave for a moment of contemplation, and an idea struck him. Xuanhuan usually lives in such complex terrain. Maybe she can help. With a wave of his hand, accompanied by a gentle light, the mountain and sea manual activated, and a shadow emerged gracefully from the spiritual energy fluctuations. Xuanhuan elegantly leapt to the ground, her petite fox-like figure light and graceful, surrounded by faint spatial ripples, and that faint energy appeared particularly mysterious. Sterling gazed at her, moved slightly by the connection through the covenant, sensing a hint of joy from Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan said that within the mountain and sea manual, she could feel a trace of mysterious power which nourished her soul and made her very comfortable. Xuanhuan. Sterling spoke up, pointing toward the dark tunnel ahead. I need your help finding the way out. Xuanhuan looked up at Sterling, her lively eyes blinking, and then issued a few crisp chirps. Gigi, Gigi. Sterling was momentarily stunned, then immediately read her meaning through the covenant. You normally use instantaneous teleportation to leave? In an instant, Sterling felt a surge of helplessness. He remembered his possessed skill of attaching spirits where, after resonating souls with a covenant beast, he could temporarily gain their innate abilities. If that were true, perhaps he could borrow Xuanhuan's ability to teleport. A spark of anticipation ignited in his heart, and Sterling quickly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, concentrated, and felt the connection of covenant force between him and Xuanhuan. Spiritual energy flowed slowly as he attempted to channel Xuanhuan's innate powers into his body. After a short while, a strange spatial fluctuation entered his soul, like intangible ripples spreading within him. Sterling held his breath and quietly mimicked Xuanhuan's posture of teleporting, trying to harmonize with this wave. This was not an easy task. At first, Sterling's movements were somewhat clumsy, and the spatial ripples would dissipate upon contact. Each failure made sweat break out on his forehead, and he felt the fatigue of lost spirit energy. But he did not give up, and Xuanhuan remained beside him, softly chirping low sounds of encouragement. Finally, after half an hour of focused practice, subtle spatial fluctuations began to appear around Sterling. The ripples gradually expanded, like calm lake water being stirred into layers of ripples. He took a deep breath and silently urged in his heart, teleport. In a flash, a tearing sensation surged around him. Space seemed distorted, forming a spatial channel, and Sterling's figure turned into a beam of white light, appearing several meters away instantly. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he immediately opened his eyes, with excitement and joy still flashing in his pupils. Success, Sterling whispered softly. He clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with excitement. This ability to cross space was simply inconceivable. With it, whether for survival on the battlefield or chasing enemies, it was undoubtedly a superior weapon. Xuanhuan looked up at him, seemingly satisfied with his achievement, and let out a low bark. During the subsequent time, Sterling followed Xuanhuan's guidance and found the space anchor point outside the mine shaft, trying to use his telekinetic ability to gradually approach the mine's exit. Every teleportation improved his proficiency, making the spatial channels increasingly stable. Finally, with the last spatial leap, his figure appeared outside the mine entrance. Sterling gazed at the snow-filled sky, took a deep breath of fresh air, and felt the oppression in his heart dissolve completely. He glanced back at the direction of the mine, memorizing this place that hid countless secrets, and picked up the surrounding rocks to cover the crack leading to the mine well. He muttered softly, when I have time later, I will come back to pack and take all the space crystals away. With Xuanhuan, he set off along the familiar route towards the direction of the shelter. Fortunately, Xuanhuan was familiar with the terrain around here, and with its guidance, Sterling avoided many detours along the way. A few days later, Sterling finally arrived at the 55th level shelter. The shelter was bustling with activity at the moment, and Sterling could distinctly sense an atmosphere of tension. Everywhere there were people moving about. Some were busy repairing defensive facilities. Others were carrying cases of arrows and magic crystals, while many more congregated at the mission posting board, whispering to each other with complex expressions. The gold-eating ants are still rioting. A student ran past Sterling, speaking to someone nearby. Those who lost contact have definitely already died in the ant wave. Sterling stopped in his tracks, his brows slightly furrowed. From snippets of conversations around him, he learned a great deal of information. The entire outer region of the 55th level had already been engulfed by swarms of gold-eating ants, and even some parts of the swarm had attacked the shelter. However, with a large number of people in the shelter and robust defensive capabilities, that portion of gold-eating ants had been eliminated. These gold-eating ants were not individually strong, but their numbers in the thousands or even tens of thousands were enough to overwhelm any opponent. Their mandibles were abnormally sharp, capable of gnawing through magical metals, causing tremendous damage to both structures and equipment. At this point, his tablemate Alpha also approached, holding a hastily scribbled map, with a somewhat serious expression on his face. Sterling, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Alpha patted his shoulder. The situation is still quite urgent now. It's said that the gold-eating ant queen has advanced to the 7th level, and the higher-ups from the Cloud Peak Tower's upper floors have personally descended to handle the rioting gold-eating ants. An 8th-level powerhouse stepping in. Sterling raised an eyebrow slightly. Yeah, but the scale of this uprising is too massive. They are mainly responsible for clearing out the core source of the riot in the main ant colony, while the rest of the scattered ant groups will have to be dealt with by us students. Alpha pointed to the distance where the task posting area stood, and a group of students were crowded before the bulletin board, flipping through tasks. The Academy has already issued a large-scale extermination mission, calculating points based on the quantity of cleared ant swarms. The rewards are very generous. How about it? Interested in earning some extra points? Chapter 93, Cleanup Mission. Upon hearing this, a glint of sharpness flashed in Sterling's eyes. The Academy's Xuanhuan point system was always strict, especially the resources needed for intermediate and advanced courses that also required points to be exchanged. There weren't many tasks that could earn substantial points, and while he received quite a few points each month, who would complain about having too many? This kind of task not only earned rich points, but also trained one's practical combat ability, so naturally, there was no reason for him to refuse. Sterling, so many people have gathered on the 55th floor, Alpha sighed. To be honest, this mission is not hard, but it's not simple either. Once you clear one wave of ants, you might very well provoke a larger counterattack. Sterling nodded. He fully understood the characteristics of the gold-eating ants. Once threatened, they release a special odor signal that quickly summons nearby companions, forming a larger swarm. Moreover, these magical beasts completely obey the queen ant, fear no death, and cannot be intimidated into retreating. Once they attack, they must be thoroughly eradicated. The more dangerous the mission, the more interesting it is. Sterling's lips curled slightly, his gaze brimming with a bit of fighting spirit. Seeing this, Alpha smiled. If that's the case, come on, join our team. The other two are also from our department. For fear that Sterling wouldn't trust them, Alpha added. Rest assured, the other two teammates are elite members of our summoning department. They will absolutely not hold us back. Sterling nodded in agreement. Soon, Sterling met the other two teammates. Le, a sturdy senior student, whose innate summoning beast was a mighty rock armor giant with extremely high defense and excelled at facing strong enemies head-on. And Felina excelled at agile summoning. She could simultaneously summon a male and female swift windblade vulture. Their speed was unmatched, and both reconnaissance and long-range attacks were handled with ease. Sterling, these past few days, you've become quite a celebrity in the Academy. Le extended his hand to Sterling, filled with admiration. Seeing Sterling's slight confusion, Felina said, You haven't left Cloudtop Tower since you came in, have you? Sterling nodded. The three looked helplessly at each other. Indeed, all geniuses were crazy. After a brief exchange, the team quickly picked up the cleanup mission. The task format was straightforward and clear, requiring the team to eliminate gold-eating ants within a specified area, with the number of kills automatically recorded in the recording device distributed by the Academy. This avoided the traditional process of collecting war spoils and saved a lot of time. The mission location was set in the wilderness to the south of the shelter on the 55th floor, where the terrain was uneven, perfect for ambushes and attacks. Sterling's team set off from the shelter, gradually advancing along rugged mountain paths. Following the given direction, after leaving the safe zone of the shelter and cutting down a few scattered gold-eating ants, Felina keenly detected something unusual. Up ahead, 300 meters away, there are significant traces of gold-eating ant activity. The windblade vultures returned with reconnaissance intelligence, reporting a small group of gold-eating ants feeding on metal ores nearby. The sound of their mandibles rubbing together was piercing, making the hair on one's neck stand. The numbers aren't small, approximately over 1,000. Felina said softly. Then let's warm up first, Le coldly hummed, summoning out the rock armor giant. A deep, low roar reverberated through the valley. Sterling nodded and summoned Red, while Felina's two windblade vultures hovered in the air, ready to strike. The battle quickly unfolded. With their cooperation, although the number of gold-eating ants was large, they did not form a real threat to the team. These gold-eating ants, as large as adult cats, were continuously slaughtered, scattering limbs and sticky green body fluids across the battlefield, filling the air with a strong stench. Sterling's attacks were particularly swift, brandishing the spirit weapon and moon. Thanks to the skills honed in battle, his every move targeted vital areas. Combined with appropriate use of combat techniques, dozens of gold-eating ants fell under his hands. Not to mention the overwhelming strength of Red, killing with an aura of heavenly slaughter. Her twin blades moved in a frenzy, bringing about a gale of blood and rain, leaving a trail of dismembered bodies on the ground. This efficiency, Le couldn't help but marvel aloud. Sterling, you can control your summoned creature while fighting yourself. Truly impressive. We can't fall behind either, he continued, controlling the rock armor giant to advance steadily. The huge figure resembled a moving fortress. With a sudden crash of its hands striking the ground, several gold-eating ants were sent flying. The surrounding soil cracked deeply. Ha! Le laughed heartily as the rock armor giant lifted a massive boulder to smash forward, instantly creating a scene of bloody pulp. In the sky, the two windblade vultures were as nimble as falcons. Razor-sharp wind blades were continuously fired, slicing gold-eating ants one after another. Felina stood at the back of the team, her hands raised slightly. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. Alpha's life-bound summoning beast, however, caught Sterling's attention. It was a rarefied turtle, about the size of a small boat, with an extraordinarily thick carapace adorned with star-patterned runes that sparkled faintly. The Xuanhuan turtle moved slowly, and as it did, points of starlight emerged on its heavy shell, while pale blue light flowed from the spiritual patterns etched into its surface, gradually spreading across the entire battlefield. Is this a field magic? Sterling's eyebrows rose slightly. The Xuanhuan turtle emitted a low growl, and as the star-patterned field fully expanded, it enveloped an area of several dozen meters. The gold-eating ants within the field immediately became sluggish, as if they were trapped in quicksand, their every movement clumsy and laborious. Meanwhile, the 4 team members and their summoned creatures felt an increased sense of agility, their movement speed noticeably enhanced. As Le controlled the rock armor giant to step toward the edge of the field, he couldn't help but marvel. Great job. My big guy needs this acceleration field desperately. It's like I've shed dozens of tons of rocks. Alpha, your summoning beast is truly enviable, like a godly field controller, Sterling praised. That goes without saying. I rarely bring it out otherwise, Alpha grinned. Today's an exception. After speaking, Alpha summoned another creature, a being with a human body and a bird's head, covered in silver blue feathers. This summoning beast, known as the Starfeather Hunter, had fine but incredibly strong arms, and wielded a stellar glory bow crafted from fine gold and spirit wood, adorned with crescent-shaped runes along its frame. A glowing quiver hung diagonally across its back, holding arrows forged from the creature's own spiritualized feathers. Without uttering a word, the Starfeather Hunter drew back its bow, releasing an arrow that radiated faint spiritual light. The feathered arrow pierced through the air like a streak of silver blue light, instantly impaling a gold-eating ant and pinning it dead to the ground. Precise, ruthless. Sterling murmured in evaluation. You're right. Use arrows have a piercing effect. Alpha smiled. Coupled with the Xuanhuan turtle's field, it definitely unleashes optimal results. Indeed, the Starfeather Hunter seemed as if it were swimming in its element within the field, firing off several arrows in succession. The arrows pierced through the tough exoskeletons of the gold-eating ants, even causing minor explosions of starlight that killed nearby companions as well. A field-controlling godlike beast paired with an elimination tool. Alpha, your combination is too powerful, Sterling commended. Chapter 94, The Parcel on the Cliff. The intense battle lasted nearly half an hour, and as the final golden ant was pierced through the head by Starfeather Hunter's spirit feather arrow, a temporary calm finally descended. These guys are practically endless. Le wiped the sweat off his face. Though he looked relaxed, there was a trace of alertness in his voice. Sterling stood in the center of the battlefield, holding his spirit weapon Dark Moon, his stern gaze sweeping over the surroundings. The ground was littered with severed limbs, corpses, and green bodily fluids, while the air was filled with the pungent smell of corrosion. Sterling took a deep breath and advanced a few steps with Dark Moon in hand. In the distance, more dense swarms of golden ants continued to emerge. The quantity of these things doesn't seem right, Sterling said heavily, glancing at the surrounding terrain, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Not far ahead lay a cliff, from where the ant swarms diverged, turning to attack their small group. Everyone be careful. I feel like the goal of these ant swarms isn't us, but rather over there on the cliff. That's correct. The number of golden ants exceeds normal parameters. Alpha nodded and then frowned. It seems they aren't moving randomly, but have some kind of purpose. Felina, go check what's happening. Felina's wind razor eagle swooped down in a spiral, relaying images captured from high above back to her. There, the ants are especially concentrated. It looks like there must be tens of thousands of them. No, there seem to be corpses, several. They look like remains of students. Sterling leapt to a higher vantage point and followed the line of sight to see, in the position beyond the cliff, faint remnants of shredded clothing that had been torn apart beyond recognition. Nevertheless, the shattered bones beneath still barely maintained the shape of human figures. This sight made his expression all the more somber. These were likely the missing students from a few days ago, almost completely eaten down to the bone. How tragic is the death of those students? Felina exclaimed from nearby. Just then, Sterling's eyes brightened slightly. He noticed how constant groups of ants were climbing downward on the cliffside, some losing their footing and falling. There was something strange here, so Sterling decided to take a closer look. Avoiding large amounts of ant swarms, Sterling eventually saw that on the side of the cliff there was a protruding rock. A broken piece of clothing hung on a dead branch on it, and next to it, there was a parcel. That parcel. Sterling's heart jolted momentarily, memories flashing through his mind about what Alpha had mentioned before, golden ant eggs. A possibility quickly emerged. Golden ant eggs might indeed be the key cause of the swarm's uprising. And what was inside that parcel? It was extremely possible it contained exactly the golden ant eggs they had discussed. Hurry up, don't let the ant swarms surround you. Alpha shouted to Sterling from afar, an unusual note of tension showing on his face. With such a dense concentration of ants on the cliff, surely more than 10,000, we can't possibly deal with them all. Don't act rashly. There's a parcel hanging on the cliff, and it appears those ant swarms. Through the aerial perspective of the wind razor eagle, Felina also spotted the parcel at the edge of the cliff. They're all gathering towards it, as if there's something important within. Parcel? Could it be golden ant eggs? I want to try to get it. Sterling murmured. Don't joke around. Le immediately intervened. There are at least 10,000 ants over there. To rush through would mean getting surrounded. Just suicide. You retreat first. I have a plan. Sterling didn't hesitate. He took a deep breath, raised his palm, and let spiritual energy ripple outwards. The mountain and sea compendium appeared. Illusionary void, come out. A soft cerulean light manifested, and illusionary void gradually stepped forth from the summoning circle. The group noticed Sterling calling a new familiar and became curious. It was a snow-white fox, a rank 6 commander-level creature. Illusionary void, help me fixate on the spatial coordinates. Target, the cliff's prominent feature there. Sterling communicated mentally with illusionary void. Illusionary void emitted a low-pitched cry, and a wave-like spatial tunnel unfolded quickly. 1 minute later, spiritual energy surged through Sterling's body as he tightened his grip on Dark Moon. In a flash of lightning-like speed, he disappeared from the original location. When he reappeared, he was hovering on the side wall of the cliff. His toes lightly tapped the earth, dodging gracefully as multiple golden ants tried to bite him. A crimson streak of sword chi slashed out, causing several ants to shatter instantly. This guy? Spatial skill. Les stared wide-eyed as Sterling vanished and reappeared at the side of the cliff. Is this teleportation? Sterling's familiar. Is it a space elemental magical beast? Even Le couldn't help but mutter aloud. On the cliff wall, Sterling swiftly climbed onto the tree trunk, placing his foot firmly on the protruding branch, grabbing the parcel. As soon as he pulled it out, an ear-splitting screech erupted throughout the swarm of ants. All the golden ants were as if they had received a signal, beginning to madly emit strange cries, surging towards Sterling. Trouble. Alpha's complexion drastically changed. They've all been attracted over there. Don't just stand there. Get ready to help him. Felina quickly summoned back her Wind Razor Eagle, and Wind Element Spirit energy began to converge around her. However, Sterling didn't give the golden ants any chance for an encircling attack. A crescent-shaped sword chi from his Dark Moon slashed once more, forcefully splitting open a narrow passage. Following this, he gave a low shout. Illusionary void, take me back. The cerulean light wave flashed again, instantly returning Sterling and illusionary void to the center of the group. The parcel secured. It contains golden ant eggs. Sterling hastily opened the tattered parcel, urgency showing on his face. Golden ant eggs. Run fast. These ant swarms have all set their sights on us. Quick retreat. Head back, toward the shelter. Alpha reacted fastest, pulling Le with him. The group didn't even have time to catch their breath, turning immediately and dashing toward safety. But dense waves of ants surged from all sides, an endless black torrent like a river without end. A strange whistling sound echoed out from within the ant swarm, a call signaling from the golden ant eggs that awakened the innate instincts of every ant in the swarm. These creatures moved one after another relentlessly. Not even the cliff edge could stop them. They stacked themselves up into frenzied climbing walls made entirely of ants, enough to make anyone's scalp prickle. Damn! As Alpha glanced back, his complexion turned ghastly white. There are too many. We'll be overwhelmed. This won't do. Les slammed his fist against a tree trunk, the veins on his knuckles popping out. We can't outrun them. Sterling gritted his teeth and calmed down, his gaze scanning like a blade over the swarming ants closing in. It was my fault being too reckless. Let's split up. I'll take the package and lure most of the ant swarms away while you return to the shelter immediately to gather reinforcements. Are you insane? Le exploded with both shock and fury, shouting. Facing so many ant swarms, you're willingly walking to your death alone. Listen to me. Sterling's tone was cold and commanding, brooking no room for doubt. This is our only option. After speaking, without hiding anymore, Sterling directly summoned the Bone Lord, Xiao Gu. A sinister atmosphere immediately permeated everywhere as Xiao Gu's massive skeletal body emerged from the void, its eye sockets glowing with crimson soul fire. Chapter 95, The Continuation Egg. Undead Creatures. Level 7. Alpha was so shocked that he took several steps back, looking at Sterling with disbelief. Late and Felicna were also stunned, their mouths wide open. How could he form a pact with the undead? A level 7 summoning beast of monarch rank? Is this his true strength? No wonder he reached the 55th floor so quickly. Don't just stand there. Hurry up. Get help for me. Sterling shouted, then leapt onto Little Bone's shoulder. Roar. Little Bone emitted a deep roar, the bone spikes around him glowing with silver light as he trampled forward toward the ant swarm. With a sweeping blow from his massive bone blade, he easily crushed the ants into pulp. Sterling looked back at the stunned trio and commanded in an unrelenting tone, I can't hold them off for long. You must go. Alpha clenched his teeth tightly, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He finally pushed down his worries, grabbing Late and Felicna, growling lowly, retreat. The three swiftly turned and ran, continuing to rush towards the shelter. Sterling fastened the package around his waist, sitting on Little Bone's shoulder, murderous intent welling in his eyes as he coldly gazed at the encroaching tide of devouring golden ants. Gripping the spirit blade Dark Moon tightly in his hands, spiritual energy surged into the blade, emitting an awe-inspiring cold light from its edge. Come on, Sterling murmured softly. A bunch of low-tier insects, no matter how many, it's futile. The tide of ants, as if drawn by some irresistible attraction, completely ignored the retreating Alpha and the others, surging wildly towards Sterling. Like a flood, they crashed upon Little Bone. Little Bone lifted his great bone blade, sweeping it horizontally to release a wave of blood mist. Dozens of devouring golden ants were instantly cut in half. You think you can kill me? Ridiculous. Sterling laughed disdainfully, raising the Dark Moon high with one hand as the blade suddenly burst into blinding light. His spiritual force surged, and he swung it down violently, sky-filling blood shadows. Several dense streams of sword chi broke through the air, tearing open a bloody path right through the front line of the ant tide. Countless bodies of devouring golden ants were shredded into pieces by the sword chi, scalding bodily fluids spraying out, burning smoke rising from the scorched ground. Taking the opportunity, Little Bone stomped the ground hard, leaping high into the air. His heavy bone blade came crashing down powerfully from above, clearing another area of space. Still, the number of ants in the tide was too vast, endless devouring golden ants filling every inch of the gaps. Their compound eyes flickered with bloodthirsty red light, showing no fear as they pounced at Sterling and Little Bone. Roar! Little Bone roared angrily, wielding his bone blade even more furiously, the powerful aura of the undead suppressing the attacks of the ants. Standing on Little Bone's shoulder, Sterling's posture was as steady as a boulder. His gaze swept over the surrounding area as he quickly calculated the direction of the ant swarm. Realizing the sheer numbers of the swarm made escape nearly impossible, Sterling softly commanded, "Phantom Sky, move." Spiritual energy surged, and with a sweep of his left hand, a spatial rift quietly opened. Phantom Sky let out a low moan, causing a slight distortion in the surrounding space. Through a soul connection, Sterling directed Phantom Sky to quickly anchor coordinates in the surrounding area, instantly reappearing hundreds of meters away. With this instant teleportation skill, what do I have to fear from you? Come on, all of you, come after me. Sterling sneered as his figure transformed into a streak of wind, carrying the package as he once again charged far away. The devouring golden ant tide was driven utterly mad by Sterling, part of the originally scattered group, now converging like a surging black flood chasing after Sterling's retreating silhouette. As Sterling continuously led the tide further away from the route taken by Alpha and the other two, the devouring golden ant horde followed behind like an unstoppable torrent. Even with Phantom Sky's instant teleportation skill, given the overwhelming number of devouring golden ants, Sterling would still need to stop periodically to face the ants' attacks. Meanwhile, in the distance, Alpha and the other two had successfully distanced themselves from the range of the ant swarm. Looking back at the black mass-filled area, complex emotions filled their faces. Can he really hold on? Lade asked softly. He will, Alpha replied. An hour later, pale-faced and panting heavily, Alpha rushed into the refuge, gripping his collar, his eyes full of urgency. Teacher Anan, Sterling is surrounded by the ant horde. We need your assistance. Alpha's voice was even hoarse. Within the refuge, a tall man dressed in deep purple robes turned around. His eyes flashed with profound insight, exuding the unique pressure of a high-ranking master. He was none other than Anan, the famous mentor within the academy and a level 7 spirit blade master. Anan cast a glance at Alpha and asked gravely, "Is Sterling surrounded by the ant tide? Devouring golden ant eggs?" Alpha succinctly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Anan slightly furrowed his brows, thinking deeply for a moment before nodding. That direction, lead me there. After speaking, he grabbed Alpha and floated into the air, his figure like a purple light, vanishing in the blink of an eye as he headed toward the location of the ant tide that Alpha had mentioned. On the other side, Sterling had already slaughtered over 1,000 devouring golden ants along his way. His spiritual energy consumption was too great. He had reached the point where he needed to directly ingest spirit stones for their energy, his steps growing increasingly heavy, and the pressure mounting. Suddenly, he felt the package at his waist violently tremble. The vibration was faint yet incredibly intense, as if a profound vitality were emanating from within the package, like the beating of a powerful heart. Whoosh! Sterling abruptly turned, using a gap to stop Little Bone mid-step, his gaze falling on the package, shocking him deeply. With his heart racing, he immediately opened the package. There, before his eyes, was the golden ant egg, its entire surface gleaming with radiant golden light. Unlike the pale white color of ordinary devouring golden ant eggs, this one had complex patterns swirling on its surface, resembling natural magic arrays, with mystical spiritual lines weaving intricate and bizarre designs across it. This is... Sterling's heartbeat quickened dramatically. His eyes locked onto the ant egg, sensing a strong life force emanating from it. The vitality within far surpassed any monster egg he had ever seen, as if it were a powerfully beating heart. 1,000 thoughts flashed through Sterling's mind like lightning. He murmured quietly, "This egg isn't an ordinary devouring golden ant egg." Suddenly, he recalled some records he had once read in the bestiary. Devouring golden ant queens, aside from producing regular ant eggs, also produce continuation eggs. While regular ant eggs can be produced by the hundreds in a single day, continuation eggs are special eggs created using the queen's life essence. A queen will only produce one such egg in her lifetime, ensuring the continuation of her species. In short, regular ant eggs hatch workers and cheap labor, while the continuation egg represents her true lineage. Is this the devouring golden ant queen's continuation egg? Sterling muttered to himself, a storm of emotions raging inside him. The solitary egg within the package, it was this very egg that had caused the upheaval of the ant tide. Chapter 96, The Nusung of the Contract. No wonder they're so vain. The loss of this continuation egg meant that there was a problem with the survival of the Siegine Queen's life. The entire ant colony was no longer foraging for food, but rather driven by a higher-level instinct to retrieve the lost racial roots. If we don't solve these ant colonies soon, it might bring even more terrifying consequences. I wonder if the contracting power of the Xuanhuan Classic can form a contract with this ant egg. Sterling suddenly had an idea. If the contract succeeds, he might avoid the frenzied pursuit of the ant tide and could even resolve this uprising. No time left, give it a try. With no hesitation, Sterling injected the contracting power of the Xuanhuan classic into the golden egg. Xiaogu, help me hold off the ants. I need to try. Roar. With a roar of anger, Xiaogu swept his bone knife, sending away the invading Sijin ants. With me here, none can harm my master. Sterling felt reassured, closing his eyes tightly. In a moment, the air seemed to echo with a faint crackling sound. The surface of the ant egg shimmered with a dazzling golden light, the life patterns rippling in the glow, as if the whole egg were resonating strongly with Sterling. After about 10 minutes, Sterling could almost feel a strange connection established between his soul and the ant egg. It worked. It actually worked. Sterling couldn't believe his eyes. Suddenly, Sterling felt an even stronger life pulse transmitted. What Sterling hadn't anticipated was that this contract would directly catalyze the hatching process of the egg. A small Sijin ant slowly crawled out from the cracked egg. Its size was slightly larger than that of ordinary Sijin ants, its body entirely gold, the patterns on its back complex, exuding a soul-stirring spiritual force fluctuation. Is this the offspring of the continuation egg? Sterling frowned deeply, gently touching the young Sijin ant, feeling the bond of the contract between it and himself. As if sensing the will of its master, the small Sijin ant emitted a low howl. This howl spread like waves, instantly covering the entire ant tide. A miracle occurred. The Sijin ants that had been madly attacking Sterling stopped all actions upon hearing the cry. The crimson glow in their compound eyes gradually fading, and even began to retreat in order towards the sides. Sterling's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Sterling. Suddenly, a voice fell from the sky, making him turn abruptly. Anan descended like a purple ray of light. Alpha flung aside. Anan's landing caused strong vibrations, leaving deep imprints. Sterling, are you alright? Didn't get hurt, right? As Alpha was set down by Anan, his hair disheveled, clearly not used to flying in the air earlier. Sterling glanced at them and shook his head slightly. You arrived just in time. We've temporarily stabilized the situation, but... Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous roar came from afar, the ground trembling. Upon detecting the disappearance of the continuation egg's aura, the Sijin queen had completely lost control of her fury. Its massive body emerged from beneath the ground, towering like a small mountain, the shell on its back as dark and iron-like as ever, emitting a dull red glow. Its 6 eyes burned with fiery red, its sharp mandibles trembling uncontrollably, indicating it had lost all rationality. Level 7. King Tier, Sijin Queen. Alpha's complexion immediately paled, his voice trembling with obvious fear. Anan, however, tightened his brows, his tone low and solemn. You two be careful. The queen has personally appeared. The Sijin queen's roar swept like sound waves, the surrounding Sijin ants seemingly responding to some invisible command, once again gathering in a frenzy and charging toward their direction. Without hesitation, Anan rushed forward, spiritual energy bursting from his body. A purple glow spread outward, tangible like physical matter. Raising his hand, he formed a huge spiritual energy sword, swinging it heavily to cleave through the dense wave of ants. However, just as he was about to approach the queen suddenly roared upwards fiercely, its mandibles opening wide, spewing forth a scorching jet of flame. This flame was not ordinary fire. Instead, it carried an intense acidic stench, seeming capable of consuming everything. What? Anan was startled, hastily moving his great sword to block. The spiritual energy sword clashed against the stream of fire, but the high temperature and explosive force of the flames pushed him back several dozen feet. The ground instantly scorched, billows of black smoke rising. From behind, Sterling observed, his expression changing slightly. This Sijin queen. Why does its attack contain fire elemental attributes? That's unreasonable. Sijin ants are metallic attribute monsters, known for their defense, their shells hard. Now its attacks have also become extraordinarily powerful, making it even harder to fight. Mutation. This queen must have mutated. Anan gritted his teeth, again urging his spiritual energy, trying to seize the chance to slash at the queen. At this moment, the queen displayed an unprecedented agility, its massive body skillfully retreating while it opened its enormous mandibles once more, spewing forth another jet of scorching flames. This stream of flames surged forward like molten lava from a volcanic eruption, distorting the air around it with its intense heat. Anan gritted his teeth, instantly deploying his spiritual force shield to ward off the flames. Still, the searing heat was suffocating, sweat trickling down his forehead as he muttered a curse under his breath. What on earth has this beast eaten? How could it possibly have such a strong fire attribute attack? Meanwhile, Alpha behind him trembled at the sight of the approaching swarm of Sijin ants. We're done. We're completely surrounded and about to die here. What do we do? Where do we run? Stay calm. Sterling reassured, his Xuanhuan classic slightly trembling as the young Sijin ant appeared in his palm, emitting a low chirp. With its arrival, all the Sijin ants rushing towards them suddenly halted, beginning to gather around the queen instead. Alpha stared at this miraculous scene, sniffed, then turned to Sterling. You can control the Sijin ants? It's this one. Sterling showed the little Sijin ant in his hand to Alpha. In the heat of the situation, the egg I had reacted and hatched due to the commotion, and I contracted it. You sure have great luck that I envy. Alpha's face was full of admiration, but upon reflection, he realized Sterling risked his life to gain this opportunity. luck he couldn't truly envy. The sieging queen seemed to sense something amiss, letting out an angry scream, growing even more enraged, quickening her attack rhythm. Its huge tail stinger burned with flames, resembling a scorching iron spike, fiercely stabbing toward Anan. Anan hurriedly gathered all his spiritual energy into a shield for defense. "You cursed thing!" Anan roared, retaliating fiercely. Yet, the queen's carapace only bore a faint scratch, indicating the usual attacks from a level 7 spirit warrior grandmaster inflicted so little damage, proof of her formidable defense. The flames exhaled by the queen scorched the air, temperatures continuing to rise. Just at this critical moment, a brilliant white light streaked across the sky. Chapter 97, Little Jean. The speed of the white light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it descended upon the battlefield. A powerful warrior clad in silver-white armor and wielding a long spear descended from the sky, instantly appearing between Anan and Sterling. An 8th-level powerhouse. "Anan, I'll help you take care of it." The voice of the silver-armored knight was cold, each word exuding the aura of a strong warrior. As he raised his hand, a beam of white light burst forth from the spear, aiming directly at the head of the queen ant. The queen ant let out a roar of anger, wildly swinging its tail and spewing even more intense flames, trying to block the attack of the silver-armored warrior. "You, a mere queen ant, dare to be so rampant? Break through." With a roar of fury, the silver-armored knight moved faster than lightning, his spear piercing straight through the queen ant's carapace. Accompanied by a dull sound, it completely penetrated the queen ant's skull. The massive queen ant immediately emitted a cry of bougon, unwillingness, its huge body crashing down with a thunderous boom, causing the ground to tremble and dust to fly everywhere. "Phew." Anan let out a long breath and looked at the silver-armored knight. "Thanks to your timely arrival, this beast was too troublesome." Sterling took a few steps forward, his gaze landing on the broken corpse of the queen ant, his expression complicated. He squatted down, lightly touching the charred shell of the queen ant, frowning deeply. Strange. Its flame attacks were not innate. They seemed related to some external force. He glanced at the queen ant's back and found a piece of yellow stone fragment near the cracked shell, faintly emitting a pungent smell. Could this be sulfur or? Sterling suspected, sniffed again to confirm the sulfur smell. Could it have obtained fire attributes by consuming large amounts of sulfur or? The silver-armored knight retracted his spear and looked down at the fallen queen ant. "I've been searching for this thing for a long time. Fortunately, I arrived just in time, preventing it from harming anyone further. I will take the corpse." After speaking, he touched the ring on his finger, and the massive corpse of the queen ant disappeared. Sterling was somewhat surprised by the silver-armored knight's storage ring, which had such an enormous space. A 7th-level magical beast, all over treasures. Merely its hard shell could be used to make armor that is basically impervious to ordinary low-level damage. Sterling and the others naturally had no objections. Since the queen ant was killed by him, it was normal for him to take it away. Anan approached, looking at Sterling. "The gold-devouring ant egg? You got it." Sterling opened his palm, revealing the small, gold-devouring ant within. "In a dire situation, I accidentally formed a contract." Seeing the little gold-devouring ant in Sterling's palm, Anan's expression grew complex. "This is the queen of the gold-devouring ants, and you managed to obtain it. Well, well." He turned and flew towards the direction of the shelter. Sterling looked at the small, gold-devouring ant queen in his hand and decided silently in his heart to call her Little Jean. He then flipped open the summoning manual. Name, Little Jean. Race, Magical Beast Race. Level, 4th rank Unified Commander Class Magical Beast. Talent skill, Command Ant Army. Possesses absolute commanding ability over the gold-devouring ant swarm. Through releasing special spiritual fluctuations, it can generate a mental resonance, temporarily controlling all regular gold-devouring ants of lower rank, directing them for combat, array formation, or retreat. Inside the shelter, the news of the gold-devouring ant queen's death swept through every corner like a storm, filling everyone with excitement over this hard-won victory. In the center of the square, the giant corpse of the gold-devouring ant queen was placed out, situated where everyone could see it clearly. Its thick shell gleamed with an odd luster, as if each piece condensed a kind of indescribable power. The colossal size was awe-inspiring, despite its death, still exuding an intimidating presence. The crowd surrounded the square tightly, whispering and discussing among themselves. "Too terrifying. This is the gold-devouring ant queen." A student widened their eyes, their voice trembling. "I heard this thing is a 7th-level king-class magical beast, and it also underwent mutation. Its strength is off the charts." Another voice joined in the discussion. "That's right. Even mentors from the Warrior Academy died at its hands, without even leaving intact corpses. Tell me, isn't it incredibly strong?" "Absolutely. But fortunately, we have Mentor Edmund and Mentor Anan. Otherwise, the entire shelter would probably have no place for us to stay." "And isn't that true? I've heard that Mentor Edmund pierced its skull with one strike. Truly deserving of being the top-ranked Night System powerhouse, hogging all the limelight. It's unimaginable, that epic battle." But a voice suddenly lowered a bit. "Do you know? There were a few from the summoner department, and they exchanged for 3,000 points. "What? 3,000 points?" There was a brief silence around, followed by a wave of incredulous exclamations. "Am I hearing wrong? 3,000 points? Of course it's true. Just look at the task announcement over there on the giant screen, and you'll see that among those displayed is none other than the level-grinding maniac, Sterling." Someone pointed towards the massive magical screen in front of the square where tasks were announced. 3,000 points, while a legendary weapon from the academy might just cost 500 points. I'm jealous to death. As everyone was chatting animatedly, Sterling and his teammates emerged from the mission window. Lete couldn't help but speak up first. 3,000 points. Sterling, how many gold-devouring ants did you kill? You just handed the points over to us like that, and now I feel extremely awkward about it. I don't need them right now anyway, and they're not free for you guys. If anyone has rare minerals, feel free to hand them over to me. I've contracted with a gold-devouring beast which has a penchant for various kinds of ores, Sterling said helplessly. Sterling, you really contracted with the gold-devouring queen ant? Lete asked, his voice low but barely able to mask his shock. Even his bulky frame leaned forward slightly, as if trying to make sure he saw Sterling's expression clearly. Sterling nodded slightly, calmly replying, yes, but she's still an infant, currently only level 4. Infant? Lete's eyes widened before he took in a sharp intake of cold air. The infant of a king-class magical beast, her talent will absolutely be outstanding. She will surely grow into a king-class magical beast one day. Sterling didn't say much but instead flipped open the Xuanhuan treasure manual, and a streak of golden light flickered between the pages of the book. Then, a tiny gold-devouring ant peeked its head out, emitting a low cry. Lete stared at this little creature, muttering incredulously, I can't imagine such a small thing would become a king-class entity. Farina was even more amazed. She gently pushed away a few strands of her golden hair that fell across her face, her eyes glittering. Sterling, I thought Alpha was just joking when he praised you. But, you really have contracted with it, under those circumstances. She pressed her lips together lightly, admiration for Sterling unconcealed in her eyes. Worthy of your name indeed, you dare gamble in ways only you could. From now on, our summoner reputation will surely rise due to you. Sterling, after this we are definitely riding on your coattails, she half-joked, but her tone contained a certain degree of seriousness. Alpha stood to the side, smirking proudly. I told you already, Sterling is our new star of the summoner group. Not to mention anything else, owning 2 king-class magical beasts. If that news gets out, it's bound to stir a commotion. The more he talked, the more excited he got, describing wildly with gestures. You won't believe it. When we were surrounded by tens of thousands of ants, just when it seemed the swarm would pounce, Sterling flipped open the Xuanhuan treasure manual, and every single ant stopped dead in their tracks. I'm telling you, the scene was epic level. Are you serious? Could ants really stop? Lete looked at him stunned, unable to resist, asking further. Absolutely true. Alpha nodded vigorously, seemingly at a loss to fully describe the awe-inspiring scene. At that moment, not only did the ants halt, but they all started retreating in the direction of the gold-devouring queen. Tell me, isn't that incredible? Incredible. Lete sighed as he gave Sterling a hearty pat on the shoulder. Buddy, starting today, you're the big brother of our squad. If you need something, just command, and I won't hesitate to act. That's enough. No need to flatter. Sterling spoke up, then continued. However, there is one favor I'd ask of you all. Please keep this matter secret, especially regarding my contract with Little Bone. I don't want to attract any unnecessary trouble. Got it. You're afraid of the Holy Court people, right? We get it. Henceforth, you're officially the big brother of our little group. Sterling raised his head and gazed at the gradually calming skies, a glint of deep thought flashing through his eyes. Since the points have already been exchanged, there's another matter I wish to investigate. His gaze instinctively swept over the nearby corpse of the gold-devouring ant queen, his mind replaying the scene of its fiery breath and the strong fire attribute aura. Flames, mutation, sulfur, or, within the nest of the ant queen, there might be hidden secrets. Chapter 98, Ring Upgrade. After taking a few days of rest, Sterling ventured alone into the 55th level wilderness of Cloudtop. This time, he was determined to find the lair of the gold-eating ant queen. The 55th level had returned to its usual tranquility. The crowds that had gathered due to the gold-eating ants' uprising were now long gone. The vast plains lay serene, with only the occasional wind passing by. Summoning Little Jean outside his body, after a few days of experimentation, Sterling discovered another advantage of Little Jean. Through the power of their contract, Little Jean could relay perceptions of the surrounding environment back to him. Wherever there were gold-eating ants, Little Jean acted as an additional point of perception. As the contract power flowed, a clear image quickly appeared in Sterling's mind, covering both the surface and underground areas like a three-dimensional map. Looking at the haphazard tunnels created by the gold-eating ants, a faint smile appeared on Sterling's lips. Where there are gold-eating ants, I have eyes. Soon, under Little Jin's guidance, he found a hidden underground cave system. This area was clearly marked as forbidden territory in the consciousness of regular gold-eating ants. Only the Queen's royal guard could enter or exit, with all other worker ants avoiding it at all costs. This must be where the Queen's maternal nest is located. Sterling quickened his pace. After commanding the gold-eating ants to dig a winding passage, Sterling unhesitatingly dived underground. Following the cave system deeper, he eventually arrived at a scorching hot underground cavern. The sight before him caused Sterling to suck in a sharp breath of cold air. It looked like a live volcano, with searing magma flowing between the rocky walls, glowing with an eerie red light, while the air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. The high temperature had turned the cavern's air into a burning heat flow, making Sterling quite uncomfortable. It was indeed here. Sterling scanned his surroundings and noticed large amounts of yellow minerals embedded in the rock walls. These minerals emitted strong fire element fluctuations. These were exactly the sulfurous veins he had guessed. He murmured softly, "These sulfur minerals look extremely pure. If they can be transported to the surface, whether for refining magical artifacts or enhancing the power of fire magic, they would be invaluable resources." Moreover, sulfur, this material was a key ingredient in making gunpowder. Sulfur, niter, and charcoal. These are the materials needed to make gunpowder. Charcoal is easy to get. Sulfur is also available. If I can obtain niter, I might attempt creating a black powder version suitable for this world, Sterling thought. However, Sterling encountered another significant issue. His storage ring only had 5 square feet of space, barely enough to carry a small amount of minerals. Faced with such abundant mineral deposits, this capacity was akin to trying to put out a forest fire with a single drop of water. My storage ring is too small. It cannot possibly meet the demands of mining. Sterling frowned, deep in thought. He attempted to command the gold-eating ants to transport the minerals to the center of the cave, but he quickly realized that even with mountains of minerals piled up, it wouldn't solve the problem of limited space. Sterling chuckled wryly. No matter how much more I collect, my storage ring doesn't have the capacity to hold it. It seemed clear that to fully develop these or veins, he would first need to create a storage ring with a larger capacity. Fortunately, during a previous expedition, he had collected some spatial crystals from a fissure beneath Phantasm. Upon returning to the academy, Sterling took several spatial crystals obtained from the 51st level and headed straight to Master Iwan's residence. Seeing Sterling, Iwan's face lit up with a pleased smile. "Sterling, your recent performances have made me very pleased. Headmaster Rager's discernment has always been spot on, never letting down anyone he takes note of. Master, during this exploration, I brought back a few spatial crystals, specifically to show you my respect." Sterling took out a fist-sized spatial crystal from his pack and handed it over to Iwan. Iwan's eyes flickered with surprise. "Spatial crystal? This big? And its quality is quite high, with very stable internal spatial fluctuations. Young man, this is an extremely precious treasure." Sterling smiled faintly and then pulled out a few more spatial crystals of varying sizes from his pack. "Master, I've collected several, so I especially want to present one to you as a gift." Iwan couldn't help but marvel. Spatial crystals are rare in the market and highly valuable, let alone one of this quality. "Where did you find them?" "Teacher, I acquired them from the 55th level at the nest of the gold-eating ant queen." Sterling refrained from revealing any more details. Iwan nodded satisfactorily. Spatial crystals are important materials for making storage rings and spatial pouches. Your visit this time must surely be related to wanting to use them for something, no? "That's right." Sterling nodded. "I wish to forge a storage ring with great capacity." Iwan paused for a moment and then smiled. "That's not difficult. I can take you to meet Tutor Carl. He is the one with the deepest mastery of spatial magic in the academy and also the finest forging master. Most of the storage equipment in the academy comes from his hands." Under Iwan's recommendation, Sterling met the legendary Tutor Carl. This magic tutor was thin, with sharp eyes, constantly immersed in the study of magic and forging, giving off an unfathomable aura. His laboratory was filled with various spatial items and unfinished forging pieces. Carl took up the spatial crystal that Sterling brought, scrutinized it carefully for a while, and nodded. "The quality of this spatial crystal is extremely high, and its internal spatial fluctuations are very stable. Where did you get this spatial crystal?" Sterling smiled faintly but didn't elaborate, merely saying he had acquired it during an adventure. Carl didn't press further. "You came to see me this time, wanting to use it to create a larger capacity storage ring?" Carl asked, lightly stroking the surface of the crystal with his fingers. "Yes, Master Carl." Sterling immediately produced another spatial crystal of similar size, handing it over to Carl. "This spatial crystal of roughly the same size will serve as my payment." Satisfaction flashed in Carl's eyes. "You're a clever kid. However, this spatial crystal isn't just for making storage rings. It can be used to forge more advanced spatial items, such as spatial belts, spatial backpacks, or even miniature space folding domains." Carl paused and pointed to a magical backpack placed on the table. "This backpack is something I forged myself, with internal space reaching over 100 square meters." Sterling's eyes lit up, and there was admiration in his tone. "Tutor, your forging skills are indeed top-notch in the Empire. If I ever get the chance, I really would like to learn forging and spatial magic under you." Carl looked at him, showing increased interest in his gaze. "Want to learn forging? You have potential. To master spatial forging, one must have a deep understanding of spatial magic. Alas, fewer and fewer students have been awakening to spatial magic these days." Carl sighed as he spoke. Hearing this, Sterling smiled faintly, summoned xuanhuan, and directly utilized the spirit attachment skill, instantly appearing on the other side of the lab. Carl was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. "Teleportation? Kid, looks like I underestimated you. Incredible. You've already mastered spatial magic. In that case, this old man might actually teach you something." Chapter 99, Reunion. Half a year passed quickly. The Cloudtop Tower remained as majestic as ever, yet it couldn't overshadow the rapidly rising brilliance of Sterling. During these 6 months, a new name appeared on the 60th floor of Cloudtop Tower, Sterling Grandel. A summoner from the advanced class? Such a genius has emerged. He's already ranked 11th after reaching the 60th floor. Discussions arose across the academy, especially among the once superior geniuses who now began to direct their attention toward this unremarkably born but increasingly famous youth. Inside Carl's laboratory, Sterling was idly playing with a small and delicate space ring in his hand. On the surface of the ring, an intricate crystal was embedded, and as Sterling infused it with spiritual energy, an independent space of about 10 square meters became visible within the ring. Finally succeeded. Sterling muttered to himself, his eyes filled with joy. This space ring had taken him a full 6 months to complete. After countless failures, he finally stabilized the spatial structure inside the crystal while completing the channel connecting the inner and outer sections. Carl sat at the edge of the experiment table, looking at Sterling with a complex expression. How did you come up with this way to stabilize the spatial nodes? Carl couldn't help but ask. Sterling smiled slightly. It's actually deduced from the basic theory you taught me. I found that if the order of the rune array is adjusted and a small-scale magic pulse is added, the spatial stability would improve significantly. Carl was speechless for a moment, shocked, but also reassured. During this half-year, besides advancing through the floors of the Cloudtop Tower, Sterling spent his time learning in Carl's laboratory, delving into the ways of space magic and forging skills. Witnessing Sterling's growth, Carl felt a myriad of emotions. This young man was indeed the kind of genius described in legends, able not only to quickly understand concepts, but also frequently propose insights that even amazed Carl himself. Is this what being a genius truly means? Tutor Carl silently marveled. Recalling how it took him decades to gradually master these techniques, Sterling managed impressive accomplishments in just half a year, capable of creating a miniature space device, something which made Carl feel inadequate. Of course, what Carl didn't know was that Sterling had wasted dozens of precious spatial crystals at home, achieving success through extensive trial and error. After all, no one dared waste valuable spatial crystals so recklessly like Sterling. At the same time, in the private residence area of the cleric department, Yelena stood by the window, her gaze coldly fixed on the towering Cloudtop Tower far away. Teacher, Sterling has made another breakthrough. A student from the cleric department respectfully reported behind her, unease in his voice. He's reached the 60th floor, only 1 floor away from you. If this continues. Yelena turned around, her sharp gaze like a blade. Only 1 floor away? The student lowered his head, afraid to meet her eyes. Yes. Moreover, according to our investigations, he hails from the Emerald Highlands province. A provincial summoner has managed to reach the 60th floor, and many people are talking about this event in the academy. The summoner from the Emerald Highlands province. Yelena softly repeated, frustration evident in her tone. As the 10th-ranked individual on the academy leaderboard, Yelena was the pride of the cleric department, representing healing and sanctity. Her illustrious status had never been challenged until now when a summoner from a remote province approached her record, undoubtedly causing her immense humiliation. Since entering the Imperial Academy, she carried a mission. She remembered the advice from the Grand Archbishop upon leaving the Holy Seat. Yelena, the Empire of Ares is the oldest empire on the continent. We send you to the Ares Royal Academy, hoping that your faith in the Holy Court will permeate from the Academy and into every person's heart. Only when the holy light spreads across the entire empire will all beings be freed from suffering. Since then, these words have become the lighthouse of her heart. The Holy Seat, an organization established 3,000 years ago, claimed to be the embodiment of divine light sent down by the God of Light to save all mankind. Nowadays, the influence of the Holy Seat has deeply rooted in the hearts of other countries. Even in the Duchy of Caldera, the influence of the Holy Seat is implicitly above that of King Duke Raf. However, the influence of the Holy Seat still fails to penetrate the Empire of Ares, a country that strictly adheres to force and order and shows great vigilance and rejection towards any followers of religious doctrines. High-level saints aren't allowed to preach within the Empire of Ares, so Yelena was dispatched to the capital city academy, tasked with developing followers and establishing faith foundations, spreading the ideology of the Holy Seat. Yelena walked to the wall and lit a beautifully crafted saint light lamp, filling the room with a warm glow. She took a prayer book with gold edges from the bookshelf, opened it, and inside was a meticulously drawn panoramic map of the capital city academy. Marked with red dots on the map were positions representing the followers she had secretly recruited. This is the bastion of knowledge, and also an excellent breeding ground for spreading faith. As long as we can control the core forces of the academy, we can shake the entire empire. Yelena murmured to herself. Her gaze swept over the names on the merit board, pausing at Sterling Grandel. Teacher, what should we do? The student asked anxiously. Yelena took out a golden scroll, filled with intricate runes that emitted a faint holy light. This was the Holy Seat's faith scroll, imbued with indoctrination magic, which could make the target's heart waver and even embrace the radiance of the Holy Seat. Yelena unfurled the scroll, her voice calm. Investigate Sterling thoroughly. Since he comes from Emerald Highlands province, there must be traces of his past there. Yes. The student quickly retreated. Once the room was quiet, Yelena closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and prayed softly. O divine light, grant me strength to dispel the shadow of heresy, so the faith of the Holy Seat may endure eternally. The candlelight flickered, and the glow from the saint light lamp seemed brighter, while Yelena's gaze became more resolute. Sterling Grandel, the brighter your light shines, the deeper the shadow will be when you fall. On this day, Sterling was seated in his study, flipping through an ancient tome about space magic. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door, followed by an announcement from the servant. Master, a visitor has arrived. Sterling looked up. Who? The servant hesitated for a moment, then added. She claims to be your cousin, named Ella. Ella. Sterling paused momentarily, then suddenly remembered. Wasn't Ella the daughter of Uncle Three? Hadn't she been studying magic at the Imperial Academy too? Ever since entering the capital city academy, he had immersed himself in training, almost cutting himself off from the outside world, completely forgetting about this. As he was pondering, a familiar yet crisp voice came from outside the door. "Brother Sterling, it really is you." Sterling looked up to see a young girl standing at the doorway. Her figure was accentuated by a light purple mage robe, making her appear all the more petite and adorable. She was around 15 or 16 years old, with a pale complexion and bright eyes full of joy. "Ella." Sterling stood up abruptly, revealing a slightly apologetic smile. "It's truly you. I almost didn't recognize you." Ella rushed forward, laughing cheerfully. "I thought the rumors might be false, but who would have guessed that the prodigy summoner rising in fame at the Imperial Academy is actually my brother Sterling." Chapter 100, Thunderclap Canyon. After sitting down, Arya opened the conversation. "Brother, do you know? The whole academy is talking about how you reached the 60th floor of the Cloud Top Tower. And some people say your summoned beast is king class." Arya's face was full of excitement, but then her tone shifted as she muttered, "Yet you've been here for so long and never even came to find me. I thought you'd forgotten about me." Upon hearing this, Sterling showed a slightly embarrassed expression, scratching his head. "You're right, it was my oversight. There were too many things going on this past half year. I got completely absorbed in training and forgot about coming to see you." Seeing how straightforward Sterling was, Arya no longer held it against him and her smile returned. "All right then, since you're being so sincere, I'll forgive you." Smiling, Sterling nodded and then took out a small box from the side, pushing it towards Arya. "To make up for my mistake, this is for you." Arya opened the box curiously and saw a delicate space ring inside with crystal-embedded patterns that seemed to glow faintly. She paused in surprise. "What is this?" "This is a space ring I made myself. Although the capacity isn't very large, only 10 square meters, it's enough for you to store some personal items." Sterling smiled lightly. "Aren't you studying magic? A space ring should come in handy for you." "Did Brother Sterling make this himself?" Arya asked, disbelief clear in her voice. "That's right," Sterling replied. "This past half year, I've been immersed in researching spatial magic. I forgot you were at the academy. This one was just made, and it's perfect for you. It's too valuable. I can't accept it. Hold on to it. Mine is even bigger." With that, he forced the ring into Arya's hand. Arya took the ring cautiously and slipped it on carefully. Immediately, she sensed the independent space within it and couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing. Brother, you truly are a genius to create something like this." "I'm glad you like it." Sterling sighed in relief, feeling a bit closer to his long-unseen cousin in his heart. As they chatted idly, Arya suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, shifting her tone, "By the way, brother, do you know Roland?" "Roland?" Sterling frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Is he War's son?" Arya nodded. "That's correct. You may not know, but after that incident 6 months ago, he changed completely. Well, maybe changed isn't accurate. He went more extreme." Sterling's eyes grew colder. "You mean when I cleaned up our family?" Arya hesitated briefly before speaking up. "Yes, he found out about your killing of his grandfather later and swore to sever ties with me. Afterward, he joined the mercenary group established by Thunderstorm and headed to Thunderclap Canyon." "Thunderclap Canyon?" Sterling glanced away thoughtfully. Arya nodded again, her expression complex. "Brother, you must know that it's one of the 4 most dangerous places in the Empire, where chaotic energy surges and opportunities are countless. However, those who return alive from there emerge far stronger." Sterling knew about Thunderclap Canyon. It was located on the northern border of the Eris Empire, named because thunderclouds hung perpetually overhead and lightning flashed endlessly. It was a place brimming with danger. Its volatile energies combined with hostile natural conditions, ferocious monsters, and mysterious ancient ruins hidden deep within, all making it a nightmare for adventurers. However, this perilous area also concealed endless coveted opportunities. The canyon teemed with numerous wind attribute and thunder attribute beasts, many reaching level 6 or even 7. The thing that intrigued people most was the rare resources born due to excessive lightning elements, such as thunder crystals and storm hearts. If one could obtain these resources and absorb them, the benefits would be immeasurable. Nevertheless, out of every 10 adventurers entering Thunderclap Canyon, only 1 survived, and even they risked death at every turn. Thunderclap Canyon was both a grave for the weak and a land of opportunity for the strong. After listening to Arya's account, Sterling remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking up. "Roland going there probably means he wants to improve himself through the trials of life and death. His idea is commendable, but Thunderclap Canyon isn't a place one can conquer solely with bravado. Brother, aren't you worried?" Arya couldn't help but ask. Sterling shook his head slightly. "Worried about what? It's his choice. If he can survive, perhaps he will become a worthy opponent to respect. But if he dies, it simply means he overestimated himself." Hearing this, Arya shuddered inwardly. Sterling's words carried no malice, yet the indifference in his tone made her spine tingle. She realized that the person before her was no longer the simple-hearted brother from before, but someone tempered by blood and fire, fully understanding the ways of the powerful. However, Sterling's tone softened slightly. "If he really wants to come back for revenge against me, then I will end it all with my own hands." Arya bit her lip and murmured, "Roland has always been proud since he was a child. You killed his grandfather, so he must feel that his honor has been trampled by you. Perhaps, this is the reason why he spares no effort to grow stronger." Sterling, however, shook his head lightly. "Honor belongs to the strong. If he truly believes his honor was damaged because of me, then he should prove himself through action. Hatred will only make him lose everything faster." Arya lowered her head, her expression complex. She knew that what Sterling said was correct. Beyond the window, the top of Cloudtop Tower faintly gleamed with light, as if responding to the silence between the two. Sterling gazed into the distance, his thoughts swirling. Roland, if you can survive in Thunderclap Canyon, then that will prove you have the qualifications to confront me. But if you fall there, it will be your choice, and it has nothing to do with me. Deep within Thunderclap Canyon, gale winds roared and thunder bellowed. Countless bolts of lightning danced like silver serpents across the dark sky, bathing the entire canyon in a ghostly pale glow. Torrential rain lashed down, creating muddy potholes on the ground, and the air carried an acrid stench, as though each descent of lightning could incinerate heaven and earth. Amidst this world of desolation and violence, a gaunt figure stood atop a cliff. He was drenched in blood, his face contorted, his eyes brimming with a mixture of anguish and madness. Behind him, a pair of condensate-composed war eagle wings raged in the wind, every flapping stirring up storms around him and triggering fractured waves of spiritual energy. That person was none other than Roland Grandel. At this moment, hovering in front of Roland's chest was a fist-sized crystal core radiating a heart-stirring blue-purple light. Inside the core, endless thunders roiled, as if it were a trapped storm heart trying to break free from its bonds and unleash its devastating power. Chapter 101, Academy Tournament. Heaven favors me. Heaven favors me. Roland's voice was sharp and grating in the storm. His lips were pale from excessive strain, and his hands clutched tightly at the crystal core on his chest, as if afraid it would slip away. Aoyawa! Roland screamed in agony, his voice filled with pain and an extreme sense of ecstatic joy. His body had reached its limit. The power of the storm core was like countless piercing lightnings, tearing apart his flesh and eroding his soul. Storm core. Is this the legendary storm core? Ha ha ha. Sterling, what makes you so great? I can obtain this force born of nature too. If I can fuse with it, I'll definitely beat you. No, kill you. Kill you, you damn guy who deserves it. Roland's voice was low and hoarse, laced with undisguised hatred. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. But this calmness was merely a distorted illusion. The raging spiritual energy inside him was destroying his internal organs and damaging his meridians. Clenching his teeth, Roland directed his spiritual energy into the storm core, trying to absorb it completely. You will never conquer me. It's mine. It belongs to me. Roland's muttering sounded possessed. His spiritual energy collided continuously with the primal power of the storm core, and lightning ravaged his body, each impact feeling like hellfire burning upon his skin. Boom. A thunderbolt several meters wide struck down from the sky, utterly pulverizing the cliff where Roland stood. Roland was hurled backward, smashing into a bottomless mud pit. Rainwater soon submerged his body, leaving only the bluish-purple glow of the storm core on his chest still flickering. After a long while, Roland struggled to rise from the mud pit, his face warped into something inhuman. His hair stood on end, his entire body riddled with cracks oozing golden blood. There was a faint shimmer of lightning in his pupils, signifying that the storm's force was corrupting his mind. Aoya! More! He screamed in madness, pouring all his spiritual energy into the storm core. His body seemed to be a vessel for the storm, gradually filling up, on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a face flashed through Roland's mind. Sterling's face. The enemy who killed his beloved grandfather. Sterling! Roland growled under his breath, hatred burning fiercely in his eyes. Just wait. I won't lose. I absolutely won't lose. He jammed the storm core hard against his chest again, his whole person enveloped by the devouring thunderstorm, emitting a dazzling bright light. After the bright light subsided, the Thunder Valley returned to a brief moment of silence. In the private residence of Sterling within the Capital Royal Academy. By the way, almost forgot, Brother Sterling, are you prepared to participate in the Academy tournament in 3 months? Ella asked excitedly, anticipation flashing across her expression. Sterling set down the box in his hand, raising an eyebrow slightly. Academy tournament? You're talking about the triennial event. Ella nodded. Yes. It's one of the most important events in the Academy. Every genius of each department will participate. The competition begins with departmental selections, choosing the strongest from each department. Then cross-department battles take place to determine the top 10 of the Academy. Finally, the top 10 represent our Academy in the Continental Academy League. The Continental Academy League? Sterling's gaze tightened slightly, his interest piqued by this unfamiliar term. What exactly is this competition? Ella immediately explained enthusiastically. The Academy tournament is just the beginning. Those who make it into the top 10 will be placed on the Academy's priority cultivation list and become members of the representative team. And the representative team participates in the Continental Academy League to vie with top teams from other nations' elite academies. This is a talent battlefield spanning the continent, not only with generous resource rewards, but also, should they win the championship, they can gain fame throughout the empire and even across the entire alliance, drawing the attention of the imperial family or major nobles. So, the Academy tournament is more than just a competition, it's a stepping stone for promotion? Sterling's tone remained calm, yet there was a spark of interest emerging deep within his gaze. Ella nodded vigorously. Exactly. The last session's Knight Department winner, Bell, became famous through the tournament. He was later recruited by the Imperial Royal Family, and has now become the Deputy Commander of the Royal Knights. Brother, this is an opportunity to change one's fate. Sterling did not respond immediately, instead reflecting deeply on the implications. He was well aware that competitions such as the Academy Tournament and the Continental League always came hand in hand with opportunities and crises. The strong use them to climb to the peak, but failures could be mercilessly eliminated or even meet a disastrous end. Seeing his silence, Ella assumed Sterling was uninterested and couldn't help but ask quietly, "Brother, will you participate?" Sterling slowly raised his head, a faint smile curving at the corner of his lips. "Why not? If it's the stage for geniuses, I'd like to see just how much real skill these so-called geniuses actually possess." Ella's eyes instantly lit up, her excitement nearly making her jump. "That's great. I knew you would participate. However, brother, you should prepare in advance. This time, the opponents are no simple matter." "Tell me, who are the opponents?" Sterling picked up his teacup, his tone calm, but with a hint of eager battle readiness flashing in his eyes. "There are quite a number of popular contestants this time." Ella counted on her fingers. "Carol, the senior from the warrior division, is the most anticipated. He's the strong one who single-handedly hunted down the 7th grade beast, Ironbone Savage Bear. And rumor has it that his strength is already approaching 8th rank. There's also Mentor Janina from the magic division, specializing in ice magic. She's my idol. And from the night division, Aiden was one of the top 10 winners of last year's academy tournament. And it's said that this time he has been training in seclusion early to aim for the championship. Then there's Alana from the cleric division, whose holy cure technique and superior battlefield endurance ability have been called the invincible divine spell." "Alana?" Sterling raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by the name. Yes, Alana is indeed unique. Though her ranking in the academy is only 10th place, that's because she excels in healing and support, while the Cloudtop Tower missions emphasize offensive power. But in actual combat, no one can easily defeat her. What's more important is that she is an exchange student recommended by the Holy Court. Ella added cautiously, "Brother, remember, this person is from the Holy Court. Her strength mustn't be underestimated." Sterling's gaze slightly intensified as his focus tightened. He had heard about the Holy Court before, but did not say much further, just quietly asking, "And more?" "Also Mentor Janina from the magic division. Even though she is a mentor, she still qualifies to compete since the academy allows division mentors to represent their department if they don't surpass 30 years old in terms of age lines. Janina's ice magic almost has no equal. If she really enters the competition, she may become the biggest variable in this year's tournament. Even a mentor under 30 years old can compete." Sterling was slightly surprised. This rule clearly added more uncertainty to the tournament. "Yes, that's exactly to encourage each department to bring out their strongest fighters." Ella nodded and continued. "However, I think Carol from the warrior division might be your greatest threat. His strength is not only close to the 8th rank, but what's more significant is that his fighting style is very unique. He possesses healing techniques." "Fascinating." Sterling gave a slight laugh, but maintained a composed look. "It seems this year's academy competition will truly be a battle of dragons and tigers." Ella looked at Sterling, filled with expectation. "Brother, I believe you will also achieve a good ranking. However, time is short. You need to start preparing now. There's only 3 months left until the big event." 3 months. Sterling softly repeated, gazing out toward the horizon outside the window. "The time is already enough. I just need to get a good weapon." The spark of fighting spirit in Sterling's eyes disappeared in an instant. Chapter 102, Dark Moon Upgrade. At Sterling's invitation, Ayla chose to move into the villa to study together with Sterling. There were plenty of vacant rooms in the detached villa. Since they were just sitting idle anyway, it was a good idea for Sterling who had been too bored alone. After finishing these matters, Sterling's eyes fell on the Dark Moon longsword. The sword's blade reflected the indoor light, appearing rather cold and severe. This sword was merely a rare-level weapon. Despite its incredible sharpness, Sterling was fully aware that its potential had already been exhausted. The Dark Moon had accompanied him for a long time, becoming his most capable partner in countless duels against enemies. However, as this sword hadn't reached epic status, it seemed somewhat inadequate when facing higher-tier foes. "Perhaps it's time to give you some new life," Sterling muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming. There were indeed numerous top-notch epic weapons available for exchange within the academy, but Sterling did not plan to abandon the Dark Moon. After all, after endless battles, the Dark Moon had become one with his heart and spirit, giving him an enormous sense of reliance and trust. To replace it would be difficult for Sterling to let go. He decided he would still completely upgrade the Dark Moon, allowing it to regain vitality. Through inquiries from multiple sources, Sterling finally learned that there was a master blacksmith in the southern part of the imperial city named Otis who had crafted many highly praised magical weapons for many nobles. This blacksmith was not only exceptionally skilled but also proficient in combining magic with forging, making him currently the best choice for upgrading the Dark Moon. Pushing open the unassuming door of the blacksmith shop in the south of the imperial city, the heat wave that greeted Sterling made him wrinkle his brow slightly. Inside the store, the flames burned fiercely, and the sound of hammers colliding with iron sheets was constant. A middle-aged blacksmith was hammering an iron piece beside the blazing furnace, with hard muscles, lines, and a face illuminated by firelight looking particularly resolute. "Buy weapons at the front shop," said the blacksmith without lifting his head, continuing his work while giving a brief response. Sterling did not leave just like that. He walked straight up and said firmly, "No, I'm here to modify my weapon." He took out the Dark Moon from his chest, its blade faintly reflecting the firelight. "I've heard that you can combine magic and forging, and I hope you can help me modify this sword." Finally, the blacksmith stopped hammering and looked over Sterling, his gaze falling on the sword's blade of the Dark Moon. After observing it carefully for a moment, he took it over, gently tapping on the blade a few times, emitting a crisp resonance. "The materials of this sword are good, and its sharpness is sufficient, but there is some roughness in the craftsmanship. As an ordinary rare-level longsword, there isn't much issue with it. The blacksmith paused briefly, then asked, "What kind of weapon do you want to modify it into?" Sterling did not answer immediately but stared directly into the blacksmith's eyes, his tone firm. "I hope to transform it into an epic magical sword, combining the powers of magic and forging to enhance its combat capability." An epic magical sword? The blacksmith raised an eyebrow slightly. This type of modification requires a high level of craftsmanship, and the material requirements are also very strict. You mentioned such magical forging. The dwarven craftsmanship excels in this area, capable of perfectly integrating magic with metal. But extremely rare materials are needed, and it must undergo a special magical process to be completed. Sterling had already figured everything out and continued saying, "I know, which is why I have come to you. I've heard that you have studied the dwarves' forging techniques, and I hope you can help me." The blacksmith instantly fell silent, gazing at the dark moon as if contemplating something. After a moment, he spoke. "This sword indeed has potential, but to turn it into a magical sword, aside from high-level forging skills, a large quantity of rare materials will also be required. With those materials, creating a brand new weapon might be better. I will prepare the materials myself, and the reward will be very generous. I hope you'll lend a hand." Speaking, Sterling stirred in his heart and took out a pile of rare ores from the storage ring. Mithril or magma rock essence, shadow steel, night-flowing gold, etc. All sorts of rare ores collected by Sterling in the past were displayed. Looking at this pile of stones, the blacksmith's eyes flashed with a hint of unusual light. There are quite a number of fine things here. However, to achieve the ultimate renovation, according to the materials of your sword, deep-sea steel and the essence blood of an 8th level or higher grade beast will be needed. Deep-sea steel possesses an extremely strong ability to endure cold and pressure, being able to bear potent magical output. Beast essence blood, on the other hand, can endow weapons with self-repair capabilities and powerful magical affinity. Deep-sea steel and beast essence blood? I will find a way. Sterling responded without hesitation. The blacksmith nodded. "If you can provide a fire-type beast crystal core, perhaps I can attempt to further enchant it." Sterling was very surprised. "Enchanting? You can perform dwarven enchanting techniques." "I do know a bit, though whether I can succeed, I can't guarantee." "All right, I will prepare these materials." The blacksmith thought for a moment and finally nodded. "I'll first try to repair some issues with the blade while waiting for the rest of the materials. However, you must understand, magical forging is not like ordinary forging. It will take longer, and the modified weapon may not be perfect right away. If any problems arise, I cannot guarantee complete success." Sterling smiled faintly. "I understand. I will wait patiently and look forward to your results." Sterling happened to have a fire-type beast crystal core, and it was from an 8th grade beast. However, he couldn't give it to the blacksmith now. He planned to hand over the deep-sea steel and beast essence blood together. After returning to the academy, Sterling quickly exchanged for a large bottle of grade 8 Emperor crocodile essence blood. However, the rare metal deep-sea steel wasn't in stock at the academy. With no other options, Sterling sought Alpha's advice. Alpha had lived in the Imperial City for many years and was very familiar with it. "You want to buy deep-sea steel, or? Let me think. You can try for non-market. They sell everything there." Alpha immediately suggested upon hearing that Sterling wanted to purchase a few pieces of deep-sea steel, or for non-market? What's that place? Why haven't I heard of it? Sterling couldn't help but feel curious. Alpha chuckled lightly, revealing a hint of mystery. "It's normal that you haven't heard of it. The Fernan Market is the underground market established by Rosalind Fernan, located beneath the Imperial City." Alpha paused briefly before continuing. "Basically, almost every product on the market can be found there. In the capital, Rosalind's status is unshakable. She controls most of the black market transactions and intelligence networks in the city. The Fernan Market is part of her family business." "Sounds interesting." Sterling narrowed his eyes. "Then we shouldn't waste time. Let's head there to see if we might even find some other treasures." Alpha nodded slightly but warned in his tone. "However, don't act rashly. Rosalind employs a lot of people to manage the market. You may not know, but in every transaction in the Fernan Market, Rosalind takes a 3% tax. There are all kinds of goods inside, and a lot of money ends up in her pocket." 3%? It's like robbing us," Sterling exclaimed. Chapter 103, Unexpected Gain. "She is in a monopoly business, and if you don't go to her place, you can't buy elsewhere. Besides, her place is relatively safer. Does she take 3% on every deal? How wealthy must she be?" Sterling started calculating in his mind, and the more he calculated, the more exaggerated it seemed. She's one of the richest people in the imperial capital. Her wealth is beyond doubt. It's rumored that even her door guards have to be level 6 or above. "Doesn't the government intervene?" Sterling asked. "How can the government intervene with her? It's said that she has the shadow of the second prince behind her. Think about it. The protection from the second prince for these black markets is immense, and no one dares to truly provoke her." Sterling was stunned. "The second prince, indeed, she has powerful backing." "Of course," Alpha said. "However, you should remember, despite Rosalind's cunning methods, her market and transactions are based strictly on rules. As long as you don't cross her bottom line, there won't necessarily be any danger." Sterling nodded, and under Alpha's lead, the two walked along the streets of the imperial capital. The surrounding noise gradually faded, replaced by the increasingly apparent dilapidated alleys. The roads in this area were twisted and winding, and under the dim light, the air was filled with an indescribable old smell. The entrances to shops were piled high with various clutter, seemingly out of place compared to the bustling districts outside. They arrived at the end of the alley where a heavy iron gate stood before them. Without hesitation, Alpha lightly knocked 3 times on the iron ring of the gate. The door trembled slightly, then emitted a low buzzing sound before slowly opening. Behind the door lay a narrow underground passage. The air was humid and oppressive, with only a few dim yellow lights spilling onto the ground, illuminating the shadows around them. Stay close, Alpha reminded softly and stepped into the darkness. As they walked along the passage for some time, the clamor ahead became clearer. The deeper they went, the stronger the sense of oppression, as if entering another world isolated from the rest. The scene here astonished Sterling. The scale of the market far exceeded his imagination. The entire underground space was like a massive bazaar, bright as daylight, and lined with an abundance of goods. On the stalls were placed various odd items, mysterious magical scrolls, special potions, strange monster specimens, all kinds of metal ores, magic crystals, and combat equipment. Almost anything that could circulate on the market could be found here. All these are black market goods. Sterling was slightly surprised, his gaze involuntarily sweeping over the surroundings. Of course, everything's available, Alpha smiled faintly. Here, almost anything can be bought, but it depends on whether or not you can find it. Alpha skillfully led Sterling to a small window. Here it differed slightly from the shops outside, as it dealt in a special kind of currency. Official imperial currency is not allowed in transactions here, Alpha explained. To avoid tax issues, Rosalind established her own monetary system. You need to first convert your money into market currency. She is indeed shrewd. Sterling smiled faintly, sighing. Sterling exchanged 20 top-grade spirit stones for the market's currency. As they wandered through the bustling market, vendors called out to potential customers passing by. Sterling noticed that the goods on each stall did not have clear prices, seeming entirely dependent on the bargaining skills of both buyer and seller. Sterling's eyes swept over the surroundings when suddenly, a mineral shimmering with a faint glow caught his attention. It was a slightly glowing mineral with visible cracks on its surface, emitting a chill. Although the color of the mineral was not very vibrant, it reflected an eerie brilliance under the dim lighting. What is this mineral? Sterling's heart jolted. Frost stone. The middle-aged man looked up at Sterling. Sterling observed carefully, and it turned out to be niter. What use does this mineral have? Sterling casually asked. Frost stone can be used to freeze water into ice, and it plays a significant role in alchemy. Do you need it? Interesting. Where did you get it from? Sterling inquired further. A hint of vigilance flashed in the man's eyes. Why do you care how I got it? This kind of mineral is rare and hard to obtain. How much do you want? Sterling felt a stir in his heart. This mineral was precisely the raw material he had been searching for, one of several components needed to make black powder. Sterling didn't hesitate at all, directly stating to the stall owner, I'll take them all. Sell me all your frost stones. The vendor hesitated for a moment, clearly not expecting Sterling to be so decisive. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes, but soon he regained his composure. Buying these minerals won't come cheap. You better offer a good price. He spoke with a tone of slight provocation, as if testing Sterling's determination. Sterling's expression remained unchanged as he directly pulled out the currency he had exchanged earlier from his pocket. Price is not an issue. I want all of your frost stones. Seeing Sterling's generosity, the stall owner quickly changed his demeanor. Good. Good. So decisive. It's a deal. The stall owner struggled to take out a large pile of frost stones from the hemp sack behind him, which appeared to weigh a few tons. Meanwhile, Sterling conveniently stored all the frost stones into his storage ring without any hassle. Looking at the storage ring on Sterling's hand, the stall owner couldn't help but exclaim, a storage ring is truly convenient. With one, you can store anything and even save a lot of transportation effort. I've been wanting to buy one for a long time, but these things are hard to come by. Casual words from the speaker often hold deep meaning for the listener. If storage rings were this rare, and he could make them, why not come here to sell them? He could surely earn a lot of money. Sterling decided that he would later make more storage rings. Later, the two found deep-sea steel or in a mineral shop. Without hesitation, Sterling bought 2 pieces, his heart involuntarily sighing with relief. The acquisition of deep-sea steel and frost stones meant that he could not only start modifying the obscure moon sword, but also attempt the research of black powder. As Sterling was about to leave, he overheard the merchant sighing softly. Alas, although these ores bring in money, mining and transporting them isn't easy. We always have to venture into dangerous places, where the conditions for mining are extremely harsh. Sometimes, we even need to deal with sea creatures or deep-sea monsters. It's a great risk. Sterling turned around and looked at the merchant, asking, Uncle, if I have a storage ring, would you consider buying a few? Do you have a storage ring? Of course, I would buy it. Such items are incredibly rare. Are you willing to sell it to me? Sterling smiled faintly, already forming a preliminary plan in his mind. Indeed, I do have 2, but I didn't bring them with me. If you're interested, I can send them over for you to see in a few days. The stall owner nodded in agreement. That would be wonderful. We can definitely negotiate on price. Negotiate on price. Deal. Sterling was also pleased. In his mind, he was already planning to make more profits through the business of storage rings. Chapter 104. Opening a shop in the black market. After Alpha visited Sterling's standalone villa several times, he also clamored for the experience of feeling like a tycoon. Since the villa had many rooms, Sterling, who also felt lonely by himself, agreed to Alpha's request. Thus, in Sterling's villa, besides Ella, there was now an additional Alpha. Alpha spent his days cultivating in the Crown Tower and returned to the villa at night. For Sterling, who had already broken through to the 60th floor, Alpha kept urging him to soon make an effort to enter the top 10 of the academy. Sterling, however, was unperturbed. He wasn't eager to achieve a breakthrough in the Crown Tower because he had more important things to do. After bringing an 8th level fire elemental core, a large bottle of beast blood, and the deep-sea steel ore bought from the Fernando market to blacksmith Otis, Sterling handed over 50 medium-grade spirit stones as a deposit. Upon seeing the 8th level fire elemental core, Otis' eyes turned slightly fanatical. Do you really have the heart to let me use this elemental core for enchanting? Hesitating a little, Otis continued. You might not know, but I was merely an apprentice in the Iron Forge when I was young. Are you not afraid that the enchantment will fail and waste such an excellent elemental core? I trust you. Moreover, who in the capital is more skilled than you? Sterling retorted. With the acquisition of the 8th level fire elemental core, Otis gently stroked it with his rough fingers, barely able to conceal his excitement. Kid, since you believe in me so much, I absolutely won't betray your trust. I will make sure the enchantment on this weapon matches this elemental core, said Otis. Sterling nodded, turned, and left. Let professional people handle professional matters. Besides, he had no other choice. Back at the academy, Sterling kept thinking about the events at the market. The demand for spatial rings was tight, so he must seize this opportunity to make substantial profits. Especially now, the spirit stones in Sterling's storage ring were almost depleted, and the prison tower still needed a large amount of spiritual energy to unseal the next level. Thinking about this, Sterling began busying around. He tidied up the desk and fetched the necessary materials. A piece of space crystal emanating spatial fluctuations, a roll of secretes fine as a hair silver guide wire, a bottle of dark green rune ink, and a delicate micro-engraving knife. These materials were worth a lot. Hopefully, I can succeed at once, Sterling muttered under his breath. He deeply inhaled, focused intently, and directed all his attention onto the space crystal before him. First, he gently carved a soul-attracting rune with the mini engraving knife. This was the first step in the entire ring-making process, and also the most crucial part. The function of the soul-attracting rune was to guide spiritual force into the space crystal, activating its latent dimension space accurately. As the blade crossed the surface of the crystal, a subtle sound was heard. Every stroke of the rune had to be exact, or else the space crystal would suffer spiritual disorder, or even shatter directly. As the rune gradually took shape, a faint glow appeared on the surface of the crystal. This light enveloped the crystal like a layer of mist, appearing soft, yet concealing dangerous power. Sterling fully understood that at this moment, no distraction could be tolerated. He carefully dipped the rune ink onto the engraving knife and filled each groove slowly, truly activating the runes. The next step of inscribing the magic formation is the hardest. Sterling adjusted his posture and picked up the secret silver guide wire to begin wrapping it around the surface of the crystal and stabilizing the energy flow of the runes. Secret silver was the ideal energy conductor, but it was extremely soft. One misstep, and it would break or shift out of place. Sterling's fingertips slightly trembled, and with precision, infused spirit force into every inch of the guide wire to make it closely adhere to the trajectories of the runes. After the wrapping was completed, Sterling embedded the space crystal into the center of the ring blank. He lifted his hand, injected a trace of spirit force, tentatively activating the entire device. Spatial vibrations from inside the crystal instantly spread out, forming a stable dimensional space passage. The ring lightly quivered once, then became tranquil. Sterling exhaled, relief showing on his face, and a smile appeared on his lips. Done, a success on the first try, 5 square meters of space. Although not large, it's quite good. Sterling cradled the ring gently, inspecting his work. For the next 7 days, Sterling almost neglected sleep and food. A room was allocated in the house as his temporary workshop. The table was scattered with tools and defective products, and the air was permeated with a faint smell of scorched metal. His fingers were covered in grooves, but he didn't stop. Finally, in the wee hours of the 5th night, upon completing the 4th ring, Sterling's lips curved upwards. For storage rings, while varying in their storage capacities, each was worth approximately 10 high-grade spirit stones or more. After dawn, Sterling returned to the Fernando market with the rings. This time, he sought out the shop owner who had sold him the deep-sea steel, or before. The owner was a shrewd businessman. Though rugged in appearance, his precision regarding our transactions left no room for negotiation. Boss, Sterling placed a ring before him calmly. I remember you mentioning how troublesome it was transporting ore. This spatial ring might be able to help you. Black glanced at the ring in Sterling's hand and scrutinized it. A spatial ring? How much can this hold? Sterling smiled lightly. This ring has 10 square meters of space, capable of holding several tons of, or at least. While speaking, Sterling swiftly inserted a block of or the size of a stool into the ring and then took it out moments later. The mine owner's pupils contracted sharply as he showed visible surprise on his face. Such a large space? And its stability seems excellent too. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, the boss hesitantly asked, how much are you selling it for? 15 top-grade spirit stones. Sterling's voice remained calm, but his bottom line was 10 top-grade spirit stones. 15 top-grade spirit stones? That's too expensive, Black exclaimed, looking conflicted, as if weighing his options. After a moment, he gritted his teeth. Can you make it cheaper? For 12 pieces, I'll take it. All right, this is the best spatial ring you can get. But since this is our first deal, I'll settle for less profit. Done. After the transaction, Sterling didn't pause. He quickly registered a store of his own within the Fernando market. He spent one top-grade spirit stone to rent an inconspicuous stall and named it something striking, Fine Equipment Store. The store had little decoration, a large counter, some simple shelves, and a floating magical light orb that emitted soft silver-white radiance, giving the whole place an air of mystery. In the center of the store stood a model of a spatial ring resting on a light blue velvet cloth. The inscription on the ring flickered faintly, as if whispering about its rarity. Sterling carefully carved a price tag and placed it next to the model. 5 square meter spatial ring, priced at 10 top-grade spirit stones. The price must be set higher so people will feel it's worth it. He didn't have many items to fill up the entire shop, but that was exactly step 1 of scarcity marketing, arousing interest and creating exclusivity. Soon enough, passers-by began to be drawn over and murmured among themselves. What's so special that it costs 10 top-grade spirit stones? You could buy a villa in South City with that. Look closely, this is a spatial ring, 5 square meters of space. It's priceless. Is it real or fake? Is it just a scam? Facing the buzz from the customers, Sterling made no further explanations. He simply sat quietly behind the counter, wearing a composed smile. Besides, Sterling also hired a servant to manage the shop, a seasoned old butler named Tucker. Respectfully, he said to Sterling, "Young master, rest assured. I'll manage your store properly." Satisfied, Sterling nodded and left a calling magic device inside the shop so he could be informed promptly. Chapter 105, Black Powder. After returning to the villa, Sterling picked up a sheet of snow-white parchment and lifted his magical pen to start writing a letter to Lane. Dear Lane, it's been a long time since we last met. Recently, in the imperial capital of Eldenville, I have discovered some business opportunities and had a bold idea. The imperial capital is truly a place of prosperity with countless business opportunities everywhere. Seizing these chances can make wealth flow like springs. My goods are extremely rare, and demand far exceeds supply. I believe that if we can find a capable partner, we can secure a position for ourselves in no time. Sterling paused briefly, recalling the days he fought side by side with Lane, a smile spreading across his lips as his pen continued moving gracefully across the paper. I know your father intends to expand the business of the Wilden Merchant Guild to the imperial capital. I wonder if you would like to come to the capital and collaborate with me in managing this business. I have great confidence in your commercial talent, and I will be responsible for product supply and technical support. If we work together harmoniously, we can create our own commercial empire. After finishing the letter, Sterling added an emotionally charged sentence at the end. If you are willing to come, I will arrange the finest residence for you in the southern district of the capital, and you're always welcome. He rolled up the letter, sealed it with wax, and handed it over to the Academy's exclusive transmission falcon. These flying magical creatures were swift and specifically used for the delivery of important letters. After finishing the letter, Sterling returned to his research work. He was well aware that although space rings could earn quite a few spirit stones, their production cycle was long, the technical threshold high, and they completely depended on his individual production ability, making it hard to scale them effectively. The space ring was merely a gimmick. What could genuinely open up the market and lead the tide of the times was a revolutionary product, one that could truly alter the rules of battle. On Sterling's experimental table were neatly arranged niter, sulfur, and a large pile of charcoal. There was also a small refining furnace and a simple pressure testing device that he had specially purchased from the market. His goal was to concoct an otherworldly version of black powder. If the explosive force of this black powder can be utilized, perhaps we can design a gunpowder firearm unique to this world, one capable of firing high-impact pellets. A glimmer of intelligence flashed through Sterling's eyes. Following the proportions he remembered, Sterling mixed the niter, sulfur, and charcoal, stirring them evenly before placing them in a small alchemical furnace for drying. He then carefully loaded the resulting powder into a miniature test cartridge shell and connected it to the testing apparatus. Ignite. Sterling stepped back several steps, activating a small fireball rune with his spirit energy. As the flames touched the bottom of the shell, a muffled sound was heard. Bang! The setup on the table shuddered slightly, the shell splitting along a small crack. Sterling furrowed his brow. This power is too weak. We need higher density and more stable combustion. During the next month, Sterling dedicated most of his time to the development of black powder. He continually adjusted the ratios of niter, sulfur, and charcoal, compressing the powder mechanically to increase its density. Ella watched Sterling's busy figure, troubled, as the occasional explosions made her unable to sleep properly. Sterling brother, what exactly are you doing? Scientific experiments, cough cough. Well, but it seems rather unstable. I mean your hair. Sterling scratched his head, realizing how messy it was after the explosion. Cough cough. Soon, you'll witness just how powerful this stuff is. Sterling said confidently. It's powerful right now, keeping me awake. Ella replied with a chuckle. Sterling turned around with a smile. Cover your ears, this time I'm going big. Subsequently, Sterling combined more niter and sulfur using tested proportions, compressed it carefully, then filled the black powder into a thick-walled metal cylinder. On top, he fixed a relatively lightweight iron plate and set up a remote ignition rune before withdrawing swiftly. This density should be enough. It should produce a much greater impact. Sterling stood at a safe distance, observing the metal cylinder. He lightly touched the rune, the light flickering momentarily as the flame vanished instantly. Boom! A massive shockwave instantly rattled the entire lab, dust raining down from the ceiling, even scaring Ella into hugging her head behind him. The iron plate was blown several meters away, landing in the corner. The floor around the metal cylinder even developed cracks. Sterling brother, did this thing fail again? Ella's voice came from behind. Sterling looked at the damaged roof, then at the wrecked room, sighing deeply. This time it succeeded, but it looks like we need to change the testing ground. That's right, keep blowing it up and the villa will collapse. Fortunately, Sterling's location was relatively secluded, otherwise people would surely report him for disturbing the peace. After preliminarily mastering the impact force of the black powder, Sterling began to think about how to channel it into a directed explosive force. He found an abandoned metal tube, thinning one end and smoothing its inner wall with spiritual energy. If I apply a rune array inside the tube, it will better control the direction of the powder explosion, allowing the force to concentrate on propelling the bullet, Sterling muttered to himself. His hands darted back and forth as he inscribed a circle of simple runes inside and outside the barrel to stabilize the explosive force. The design of the bullet proved more challenging. Sterling recalled that he had a few low-grade crystal cores in his storage ring. He selected a poor-quality fire-type crystal core and used a rune tool to carve it into a sphere. The outer layer was then wrapped in metal, leaving some tiny gaps so that the energy inside the core could explode after firing. The first pistol, crude, rudimentary, yet brimming with potential, was born. Its main body was a black metal barrel, connected at the bottom to a small powder chamber. The trigger part was made from scrap materials from refining artifacts, giving it a distinctly punk style. This time, Sterling had learned his lesson. He went to an open area outside the villa and set up a simple protective shield using his spiritual energy to prevent unnecessary destruction during the experiment. Sterling, brother, this won't explode again, will it? Ella curiously looked at the new device in Sterling's hand. Rest assured, there won't be any problem this time, Sterling said confidently. He loaded the crystal core bullet into the gun barrel, poured in an appropriate amount of black powder, took a deep breath, and then activated the trigger mechanism with his spiritual energy. With a crisp snap, the bullet shot out like a meteor, accompanied by a wave of scorching air. Bang! Several dozen meters away, another explosion occurred in the empty field, sending dirt and stones flying, instantly creating a small crater. It worked. Sterling excitedly rushed forward to inspect the condition of the crater. He found that the secondary explosion effect of the crystal core was excellent. The surrounding soil around the crater was scorched black by the high temperature. Turning back, he proudly waved the pistol at Ella. How about that? Impressive, right? Ella raised her eyebrows. It is quite impressive, but your launcher seems to be broken. Sterling glanced down and sure enough, the gun barrel of the pistol had cracked under the pressure. Frowning, he said, it looks like we need to improve the material of the gun barrel. Perhaps I should ask Otis to help forge a stronger one. Back at the artifact refining workshop, Sterling began to redraw the design diagram. This time, he decided to optimize the structure of the gun barrel while adding a multi-shot device. One shot at a time is too inefficient. If multiple crystal core bullets can be installed in a rotary chamber with the assistance of a rune matrix, multi-shot consecutive firing should be achievable, Sterling murmured. He had already conceived the prototype of a small hand cannon in his mind. This would be a completely new weapon capable of changing the landscape of battle. Chapter 106, The Holy Sword Carol. In recent years, the warrior department of the Imperial Capital Academy had been gaining prominence, overshadowing the brilliance of other departments. The reason was simple, because it was home to an abundance of powerful individuals. On the Academy rankings, Carol Reinhardt, a student from the advanced class, outshone even the young mentors of other departments, securing the top spot. Carol hailed from an ancient noble family that had fallen into decline in the Iris Empire. His family had once been the illustrious Holy Light Guardians, serving the royal family faithfully for generations and being rewarded handsomely for their military achievements. However, as power shifted repeatedly, the Reinhardt family gradually faded from the inner circle of power, its wealth and prestige slowly dissipating until it ultimately declined. But perhaps heaven showed mercy, for now, Carol, the younger generation of the Reinhardt family, rose abruptly, becoming the most gifted awakened individual. Since childhood, he displayed an extraordinary aptitude, harmonizing with holy light. At the age of 12, he awakened his talent and even condensed the holy sword, making him the symbol of his family's hope for revival. Though the family had declined, the noble bloodline flowing through Carol had never faded with time. Under his father's guidance, Carol was determined to use the holy light as his sword, his talent as his shield, and restore his family's former glory. After entering the prestigious Imperial Capital Academy, Carol thrived like a fish in water. His strength soared, and he gained increasing renown. With the holy sword and the holy healing art, he earned the name, the Undying Holy Swordsman. Now, with the Academy competition approaching, everyone naturally focused their attention on this outstanding figure from the warrior department. They anticipated the clash between Carol and other top geniuses, but Carol felt no pressure at all. For him, the Academy competition was not something to be concerned about. His goal had always been to shine in the Continental Academy League. Inside the single dormitory of the Imperial Capital Academy, the night grew deep. Carol Reinhardt sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Around him, spiritual energy flowed gently, tinged faintly with the resonance of holy light. His face bore a stern expression, exuding determination and sharpness, as if he were born to live for battle. Beside him, a semi-materialized holy sword hovered in midair. The blade radiated an intimidating presence, and its tip quivered slightly, responding to fluctuations in its master's spiritual energy. The Academy competition is merely the first step. Carol muttered quietly to himself, his brows furrowed slightly. His goal was not only to top the Academy ranking, but also to win the Continental Academy League, drawing the royal family's attention back to the Reinhardt family. He knew it was the sole opportunity for his family's revival. As he was deeply engrossed in cultivation, there came a soft sound of footsteps outside the door, as gentle as a breeze passing by. Carol's eyes snapped open instantly, and his gaze shot toward the door like lightning. "Who's there?" His voice was cold and cutting, laced with subtle intimidation. At the end of his sentence, the door opened silently, and a slender figure entered the room. The visitor was a woman in a white gold long robe. Her hair cascaded down like a silver waterfall, and her features carried a sacred and tender glow. Her steps were light, seemingly merging with the air, each one displaying flawless elegance. "It's me, Elena." Her voice was soft, like moonlight filtering onto the surface of a lake, yet held a certain irresistible power. Carol's eyebrows knitted slightly, his tone icy. "Elena, what brings you here so late?" Elena smiled faintly, closing the door behind her. Her gaze fell on Carol, and her eyes flickered with a complex emotion. "I've come to discuss a deal with you." "A deal?" Carol snorted coldly, standing up. The holy sword materialized in his hand immediately, the sword tip pointing at the ground, exuding a piercing and formidable aura. "I have no interest in the schemes of the holy court." Elena remained unfazed by his attitude. She removed her cloak, revealing a perfectly tailored white dress that accentuated her graceful and charming figure. "Carol, I know your ambitions. You want to revive the Reinhardt family and restore its past splendor. But have you ever thought about how far you can go alone?" She took a few steps closer, her voice gentle yet full of force. "The holy court can offer you a helping hand. I don't need anyone else's help." Carol replied coldly, the holy sword vibrating slightly in his hand. "Perhaps you don't need it, but your family does." Elena's voice softened, yet each word hit the mark sharply. "With such pure holy light within you, you are a natural chosen one. Join the holy court and work together with me, and you will attain everything you desire." Carol's eyes turned colder, raising his gaze directly at her. "A group of hypocrites just trying to drag me into your schemes. Sorry, my honor doesn't depend on anyone." Elena sighed softly, as if she had expected his response. She approached him and looked into his eyes, her tone low yet sincere. "Carol, I'm not persuading you. I'm persuading myself." There was a resolute glint in her eyes as she gently lifted her hands, pushing the long hair on her shoulders back, then undid the silver belt around her waist. Carol's expression changed slightly. He took a step back, his voice tinged with suppressed anger. "What are you doing?" "Showing you my sincerity." Elena whispered softly, slowly releasing the constraints of her long gown, revealing a body with skin as white and smooth as jade. The moonlight fell upon her shoulder, mingling sanctity with an inexplicable allure. "Absurd." Carol shouted angrily, attempting to turn and leave, but was held back by a gentle yet powerful force. Elena said nothing, merely reaching out to pull out a scroll glowing with a soft golden light. She bit her fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall onto the scroll. As it unfurled, a circle of holy light enveloped the entire room. "Elena, have you lost your mind?" Carol widened his eyes, startled. The force radiating from the scroll made him feel an overwhelming pressure he couldn't resist. "Carol, I'm willing to offer everything to you, including myself, in exchange for your alliance with me." Elena whispered quietly, her eyes brimming with infinite tenderness. "This is my faith, my choice." She lightly placed her hand on Carol's shoulder as the holy light began to encase both of them, forming a hazy barrier that cut off the world outside. He tried to break free, but the power of the scroll bound him tightly. After a while, Carol's gaze grew unfocused, his reason succumbing to primal instincts. A fiery and pure energy surged into his body, blending with his holy light and intertwining to form a much stronger force. Inside the room, the holy light became even more dazzling, gradually turning into a soft golden glow that engulfed everything. When dawn broke and the glow gradually faded, Carol looked down at the sleeping Elena nestled in his arms, and the streak of redness, his expression complex. To his astonishment, he felt after their night together, his holy light had grown even more robust. "Holy court, this sinful bond," Carol muttered under his breath, clenching his fists. He said nothing more, only quietly covered Elena with her clothes. And within his embrace, Elena's lips curved into a satisfied smile as she murmured softly, "Carol, you will eventually belong to the holy court." Morning sunlight bathed the two of them, restoring all to tranquility. Chapter 107. This thing called a hand cannon. As for Sterling, over the past few days, he had been shuttling back and forth between the academy and the blacksmith shop. After repeated revisions to his design drawings, he finally finalized them. For this reason, Sterling temporarily put the upgrade of Dark Moon on hold and worked with blacksmith Otis to fully focus on crafting the new weapon. Otis wiped his hands, which were covered in iron shavings, picked up the newly forged barrel, and looked at it suspiciously. "Sterling, can this thing really deliver the power you mentioned? It looks more like a hammer for pounding nails." "Don't rush." Sterling took the barrel and examined it with satisfaction. "I'll demonstrate it to you later, and I promise it will leave you amazed." The gun barrel in his hand was shorter and thicker than the early experimental version. Weak magic runes were engraved on its surface to enhance shock resistance capabilities. After numerous experiments and improvements, they had finally created a near-perfect prototype of the weapon. Returning to the villa, Sterling immediately started assembling the weapon. He skillfully connected the barrel with the specially made stock and firing mechanism, then loaded special ammunition. The core secret of these shells lay in the perfect combination of black powder and low-grade crystal cores. Black powder provided the impact force, while the crystal core released powerful magical energy upon collision. The final effect was comparable to a level 4, or even approaching a level 5 magic attack. Ella, Alpha, gather in the backyard. Sterling's voice was brimming with excitement. Ella held some thick cloth against her ears to block the sound and grinned mischievously as she said, Brother Sterling, is it going to blow up again? Last time your face was covered in soot. Alpha, however, was much more cautious, silently staring at the weapon in Sterling's hand without uttering a word, but clearly showing curiosity in his eyes. Don't underestimate it. With a confident demeanor, Sterling led them to the shooting range where several pieces of used armor stacked together along with a large rock were placed. Watch closely. Sterling firmly raised the hand cannon, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated throughout the entire courtyard as flames erupted. The shell accurately hit the armor, instantly turning it into pieces. The rearward rock also suffered deep damage from the explosion, with debris flying everywhere. Ella quickly covered her ears, but was still stunned by the explosion. Meanwhile, Alpha stood completely dumbfounded, regaining his senses after a long pause. My goodness, the power. It's definitely equivalent to a 4th-tier spell, and perhaps even rivals 5th-tier magic. Brother Sterling, there was no explosion this time. It actually worked. Ella's tone was full of delight. Sterling lowered the hand cannon and smiled faintly, disassembling the weapon into 3 parts and showcasing it to them. See, this hand cannon not only has immense power, but also a simple structure. If any part breaks, simply replace it. You don't need to discard the whole thing. Can it be like that? As Alpha leaned closer for inspection, he became increasingly excited, saying, separate designs, easy maintenance, and mass production. Sterling, you're truly revolutionizing battlefields. After reflecting for a moment, Ella nodded approvingly. If we could mass produce this weapon would have an overwhelming advantage on the battlefield. No wonder you've been busy nonstop recently. Sterling smirked, a gleam of confidence flashing in his eyes. Mass production is already in planning. The hardest part is the formula for the shells, but I've solved it. Once the market opens up, next is just seeing how wildly popular it gets. Couldn't resist asking. Aren't you afraid someone else might copy it? Sterling shook his head. Ella, you're underestimating me. The key to this hand cannon lies within the shell. Black powder needs precise blending with crystal cores, and the loading also requires special tools. Without the formula and molds, they can only sit there helplessly. Alpha laughed, giving him a thumbs up. Sterling, you've done pretty well. Several days later, outside Sterling's shop in the Fernan Market, the atmosphere was lively. Butler Tucker stood at the entrance greeting guests, wearing a smug expression. Tucker had been very proud lately, feeling fortunate to have found a benefactor who assigned him the task of running the store. Initially, the entire storefront displayed merely a model of a space ring, though many people asked about it. But when they saw the price, they had no choice but to walk away. Therefore, Tucker's work was relatively relaxed every day, and most importantly, his boss was quite generous, offering substantial salaries. Master, I've announced the price reduction for the space rings as you ordered. There are quite a number of people interested. Tucker chuckled. Just wait and see. All the spectators today will eventually pay to take our products. Sterling grinned slightly, commanding the staff to display the pre-prepared hand cannons and custom shells on the counter, covering them with cloth, sparking the crowd's speculations. He walked to the central exhibition stage inside the store and clapped his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Today, before offering our reduced price space rings, our store will demonstrate the killer weapon we have launched, the hand cannon. As he spoke, he lifted the cloth covering the hand cannon and revealed the majestic weapon to the crowd. What can this thing do? Someone shouted loudly. Sterling didn't answer, but instead gestured toward the shop entrance. A 4th-level hyena trapped in an iron cage was pushed up, growling ominously and exuding a dangerous aura. Ladies and gentlemen, please step back a little. Next, I will demonstrate its power to you. Sterling raised the hand cannon, aiming at the hyena inside the cage. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the shell fired from the barrel, flames flashed, and the hyena was immediately blown apart, blood splattering as it fell helplessly onto the ground. The audience gasped in astonishment. The power of this is comparable to a 4th-level magic spell. This is terrifying. On the battlefield, who could withstand this? Before the crowd could recover, Sterling fired 2 more shots. With another boom boom, the hyena was killed outright, and the iron cage was warped and deformed by the explosions. Gentlemen and ladies, this is the power of the hand cannon. And not only is it powerful, it also has sustained attack capability. Most importantly, its cost is far lower than magic scrolls. Anyone can operate it, without requiring complicated magical training. He explained while demonstrating the structure and operation steps of the hand cannon. Each step was clear and straightforward, easy to understand. Today, the first batch of hand cannons will be released in limited quantities, each accompanied by a basic ammunition pack. A hand cannon will be sold for just 100 high-grade spirit stones. Rare opportunity. If you miss today, you'll have to wait for the next batch. This thing is truly amazing. I want to buy one. No matter the price, I need one. Give me 2 more packs of shells. I'll take all of them. Can you supply some extra stock? The onlookers were scrambling to purchase the hand cannons, completely forgetting about the space rings that were supposed to be sold at a discount. Tucker was busy taking orders and confirming payments on the side. Boss, shall we hire a couple more assistants? Sterling stood in the shop, observing the enthusiastic crowd with a faint smile curling at his lips. His money-making plan had taken its first step. That evening, Sterling returned home and opened a newly arrived letter. The message was sent by Leon, with vigorous handwriting. Sterling, I've received your letter, and the business plan you mentioned has intrigued my father. Recently, our Verton Chamber of Commerce is preparing to expand our scale. Since you've already laid the foundation, I will bring a team to meet you in the capital as soon as possible. Some of our subordinates and goods are already on their way. We'll discuss further once I arrive. Chapter 108. Bipodal Dragon Blood Essence. As the biggest victim of the hand cannon's development cycle, having witnessed its power, Ira pleaded with Sterling to give her a hand cannon as a self-defense weapon. Sterling readily agreed and specially reinforced the hand cannon's barrel, increasing its reliability so that it wouldn't explode from overuse and injure his own cousin. With the new weapon in hand, Ira decided to go to the Cloudtop Tower for a good practice session. Although she came from the Eagle family, her awakened talent was an affinity for wind elements. Now just 17, she was already a 4th level Grand Magician. As a 4th level Grand Magician, being able to enter the 36th floor of the Cloudtop Tower was quite an achievement. Today, after witnessing the great power of the hand cannon designed by Sterling, Ira decided not to rely on magic and would solely use the hand cannon to get through the 36th level that had troubled her for so long. Are you really going to take this thing in there? Alpha stood at the entrance of the Cloudtop Tower alongside Ira, a hint of worry in his eyes. Sterling's new weapon. Don't let it turn out unreliable. Ira smiled, flicking back the golden bangs from her forehead. Don't worry, this isn't a reckless adventure. I have the latest model, and my brother Sterling helped reinforce the rune array. Haven't we personally witnessed its power? I'm looking forward to testing its effect myself. Alpha didn't say much more, but gave one reminder. Alright, but remember safety first. If anything goes wrong, retreat to the shelter immediately. It wasn't that Alpha didn't want to help Ira, but the rules of the Cloudtop Tower limited the challenge tasks to only be completed independently by the challengers. Ira nodded. Rest assured, I know my limits. Then she turned around, stepping toward the tower gates. The magical barrier of the Cloudtop Tower gently vibrated, and Ira's figure disappeared into it. The next moment, she stood before the mission stone tablet of the 36th floor. Kill 20 blood wolf demons. Ira read softly, gazing at the content of the mission card in her hand. This kind of trial task was familiar to her. The monsters on each floor of the Cloudtop Tower were different, but their strength generally matched the respective floors. The blood wolves of this floor were all 4th level beasts, quite common, fast-moving, and skilled in group ambushes. To deal with a pack of blood wolves required some ability. Relying purely on Ira's capabilities as a 4th level Grand Magician, this mission would indeed be challenging. However, today was a changed day. Ira took a deep breath, steadied her mind, and withdrew her hand cannon from her spatial ring. Not long after, several dark shadows appeared before Ira, heavy breathing audible, their steps steady. These were 5 blood wolves, each 2 meters tall, all with solid muscles and eyes red as blood, radiating fierce hostility. Ira smiled faintly, a sharp curve appearing at the corner of her lips. Perfect timing. Allow me, young lady, to sharpen my skills. She lifted her right hand, firmly gripping the handle of the hand cannon, aiming steadily at the leading blood wolf. In the next second, Ira didn't hesitate for even a moment and quickly pulled the trigger. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, fire spreading everywhere. The shell hit the blood wolf's head with perfect accuracy, exploding instantly and reducing its head to a mess of flesh and blood. The body of the blood wolf collapsed to the ground, the intense tremor making the surrounding air quiver. The other 4 blood wolves howled angrily immediately and lunged towards Ira. The hand cannon really is powerful. Ira's eyes gleamed with excitement as she acted swiftly, adjusting the aim of the hand cannon and fired again without hesitation. Boom! The second shell shot out, blowing the second blood wolf to pieces, leaving it bloodied and unrecognizable. The 3 remaining blood wolves realized things weren't looking good and started retreating, obviously intimidated by the weapon in Ira's hands. This isn't the time to run. It won't be easy. Ira smiled lightly, her eyes flashing with excitement. She quickly adjusted her angle, catching the last 3 blood wolves off guard slightly, firing rapidly. She fired 3 shots in succession. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shells, almost simultaneously fired, struck each of the blood wolves perfectly accurate. The 3 blood wolves were blasted into pieces, leaving nothing on the ground but broken wolf bones and pools of bodies. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Standing in place, Ira lightly patted the hand cannon, satisfied with the battlefield cleared before her. A trace of confident smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. 5 blood wolves, 5 cannon shells, less than 3 minutes. So efficient that it makes one sigh. My brother Sterling truly is a genius. While Ira was clearing the trials using the hand cannon at the Cloudtop Tower, Sterling wasn't idle either. While exchanging items at the academy, he unexpectedly saw a task posted by the new magical teacher, Jaina, seeking ice spirit fruit. Jaina was the outstanding young talent of the magic department, having already advanced to the 7th rank and becoming an ice element magic mentor. It was said that the ice spirit fruit could enhance a mage's ice magic power, so it seemed her search for the ice spirit fruit this time was likely in preparation for the upcoming academy competition. Obtaining such a fruit would undoubtedly provide her with immense help. The task also mentioned that Jaina was willing to exchange a treasured portion of an 8th rank bipodal dragon's blood essence for it. While the ice spirit fruit was rare, the blood essence of an 8th rank bipodal dragon was even harder to come by. 8th rank bipodal dragons possessed terrifying levels of strength, speed, and defense. Acquiring enough dragon blood to refine into blood essence would naturally be extremely difficult. One could say that the value of the 8th rank bipodal dragon blood essence completely surpassed that of the ice spirit fruit, but since Jaina urgently needed the ice spirit fruit, she had to accept this disadvantage. Sterling's heart skipped a beat. An 8th rank subdragon blood essence was practically a gift from heaven. The bipodal dragon blood essence could greatly strengthen the defense of magical beasts, and might even help them break through physiological limits. If Hong could devour it, there might truly be an opportunity for a breakthrough, or even the possibility of breaking free from the constraints of the 6th level and experiencing an unprecedented transformation. Ice spirit fruit. Sterling murmured softly, his mind suddenly recalling 5 years ago when the flying bird crashed in the forest snow plains. In that mysterious cave, he had personally seen an ice spirit fruit tree. Although there were no fruits on the tree at the time, the icy, bone-chilling aura left a deep impression on him. 5 years had passed. He wondered if that tree had already produced ice spirit fruits. If the tree still exists and has fruited again, this trade will be a blood profit. Sterling didn't hesitate much and decided to head to the forest snow plains as soon as possible. Xuanhuan province was far from the academy, and relying solely on walking was obviously not practical. Thus, Sterling went to the academy's magical beast exchange to hire a flying beast. The magical beast exchange was where one hired magical beasts. Summoning students kept various types of beasts here, lending them out to others in exchange for points. It was also a unique way for summoning students to earn resources. Sir, may I assist you with anything? The manager of the exchange was a middle-aged woman around 40, wearing a simple summoner's robe with a professional smile on her face. I need a magical beast that can fly to the forest snow plains. Chapter 109. Familiar snowfield, familiar bear. I need a magical beast that can fly to the forest sea snowfield. Sterling spoke up. The forest sea snowfield? That's quite far indeed. The supervisor led Sterling toward the flying magical beasts area. Various flying magical creatures resided within the courtyards. Some leisurely ate with their heads lowered, while others peered around curiously. Sir, how about this coldwing eagle? It is currently the most suitable magical beast for flying over the snowfields here. As the supervisor spoke, he pointed to an enormous flying magical beast with feathers as white as snow. The magical beast was eagle-like in size, but had silver-white feathers draped across its body. Its gaze was sharp, and when it spread its wings, they nearly blotted out the sun. About 3 meters long, it was large enough to carry Sterling through the air. The coldwing eagle is a 5th-grade magical beast with excellent stamina and flight speed, especially skilled at adapting to cold environments. It can endure long flights even during low temperatures and blizzards. Both its flight stability and flexibility are exceptionally strong, making it one of the most appropriate flying magical beasts for snowfields. The supervisor continued to explain. However, its hiring price is not cheap. If you're looking for something more affordable, you might consider the xuanhuan sparrow over here. Though compared to the coldwing eagle, its speed is significantly slower. Sterling did not even turn his head to look at other magical beasts. At a glance, he decided on the coldwing eagle. How many points? I'll hire this coldwing eagle. 100 points for a month's use. Flying from the academy to the forest sea snowfield will only take 7 days, including rest stops. Good, let's go with it. Sterling made no hesitation. He calculated that there was still a month and a half until the academy grand tournament. With this trip there and back, he would still have 10 days left for Red to devour the flying dragon blood essence. Please wait a moment. The coldwing eagle will be prepared right away. The supervisor smiled in response, and then turned to arrange the preparations. Half an hour later, Sterling was already riding atop the back of the coldwing eagle. Its powerful wings flapped strongly against the air as it rose steadily into the sky. Its feathers gleamed with a cold light under the sunlight, carrying Sterling swiftly towards the direction of the forest sea snowfield. All along the way, Sterling contemplated that if there was an opportune moment, he would also like to make a pact with a flying magical beast for transportation, or even have his summoned creatures work part-time jobs. But then again, never mind. His summoned creatures were all immersed in the mountain sea space, unwilling to come out. He should not be a heartless boss by making them work part-time jobs. The speed of the coldwing eagle was incredibly fast. In 4 days, Sterling had crossed the endless red soil plains and ranges of mountains, finally arriving at the vast and frigid snowy world of the forest sea snowfield. As the coldwing eagle landed on the edge of the snowfield, a wave of complex emotions surged in Sterling's heart. Memories from 5 years ago came flooding back. The crash of the boat being chased by dark wizards ended in disaster. Thousands of new soldiers lost their lives abroad, with only their group of several dozen survivors remaining. Now he had returned. The forest sea snowfield was extremely vast. Sterling instructed the coldwing eagle to lower its flight altitude, almost skimming over the treetops of the snow-covered plains. His eyes searched below for any familiar landmarks, but the environment of the snowfield was monotonous. Each pile of snow, every ice spike, appeared replicated and identical, impossible to differentiate. Occasionally passing through some large beast's territory, it triggered a few roars. Sterling didn't pay it much heed. Now with Little Bone as his support, there was no reason to fear mid-level commanding magical beasts. If they angered him, Little Bone could smash them into pulp. I hope I can still find the cave we used back then. He muttered softly to himself, but laughter tinged with bitterness surfaced in his thoughts. 5 years had passed, snow had buried everything, and the cave entrance may have been entirely sealed off by ice by now. Just then, the coldwing eagle behind him suddenly let out a sharp cry, vigorously flapping its wings and ascending tens of meters upwards, nearly throwing Sterling off. He quickly bent down, stabilizing himself, while scanning the surroundings. Real trouble. Sterling soon spotted the source. A massive figure suddenly leaped from the snow, a 6th-grade commander-level frost plain snow lion, covered with thick white fur, steel-like mane quivered with every move. Its limbs were robust, able to jump high enough to reach the flying coldwing eagle. The frost plain snow lion's deep blue eyes glimmered with icy coldness, clearly provoked by the intrusion of a flying magical beast into its territory. Roar! The snow lion unleashed a deafening roar, spewing a storm of freezing breath which immediately formed bone-chilling blades of ice directed at Sterling and the cold-winged eagle. The cold-winged eagle flapped its wings wildly to evade the strike, though Sterling knew full well that such an opponent was beyond what the cold-winged eagle alone could handle. Since you're looking for death, I'll grant it to you. A flicker of coldness flashed at Sterling's lips as the treasure book in his hand appeared with a glint. He whispered, "Little bone, come out." As his voice fell, a jet of black mist erupted suddenly from the mountain sea space. Behind the cold-winged eagle coalesced a towering skeleton warrior, gripping a massive bone blade. Its eye sockets burned with frigid crimson flames. It was Sterling's summoned creature, Little Bone. Upon appearing, Little Bone leaped off the cold-winged eagle straight onto the ground, sending up a flurry of snow mist as he landed. The frost-plain snow lion showed no signs of retreating. It growled low and pounced fiercely on Little Bone, its colossal claws swiping down towards the skull of the skeletal warrior. However, Little Bone had no fear. His bone blade swept across, colliding head-on with the snow lion's claw. A dull boom rang out as the snow lion was shaken back several steps by the tremendous force, while Little Bone stood rooted firmly in place. Little Bone's strength can crush this lion. Sterling watched this scene appreciatively. He knew that even a 6th grade commander rank magical beast like the snow lion wasn't enough to fully engage Little Bone's capabilities. Resolve this quickly, don't waste time. Sterling issued an order to Little Bone. After receiving the command, Little Bone surged forward faster. The great bone blade slashed, trailing behind it a streak of black shadow. Before the snow lion could react, the blade cut deep into its neck. Accompanying a dreadful roar, the snow lion collapsed heavily to the ground, its blood staining the snow red. Little Bone retrieved the snow lion's crystal core, then handed it over to Sterling before dissolving once more into black mist and retreating back into the mountain sea space. 2 days later, Sterling continued his low-altitude flight. Just then, a deep growl sounded from below. Sterling searched for the source and immediately locked his gaze on an enormous figure. It was an iron-backed gray bear, standing 5 meters tall. "So it's you. Didn't expect to see you again." Sterling recognized it at first glance. This iron-backed gray bear was none other than the commander-rank gray bear that had relentlessly hunted him down years ago. "Good fellow, glad you're here," Sterling murmured softly, his tone carrying a trace of complicated emotions. Magical beasts had clear territorial boundaries. If the iron-backed gray bear still lingered here, it meant its territory likely hadn't shifted much. This also indicated that the location where the flying ship crashed should be nearby. The iron-backed gray bear seemed to sense the movement above as well. Raising its head toward Sterling, its enormous nostrils flared to sniff the air. Yet, instead of attacking right away, the bear showed some caution. Sterling chuckled inwardly. "Back then, you chased me mercilessly. But today, I'm in a good mood and will spare your life." Without further entanglement, Sterling guided the cold-winged eagle around the iron-backed gray bear's territory and moved forward. After circling the area for about an hour, he finally reached a familiar region. In the distance within a valley, a cliff ravine partly buried under layers of snow revealed some unnatural undulations. Sterling identified it immediately, the spot where the flying ship had crashed 5 years ago. Chapter 110, Ice Nightmare Serpent. Soon, Sterling stood at the entrance of the valley where he had once evaded the iron-backed gray bear. 5 years had passed, but everything in front of him seemed unchanged. The wind outside was still howling fiercely, while inside the valley, it remained eerily quiet, as if time had stopped here. Sterling couldn't help but recall Freya, the elven girl he met here long ago. Back then, she was on the verge of death, and Sterling used the power of the contract to prevent her vitality from dissipating further, transferring her into the mountain and sea realm for recuperation. 5 years had gone by, and occasionally Sterling would check on Freya's condition. Although she had been nourished by the spiritual essence within the mountain and sea realm, her injuries were almost healed, yet she still hadn't awakened. Sterling guessed that Freya might need some special life-enhancing treasures to fully recover and awaken. He had since learned more or less why she appeared here all those years ago. 5 years prior, the misty forest of the Elven Royal Court was besieged by the Death Domain's Insect Demon Clan and the Rotten Demon Clan. The Insect Demon Lord Verserplague himself arrived with his avatar and shattered the outer tree guardian array of the misty forest in one fell swoop. And worse still, there were traitors within the Elven race who defected to the Death Domain, becoming Dark Moon Elves. These Dark Elves seized the opportunity when the main forces of the Star and Moon Elves were defending against the Demon Clans. They attacked and injured the Moonlight Sacred Tree and ambushed their own kin, resulting in a catastrophic defeat for the Elven race. With no other options left, the Elven Empress was forced to unleash the divine language binding art, sealing the entire Elven court for 10 years. Before casting this divine art, she dispatched a group of elite warriors to contact the Human Empire's high command. After 10 years, the Human Coalition will be expected to launch an offensive to liberate the Misty Forest. King Alexander had already learned about this information and had mobilized troops to fortify the southern border of the Empire, preparing defenses against possible invasions from the Insect Demon Clan and the Rotten Demon Clan. When the seal on the Misty Forest is lifted, another massive battle of epic proportions will likely erupt. Lost in thought, Sterling soon entered the valley. From afar, he caught sight of the Ice Spirit Fruit Tree located deep within the valley. The Ice Spirit Fruit Tree was as vigorous as ever. What most delighted Sterling, however, was seeing two luminous and crystalline ice spirit fruits hanging from its branches, emitting a soft azure glow, with traces of icy elemental energy flickering around them. Ice spirit fruits. They've indeed borne fruit. With these two ice spirit fruits, I can trade for dragon essence. Heaven is on my side. It seems Red has a chance to advance. Sterling felt secretly pleased, quickening his pace instinctively. Just as he prepared to approach and pluck the fruits, the air around him abruptly grew heavy, and an intense chill swept down from above. No good. Someone's attacking me. Without wasting any time, shadows erupted beneath Sterling's feet. He instantly activated Shadow Step, disappearing from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared over 10 paces away from the tree. At that exact moment, a ball of freezing cold air struck the place where Sterling had stood just moments before. Then, emerging from the shadow atop the valley peak, descended a snake over 6 feet long. Its body was encased in thick ice crystal scales, incredibly hard and resilient. Its eyes gleamed coldly, like the surface of a winter lake, piercing and profound, while its mouth exhaled bone-chilling frost, a lingering aftermath of its breath from earlier. Hiss! The serpent's jaws slightly parted, revealing a vivid crimson tongue. Subsequently, it coiled itself around the trunk of the ice spirit fruit tree, acting as if asserting ownership, silently informing Sterling that this tree was its treasure. This must be an ice nightmare serpent, a 6th-rank commander-class magical beast. Immediately, Sterling recognized this creature from the monster compendium he had studied. How dare it try to take what's mine? This thing is courting death. A flash of icy determination crossed Sterling's gaze. However, the ice nightmare serpent gave Sterling no room for negotiation. It opened its mouth slightly again, releasing another jet of freezing frost, which immediately covered a large area, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet sharply. Feeling the chilling breath reaching his back, Sterling's heart leaped in alertness. Instinctively, his body reacted. With a swift motion of his right hand, his figure vanished into thin air, transforming into a shadow-like form that swiftly evaded the ice nightmare serpent's lethal frost attack. Where the frost settled, the region became unbearably frigid. Surrounding rocks froze suddenly, shattering into countless shards that scattered everywhere, their breaking sounds resonating like icy needles in the cold air. Tiny fragments of ice danced in the air, as though even time itself had frozen solid. The intensity of this cold, it's far stronger than usual. Sterling felt a chill run down his spine as he analyzed coolly. More than 10 times stronger than an ordinary ice nightmare serpent. This thing must have eaten ice spirit fruits before. Indeed, as Sterling surmised, the ice nightmare serpent had discovered this ice spirit fruit tree 2 years ago. At that time, there were already 5 ice spirit fruits on the tree. Over the past years, it had slowly digested 3 of them, rapidly enhancing its strength. Now, the ice nightmare serpent had transcended from an average 6th-rank magical beast into a formidable near 7th-rank existence. If not stopped in time, it would soon devour the remaining 2 ice spirit fruits and break through to the 7th rank, evolving into a higher-tier magical beast. This thing actually took my ice spirit fruits as food. Sterling let out a cold snort. The ice nightmare serpent's frosty aura became even more chilling. It had clearly sensed the threat from Sterling, and in anger, it opened its mouth wide, roaring lowly as it lunged forward, sweeping its tail with such force that the entire valley seemed to tremble. Frost dispersed everywhere. Sterling quickly drew an ordinary longsword for self-defense from his waist. This sword was only of rare grade, temporarily used by Sterling as a substitute for Dark Moon. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, his longsword tracing an arc and condensing a powerful energy. Blood shadow everywhere. Sterling gave a low shout. The sword chi coalesced into more than a dozen blood-red sword shadows, resembling meteors as they streaked toward the ice nightmare serpent. Each streak of sword chi carried a cutting edge of bloodlight, moving at incredible speed. Bang, bang, bang. The sword chi struck the ice nightmare serpent's ice crystal scales, which glimmered coldly. Though potent, the sword chi could only leave shallow marks on its body. Once the sword chi pierced through the scales, it didn't unleash the expected force, and instead was halted by the serpent's hard icy scales. The ice nightmare serpent's defense is too strong. It seems that this sword alone won't be enough to deal with it. Sterling felt his spirits dampen. He swiftly sheathed his longsword, his gaze flickering slightly, having already made up his mind. In this case, Red will have to make her appearance. The cave space was narrow, unsuitable for Little Bone's large-scale combat style, so Sterling summoned Red. Red, come help me. With his summons, a black shadow instantaneously sprang from beside him, a bloodthirsty mantis over a meter tall, with double blades shimmering sharp and icy light. At the moment Red appeared, the air seemed filled with a tense current flow. Her eyes gleamed with excitement, as if eager to join the battle without delay. Any pause was but a flash as Red immediately darted towards the ice nightmare serpent at tremendous speed, like a bolt of lightning. The twin blades gleamed blood red, accompanied by a piercing whistle of wind, swiftly circumventing the serpent's tail to approach its back. Blood shadow ambush. Red's figure moved like a shadow following its form, instantly appearing behind the ice nightmare serpent. With precise control, the dual blades slashed straight towards its scales. Her speed was so fast it was nearly impossible to track. Though the ice nightmare serpent reacted swiftly, its movements were simply too clumsy to effectively counter Red's rapid assaults. The dual blades sliced through the serpent's tough scales akin to 2 flashes of lightning, blood spurting forth carrying a cold chill. The ice nightmare serpent writhed violently, yet Red's speed and dexterity made her almost untouchable, flashing about nimbly beyond the ice nightmare serpent's grasp. Again, Sterling murmured softly. Facing such a swift assassin, the ice nightmare serpent, though powerful, still lacked Red's unmatched speed and was being gradually worn down. Every ambush from Red tore apart another layer of its defenses. However, at that very moment, the ice nightmare serpent suddenly emitted an angry roar, wildly thrashing its tail, attempting to knock Red away. Simultaneously, it fixated its gaze on the last two ice spirit fruits on the tree. Those two fruits gleamed with an icy blue radiance. This was the final piece needed for the ice nightmare serpent's evolution. It charged unhesitatingly toward the ice spirit fruit tree, its enormous body nearly covering the whole tree, cold breath rising like a storm of snow and ice. Seeing this scene, Sterling's heart tightened, and he immediately shouted, "Red, stop it!" And Sterling himself instantly performed the blood shadow ambush technique, appearing beside the ice nightmare serpent, briefly halting it before being thrown off, landing with a thud on the ground, a spurt of blood gushing from his chest. Cough cough. Just then, Red arrived just in time to place herself between the ice nightmare serpent and the ice spirit fruits. Upon seeing her master wounded, her dual blades swirled faster, slicing at the head of the ice nightmare serpent. Forced to halt, the ice nightmare serpent continued to growl furiously, trying to break through Red's line of defense and lunge once more at the ice spirit fruits. But with Red holding her ground, the ice nightmare serpent was no longer able to approach the precious fruits with ease. Sterling, seeing this, rose to his feet, rapidly jumping to Red's side, his right hand firmly gripping the longsword as he delivered a fierce slash at the ice nightmare serpent's tail. A close call, almost swallowed by it. Sterling muttered coldly, the blade edged with a chilly glow as it attacked the ice nightmare serpent's tail. Red and Sterling worked seamlessly together, their dual blades and sword alternately attacking the ice nightmare serpent, forcing it to retreat and keeping it away from the ice spirit fruit tree. Finally, as Red's dual blades carved through the air in a streak of red light, they thoroughly broke through the ice nightmare serpent's scale armor, striking straight at its heart. Blood sprayed everywhere as the ice nightmare serpent's massive body crashed heavily to the ground. The surrounding frost slowly dissipated, and the air grew slightly warmer. It's over. Sterling, looking at the ice nightmare serpent's body, felt a sense of relief wash over him. His gaze then returned to the two ice spirit fruits. There's no time to waste. I must quickly harvest my ice spirit fruits. He stretched out his hand and slowly walked toward the ice spirit fruit tree, while Red squatted behind him, happily licking the blood off her blades, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Chapter 111, Double Happiness. After acquiring the ice spirit fruit, Sterling sat on the back of the cold wing eagle and flew nonstop day and night to rush back to the capital academy. The cold wind howled in the clouds, and the freezing air seemed increasingly oppressive, but his thoughts grew clearer. On the evening of the fourth day, the silhouette of the tall buildings of the capital began to appear before his eyes, and Sterling's mood relaxed slightly. When they landed in a vast open area near the capital, the cold wing eagle gracefully touched down with steady flaps. Sterling quickly jumped off, straightened his clothes and equipment, took a deep breath, and then hurried toward the direction of the capital academy. After returning the cold wing eagle, Sterling rushed to submit the mission as quickly as possible. This mission had generous rewards that others would surely also seek to find the ice spirit fruit. Even if it wasn't solely for exchanging for the two-legged flying dragon blood essence, gaining even a small amount of favor from Jaina was worth it. She was the beautiful mentor of the magic department, and her strength was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon hearing that Sterling intended to see Jaina, Ella exhibited exceptional excitement and insisted on coming along as well. According to Ella, she was an ardent fan of Jaina. Teacher Jaina, I brought the ice spirit fruit for the task you released a while ago. I wonder if this task is still valid. After entering the building of the magic department, Sterling went directly to Jaina's office and opened with a smile. Jaina was browsing through some research materials at her desk. Her gaze turned and locked onto Sterling, a glimmer of surprise flickering in her eyes. The ice spirit fruit. Jaina hesitated slightly, then took the ice spirit fruit from Sterling's hand, her eyes brightening instantly. Is this really the ice spirit fruit? You actually managed to bring it. Her voice was full of surprise. It's incredibly timely, as I was just worrying about not being able to find this. Of course, the task counts. Sterling smiled faintly, instantly feeling relieved. That's good. Since the task is still valid, I wish to exchange this ice spirit fruit for the blood essence of the bipedal flying dragon. Without hesitation, Jaina nodded and produced a jar of red blood essence. This blood essence is extremely precious, and it took me great effort to obtain it. I hope it serves you well. Sterling chuckled softly, his tone gentle. Pleasure doing business. If there are any similar opportunities in the future, I will certainly come again to help. You're quite greedy. Such luck can't occur every day. Jaina responded with a smile after hearing Sterling's words. This is my sister, Ella, a mid-level student in the magic department. Today, she insisted on coming with me to meet you. Sterling turned his head and pointed to Ella standing nearby. Jaina paused momentarily, a rare gentleness flashing in her eyes. Your sister. She examined Ella carefully, and her face lit up with a smile as she stood up to approach her. Ella, is there something specific you wanted to discuss with me? Ella's cheeks turned slightly red, excitement sparkling in her eyes, nearly causing her to babble incoherently. Jaina, I'm your biggest fan. Her voice trembled, so thrilled that her breathing became quick. I've studied many spells you researched, especially your magical arrays. Every single detail I've thoroughly examined. I simply admire you too much. Jaina listened with a soft smile appearing on her face, warmth seemingly enveloping her wise eyes. Haha, my little fan, it truly brings me joy. Her voice carried a light, amused laughter. Then, what would you like? Ella was almost overcome with excitement, stumbling over her words. I absolutely adore the magic book you authored, Song of Ice Flames. Could you possibly sign it for me? It's been something I've eagerly anticipated for a long time. Jaina glanced at Ella's expectant expression, briefly stunned, and then smiled. A sense of contentment showed through her smile. Is that all? Song of Ice Flames contains a few magic theories I compiled myself. I didn't expect you to like it so much. She picked up a silver magic pen from beside her and flipped to the book's first page, signing her name along with some words of encouragement. Remember, the path of magic is endless, and one must never cease exploration. Jaina Fallstone. A gleam of gratitude flashed in Ella's eyes. Thank you, Mentor Jaina. I'll certainly study this book meticulously and won't let you down. After bidding farewell to Jaina, Sterling received another piece of good news. Odie sent someone to inform Sterling that his moonshade had successfully upgraded, inviting him to retrieve his weapon. Inside the blacksmith shop, the furnace burned brightly, and Odis remained as busy as ever with his work. There were more furnaces added nearby, and a few newly recruited apprentices who were busy helping forge the barrels for hand cannons. Ever since Sterling's hand cannon was successfully developed, Odis had more work to do. He received a share of the profits from Sterling, and in turn recruited more apprentices to set up the production line for the hand cannons. When Sterling walked into the blacksmith shop, Odis noticed him right away. He immediately wiped the grease off his hands and revealed a proud smile. Ha, Sterling, I've been waiting for you. Master Odis, as soon as I heard your good news, I rushed here. Odis grinned and took out a pitch-black longsword. The blade emitted faint firelight. Your Shadow Moon. I have successfully completed the upgrade with a perfect enchantment. I embedded an 8th level fire magic crystal core into it, and now it has become an epic magic sword. Sterling's gaze landed on the sword. The Shadow Moon's blade was as black as ink, with beautiful runes carved on its surface. A slight orange-red glow radiated around it. Holding it in his hand, he felt the weight not only in terms of mass, but also in the presence it commanded. This sword now has the skill of fire magic, Flame Surge. When you swing Shadow Moon, the blade will draw fire elements from the crystal core and condense them at the tip, bursting forth with intense flames. Each time you swing the sword, flame fluctuations will follow the trajectory and spread, causing large area fire damage. Odie said proudly. The core is an 8th level core, filled with almost inexhaustible energy. You can cast spells freely with this. Sterling gently touched the blade, sensing the heat gradually coming through. He smiled slightly. Master Odis, you're truly incredible. I really like this Shadow Moon. Odis slapped his chest. Hey, of course. I've poured all my effort into it these past few days. I believe you will definitely be able to make full use of it and demonstrate even greater power. Sterling nodded and carefully put Shadow Moon away, his determination strengthening. Thank you, Master Odis. We'll make big money together. Sterling chuckled. Odis laughed out loud too.